a girl heartlessly abandoned by a rich second-generation guy. In anger, she demanded an astronomical breakup fee. Then she went on to seduce the rich second-generation guy's father, becoming his beautiful young stepmother. In a coffee shop, the rich second-generation guy Long Ziyue apologetically told his current girlfriend Tanghua, "My first love has gotten back together with me, so let's break up." Then, Long Ziyue took out a blank check and handed it to Tanghua, saying it was compensation for their 3 years together. Tanghua asked very seriously, "Can I really fill in any amount?" After receiving Long Ziyue's affirmative answer, Tanghua decisively picked up the pen on the table and firmly wrote down 50 million on the check. Suddenly time stopped. The system warned Tanghua, "Host, you're breaking character. According to the script, you should throw the check in Long Ziyue's face and tell him tearfully that you're not that kind of person." Tanghua slapped the system against the wall. "After so many transmigrations, why is it always the woman who gets hurt? This time I'll live for myself. I don't care if you're happy or not." Time resumed normally. Long Ziyue looked at the check before him. Usually, Tanghua never spent his money. He didn't expect Tanghua would actually accept the check and fill in such a large amount. While wiping cold sweat from his forehead, he said he might not have enough money. "Only about 30 million for now." Tanghua understandingly said, "Then give me 30 million first. Then write me an IOU for 20 million. Long Ziyue, with tears in his eyes, wrote the check and IOU. Tanghua left contentedly with the check, not forgetting to remind Long Ziyue to pay the bill. After leaving, Tanghua hailed a taxi and planned to go to a karaoke club. The system warned Tanghua not to plot anything devious. If the world collapses, Tanghua would be instantly killed. But Tanghua warned the system that if it dared say one more word, she would cross the road and end this story right away. Then go to the next world. The system's avatar immediately cowered. At the karaoke club, Tanghua immediately drew attention. Her sweet appearance carried a hint of charm in her smile. She walked to the stage inside, where a handsome boy was the resident singer. He politely asked Tanghua if she wanted to hear any particular song. Tanghua smiled slightly at the boy. "Can I sing a song?" The boy nodded willingly and offered to accompany her. As the sweet voice echoed through the karaoke club, it caught the attention of all the men present. Those young guys were completely captivated by Tanghua. And on the second floor viewing area, a man was quietly appreciating while holding a wine glass. Tanghua looked at this man, thinking finally he took the bait. At this moment, the system's warning voice rang out. "What are you trying to do?" That's Long Ziyue's father, a supporting female character abandoned by the rich second-generation guy. In anger, demanded an astronomical breakup fee, then went on to seduce the rich second-generation guy's father, becoming the rich second-generation guy's beautiful stepmother. In the karaoke club, Tanghua's beautiful voice floated through the venue. The men in the venue all cast enchanted gazes at her. Those young guys were especially mesmerized by Tanghua. On the second floor viewing area, a man was quietly appreciating while holding a wine glass. When Tanghua saw him, she was delighted. The original plot was working. Long Ziyue's father was indeed here. Suddenly Tanghua's singing stopped. She indicated her throat was feeling uncomfortable. She wouldn't continue singing. Long Rue on the upper floor was enjoying it thoroughly, but was disappointed by the abrupt end. At this moment, a woman approached him with a drink. "Mr. Long, if you like singing, I can sing for you." She handed the glass to Long Rue. Long Rue immediately spotted something wrong with the drink. With one hand, he crushed the glass to pieces and held the glass shards against the woman's neck, then hesitated. He withdrew. "You should thank the woman who was singing earlier, because I don't feel like seeing blood right now." The woman collapsed in fear. She regretted trying to drug him, offending this man before her. Her future was now ruined. In the VIP room of the karaoke club, Long Rue asked the manager about Tanghua who sang earlier. The manager was also seeing her for the first time. He offered to send people to look for her if Long Rue needed, but Long Rue said his people would find her. In the evening, Tanghua in her pajamas was brought to his home by Long Rue's men. Long Rue had only one reason for finding Tanghua. Her singing voice could make him feel relaxed. Perhaps Tanghua could be his sleeping pill. He said he could grant any condition Tanghua wanted, but if Tanghua wanted to be Mrs. Long, he would throw her into the sea to feed sharks. Tanghua hadn't expected Long Rue to be not just a CEO, but also a hidden dark boss. Tanghua sat beside Long Rue and grabbed his arm, said, "Shouldn't we discuss compensation first? Your men broke down my front door." So Tanghua began proposing compensation terms. She wanted to be a globally famous singer. and Long Rui must support her wholeheartedly. He also needed to be her solid backing. Long Rui grabbed Tongwa's neck and gently stroked it. As long as you can manage to stay in my home, I'll fulfill all your wishes. At this moment, Tongwa stared into Long Rui's eyes and asked, all requests are acceptable? At this time, Long Rui withdrew his hand. Except becoming Mrs. Long. Tongwa wrapped both arms around Long Rui's neck, whispered in his ear, sleeping with you doesn't count as becoming Mrs. Long, right? Long Rui, being flirted with, remained composed. He removed Tongwa's hands and stated his requirements. Whenever he wants to hear songs in the future, Tongwa must sing for him anytime, anywhere. Every night, he must also fall asleep to Tongwa's singing. Go to my room now and sing me to sleep. In the room, Tongwa watched Long Rui lying quietly on the bed and began singing a moving song. The tears of being cruelly abandoned by the rich second generation not only secured an astronomical breakup fee, but also conquered the rich second generation's father. Now Tongwa was having breakfast with Long Rui, the rich second generation's father. Long Rui threw a contract on the table. Sign your name. From today on, you'll be a singer at a top music company. Long Rui was satisfied with Tongwa's singing last night. He had a rare good sleep. At this time, young Long returned. When he saw Tongwa at his home, he was stunned, then noticed Tongwa was wearing pajamas. Could she have become his father's woman? Young Long had always been afraid of his father, because after adopting Long Guyue, he had gotten himself sterilized. Thinking about how cruel Long Rui was to himself, young Long felt chills down his spine. He believed he must have hurt Tongwa too deeply, causing her to give up and simply find any man. Long Rui looked at his son and asked, "You're back for money, right?" Young Long tremblingly said he needed 20 million. Long Rui directly threw him a check, then told Tongwa, "Rest at home. I'll be back early tonight. If needed, I'll send a car to pick you up." When young Long heard this, his heart exploded with shock. Tongwa really had become his father's woman, and one who was at his beck and call. After Long Rui left, Tongwa looked at the check in young Long's hand. "Shouldn't you give me the 20 million breakup fee you owe me?" Young Long obediently handed the check to Tongwa, saying his father wasn't a good person and would drive her out in a few days. But Tongwa ignored him. She took the check and walked upstairs. Young Long continued behind her. "If my dad doesn't want you anymore, come find me. If you want to be a singer, I can help you." Tongwa turned back and smiled. "No need. Your father is much more capable than you." Young Long mumbled, "Much more capable than me." At this moment, his phone rang. It was his first love, Lucy, calling. Tongwa instantly became angry. He was just showing concern for her. Now he's being lovey-dovey with his first love. Tongwa called out softly, "Ziyue, who's calling you? Do you have a little mistress outside?" Young Long instantly froze. The person on the other end of the phone hung up angrily. Young Long also left hurriedly. Tongwa stretched lazily. This feeling was too satisfying. The next day, due to Long Rui's arrangements, Tongwa directly entered the singer selection competition. Her beautiful face and glamorous outfit drew attention from those around. Young Long also came with his current girlfriend Lucy. Lucy walked up to Tongwa, coldly said, "Miss Tang, we still have 20 minutes. Let's talk privately." The supporting female character who was cruelly abandoned by the rich heir not only demanded an astronomical breakup fee, but also conquered the rich heir's father. And now the rich heir's first love Lucy had found her and wanted to talk with her. Tongwa pretended not to know who she was and said, "Sister, I don't think we've met before." Lucy's heart was almost shattered by being called sister. At this time, young Long rushed over and started accusing Tongwa. "Can't you talk nicely to Chi-Chi? I admit I hurt you. I always saw you as Chi-Chi's shadow. Without Chi-Chi, I wouldn't have paid any attention to you. Besides, I've compensated you. Please, in the future, don't ruin my relationship with Chi-Chi." Tongwa immediately retorted, "True gold fears no fire. If you're truly in love, you wouldn't fear me as a stumbling block." Lucy, holding young Long's arm, warned Tongwa that ruining others' relationships wouldn't end well. At this time, Tongwa stood up and told them, "I have no interest in young Long. I found a man who's 100 times better than him." Then, speaking like an elder to young Long, "Young people should get along well together and learn to compromise." After saying this, she walked towards the competition venue. Young Long was shocked. She really intended to become his stepmother. Lucy confidently told young Long, "She must be bitter about you and is just saying this deliberately." Seeing the competition was about to begin, they also followed into the venue. This was a singer selection competition, with 3 judges responsible for scoring to determine who would advance. At this time, Young Long's first love Lucy took the stage. She was to sing a beautiful Cantonese song. After she finished singing, the judges highly praised Lucy's singing, giving her high scores above 96. Lucy's score had a good chance of taking first place. One of the judges suddenly lowered his voice. Now only number 62 remains. This one was specially arranged to come with deep background. We must let her advance. Another judge expressed that he hated people who used connections. At this time, Tangwa came to the center of the stage. Her beauty and elegant temperament moved the audience in the venue. As Tangwa began singing, the audience instantly erupted. The three judges were immediately captivated by her voice, all saying this was truly a voice kissed by angels. After the song ended, the audience was still lingering in the afterglow of her voice. All three judges gave perfect scores. Even the other competing singers expressed that losing to such a voice was completely convincing. Lucy, hearing all this, was grinding her teeth in anger. She turned her head and found Young Long also staring at Tangwa in fascination. This made Lucy even more jealous. Young Long quickly comforted Lucy, saying it was Tangwa's first time singing on stage, and surprisingly she sang quite well. After hearing Young Long's words, Lucy pondered, "You mean she entered the competition directly? Could she be from some influential family? But I've never heard of her in socialite circles." Suddenly Lucy's eyes lit up. So she got in through connections. Then I'll add some heat to this pure angel's reputation. Oh my God, singer Tangwa actually has a sugar daddy. So being a youthful angel isn't so simple after all. Who would have thought someone who sings so beautifully would do such dirty things? Soon, news of Tangwa riding on her sugar daddy's coattails became a trending topic. The system flew out and said to Tangwa, "Host, so you were really waiting for the plot. This mission was completed too perfectly. You wanted attention and got slapped down by Lucy. This fits the ending of a supporting character." Tangwa looked at the system's avatar and called it an idiot. Then Tangwa took out her phone and started typing rapidly. At this time, Long Rue was reading Tangwa's message. "Mr. Cold, I've been exposed online. I'm currently exhausted physically and mentally. If you don't intervene in time, I'm afraid I won't survive." Long Rue only replied with 4 words, "Will handle immediately." He ordered his subordinates to handle the online rumors immediately. Then Xingyun Music Company issued a statement. "Tangwa is a talented singer newly discovered by our company, so the company will fully focus on cultivating her. We have confirmed that this was malicious hiring of internet trolls to defame Tangwa. We will pursue legal responsibility." The public opinion instantly reversed. Netizens expressed that those who hired trolls were truly despicable, and Tangwa's popularity continued to rise. At this time, Tangwa also posted, "My sugar daddy is really powerful. Just one word from him, and no one dares to curse me." Netizens were attracted by Tangwa's optimistic attitude. Then in the blink of an eye, Tangwa arrived at the sugar daddy's office. "What song would sugar daddy like to hear today?" Long Rue closed his eyes and said, "Whatever." Today Tangwa chose a light love song and sang softly. Long Rue instantly relaxed, his heart seemingly cleansed by the singing. When the song stopped, Long Rue slowly opened his eyes. At this time, Tangwa moved closer to him and said, "Sugar daddy handles things so cleanly and efficiently. I'm very satisfied. Besides listening to songs, do you need any special services?" Long Rue directly pushed Tangwa away and said, "Not needed." Tangwa wasn't angry at all. Instead, she sat on the desk again. On that pure face, a seductive smile appeared. She teasingly said to Long Rue, "Sugar daddy, your body is so great. Even with clothes on, it makes people imagine things." Seeing Long Rue's silence, Tangwa continued shamelessly. She touched Long Rue's chest with her finger. "I'm interested in your money and looks. Not interested in Mrs. Cold at all. To be blunt, I just want to sleep with you." After speaking, Tangwa walked towards the door, not forgetting to tell her husband that if he had any special thoughts, he could send someone to pick her up anytime. Sitting in the office, Long Rue sneered. "How ignorant. You even want to top me. No one can stay by my side for more than a month because any woman's charm will lose its effect on me after a month at most." Seeing Tangwa return to the car, the manager casually said something. Tangwa was stunned for a moment, then almost burst out laughing. Then Tangwa covered her forehead and said, The manager instantly thought, "Is Mr. Cold not good enough?" The woman abandoned by the rich second generation not only demanded an astronomical breakup fee, but also conquered the rich second generation's father. At this moment, she was leisurely drinking milk tea. The manager beside her reminded, You need to prepare well for the finals the day after tomorrow. Don't be careless. Lucy's strength is still very strong. But Manhwa just casually said, I won't lose. Especially not to that Lucy. The manager worriedly told her that the 2 new judges added to the finals have intricate connections with Xingyun Entertainment, and young Master Cold, who manages Xingyun Company, has already made arrangements with the judges to ensure Lucy's victory. But Manhwa continued eating her food carelessly, like a child without worries. At this time, Young Long brought Lucy to the milk tea shop. What a coincidence. Young Long, seeing the situation, grabbed Lucy's arm wanting to leave. The manager nervously watched Manhwa, afraid this troublemaker would cause problems again. Sure enough, Manhwa began her performance again. Lung Ziyue, you're really something. Bringing your current girlfriend to your ex's favorite milk tea shop. At this moment, the system paused time again and warned Manhwa not to destroy their relationship. Manhwa said, you don't understand. I'm deepening their relationship. Young Long immediately explained to Lucy. He just thought this milk tea shop tasted good, so he wanted to share it with Chi-Chi, and Lucy indicated she knew this was Manhwa's favorite place. Then the loving couple left the milk tea shop. Manhwa said to the system avatar, see, aren't they more in love now? The system avatar was confused, feeling something wasn't right. At night in Long Rue's mansion, Manhwa looked at the satisfied Long Rue, softly asking, my singing must be very pleasant, right? Long Rue didn't answer Manhwa's question. He had been falling asleep to Manhwa's singing every day, but after half a month, this woman's voice still had an effect on his sleep. She was really different from previous women. At this moment, Manhwa walked up to him with a smile, asking Long Rue with interest, want to do something else? I've had my eye on you for a while. Long Rue held her chin and asked, do you know how sharks eat people? Manhwa looked gently into Long Rue's eyes. Would you really bear to? Truth be told, Long Rue really couldn't bear to. All the previous women around him liked his money and status. They hypocritically claimed to like him as a person, but this Manhwa before him dared to say she liked his power and physique. Long Rue had already guessed Manhwa wanted something from him. This woman would always make requests after making him happy. Manhwa hugged Long Rue's arm, softly saying, Lung Ziyue found 2 judges for Lucy. They plan to sabotage me in the finals. If I lose the competition due to their schemes, I won't want to sing anymore. Then I probably won't be able to sing you to sleep anymore. Long Rue watched Manhwa's exaggerated performance and only said, I'll handle it. He also said next time just be direct with requests, because he had said during the contract period, he would fulfill all of Manhwa's requests. Suddenly he noticed Manhwa staring at him. Any request will be fulfilled? When you discover your ex-girlfriend is involved with your father, what would you do? At this moment, the rich second-generation Long Ziyue was facing this awkward situation. He said he had something to discuss with his father Long Rue, but his eyes unconsciously looked toward his ex-girlfriend. She was wearing a pink nightgown. Her flowing pink curls looked so charming. At this time, Long Rue blocked Manhwa behind him, telling young Long to go to the study with him, not forgetting to turn back and tell Tang to wait in the room. Manhwa got up and went behind Long Rue. She whispered in his ear, I only like you because you're more handsome than your son and richer. In the study, young Long nervously asked Long Rue when that woman would move out. It's been over half a month. Sensing Long Rue's displeased gaze, young Long quickly explained, I just wanted to remind you, such a gold digger would do anything for money. Today she's obedient in your arms, but tomorrow she might be in someone else's. Long Rue interrupted him, expressionlessly asking young Long what matter he had. Young Long then remembered his main purpose. He wanted Lucy to join Xingyun Company. Long Rue asked who Lucy was. Young Long said she was his girlfriend. Long Rue said for such a small matter, couldn't you arrange it yourself? Young Long indicated if Long Rue could help, Lucy would get more resources. But Long Rue impatiently said to young Long, what does your woman have to do with me? Then he extinguished his cigarette. You want to promote a woman and need me to step in? After speaking, he stood up to leave. Young Long followed behind. That woman living in the house? Long Rue suddenly turned back, looking at him with a cold expression, and young Long didn't dare to finish the second half of his sentence. Manhwa looked at the wide-awake Long Rue and said, this is already the 3rd song. When are you planning to sleep? And Long Rue was thinking to himself, when this woman leaves in the future, many men will be willing to support her. At this moment, Manhwa moved closer to Long Rue. Have you made up your mind? Want to do something besides singing? Long Rue finally spoke. Tomorrow is the finals. Hearing this, Tang sat back in her chair. She didn't know what Lung Rui wanted to say next. You've been living here for half a month. No woman stays here for more than a month. Tanghua, cupping her cheeks, asked Lung Rui, so what are you trying to say? Then Lung Rui took out a contract. This is Xingyun's new contract for you, and a standalone beach house. No woman could stay in his house for more than a month. Lung Rui wouldn't allow such special treatment. Even this unique Tanghua was no exception, especially since she kept challenging his bottom line. This man was a big fool, giving away a villa to a woman just like that, just because her singing voice helped him sleep well. Falling asleep to the singing, the cold Long had a dream. In the dream, Tanghua was hugging a sleazy man, telling Lung Rui this was her new patron. The sleazy man said he would make Tanghua the last star. Then Tanghua pointed to a group of people behind her. Those are all my pursuers. They can become my new patrons anytime. Suddenly Lung Rui woke up from his dream. He didn't know why he would have such a dream. He looked at Tang sleeping on the first floor. Fortunately, Tanghua hadn't. At this moment, Lung Rui suddenly realized the severity of the problem. He had become dependent on this woman. She had indeed affected him. He made up his mind. After tomorrow's finals, he would make her move out. Today was the finals of the singer selection competition. Before the competition, there was an interview with Tanghua and Lucy. Seeing Young Long and Lucy arriving late, Tanghua politely greeted them both. Then Lucy took the offensive first. She immediately asked Tanghua, "Miss Tang, which place are you aiming for today?" She declared her goal was first place. Facing her provocation, Tanghua showed no concern about first place. "You better forget about it. If it weren't for me, your dream might come true. But don't be too disappointed. Although you're 2 years older than me, you're still young. You might have a chance if you try harder in the future." Lucy was visibly grinding her teeth in anger and warned Tanghua not to be so cocky. The interviewing reporter immediately became interested. "Are you two at odds because of this competition?" The reporter wanted to dig up some juicy details before the competition. That would surely boost the ratings. To maintain her perfect image, Lucy quickly stated she had no personal grudge against Tanghua. In fact, she quite liked Tanghua. Tanghua, standing aside, also maintained a calm face and agreed with Lucy. But the reporter was right about one thing. The reporter asked confusedly which point that was. "That I can't stand her." Lucy's face immediately turned awkward and speechless. The host broke into a cold sweat and asked, "Aren't you afraid of losing fans by saying that? Or do you simply not care about your fans?" This was clearly a very pointed question. At this moment, Lucy thought to herself, "You've really shot yourself in the foot." Tanghua smiled slightly. "My fans should prefer the real me anyway. If I falsely claimed to like Lucy, and one day my fans found out, wouldn't that make me a hypocrite? But I'm surprised Lucy seems to like me so much. I'm quite flattered." Lucy was now completely flustered. She had just said she liked Tanghua, but if people later discovered she actually disliked her, wouldn't that make her a hypocrite? The reporter curiously asked Lucy, "How are you feeling right now?" "I'm an idiot. Right now my ex and current are fighting, and I plan to stay completely silent during the interview." The reporter curiously asked Lucy, "Tanghua said she doesn't like you. How do you feel about that?" Lucy, nearly driven mad by Tanghua, suppressed her anger and said, "She's so straightforward. I like her even more now." At this point, the competition officially began. Lucy took the opportunity to leave. As the competition heated up in the restroom, Lucy performed an English fast song, successfully achieving the highest score so far. Returning to the restroom, Lucy swayed and said, "Good luck, Miss Tang." Tanghua confidently stood up and walked toward the stage. She was wearing a black short dress today, and she was going to sing Fallen World. As her voice rang out, Tanghua appeared like an angel who had fallen to earth, telling her sad story. Everyone present was moved. As the song reached its emotional peak, Tanghua even shed tears of sorrow. Many listeners in the venue were also moved to tears by her voice. Even Xiaolong, watching through television, was moved. It must have been his fault. He had made Tanghua so sad and hurt. Lucy noticed something was wrong with Xiaolong. She asked Xiaolong what was wrong. Xiaolong wiped tears from his eyes. "I just feel guilty. Maybe I shouldn't have gotten involved with her in the first place." Seeing Xiaolong crying for Tanghua, Lucy immediately sensed a crisis. She couldn't let Tanghua steal Xiaolong away from her. She claimed to feel unwell and took Xiaolong away. On stage, a beam of light suddenly shone on Tanghua. Then the black feathers on Tanghua began to scatter, revealing pure white clothing underneath. The singing also began to transform. as if Tangwa had turned the previous hell instantly into heaven, and she herself was an angel fallen into the world. When Tangwa finished her song, the venue fell completely silent. Tangwa picked up the microphone and softly asked, "Everyone, are you planning to sleep here?" Only then did the audience and judges come back to their senses, erupting in thunderous applause and cheers. The judges all gave perfect scores of 100. A judge in the audience thought to himself how fortunate it was to side with Team Lung. How could Xiao Lung's resources possibly compare to his father's? At this time, the audience asked Tang, "Why aren't you excited at all?" Tangwa gently played with her pink long hair. "Because I knew I would get first place, so I've already been excited in advance. If your ex and current partner were fighting, what would you do?" At this moment, the rich second-generation Xiao Lao was facing this awkward situation. His current girlfriend Lucy questioned him with a wronged expression. "Didn't you say you had already bribed the judges? Then why did she get first place?" Xiao Long broke into a cold sweat. He was in a difficult position. Tangwa was now under Long Rue's protection. Those judges must have been instructed by Long Rue. He couldn't possibly tell Lucy about this. Xiao Long could only comfort Lucy, promising to arrange more opportunities for her in the future. Lucy clutched Xiao Lung's arm. "Will she let me go? She just wants to steal you away from me." Hearing these words, Xiao Lung felt somewhat expectant. Was that really what Tangwa wanted? Lucy went to find Tangwa alone. She pointed at Tangwa, who was holding the trophy. "First place won through such means won't last long. People will see your true face someday. Your patron won't support you forever. And don't even dream about stealing Lung Shuiyu from me." Watching Lucy's departing figure, Tangwa asked her system sidekick, "Don't you think the female lead Lucy's character setting has gone crazy?" The system's avatar looked helpless. "It's because you provoked her." Host, I know in previous events, the supporting female roles you took all ended tragically. This has severely damaged your mental and physical well-being. But you need to take it easy. If things get too big, you might be eliminated by the system. Tangwa insisted she was innocent, saying the male and female leads were the ones causing trouble. The system avatar looked devastated. "That's because you took their first place. Now the female lead's personality is starting to break down." Tangwa looked proud. "I earned first place with my own abilities. Besides, this time I want to be true to myself." Just as Tangwa returned to the mansion, she saw her packed luggage. The butler said Tangwa couldn't stay here anymore. This was all arranged by Long Rue. The driver was waiting outside to take Tangwa where she belonged. The system avatar cheerfully said, "Host, this is your supporting role's destiny. I told you not to provoke the patron from the start. Now you've been kicked out." Tangwa looked at the system avatar and called it stupid, then confidently stated, "Long Rue definitely won't let me go." The system avatar immediately countered, "Have some shame." Of all those who moved into his house, none lasted more than a month before being kicked out, and you didn't even make it to 1 month. At this moment, Tangwa called her manager. The system panicked. "Ancestor, what are you doing now?" Tangwa instructed her manager to upload several songs she had recorded to her account. Once the videos were uploaded, in just a few days, Tangwa gained nearly 10 million fans. The manager excitedly called Tangwa, "Boss, you've really made it big this time." But Tangwa remained calm. "I need an invitation to a high-class banquet. The only requirement is that Lung Dun must be there. A sophisticated hunter often appears in the guise of prey. Sister Yu, I need an invitation to a high-class banquet. The only requirement is that Lung Rue must be there." The next day at a top-tier banquet, Tangwa arrived as a special guest and was invited to sing a song for everyone. When Long Rue, who was in the audience, heard Tangwa's name, his heart trembled. Tangwa, wearing an evening gown, slowly walked onto the stage. As her beautiful voice floated through the venue, even those who were chatting stopped to listen. After the song ended, the banquet manager approached Tangwa. He held onto Tangwa's hand, reluctant to let go, eagerly praising Miss Tang's moving voice and hoping she would grace their next banquet. Long Rue stood at a distance with his wine glass, coldly watching everything. This caused more men to gather around, all praising Tangwa, taking the opportunity to try to befriend her. Long Rue couldn't help but recall that dream. In the dream, Tangwa had found a new patron, and now, the scene from his dream seemed to become reality. He finished his wine in one gulp, put down the glass, and resolutely left. The driver was waiting downstairs. A balding old man saw him and hurriedly gave a flattering greeting. Long Rue responded emotionlessly and prepared to leave. At this moment, the balding old man asked the banquet manager, "Where's that beautiful girl? I was already captivated by her on TV." The manager quickly replied, "Presidently, don't worry. Tangwa won't be leaving tonight. Whatever you want to do, that's easy enough." The balding man had an evil expression. "Tonight, I'll make her sing Fallen World for me. I wonder how it feels. Let her fall into my world." Long Rue, hearing all this in the car, had a grave expression. The driver then drove towards Long Rue's mansion. On the way, the driver saw Long Rue's gloomy face, seemingly waiting for his orders. At this moment, Long Rue opened his eyes. He ordered the driver to go back, and spoke quickly, because in Long Rue's mind, images of Tangwa in danger had already appeared. He realized that this woman had gradually taken control of his emotions. The driver understood the situation. He urgently increased the speed to maximum. 2 minutes later, Long Rue arrived at the banquet with his subordinates. They led him to the room where Tangbo was. The door was tightly closed. At that moment, in Long Rue's mind, the ugly face of that balding old man appeared. Along with Tangwa's heartbreaking cries for help, Long Rue ordered his men not to follow. He kicked the door open with one strike and walked in with a cold expression. "If your woman was tricked into this room by a sleazy old man, what would you do?" At this moment, Long Rue looked at the locked door. He ordered his subordinates not to follow him in. Then he kicked the door open with one swift move. Long Rue walked in with a grim expression. However, the scene inside was completely different from what he had imagined. The sleazy man was tied to the bed, and Tangwa was elegantly sitting aside, holding a glass of red wine. Upon seeing Long Rue, Tangwa said disapprovingly, "You came here. Did you come to watch the show?" Then her delicate hand offered a glass of red wine, asked Long Rue if he wanted a drink too. Long Rue took the glass that still carried her fragrance. Without any hesitation, he drank it all at once. Long Rue said in an undeniable tone, "I will continue to support you, make you famous worldwide." Tangwa looked confident. "I heard Chairman Lung never takes back what he's thrown away. No one who's left the mansion has ever returned." Long Rue leaned forward, holding her chin. "You're not something to throw away, you're poison." Tangwa teased, "Aren't you afraid I'll poison you?" Then her finger traced his chest. "Your throwing me away made me very angry. I don't want to go back with you now. What should we do?" Long Rue said threateningly, "Do you want to be thrown into the sea to feed sharks? Isn't this what you've been scheming for all night?" Long Rue knew it was this woman's plot, but he willingly fell for it. He knew he was becoming increasingly unusual. Tangwa openly admitted, "I did it on purpose, and you've abandoned me before. I'll keep that in mind. When I have time, I'll repay you, let you feel what it's like to be abandoned." Then Tangwa asked expectantly, "Chairman Long, why did you come back for me? Were you worried something dangerous might happen? Or have you fallen for me?" Long Rue told Tangwa to stop talking nonsense, then took her away. Before leaving, Long Rue instructed his subordinates to deal with the sleazy man inside. In Long Rue's mansion, Tangwa was eating snacks and watching a variety show. Unusually, Long Rue was keeping her company. He looked at Tangwa beside him, wondering what this woman was really thinking. Tangwa suddenly looked at him and said seriously, "I want to participate in this variety show. As a guest judge, I want to evaluate and score them." At this moment, Long Rue noticed that in this variety show, there was a contestant named Lu Chi. Tangwa brought a snack to his lips, asking lovingly, "Won't you agree?" Long Rue suddenly grabbed Tangwa's hand and slowly put the snack in his mouth, then released her hand and said, "I agree." The girl who was heartlessly abandoned by the rich second generation not only demanded an expensive breakup fee, but also won over the rich second generation's father. Now she's become a judge on the variety show, making the rich second generation's current girlfriend completely lose her composure. A woman who was ruthlessly abandoned by her boyfriend turned around and became her judge, originally planning to rely on this chance to turn things around. But seeing Tangwa made her too nervous, causing her performance to falter. The system avatar appeared to warn, "You and Tangwa, how dare you overshadow the female lead's light?" Tangwa looked innocent. "You idiot, you're being unreasonable. I haven't targeted her since I came here. It's her own poor performance. What does it have to do with me?" The system avatar helplessly admitted it couldn't argue with her. At this time, the show's director found Tang. His name was Chun Yuesheng, young but already a big figure in the entertainment industry. There was a guest segment, and he hoped Tanghwa could appear. Tanghwa said she would follow the director's arrangements regarding singing. Chun Yuesheng knew Tanghwa and Long Rue must have some relationship. Otherwise, Long Rue wouldn't ask him to take care of Tanghwa. He praised Tanghwa's beautiful songs, said she could come to him if she had any difficulties in the future. Tanghwa said she wanted to release an album but lacked professional help, so she gave her recorded songs to Chun Yuesheng to listen, hoping he could give her some advice. Listening to Tanghwa's songs, Chun Yuesheng was instantly attracted by her beautiful voice. Tanghwa, you're a complete genius. Chun Yuesheng invited Tanghwa to collaborate on an album. Lu Qi watched all this, secretly taking a photo with her phone, silently vowing she would destroy it all. The next day, Long Rue received Chun Yuesheng's call at the villa. His words were full of praise for Tanghwa. He also thanked Long Rue for recommending Tanghwa. After hanging up, Long Rue stared at Tanghwa beside him. Noticing Long Rue's gaze, Tanghwa curiously asked, "Why are you staring at me? Did you suddenly become interested in me?" Long Rue held Tanghwa's chin. "I just recommended you to Chun Yuesheng yesterday, and today he wants to collaborate with you." He gripped her chin tighter. "How did you know I was close to Chun Yuesheng?" He found this woman increasingly hard to understand. Tanghwa pushed away Long Rue's hand. "You really don't know how to cherish a beauty. Having a gorgeous woman, you don't think about doing something meaningful. Instead, you think about throwing me to sharks every day." The system avatar appeared again. "Host, you're too bad." Chun Yuesheng was secretly in love with the female lead Lu Qi. "Why did you attract his attention?" Tanghwa asked the system. "Do you really want to know?" The system avatar said to share any difficulties. "We'll solve them together. There's no hurdle we can't overcome. After all, we've been through so many events together." Tanghwa expressed her true thoughts. She wanted to know why she was here, and why she had to complete one supporting role task after another, who she was before, and what was the system's purpose. Famous domestic singers' intimate photos with industry bigwig leaked. At this time, countless netizens' abuse spread across the internet. Tanghwa looked at the people in the photo. It was herself and Chun Yuesheng. After spending 2 months recording the album, just one day before its release, such rumors suddenly appeared. The system avatar consoled Tanghwa. "Supporting characters have always been like this. Try to take it easy." At this moment, Chun Yuesheng called. He apologized for the scandal. The online photos were clearly intentional. To prevent impact on Tanghwa's album, he suggested they pretend to date temporarily, announcing an amicable breakup after 6 months when the heat dies down. The system avatar strongly opposed this suggestion. Chun Yuesheng is a main supporting male character. He's supposed to serve Lu Qi in the future, but Tanghwa directly agreed to Chun Yuesheng's proposal. The system avatar collapsed. "You'll accelerate this world's collapse this way." Half an hour later, Chun Yuesheng posted an update, declaring that he and Tanghwa were in love and had been together for 3 months. Everyone knew his capabilities, and he hoped for everyone's blessings. The online opinion instantly reversed. Fans also expressed their blessings. To avoid mistakes, Chun Yuesheng suggested taking some intimate photos together, so they arranged to have dinner together that evening. The system avatar exclaimed, "Host, you're a supporting character. He's a male supporting lead. You can't be together." Tanghwa retorted, "Supporting characters are meant for each other. Nothing wrong with that," then happily left with her bag. When Long Yu returned home after a busy day, planning to enjoy Tanghwa's singing, the servant informed him Miss Tang went out on a date. He called Tanghwa, trying to control himself while telling her to come back early, but only received a perfunctory response. Chun Yuesheng was curious who called. Tanghwa said it was Long Rue, asking her to return early. Before Chun Yuesheng could ask further, Tanghwa directly revealed that Long Rue was her patron. Though Chun Yuesheng had suspected this, he was still slightly surprised. "Brother Chun, are you disappointed? I'm not the pure angel you all think." Chun Yuesheng said he wasn't disappointed, but thought to himself, a woman without support or family couldn't have come this far without backing. Feeling sympathy for her, "Gwrr, if one day you don't want to stay with Long Wei anymore, you can come to me." Tanghwa looked at Chun Yuesheng seriously. "Brother Chun wants to be my patron too?" Chun Yuesheng quickly denied, saying he just wanted to help her. Tanghwa excitedly said, "Then thank you, Brother Chun." After dinner, they took a very intimate photo to post online for Chun Yueshing's sake. He insisted on sending Tanghua home. When she gave Long Rue's address, Chun Yueshing felt a hint of sadness. Meanwhile, at the Long mansion, Long Rue sat in the hall with a gloomy face. It's already midnight. When will that woman return? What would you do if your woman was brought home late at night by another man? At this moment, Tanghua was getting out of Chun Yueshing's car. As if sensing Long Rue's cold gaze from upstairs, Tanghua slightly raised her head and showed a smile. As soon as she walked through the villa's door, Tanghua felt a chill. She smiled and said to Long Rue, "Dear patron, you seem to be in a bad mood today." Long Rue didn't respond to this. He coldly said, "So you've set your sights on Chun Yueshing? Quite ambitious, aren't you?" Tanghua hugged Long Rue's arm. "Are you jealous? Have you realized you have feelings for me?" Long Rue unhesitatingly shook off Tanghua's hand. "Even if your songs are lonely, I cannot tolerate a fickle woman by my side." After saying this, he ordered the butler to pack up Tanghua's things immediately. "Send her where she belongs." Long Rue looked at Tang with a gloomy expression. "Since Chun Yueshing is interested in you, I'll spare you today." Tanghua remained composed. "You're not supporting me anymore? Throwing me out again?" Long Rue lit a cigarette and slowly said, "Should I send you to your own place, or to Chun Yueshing's?" Tanghua suddenly turned cold and said to Long Rue, "Remember this. This is the second time you've thrown me out. I will have my revenge sooner or later. What I hate most is being thrown away by others." At this moment, the system avatar appeared. He felt his speed. Tanghua was now in great danger. But Tanghua's hatred of being thrown away had a reason. In the previous worlds Tanghua experienced, as a supporting character, she completed tasks according to the system's requirements. But the final outcomes were always infuriating. At her most desperate moments, Tanghua would always meet someone who saved her. She was grateful to those who saved her. But after giving her true heart, what she got in return was betrayal and abandonment. Are supporting characters destined to never have happy endings? The system avatar tried hard to comfort Tanghua. "Host, please don't become radical because of this." Pulling her suitcase out of the longhouse, Tanghua was very calm. "You really care about me, idiot?" The system avatar said sincerely. "After all, we've relied on each other for so many years." Tanghua spread her hands. "You're probably just afraid I'll crash this world and trying to deceive me. You figured it out. Host, you're getting smarter." Tanghua picked up the system avatar with 2 fingers, saying fiercely, "I can see through anyone who lies to me. With your intelligence, don't embarrass yourself in front of me." The system avatar persisted, urging Tanghua to stop causing trouble. But Tanghua was determined. "That won't do. I haven't gotten my revenge yet." This woman had been thrown out twice within a month. Her manager was speechless. "My goodness, how did you get thrown out again?" "Never mind. It's good timing for you to pretend to be in love with Chun Yueshing. Not living in Long's villa might be for the best." Tanghua handed Sister Yu a recording box. "These are the songs I've recorded. Without me there, Mr. Long surely won't sleep well. Please hand this to him personally." Sister Yu looked surprised. "You haven't fallen in love with Mr. Long, have you?" Tanghua didn't answer Sister Yu's question, but insisted she must deliver it personally and tell him that Tanghua specifically requested Sister Yu to deliver it. At this moment, the system avatar was startled by Tanghua's behavior. "Host, you haven't really fallen for Long Yu, have you?" Tanghua didn't want to explain. "What would your low IQ understand? He treats me like worthless grass, while I treasure him like a jewel. How's that?" The system avatar broke into a cold sweat. "It's over. Host has gone mad." Several days later, Tanghua sat in Chun Yueshing's car. Their album sales were excellent, basically exceeding supply. Many fans who couldn't buy the albums were leaving messages, requesting more releases. Chun Yueshing happily said it shouldn't take more than half a year. "We can end our relationship then." As he said this, a flash of sadness crossed his mind, as he suddenly felt reluctant to end it. But Tanghua belonged to Long Lei, and he was Long Lei's longtime friend. Tanghua reminded Chun Yueshing he took a wrong turn, saying she had moved out of Long's house. Chun Yueshing suddenly slammed on the brakes. When he learned that Tanghua and Long Yu's relationship had ended, Chun Yueshing secretly rejoiced. He knew how cold-hearted Long Yu was, because in Long Yu's eyes, all women were dangerous. He consoled her emotionally. "He's not right for you. You deserve better." Facing Chun Yueshing's advances, Tanghua just smiled faintly. She silently questioned in her heart, "Will you still cherish it after getting it?" In the villa Long Rue gave to Tanghua, the system avatar suddenly appeared. He seemed to have realized something and anxiously questioned, "You're saying all this is revenge against Long Rue? You're taking revenge on the male lead, female lead, Chen Yuesheng, and Long Rue, am I right? When you know your life already has a fixed script, would you choose to try to change it or follow the script? As your supporting role, from the moment of becoming Tanghua, you already knew the final ending, because in the past few events, the same drama kept repeating itself. The rich second-generation Long Zile who actively pursued Tanghua only saw her as a substitute for the female lead, ultimately abandoning her without hesitation. Chen Yuesheng, who had no connection with her, just because she liked the female lead Lu Qi, chose to cruelly blacklist Tanghua. And Long Rue would choose to give her hope to live when Tanghua was most vulnerable, bringing her home. But before long, Long Rue would abandon her again, because Tanghua was his son's ex-girlfriend. Long Ziyue would tell Long Rue that Tanghua was the vicious one who framed his girlfriend. Finally, the heartless Long Rue would drive her out. The desperate Tanghua would be treated as a plaything by people arranged by Lu Qi, and compromising photos would be taken. Finally, the desperate Tanghua chose to commit suicide by jumping off a building, ending her painful life. When the supporting character entered Tanghua's body, she felt Tanghua's emotions. Among all those who hurt her, Tanghua hated not her ex-boyfriend who left her, nor the female lead Lu Qi who harmed her, but Long Dun, who abandoned her hope again when she was most desperate, pushing her into despair. Now the supporting character doesn't want Tanghua's tragedy to play out. She wants to change everything and take revenge for Tanghua. Learning of her plan, the system avatar was terrified. "Host, please put down the knife. Chen Yuesheng has helped you so much now, and Long Rue hasn't hurt you. Even if you're determined to take revenge, you could at least go easy on them." Seeing the system avatar's pitiful look, Tanghua agreed to his request. Sister Yu was too busy with work. It wasn't until half a year later that she remembered to deliver Tanghua's songs to Long Rue. Learning they were lullabies recorded by Tanghua, Long Rue's eyes showed complex emotions. During these 6 months without Tanghua's singing, his sleep hadn't been very good. When buried memories were reopened, past happiness instantly flooded his mind. When Long Rue learned from his agent that Tanghua was almost poisoned yesterday, Long Rue's face showed unusual fear. After Sister Yu left, Long Rue pressed the play button. After meeting Tanghua, he never found a better voice than hers. Long Rue called his subordinate, asking him to investigate everything about Tanghua in the past 6 months. Then he called Chen Yuesheng. "The 6 months are up. You should announce your breakup with Tanghua. This domineering CEO is an idiot. Twice he drove the woman out of his house. Now he shamelessly comes before her with flowers. If it were you, would you forgive him?" Just now, Chen Yuesheng and Long Rue agreed that if Tanghua would really return with Long Rue, then Chen Yuesheng would immediately break up with Tanghua. The premise was that Long Rue couldn't force Tanghua to make a choice. Seeing Long Rue holding flowers, Tanghua felt a chill in her heart. Before, this man always had a mysterious aura. But now Tanghua felt that beneath his smile lay a bloodthirsty excitement. Ignoring Chen Yuesheng's extreme rationality beside them, Long Rue caressed Tanghua's chin. "Regret it now? Stay by my side forever." Tanghua looked at him and asked seriously, "You've thrown me out twice already. Will you throw me out a third time?" Long Rue maintained his smile. "Be good and I won't throw you out. Otherwise, I'll have to turn you into a corpse." Long Rue promised to give Tanghua the position of Mrs. Long, but Tanghua told Long Rue frankly that she preferred being a gilded bird. Chen Yuesheng watched their departing figures, his heart in immense pain. He dared not offend Long Rue, as it would bring disaster to the Chen family. He knew well how ruthless Long Rue's methods were. Young Master Long Yu, born into the wealthy Long family, could have lived a carefree life. But when he was 1 year old, his mother chose to elope with her lover. His father, in search of his mother, left him alone in the Long family mansion. Even his grandfather, who once loved him, began to ignore him more and more. Even the puppy he raised was taken away by his cousins, and eventually even that dog dared to bully young Long Yu. Growing up in such an environment, Long Yu's heart became filled with coldness and hatred. After surviving through bloody storms, he finally became the Long family heir. Those who betrayed him all met miserable ends. The powerless Long family elder was thrown into a corner of the mansion, with with orders for everyone to ignore him. Later, Long Rue's parents returned home, his mother even bringing her lover. For the sake of fighting over Long Rue's inheritance, they even hired assassins to kill Long Rue. After failing, they knelt before him, using all sorts of despicable means. Long Rue became ruthless after that. He threw his mother's lover into the sea and imprisoned his parents. Those who opposed him disappeared without a trace. The system avatar kindly advised Tanghua, "Host, since you've gotten involved with him, just live well with him. Don't ever betray him. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe." Hearing Long Rue's story, Tanghua felt a touch of pity. "Don't worry, I'll treat him well." This ruthless woman actually tampered with the concert lights, trying to crush Tanghua to death. No one expected Tanghua to become this famous after just 1 year in the industry. So Qinyuesheng and Long Rue, the two powerful figures, joined forces to organize an unprecedented grand concert for Tanghua. Over the past few months, Tanghua and Long Rue had been living a happy domestic life together. Tanghua would personally cook various delicious dishes for Long Rue, accompany Long Rue to buy suits at the mall, and drag him to amusement parks. With Tanghua's companionship, Long Rue gradually shed his inner coldness, his eyes filled with warmth when looking at Tanghua. Below the stage, Long Ziyue was bewildered. Had his father gone mad? He had mobilized everything possible, sending all company employees to attend. Lu Qi, a singer under Xingyun Company, was also forced to attend. Long Ziyue comforted the cold-faced Lu Qi. "If you didn't want to come, you didn't have to." Speaking, he held the slightly trembling Lu Qi in his arms. Long Ziyue watched Tanghua on stage, finding himself increasingly infatuated with her. At this moment, he ignored the cold smile of the woman in his arms. Halfway through the concert, a huge stage light suddenly fell from above, and directly above the performing Tanghua. When Long Rue in the audience noticed this situation, he leaped up and rushed onto the stage, embraced Tanghua and rolled to the side, firmly protecting her under his body. In that moment, Tanghua was truly moved by Long Rue's actions. But it was only for a moment, because in her past experiences, she had felt this kind of emotion countless times, and without exception, they all turned out to be illusions. Now Tanghua might be attracted to a man, but she would never give her true heart again. At this time, the fans below the stage turned from shock to curiosity. They asked Tanghua, "Who is that man who just risked his life to save you?" Tanghua picked up the microphone. The audience below was waiting expectantly, and Long Rue beside her was even more eager for her answer. "He is someone very important to me." At this moment, Long Rue walked over. He grabbed the microphone, then possessively held Tanghua in his arms. "From now on, you can call her Mrs. Long." The system avatar appeared in Tanghua's mind. "Host, enjoy your time well. Although you've changed Tanghua's fate, but you can't change her lifespan. You don't have much time left." Tanghua softly said, "I know. I will die without regrets. I'm such an idiot. I heartlessly abandoned my girlfriend, only to realize she was the one I loved most. But now my ex-girlfriend has become my father's woman." Long Rue, holding the beautiful Tanghua, said, "She will be your mother from now on." Hearing this devastating news, Xiao Lang was thunderstruck. "She's going to be my mother?" Long Rue coldly stared at his adopted son. "Xiao Lang, you seem to have an opinion?" Strong jealousy rushed to Xiao Lang's head. Disagreeing? Long Rue extinguished his cigarette and said, "Your temper has grown quite a bit," but objection denied. Then Tanghua smiled and said, "If Xiao Long doesn't like calling me mother, then calling me Enthronement is fine too." At this point, the provoked Xiao Long completely lost his rationality. Since he couldn't have her, he would seek revenge. "Tanghua was once my girlfriend. You didn't know that? You're such a clean freak. Would you want a woman your son has been with?" Tanghua calmly hugged Long Rue beside her. "Are you going to throw me away for the third time?" Long Rue looked at Tanghua with a grave expression. If it were any other woman, he would destroy her without hesitation. But this person was Tanghua. He grabbed her hand as it was about to let go. "I won't throw you away, but you're not allowed to meet with Long Ziyue alone anymore." Then he looked coldly at Wendy. "I heard you already have a girlfriend. I've had someone check. Tomorrow is an auspicious day. You'll get married tomorrow?" Long Rue stroked Tanghua in his arms. "I said she's your mother, so she can only be your mother." Severely beaten down, Xiao Long sat on the ground. He knew everything was completely over for him. Back at the mansion, Long Yu pushed Tanghua into the bathroom. "Come out after you're clean." He even locked the bathroom door. At this moment, the system avatar appeared. It told Tanghua a secret. Lung Ziyue wasn't actually an orphan. He was Long Yu's mother and he was the illegitimate child of Long Yu's lover. After Long Yu's mother died, Long Rui sent him to an orphanage. There, Long Ziyue suffered all kinds of abuse. Finally, Long Rui stepped in to adopt him. Long Ziyue always believed he was Long Rui's heir, but Long Rui had already written his will. After his death, all the money would be donated, leaving Long Ziyue with nothing. Many years after Tongwa's death, Long Ziyue discovered his true identity. Eventually, he and Lu Qi poisoned Long Rui to death, successfully inheriting Long Rui's estate. Hearing this, Tangwa laughed. I thought Long Rui was a big boss. Turns out he's just a cannon fodder too. Tangwa soaked for a full hour before Long Rui opened the bathroom door. Back in the bedroom, Tangwa instinctively handed the hairdryer to Long Rui. But Long Rui sat on the bed, completely ignoring Tangwa. Tangwa withdrew her hand with a bitter smile. She knew Long Rui would never dry her hair again. After drying her hair, Tangwa sat in the chair. What song would you like to hear today? Think carefully. These days won't last long. He was the most tragic, domineering CEO in history because he discovered that the woman he deeply loved was his adopted son's ex-girlfriend. With his severe misophobia, he struggled every day, whether to keep this woman or kill her, clean her, and preserve her. He was constantly suppressing his instincts. Even looking at Tangwa for a few extra seconds would trigger an uncontrollable murderous intent in his heart. When Long Rui saw the photos Chen Yuesheng sent him, he finally realized how thin Tongwa's body had become. His avoidance wasn't from indifference. He was worried about Tongwa's health. Long Rui personally took Tangwa to the hospital for examination. He immediately arranged a nutritionist for Tangwa, but Tongwa's body continued to waste away. On a rare day off, Tangwa asked Long Rui to accompany her to the mall. She enthusiastically picked dozens of outfits for Long Rui. Long Rui didn't understand. Why buy so many clothes for him? Tangwa said the opportunity was rare, so she wanted to buy more. After all, such chances wouldn't come often. Long Rui had words on the tip of his tongue, but didn't ask. Why did she keep saying such strange things lately? Using Long Rui's upcoming birthday as an excuse, Tangwa picked out a watch for him. When she wanted to put it on him, she instinctively withdrew her hand. Long Rui knew she didn't want to touch him. This cautious Tangwa made his heart ache a little. Soon after, Tangwa began her world tour. She wanted her voice to reach every corner of the world. In her spare time, she wrote the original host story into a novel. She had already decided on the title. What if this was another ending? On Long Ziyue's wedding day, Long Rui sent a video call to Tangwa, who was abroad. Tangwa asked Long Rui if he still cared about that matter. Long Rui looked at Tangwa in the video and firmly stated, "From now on, Long Ziyue can only be your son. He will call you mother." Thinking about Lu Qi becoming her daughter-in-law, Tangwa's face lit up with a smile. "Tell them to wait for my return. I want to receive tea from my son and daughter-in-law." Long Rui readily agreed. "I'll have them prepare everything." Tangwa told Long Rui she had written a book. Long Rui showed sincere interest. He offered to help publish Tangwa's book. Tangwa instructed her manager to bring out the prepared gifts. These were all personally selected by her for Long Rui. Suddenly, Tangwa accidentally touched one of the gifts. She immediately asked her manager to buy another one, exactly the same, then assured Long Rui that she hadn't touched any of these gifts. Long Rui stroked Tangwa's face on the video screen. For some reason, he suddenly felt an urge to hold Tangwa tight. Tangwa held 5 grand concerts abroad. Her name finally became known worldwide, but she suddenly decided to return home. Tangwa announced she would hold her final concert in China on her birthday. After the concert, she would permanently retire from the music industry. Look how romantic this man is. He brought the woman to the marriage registration office. If she wouldn't register with him, he planned to let her die in his arms. At this moment, Long Rui felt incredibly proud. He thought himself quite romantic. Though Tangwa was confused when brought here, she still gladly accepted Long Rui's grand gesture. After registering, Long Rui immediately called Yang Zi and Long Ziyue. Following Long Yu's instructions, Long Ziyue brought Lu Qi back to the Long mansion. Long Rui seriously told Long Yu, "I've married Tangwa. From now on, she's your mother." Then he asked them to serve tea to their new mother. Lu Qi looked at Long Ziyue, hoping he could think of something. But what could Long Ziyue do? If he didn't obey Long Rui, he would lose everything. Reluctantly, they picked up the teacups and served tea to Tangwa. Tangwa praised them for being well-behaved and gave them red envelopes. Watching them leave, Tangwa smirked. Lung Rue looked at Tanghua adoringly. If you like, I'll have them serve you every day. Lung Rue handed Tanghua a wedding dress catalog, asking her to choose one she liked. Tanghua smiled at Lung Rue. On our wedding day, you'll need to hold me and kiss me. Can you do that? Lung Rue instantly stiffened. Maybe after some time, I'll be able to do it. Suddenly, Tanghua began coughing violently. Lung Rue quickly extinguished his cigarette and took Tanghua outside for fresh air. But he didn't notice the tissue Tanghua discarded had a tinge of blood on it. September 9th, Tanghua's grand farewell concert was held as scheduled. When Tanghua sang the last song, she suddenly turned pale. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Her consciousness began to blur gradually. Like the tragic original host, Tanghua came to his side from the air. He gently caressed Tanghua's face and whispered, "Thank you," in her ear. Tanghua persisted in finishing the last song, then slowly collapsed. Lung Rue rushed to Tanghua's side and held her tight. Seeing blood continuously flowing from Tanghua's mouth, Lung Rue completely panicked. He carried Tanghua and rushed to the hospital. Outside the operating room, the doctors said they did their best. Cancer cells had spread throughout Tanghua's body. Lung Rue stood frozen. He shouted at the doctor desperately, "I brought Tanghua for a checkup just 3 days ago." But the reality was right before his eyes. Even with all his money and power, he couldn't change anything. He held Tanghua's body in the empty hospital corridor, helpless like a child. Lung Rue placed Tanghua in the crystal coffin, then lay down inside himself. When Tanghua was alive, Lung Rue wouldn't touch her at all. But after her death, he held Tanghua tightly in his arms. Lung Rue caressed Tanghua's face, his heart full of regret. When she was alive, why couldn't he have treated her better? "This time I won't leave you again." Lung Rue held Tanghua like this until he died. Once he had a beautiful wife before him, but he didn't cherish her. When she died, it was too late for regrets. He chose to follow her to the afterlife, hoping they could continue their fate in the next life. In the next life, she became his fiancée as wished, but he adamantly refused, insisting on breaking off the engagement. Tanghua, who had just transmigrated to this world, encountered a life-threatening situation. A fierce beast was chasing several people. While running, Tanghua was tripped by someone and fell. Her companions abandoned her and fled. In this critical moment, Tanghua ordered the system sprite to take out an invisibility talisman, narrowly escaping danger. Watching the giant tiger beast pass by, Tanghua demanded a reasonable explanation from him. Why did he give her such a big surprise right after she arrived in this world? The system sprite quickly denied responsibility, because these were all random. The system comforted Tanghua not to worry, because in this cultivation world, Tanghua had a long lifeline. Moreover, all the cultivation tools Tanghua had saved in previous worlds would finally be put to use. Then the system sprite began operating, transferring the original memories to Tanghua's memory. The female protagonist of this world was Tanghua's sister Tang Huan, who was a reborn person. Tang Huan blamed all her misfortunes on Tanghua, who was born as the legitimate daughter. After Tang Huan's rebirth, she prevented her mother's death. Then she tried every way to steal Tanghua's opportunities, eventually causing Tanghua to live a lonely life. This time, Tang Huan stole Tanghua's spiritual herb again. After disturbing the guardian beast, she tripped Tanghua and fled with others. According to the plot, Tanghua would be severely injured by the beast, losing all cultivation. After being captured, her family would treat her as useless. They would marry her to an abusive husband, and Tanghua would die in misery from the abuse. Tanghua laughed hearing the system sprite's words. This world was interesting. Take out all my previously stored treasures. The system sprite broke into a cold sweat. Host, although this is a cultivation event, please stay calm. Tanghua took out a handful of immortal pills and swallowed them all at once. The system sprite was stunned. Host, aren't you afraid of body explosion? Although cultivation events are rare, you don't need to be so hasty. Tanghua completely ignored it. Stupid system, isn't it glowing with spiritual energy? While cultivating, Tanghua was also planning. When going to the next world, she would bring some specialties from this world. The system sprite looked at Tanghua with complete admiration. 3 months later, Tanghua's cultivation level jumped significantly. Learning this was a world without laws where fighting was allowed, Tanghua said she was a little excited. But the system sprite could tell that his host was more than just a little excited. She was very excited. Tanghua hired a carriage. It was time to meet those troublesome people. This madman had worked his horse to death. While worrying about how to get home, he saw Tangwa's carriage. He jumped onto the carriage, startling the driver. Through the curtain, he begged Tangwa for a ride. When she refused, he claimed to be the continent's most handsome man. The helpful Tangwa lifted the curtain. The man confidently said he would trade his looks for a ride. Tangwa looked him up and down. Sorry, not interested. The continent's most handsome man suffered unprecedented internal damage. Tangwa still let him ride in her carriage. The man falsely claimed his name was Zhou Yi, but Tangwa saw through it. So he revealed his real name, Yizhou. Tangwa looked at him and coldly said, I'm Tangwa. Hearing the name Tangwa, Yizhou felt very complicated. Because this Tangwa before him should be his former fiancée. He suddenly said he wanted to get off. Thinking how he met this troublesome person, he definitely wouldn't marry her. Tangwa ordered the driver to stop and was about to kick Yizhou off. Yizhou looked incredulous. Don't you have anything to say to me? Tangwa raised one finger. Actually, yes. Get off here today and never get on again. Otherwise, when I return to the city, I'll petition Emperor Yi to preside over our wedding. Yizhou shouted in your dreams and jumped off the carriage in panic. He tried to persuade Tangwa kindly that their childhood engagement was just a joke, telling her not to take it seriously. Tangwa leisurely sipped her tea. After returning to the city, I'll ask Emperor Yi to cancel our engagement. I won't chase after you in the future, and I hope you won't chase after me either. Yizhou rejoiced. Don't worry, you clingy girl. I won't chase after you. The next second, Yizhou lifted the curtain again. You really decided to cancel the engagement? Though it should be happy news, he felt uneasy inside. Tangwa sipped her tea with clicking sounds. There are plenty of better-looking men. Why waste energy on you? After speaking, she left in her carriage, leaving Yizhou in confusion. She used to say she'd only marry me and would cling to me forever. She must be playing hard to get. Yizhou jumped on the carriage again. Miss Tangwa, since we're peacefully ending our engagement, giving me a ride as friends isn't too much to ask, right? Tangwa firmly refused. I'm not interested in being friends with an ex. I'm afraid my future boyfriend might misunderstand. She pulled the curtain closed. What a despicable person. Soon the carriage arrived near the Tang family in Xianping Kingdom. Servants were gossiping. Have you heard? The illegitimate eldest daughter went training with the legitimate second daughter. They encountered a fierce beast. The illegitimate eldest daughter was severely injured but survived. The legitimate second daughter was less fortunate. There's still no news of her. With her useless cultivation, she must have been eaten by the beast. She's probably long dead. Ha ha ha, this madman chased Tangwa's carriage for 3 days until it returned to the Tang family. The Tang family servants were shocked to see Tangwa, because rumors said their second young lady had been eaten by a fierce beast 3 months ago. They hurried to report to the household. Yizhou, who had been following Tangwa, approached. He asked Tangwa if she wouldn't invite him in. Tangwa suddenly moved closer to Yizhou, lifting his chin with her finger. Do you know what going inside means? Yizhou was shocked. Lady Tang is my aunt after all. What could just having tea possibly mean? And just talk if you want to talk. Don't get handsy. Tangwa seriously told Yizhou, once you enter the Tang family gate, you'll be mine. Yizhou was shocked. You clingy girl. So you were setting a trap. Yizhou will never marry you. Tangwa looked arrogant. You're useless even when given a chance. I'll go to Emperor Yi tomorrow to cancel the engagement. Before Yizhou could speak, Tangwa walked into the mansion. While eating a luxurious lunch, Tangwa asked the system sprite, Little Tong, do you know where Tang Huan is? The system sprite, fearing Tangwa would cause trouble again, hurried to calm her down. By now, the system sprite had seen the situation clearly. He felt following Tangwa had better prospects. Just then, a maid nervously reported to Tangwa that Tang Huan's mother, concubine Lu, had arrived. The arrogant concubine Lu walked in, surrounded by servants. Tangwa knew she came to demand an explanation. Concubine Lu immediately went full force. My Hua Huan went out with you and was severely injured. Yet you return unscathed. You don't even care about Fonger, and here you are feasting. Our Huaer may have better talent than you, but you shouldn't be so jealous of her. You're sisters after all. Tangwa stood up and looked at concubine Lu. I was missing for 3 months. Why didn't anyone look for me? Seeing concubine Lu dressed so lavishly today, if I didn't know you were just a concubine, I'd think you were the Tang family's main madam. The angered concubine Lu was about to explode. Just then, the master sent someone to summon Tanghua. Watching Tanghua leave, concubine Lu was so angry, she nearly ground her teeth to dust. Tanghua came before Master Tang Haohui, who asked where she'd been these 3 months. Instead of answering, Tanghua said she wanted to cancel her engagement with Yizhou. Tang Haohui slammed the table in anger. You think you can just cancel it as you please? Tanghua calmly replied, I'm just informing you. Ignoring Tang Haohui's shouts behind her, Tanghua left gracefully. The system sprite advised Tanghua not to be so arrogant to avoid trouble. You know nothing. How can we fight without causing trouble? In the palace, Emperor Yi and Yizhou were chatting when suddenly there was a loud bang. A pink-haired woman burst in. It was Tanghua. The system sprite broke into a cold sweat. Host, you're being too bold. This woman must be mad, daring to barge into the palace. Yizhou, who was in the palace, was terrified, thinking Tanghua came to force marriage. But Tanghua just pushed past Yizhou and walked straight to the emperor. Tanghua proposed to cancel her engagement with Yizhou. The emperor pulled Yizhou aside and questioned if he had threatened the girl. Why would Tanghua, who had wanted to marry Yizhou for over 10 years, suddenly want to cancel the engagement? Tanghua explained to the emperor that since Yizhou didn't like her, she didn't want to force things and would rather cancel the engagement early. And so, under Yizhou's shocked gaze, Tanghua successfully canceled the engagement. You clingy girl, you really canceled our engagement without batting an eye? He grabbed Tanghua. I know you resent me. That engagement was just childish words I said when I was young. Tanghua looked at Yizhou coldly. If you didn't want to marry me, you should have canceled the engagement earlier. With that, Tanghua left gracefully. The emperor asked Yizhou, do you know why Tanghua always wanted to marry you? Because Tanghua, forced to cultivate since childhood, had no childhood joy until she was 5 years old. When she came to the palace with her aunt and met you, you took her to play and fly kites. You even picked the empress's flowers to put in her hair, saying she would be your bride. Her competitive aunt learned of this. She had always resented not marrying as well as her sister, so she placed all her hopes on Tanghua. Now that your aunt knows about the cancelled engagement, who knows how much Tanghua will suffer? Yizhou suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Tanghua. Meanwhile, Tanghua's mother Bo Yunzi heard about Tanghua wanting to cancel the engagement. She angrily scolded Tanghua for being ignorant. Tanghua frankly said she had already been to the palace and cancelled the engagement with Yizhou. Hearing this, Bo Yunzi was shocked. Yizhou must have looked down on you, you worthless child. It's bad enough that you can't compare to Tang Huan. Now you can't even keep your fiancé. Tanghua listened coldly to her words. Meanwhile, Yizhou, filled with guilt, wanted to make amends with Tanghua. On his way, he heard people gossiping. Have you heard? The Tang family's second Miss Tang were returned yesterday. She's the one who nearly got the eldest Miss Tang Huan killed. Because of this, the young prince she shamelessly chased for over 10 years also canceled their engagement. Serves her right. Hearing this, Yizhou was furious. What nonsense are you spreading? Aren't you afraid your tongues will rot from such lies? They replied innocently, Young sir, we don't seem to have offended you. Yizhou pulled out his waist token. Open your dog eyes and look clearly. I am the young prince you're talking about. This man, mad as a rabid dog, was nearly angered to death today because people were gossiping about him. He took out his prince's token, roaring, You dogs, spreading such nonsense, aren't you afraid your tongues will rot? Let me tell you, Tanghua abandoned me. She's the one who canceled the engagement. If I hear any more nonsense, I'll cut out your tongues. Now, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourselves. Within 1 day, make sure the whole city knows Tanghua abandoned me. The people were stunned, but they still couldn't believe Tanghua would actively cancel the engagement. They were even more surprised that young Prince Yizhou was now at Tanghua's chambers. He brought out a bottle of premium chitin wine, seeing Tanghua unmoved. He then produced iced jade essence, said to preserve one's beauty for 10 years. Also a purple sandalwood silk raincoat, making women look ethereal, warm in winter and cool in summer. Tanghua looked at Yizhou. You're giving me gifts. Could you be regretting canceling the engagement? Yizhou quickly denied it. He looked at Tanghua seriously. Cousin, if you encounter any trouble in the future, remember to find me. As long as I, Yizhou, am here, I won't let anyone bully you. Really? Tanghua asked seriously. Yizhou nodded quickly. I'll protect you like my own sister. Hearing this, Tanghua smiled like a child, saying she really liked the gifts from her cousin. Yizhou, who had never carefully looked at his cousin before, suddenly realized how beautiful Tanghua's smile was. Suddenly embarrassed, he thought, what am I thinking? Since canceling their engagement, Yizhou secretly visited Tanghua daily, always bringing various gifts, as if trying to make up for years of guilt. At this time, the seventh prince came to the Tang residence. He came to visit the recovered Tang Huan. Seeing the seventh prince's fondness for Tang Huan, Tang Haohui secretly rejoiced. Though Yizhou was good, he only cared about cultivation, just a wild child. Not as good as the seventh prince before him. Just then, Yizhou and Tanghua walked in. The seventh prince saw Yizhou and snorted coldly, but had to pay respects as he was his royal uncle. He had to stand and pay respects. Yizhou told everyone to sit down. No need to be so formal. Then he thoughtfully brought a chair for Tanghua. The two sat closely together. The Tang family was very surprised. These two seemed even closer than before. Tang Huan looked at Tanghua with false concern. I was worried about second sister's safety before, but now I see I was overthinking. Tanghua looked at Tang Huan grievously. Back then, elder sister snatched the spirit flower, causing the beast to chase us. While running, someone tripped me. So, elder sister, did you see who did that to me? This man was a fool. His daughter fell into danger, her fate unknown, yet he didn't care at all. Until 3 months later, when Tanghua returned home, she questioned why no one came to save her. Who tripped her when the beast was chasing her? Tang Huan, feeling guilty, pretended to be calm, claiming she really didn't notice who tripped Tanghua. Tanghua calmly looked at Tang Huan. Then the spirit flower we got from the beast, shouldn't you share half with me? Family head Tang Haohui stood up angrily. Tanghua, silence. Huan was injured by the beast too, and the spirit flower saved her life. How can you be so petty? The seventh prince in the room showed disdain. Second miss is really petty. I'll compensate you on Huan's behalf. I don't have a spirit flower now, but I can offer other items instead. Young Prince Yizhou, sitting beside Tanghua, could no longer contain his anger. He snorted coldly, Guerrer is mine. What treasures doesn't my cousin have? Even if she wants the moon from the sky, I'll find a way to get it for her. You don't really think she'd want your worthless items, do you? Speaking, Yizhou produced a lingji from somewhere. This is called Frost Fairy Branch, 100 times more precious than the spirit flower. He placed the lingji in Tanghua's hand. Cousin, this is for you. Then he whispered in Tanghua's ear, don't be afraid. Cousin will protect you. Taking the lingji, Tanghua blushed slightly and smiled, saying good. Seeing this, the young prince's heart began to pound as he realized how beautiful his cousin was. The Tang family members grimaced. This display of affection was indeed hard to watch. The seventh prince quickly changed the subject. In a few days, there will be an alchemy competition in Ping City. The prize is a premium Dan furnace. Tang Huan invited Tanghua to join the competition together. She knew Tanghua was best at alchemy and wanted to thoroughly defeat her. Tanghua smiled. Perfect. I need a Dan furnace. It'll do for now. The seventh prince showed disgust. How could this woman be so arrogant? Suddenly, he felt waves of killing intent. Looking back, the seventh prince saw young Prince Yizhou glaring at him. He immediately backed down. The alchemy competition began as scheduled. Young Prince Yizhou arrived early, constantly cheering for Tanghua. The competition had 3 rounds, judging the quality and success rate of Dan making. Tang Huan easily refined a batch of dawn. She thought she must successfully refine all 3 batches to impress the judges. Just then, Tanghua's voice came from behind her. I've finished making 3 batches, all successful. The 3 judges looked at the medicine bottles in confusion. Made so quickly? They must all be failures. It seemed Tang family's second miss really wasn't good at anything. When the judges opened the bottles, they were shocked. Each bottle contained 10 grams of perfect dawn. Tanghua, you actually created the legendary perfect Dan. This woman was a fool. Her Dan furnace exploded during refinement. Her face was blackened from the blast. The audience immediately started discussing. How could the eldest miss make such a basic mistake? She's just putting on airs. Tang Huan clenched her fists. Her carefully built reputation was ruined by Tanghua, all because Tanghua created the perfect Dan, which caused her to lose focus and make mistakes. Tanghua came to Tang Huan's side with a mischievous smile. Elder sister, why weren't you more careful? Did you hurt yourself? Tang Huan trembled with anger. At this moment, she wanted to bite Tanghua to death. As the competition entered its final round, few contestants remained. Seeing Tanghua's prowess, some contestants even wanted to forfeit. Tang Huan comforted them, "Everyone, don't be discouraged. In the last round, everyone gets random spiritual medicines. Anything can happen." Then she hypocritically warned Tanghua to be careful. The audience watched them both. The Tang family's eldest miss was indeed more gentle. Although the second miss had better talent, her personality was far worse than Tang Huan's. Tanghua mimicked Tang Huan's kind expression, "Elder sister should be careful too. Don't explode the furnace again. People might think we're doing demolition work." Tang Huan had calmed down by now. With a gloomy face, she said, "It won't happen again." The system sprite jumped out, "Host, be careful. She's a reborn person after all." It wasn't that simple. Sure enough, in the final round, Tanghua drew the worst lot. She needed to refine high-grade life-nourishing dawn. In previous competitions, the highest difficulty was only mid-grade dawn. Behind the scenes, the seventh prince smiled wickedly. Victory would surely belong to their Huar. Young Prince Yizhou found Tanghua. He apologetically said, "It's my fault for not noticing. Looks like the seventh prince is behind this. After the competition, I'll definitely help you beat him up." Tanghua looked seriously at Yizhou. "Cousin, do you not have confidence in me?" Seeing Tanghua's confidence, Yizhou's eyes filled with admiration. "Cousin, I knew you could do it." The judges whispered among themselves. Even veteran alchemists might not succeed in making high-difficulty soul-nourishing dawn on the first try. Tang Huan smiled while refining dawn. Although she drew mid-high grade dawn, with the help of the refinement space, making such dawn was well within her ability. She not only wanted to steal first place from Tanghua, but also wanted everyone to know she was the youngest alchemist in Fresh Apple. Tanghua was seriously refining the soul-nourishing Dan, while young Prince Yizhou enthusiastically fanned her. At this moment, everyone in the arena was watching Tanghua shaking Dan furnace. "Look, the Tang family's second Mrs. Furnace seems about to explode." Hearing this, young Prince Yizhou immediately shot them a deadly glare. The crowd hurriedly covered their mouths in fear. Yizhou watched Tanghua's potentially explosive furnace and broke into a cold sweat for her. At this moment, everyone heard a loud boom. Everyone in the arena sighed in relief. It finally exploded. This woman was refining supreme, immortal dawn. The violently shaking furnace could explode at any moment. The young prince nervously broke into a cold sweat. She chanted an incantation. A protective barrier formed in front of them. He seriously told Tanghua, "Cousin, continue. I'm using my handsome appearance to pacify the furnace, to prevent it from exploding." Tanghua continued manipulating her magic. "Cousin is really reliable." Suddenly, the furnace made a thunderous boom. Everyone present sighed in relief. It finally exploded. A nearby judge consoled Tanghua, "Soul-nourishing dawn are difficult to make. It's normal to fail on your first try." Without a word, Tanghua handed him the medicine bottle. The judge was shocked upon careful inspection. Supreme soul-nourishing Dan, perfectly formed. Tang Huan, focused on Dan making, only heard Tanghua's furnace explosion but didn't know what happened. She successfully made 9 high-grade dawn. She thought about achieving such success at her young age. She was truly a genius. Tang Huan kept showing off her dawn to the crowd. The elder announced the competition results. "The champion of this Dan-making competition is..." Tang Huan stepped forward, ready to give her acceptance speech. "The champion is Tang family's second miss, Tanghua." Tang Huan froze for a second. Then she shouted angrily at the judge, "Elder, this isn't fair. I made 9 high-grade dawn." The judge looked at Tang Huan like she was a fool. But Tanghua made a perfect supreme soul-nourishing Dan. Tang Huan was confused. Didn't Tanghua's furnace explode? The young prince came to Tanghua's side. "I knew cousin was the best. This prize furnace seems decent quality. Barely worthy of you. I'll find you a better one later." Tang Huan coldly watched them. "They really can't recognize treasure. That's a supreme grade furnace. It should have been mine." Tang Huan found the 7th prince and asked him to help her get the furnace. The 7th prince held Tang Huan. "Don't worry. I'll definitely help you get the furnace back." Meanwhile, Tanghua took Yizhou to the auction house. She told him, "Actually, this furnace is a divine artifact. Someone just cast a spell on it. Yizhou looked at Tanghua adoringly. If you say it's divine, then it must be divine. Tanghua removed the illusion spell from the furnace. She planned to sell it for a good price. Just then, the seventh prince appeared. Royal uncle, please wait. Yizhou looked at the seventh prince. So you still recognize me as your royal uncle? The seventh prince looked innocent. What made royal uncle so angry? Yizhou rolled up his sleeves. Don't know? Huh? Let me show you today. Yizhou threw a simple but brutal straight punch right into the seventh prince's face. The seventh prince was stunned. He held his face, looking wronged. Royal uncle Yizhou was furious. He cursed and kicked the seventh prince into the flower bed. Tanghua was stunned. She didn't know Yizhou could swear like that. I'm such an idiot. I stopped my royal uncle, trying to steal his woman's furnace. But royal uncle fought dirty, kicked me into the flower bed, and said he'd beat me every time he sees me. When I inherit the throne, I'll definitely chop off his head. Yizhou came to Tanghua seeking praise. I taught him a lesson for you. Tanghua looked at him with admiration. Cousin is really amazing. Then she looked sincerely at Qi Huang. I'm going to auction the furnace. If you want to sell it to Tang Huan, better prepare more money quickly. Soon Tang Haohui learned about this and became furious. He ordered Tanghua to retrieve the divine artifact from auction. Tanghua asked Tang Haohui what to do with it after retrieving it. Tang Haohui shouted angrily, "Of course it's for you. Your sister can make good use of it." Tanghua remained expressionless. I won't take it back, since you favor big sister so much. Then bring money to the auction house tomorrow. Early the next day, everyone came to bid on this divine furnace. The divine furnace started at 10 yuan. It quickly reached 8 million. The seventh prince and Tang Haohui jointly bid 9 million. They were determined to win today. Tang Huan and concubine Lu watched painfully. This Tanghua was causing their family huge losses. So concubine Lu said to Tang Haohui, "This Tanghua doesn't even listen to you. Just marry her off. I heard there's a talented young master in the Marquis family." Tang Haohui's face darkened. It's decided then. Tang Huan knew that young master the concubine mentioned was a notorious sadist. Finally, Tang Haohui and the seventh prince spent 1 billion yuan to get the divine artifact. Tanghua really made a fortune this time. The originally happy Tanghua, upon returning home, was informed by Tang Haohui. He decided to marry Tanghua to the Marquis' son. Learning that concubine Lu arranged this marriage, Tanghua suddenly had a bold idea. At this time, Yizhou found Tanghua in the back garden. Learning that Tang Haohui wanted to marry off Tanghua, Yizhou's face filled with killing intent. He asked Tanghua what she needed him to do. Tanghua told him not to worry, she would solve it soon. That night, Tanghua, dressed in black, came to concubine Lu's room. "Little system, give me the invisibility cloak." The system sprite didn't ask what mischief Tanghua was planning, just cooperatively pulled out the invisibility cloak and put it on Tanghua. Tanghua knocked on concubine Lu's door. Concubine Lu opened the door and found no one outside. Then Tanghua knocked her unconscious from behind. "Since you think that Marquis' son is so good, why don't you experience it first?" This vicious concubine Lu wanted to marry second Miss Tanghua to a sadist. Tanghua, who always sought revenge, came to his chamber late at night and knocked him unconscious. "Today, I'll let you experience what it feels like to be tortured." At the sadist's house, Zhang Song wore a gentle smile. While whipping someone on the bed, suddenly there was a knock at the door. Opening the door, a seductive woman threw herself into his arms. Zhang Song looked at the still charming concubine Lu in his arms. "What luck today?" Another one delivered. "This young master never refuses visitors." Outside the door, Tanghua listened to concubine Lu's cries for help with a satisfied smile. Suddenly, a teleportation array appeared before Tanghua. Yizhou walked out. He had investigated. Learning that Tanghua was to marry Zhang Song, worried for her safety, he rushed over. The little system sprite sweated. "Host, you're wearing a high-grade invisibility talisman. How can Yizhou see you?" Tanghua wasn't surprised. She knew Yizhou's powers were unfathomable. Seeing through her illusion wasn't difficult. Seeing Tanghua was fine, Yizhou took her away from this troublesome place. He held Tanghua's hand, earnestly saying, "In the future, tell cousin about everything you do. Otherwise, I'll worry." Tanghua blushed. "Cousin, men and women shouldn't touch. Please let go of my hand." However, Yizhou seemed to hold tighter. Cousin, I want to hold your hand forever. When I learned Tang Fu wanted to marry you off, besides anger, I mostly feared losing you. Only now do I realize how much I like you. Tangwa pulled her hand away. Cousin, do you regret it? Remember what you said when breaking off the engagement. Yizhou looked innocent. Cousin, who hasn't made mistakes? Tangwa looked determined. I'm someone who keeps their word. I won't eat old grass, no matter how well it grows. After speaking, Tangwa walked to her room, leaving Yizhou pacing outside. Half an hour later, Tangwa came out with hot tea. Cousin, it's cold outside. Drink some hot tea to avoid catching cold. Then she closed the door again. Watching Yizhou happily drinking tea, the system sprite righteously pointed at Tangwa. Host, you're too mean. Not accepting Yizhou but being so nice to him. Tangwa looked at it with disdain. Idiot, you don't understand. In this world, I'm only nice to him. Isn't that enough? Yizhou sat outside Tangwa's door all night. Early next morning, Yizhou heard someone coming. Bang! Tang Huan kicked open the courtyard door. Yizhou angrily shouted, "What are you doing? Get out!" Tang Huan rushed in anxiously. My mother is missing. Second sister's courtyard is the only place we haven't searched. Please step aside, young prince. Missing person notice. Missing person notice. Tang Huan's mother is missing. Tang Huan's mother is missing. At this moment, Tang Huan led a large group into Tangwa's courtyard. The sleeping young prince was startled. What are you doing? Get out. Tang Huan anxiously said, Young prince, my mother is missing. Tangwa's courtyard is the only place we haven't searched. Please step aside. Yizhou's face darkened. What? Even cats and dogs dare disturb me? All of you get out, and tell Tang Haohui, cousin is my person. If you dare arrange her marriage to someone else, I'll take his life. The female lead Tang Huan was completely confused. In her previous life, Yizhou always tried to avoid Tangwa. Now why was everything so different? At this moment, Tangwa opened her door and walked out. Yizhou hurriedly rushed to her side, showing concern. Tang Huan looked at Tangwa. Second sister, my mother is missing. Have you seen her? Tangwa looked surprised. How could concubine Luo go missing? Even Yizhou admired Tangwa's acting skills. Cousin is so cute even when doing bad things. I can help cousin do bad things in the future. Why won't cousin agree to be with me? Just then, Tangwa pinched Yizhou hard. Stop staring at me. Tang Huan gradually dismissed her suspicions about Tangwa, but she still decided to search Tangwa's courtyard. Tangwa agreed to Tang Huan's request, but with one condition, to reveal who had sabotaged her that time. Tang Huan hesitated, but eventually betrayed her cousin Bai Liner. The next day, news of Bai Liner's misdeeds spread throughout the streets. Her reputation was completely ruined. Her arranged marriage was also called off. Several days later, a Tang family servant found Tang Huan. People on the streets are whispering that the Marquis's second son is hiding a woman, reportedly named Madame Lu. Hearing this news, Tang Huan was shocked. She sneaked into the second young master's courtyard at night. She poked through the window paper and looked inside. On the second young master's bed lay a woman. It was her concubine Lu. Concubine Lu had been tortured by the sadistic second young master, suffering terribly. Her eyes had lost their former luster. Tang Huan burst into the room. She pushed the second young master away from concubine Lu, then drew her sword, aimed at the second young master's private parts, and slashed down fiercely. The Marquis's mansion immediately echoed with pig-like screams. In front of everyone, Tang Huan flew away with concubine Lu. The Marquis's servants immediately recognized Tang Huan. Soon the Marquis's people came demanding that Tang Huan become the disabled second young master's concubine, or they wouldn't let the matter rest. Madame Luo couldn't bear to marry her daughter to a sadist. She suddenly had a devious idea. Why not send second Miss Tangwa instead? She's a high-level alchemist. Let her make pills for the Marquis's mansion for a few years. To make up for the crime, they shouldn't refuse. And since Tang Huan is Tangwa's sister, surely Tangwa wouldn't stand idly by. These two old people were truly evil. The eldest daughter caused trouble, yet they wanted the second daughter to take the blame. Concubine Luo wiped her tears, begging Tangwa to make medicine for the Marquis's mansion for 5 years. Tangwa knew she would face revenge if she went. Master Tang Haohui glared at Tangwa. I've already promised the Marquis's mansion. You must go. Without another word, Tangwa called for the bodyguards assigned by the young prince. Beat these two up, then throw them out. Tang Haohui looked incredulous. You unfilial child. You dare strike me? The bodyguards rained blows on Tang Haohui, then kicked him out of the mansion. Looking at concubine Lu, the two bodyguards were hesitant, not knowing how to proceed. Tangwa smiled and said, I'll handle this myself. She directly dragged concubine Lu and threw her onto the street, instantly drawing a crowd. Tanghua exposed all of concubine Lu's misdeeds to the public. The onlookers all felt that concubine Lu and her daughter were shameless. After driving away Tang Haohui, Tanghua became an elder of the Tang family, while Tang Huan, who caused the trouble, could only seek help from the seventh prince. The Marquis's mansion took this opportunity to make excessive demands from the seventh prince. The seventh prince, who had acted heroically in front of Tang Huan, had to reluctantly pay up, nearly bankrupting himself. Because Yizhou was worried about Tanghua's safety, he brought her to the palace. Yizhou took meticulous care of Tanghua. Even the emperor was shocked that his brother could be so good to a woman. Thus, Tanghua spent 2 peaceful months. One day, she suddenly packed her belongings. Yizhou hurriedly asked if Tanghua wanted to go on an adventure, then anxiously asked Tanghua if she would take him along. Tanghua smirked, "Of course I'll take you. What else would I take, a dog?" Yizhou looked at Tanghua lovingly. "Just me alone?" Tanghua nodded seriously. "Just you alone?" Yizhou embraced Tanghua, feeling like the happiest person in the world. "If I never agree in this lifetime, would you still choose to continue, cousin?" Yizhou's expression was firm. "Even knowing the outcome, I would still continue." "Then would you ever like someone else, cousin?" Tanghua hugged Yizhou's neck. "Of course not. I like cousin the most." Yizhou lifted Tanghua up. "Just being with cousin forever is enough." With that, he carried Tanghua and set off on their journey. 2 people in love yet unable to be together, because Tanghua was just a passing visitor in this world. Time flew by as Yizhou accompanied Tanghua to achieve her destiny. They explored dangerous secret texts together. They traveled across the entire continent together. They cultivated together for 500 years. Tanghua's cultivation was almost ready to break through to the void, but Yizhou's cultivation stopped growing because of an obsession in his heart. If he broke through to the void, he wouldn't be able to stay with his cousin. So Tanghua made a decision. If Yizhou could break through his bottleneck and ascend to the void with her, going to a new world together, she would marry him. As soon as she finished speaking, spiritual energy surrounded Yizhou, and he instantly completed his breakthrough. Tanghua felt she had been tricked. Yizhou looked anxiously. "Cousin, you won't regret it, will you?" However, Yizhou didn't know that he could never go to the same world as Tanghua. Tanghua could only use her remaining time to give Yizhou final moments of happiness. Years later, they finally reached the moment of breaking through to the void. Yizhou told Tanghua to hold his hand tight, but after Yizhou ascended, cousin Tanghua had disappeared from his side. Yizhou searched for 1,000 years, but couldn't find cousin Tanghua. After countless hardships, Yizhou found the legendary magic mirror that could supposedly see anyone and anything. In the mirror, Yizhou saw Tanghua's last appearance. Her final words left for Yizhou. "Cousin, we probably won't appear in the same world anymore. You moved me with 500 years of sincere love, but I'm just a passerby in each world, never able to stay. Take care, cousin." Yizhou hugged the mirror and wept loudly, then dispersed his cultivation, returning to nothingness. "Little liar, no matter which world you're in, I will find you." Learning this news, Tanghua felt melancholic. She had waited in the void for 1,000 years. Now it was time to go to the next world. Tanghua opened her eyes in the new world. In this life, she was a disfigured joke. What's more infuriating was, the person who disfigured her had mistaken her identity, confusing her with the female lead. Tanghua had a cold expression. "Little system, should I seek revenge?" The little system was shocked. "Host, please don't. We just arrived in this world. Are you going to destroy it already?" Tanghua, who was beautiful as a flower in her previous life, had transmigrated into the body of a disfigured campus beauty. The beauty-loving Tanghua frowned unhappily. "Little system, show me the plot." The original body was a university campus beauty, kind-hearted and academically excellent, but suffered misfortune because of the female lead. The female lead, Ji Xiaoxi, was originally a bullied poor student. In her insecurity, she was very jealous of campus beauty Tanghua. When Tanghua tried to help her, she felt no gratitude, only resentment. Later, Ji Xiaoxi found a phone. It contained a mysterious cultivation chat group. She used the cultivation red packet items inside to transform herself into a beauty 60% similar to Tanghua. Ji Xiaoxi attracted countless pursuers. The most obsessive one was Ma Mao, a wealthy good-for-nothing. He harbored hatred after Ji Xiaoxi rejected him, but mistook Tanghua for Ji Xiaoxi and threw acid on her face. The disfigured Tanghua's life was completely changed. Though capable and intelligent, her face made everything difficult. After her loving parents passed away, Tanghua lost hope to live, and eventually died in depression. This time, the original body had no conflict with the female lead, but suffered misfortune because of her. Facing all this, Tanghua was very unhappy. She looked darkly at the system sprite. Should I? The system sprite was terrified. Host, please don't. We just arrived in this world. As long as you don't destroy this world, anything else is fine. Because this world had cultivation, Tanghua could restore her appearance through magic. But Tanghua said she wanted to experience a different life. She planned to return with her disfigured face to see how those people would react. Tanghua had little system hack Ji Xiaoxi's cultivation chat group and add Tanghua to it. Tanghua said she wanted to communicate with other dimensions. Half a month later, Tanghua returned to her class. Seeing their goddess disfigured, the classmates were shocked. Tanghua explained to everyone that a madman threw acid on her, only realizing afterward that he had mistaken her for another student. At this moment, Ji Xiaoxi guiltily turned away. The classmates were very sympathetic to Tanghua's situation and admired her composure. In the corner, a sleeping boy raised his head to look at Tanghua. Tanghua looked back at him. What are you looking at? Never seen an ugly person before? Tanghua walked up to him. Didn't you always say your grades were too poor to deserve me? Now that I'm disfigured, we're quite a match. Why don't we become a couple? The disfigured campus beauty, on her first day back, was actually flirting with the school bully. The classmates were stunned. Was the campus beauty this bold? Even with the school bully, the system sprite reminded Tanghua that although this boy was liked by the original host, he had never hurt her. Why are you provoking him? Tanghua dismissed little system. I don't need your advice on flirting with men. The school bully ignored Tanghua's flirtation and continued sleeping. Tanghua persistently sat beside him. Are you disgusted by me? At least half my face is still pretty. In the dark, aren't we all the same? The classmates were shocked by Tanghua's bold words. Had the campus beauty's personality been destroyed along with her face? Moreover, the school bully remained unusually calm. He didn't get angry at Tanghua's flirtation. Seeing him ignore her, Tanghua seemed to find a new joy in life. From then on, she kept sticking around Wei Yu. Though the school bully never responded, he didn't speak harshly to her either, seemingly accepting her presence. The boys saw how well the campus beauty treated Wei Yu, and were all envious. Ji Xiaoxi was very displeased, not expecting the disfigured Tanghua to still be popular. A boy brought Tanghua a love letter. Wei Yu, who had been sleeping, suddenly raised his head and looked at the boy with displeasure. The frightened boy dropped the letter and ran away. Tanghua deliberately opened the love letter in front of Wei Yu. This boy writes such beautiful letters. Look at this. Tanghua held the letter in front of Wei Yu. Wei Yu sat up and asked Tanghua what she really wanted. Tanghua smiled at him. Why won't you admit you like me? Wei Yu's expression remained unchanged. You're overthinking. Tanghua stared at Wei Yu. Really? Then reject me. Tell me I'm ugly, and you'll never like me. Wei Yu remained silent for a while. He only managed to say, go back to your seat. As he tried to leave, a girl stood up. Tang Campus Beauty, you're already disfigured. Stop bothering our brother Wei. Though his grades aren't good, he's handsome and from a good family. Why should he be with an ugly monster like you? Tanghua looked at Wei Yu. Do you despise me for being ugly like she says? Wei Yu glared fiercely at the girl. The girl immediately broke into a cold sweat. Brother Wei was actually angry. Could it be that he really liked Tanghua? This woman is an idiot, trying to hatch a divine beast from that egg. Here's what happened. Tanghua had Little System set her as Wei Yu's group chat admin. Then she sent lucky red packets to everyone, which contained divine beast eggs brought from the previous world. Ji Xiaoxi in the group chat also got one. Not knowing what the egg was for, he suddenly remembered those divine beast eggs from cultivation novels, so he decided to try hatching it. A few days later, Ji Xiaoxi asked in the group chat why the egg smelled bad. Everyone criticized him, saying he let such good food go bad. What a waste. Tanghua, as the group admin, warned Ji Xiaoxi not to open the rotten egg. Ji Xiaoxi was confused, but I already opened it. Tanghua laughed like a pig on her phone. Little Bucket sat on the sleeping Wei Yu. Host, you're really bad. You deliberately made the egg so smooth, making Ji Xiaoxi try to hatch it. You're so naughty. Does your man know? Tanghua looked happily at the sleeping Wei Yu. My man is sleeping right here. At this moment, Wei Yu opened his eyes to peek at Tanghua. Tanghua also lay on the desk like Wei Yu. She moved closer to Wei Yu. You have a secret crush on me, right? Wei Yu's face instantly turned red. He stood up to leave. Then the dramatic Tanghua started acting. She suddenly lay motionless on the desk. Wei Yu called Tangwa's name several times. Seeing no response, he reached out and pushed Tangwa gently. Tangwa pretended to be very weak. Wei Yu felt her forehead, then suddenly pulled Tangwa close, picked her up and said, "I'll take you to the infirmary." Tangwa smiled. "I knew you had a crush on me." Wei Yu blushed, saying he would drop Tangwa, but his arms held her even tighter. Classmates saw Wei Yu carrying Tangwa and immediately started gossiping. Wei Yu carried Tangwa to the infirmary. The doctor examined her and said Tangwa was slightly anemic. She needed to eat well. After returning to the classroom, Wei Yu put the food he bought in front of Tangwa and coldly said, "Eat." Tangwa happily ate the food Wei Yu bought. At this time, Little Bucket reported to Tangwa. Ji Xiaoxi had been arrested because the egg he tried to hatch had made many children and elderly people in the neighborhood faint from the smell. Residents reported the smell came from Ji Xiaoxi's home, so he was taken away for investigation. This stupid woman got an egg and actually tried to hatch a divine beast. The egg went rotten, making the elderly and children in the neighborhood faint. So residents reported him, saying he might be developing some dangerous biochemical weapon. As a result, he was taken away for investigation. Hearing this news, Tangwa almost died laughing. Meanwhile, Wei Yu gathered his followers. He was going to fight another school bully, Ma Mao, because Ma Mao bullied his followers, and there was an even more important reason. Wei Yu knew that Ma Mao was the one who threw acid on Tangwa. He told his followers to remember a girl named Tangwa. If anyone dared to bully her, they should help him protect her. Wei Yu's followers curiously asked, "Is Tangwa our sister-in-law?" They all expressed they would definitely protect their sister-in-law. When Wei Yu met Ma Mao, he gave him a severe beating. Ma Mao was beaten to a pulp. Tangwa saw that Wei Yu was injured from the fight, so she took out a small medicine bottle and handed it to him. She teased Wei Yu, asking if he wanted her to apply the medicine for him. Wei Yu's face turned completely red from her teasing. Suddenly, Tangwa said seriously, "I'm going to start reviewing. Exams are coming up, and I plan to be top of the department." Ji Xiaoxi in the class heard Tangwa's words, looking displeased. At this moment, a boy cast an admiring glance at Tangwa. He was Fu Zhuoshu, the male lead of Yuan Shu. He couldn't understand why he was involuntarily attracted to Tangwa when he clearly liked Ji Xiaoxi. But Tangwa was only interested in Wei Yu beside her. Then Ji Xiaoxi was called to the front to answer a question. Having taken many immortal pills, Ji Xiaoxi had become much smarter than before. She quickly solved the problem correctly. She noticed Tangwa looking at her strangely from below. Then Tangwa was called by the teacher to solve the next problem. Tangwa walked to the podium confidently. Ji Xiaoxi couldn't understand how Tangwa could still be so confident after being disfigured. With her enhanced brain, Tangwa easily solved the problem. Even the teacher was shocked, as he hadn't taught Tangwa's method yet. The teacher praised Tangwa as a genius. The male lead Fu Zhuoshu looked at Tangwa admiringly. She seems even more capable than before. And why is my heart beating so fast when I look at her? Ji Xiaoxi noticed this situation. She suddenly felt a great sense of crisis. This woman was asking the male lead out for dinner. But the male lead looked at Tangwa instead, asking if she wanted to join. Tangwa smiled and declined. She said her boyfriend Wei Yu was getting food for her. At this moment, Wei Yu, who had gone to buy food, happened to see this scene. His face instantly turned red. Wei Yu told Tangwa to sit properly. Tangwa immediately sat obediently, looking happily at Wei Yu. Wei Yu thoughtfully opened the lunchbox for Tangwa and even put the straw in her drink. Tangwa looked at Wei Yu teasingly while eating watermelon. "Boyfriend, you're too good." Tangwa put the watermelon from Wei Yu's hand into her mouth. This action made Wei Yu's face red again. He didn't dare look at Tangwa and started eating his food. Tangwa smiled at him. "Don't just eat rice. Eat more dishes, or you'll be nutritionally deficient and won't be able to fight." Wei Yu immediately retorted, "Who says I can't fight? Ma Mao is still lying in the hospital. He won't be out for at least 10 to 15 days. Tangwa expressionlessly asked Wei Yu, "Were you getting revenge for me?" Wei Yu stared at Tangwa's face without answering her question. "She's so beautiful. Without the scars, she must be even more beautiful." Thinking this, Wei Yu felt anger rising in his heart. He had been too lenient with Ma Mao yesterday. Tangwa added a piece of meat to Wei Yu's bowl. "I knew my boyfriend had a soft heart." While eating, Wei Yu thought about what excuse to use to deal with Ma Mao next time. After lunch, Wei Yu voluntarily cleaned up the lunch boxes and asked Tanghua what drink she wanted, saying he'd buy it for her. Their classmates were stunned. This was Wei Yu confirming their relationship. Tanghua called out to Wei Yu with a smile, "I'll drink anything my boyfriend buys." Hearing this, Wei Yu fled the scene at top speed. Watching Wei Yu run away in fright, Tanghua couldn't help but burst out laughing. At this moment, Ji Xiaoxi walked up to Tanghua. "Are you really together with Wei Yu?" Tanghua looked at Ji Xiaoxi and asked back, "Why not?" Ji Xiaoxi said she was just curious, but in her heart, she felt relieved. This way, Tanghua wouldn't compete with her for Fu Zhu. With the help of those smart pills for this exam, she was sure Fu Zhu would see her in a new light. This woman was planning to eat immortal pills to become smarter, just to make the male lead fall in love with her. She wanted to shine in the exam to make the male lead fall for her. The male lead came to the classroom but found the person he liked was already there. He hid beside Tanghua and said, "Good luck." Tanghua looked at Fu Zhu sitting in front of her and thought to herself, "What's wrong with him?" Just then, the system sprite popped out. "The male lead has a crush on you." Tanghua dismissively replied, "What does that have to do with me? I don't have a crush on him." Then Tanghua happily turned in her exam paper. The proctor was amazed. "Among the top students, you're the fastest to finish." Outside, Wei Yu was waiting for Tanghua. He was the fastest among the poor students to finish. Tanghua praised him for being so thoughtful to wait for her. Wei Yu grabbed Tanghua's backpack and told her to hurry up. Tanghua followed behind Wei Yu. "You came out so early. I bet you didn't write the reading comprehension and essay." Wei Yu looked embarrassed. "You're not wrong, but your guess isn't accurate. Don't guess next time." Suddenly Wei Yu realized Tanghua also came out early. Did she not do well? Thinking this, Wei Yu comforted himself that it was okay if Tanghua failed. "I'll take you for ice cream." Seeing Tanghua not keeping up with his pace, he impatiently asked, "Are you coming or not?" Tanghua immediately caught up. "If boyfriend's treating, of course I'm going." Looking at the colorful variety of ice cream, Tanghua couldn't decide what to choose. Wei Yu, being very experienced, said, "Girls shouldn't eat too many cold things. How about we get a small piece of each flavor in one bowl?" Tanghua obediently said she'd listen to whatever her boyfriend suggested. Wei Yu's heart suddenly fluttered. Just then, a voice behind them called out, "Boss, is this our sister-in-law?" Then, a group of followers very appropriately greeted sister-in-law. Tanghua politely greeted everyone back. Seeing the scars on Tanghua's face, everyone wondered if she was really Wei Yu's girlfriend. Wei Yu shielded Tanghua behind him. At this moment, a girl who had a crush on Wei Yu stepped forward. "Wei Yu, how could you be with this ugly monster?" She pointed at Tanghua's nose. "This ugly monster surely has nothing to do with you." Wei Yu's face immediately darkened. "Whoever dares to call her ugly again, I'll break their legs." The girl was immediately scared to tears. Then she ran away crying. Wei Yu held Tanghua in front of him. "From today on, she is your sister-in-law. If anyone dares to disrespect her, don't blame me for being merciless." Tanghua was overjoyed. "You finally admitted you're my boyfriend?" Then she looked at Wei Yu obediently. "Boyfriend, can I have another ice cream?" The girl had eaten smart pills to get good grades. The teacher held her results with a smile. "Two students in our class have made great progress this time. One is Ji Xiaoxi." Below the podium, Ji Xiaoxi was overjoyed. She had improved by 20 ranks, directly entering the top 10 in class and ranking 19th in the entire grade. She turned to look at Tanghua, thinking, "Let's see how you compete with me this time." Boyfriend Wei Yu comforted Tanghua. "It's okay if you failed. At least I'm at the bottom." At this time, the teacher announced another score. Congratulations to Tanghua for ranking first in the grade, and with perfect scores in all subjects. Ji Xiaoxi looked on in disbelief. How did she do it? Tanghua smiled at Wei Yu. "I'm first place, you're last place. Both are first places. We're such a perfect match. Just thinking about it feels right." Wei Yu was speechless. Is this how young girls think nowadays? In the distance, Fu Zhu looked at Tanghua sadly. "He's still so excellent, but now I have no chance." His eyes are only on her now. Ji Xiaoxi saw all of this. She had tried so hard to shine in the exam, wanting to win back Fu Zhu's heart, but Tanghua ruined everything. Suddenly, Ji Xiaoxi let out a scream, because she discovered she was losing a lot of hair. Classmates gathered around and saw that Ji Xiaoxi's hair had completely fallen out on top. Ji Xiaoxi ran out of the classroom in panic. Classmates started discussing, "This is too funny. Was her hair fake?" The system sprite popped out. "Host, could there be something wrong with the pills you gave Ji Xiaoxi?" Tanghua shrugged. "Smart baldness pills. What's wrong with being smart then bald? One pill makes you smart for half an hour, and bald for a month. The system sprite looked worried. Host, you're too cruel. Ji Xiaoxi probably won't grow hair for half a year. But Tanghua, seemingly heartless, happily ran out of the classroom. She went to find her boyfriend Wei Yuan, but just as she went downstairs, she met Ma Mao, the thug who had disfigured her. The evil Ma Mao had thrown sulfuric acid on Tanghua, leaving permanent scars on her face. And today Ma Mao came to find Tanghua again. He wanted to threaten Tanghua, telling her not to reveal his misdeeds. Tanghua walked up to him and spoke first. What are you doing here? Come to show off after disfiguring me? Or to get revenge for your beloved Ji Xiaoxi? Ma Mao, who had planned to say something harsh, couldn't say a word after seeing Tanghua. Tanghua looked at Ma Mao angrily. You'd better not appear in front of me, because I hate you. Ma Mao actually stepped back in fear. He didn't understand why he was afraid of a little girl. At this time, Wei Yu came looking for her. Seeing Ma Mao there, Wei Yu immediately became worried. Did Ma Mao bully you? Tanghua looked at Wei Yu with a pitiful expression. She deliberately hid behind him. Ma Mao bullied me. He's blocking my way and won't let me pass. Wei Yu gently stroked Tanghua's hair. Don't worry, I'll handle this. Then an angry Wei Yu, without waiting for Ma Mao's explanation, rushed forward, beat Ma Mao to the ground with punches and kicks. After venting their anger, the two happily left, leaving Ma Mao moaning alone on the grass. How can Tanghua turn against me so quickly? In the classroom, Tanghua and Wei Yu were lying on their desks. She tugged at Wei Yu's clothes and teased, Boyfriend, have you fallen in love with me? Tanghua thought Wei Yu would deny it proudly like before. Unexpectedly, Wei Yu looked at Tanghua very seriously. Yeah, I probably really have fallen in love with you. Tanghua blushed. Wei Yu's flirting caught her off guard, making her heart pound. Tanghua, who had seen many ups and downs, quickly regained her composure. Really? Has my patience finally paid off? Wei Yu blushed silently, writing and drawing on paper, then slowly pushed it over. Tanghua saw a red heart with really written inside. Tanghua copied his style, taking paper and pen to write. Wei Yu eagerly grabbed the paper and saw, Me Too, written on it. He smiled foolishly. Under the desk, Wei Yu tentatively held Tanghua's hand. Worried she might refuse, he then held her hand even tighter. Tanghua looked at Wei Yu seriously. You're my boyfriend? From now on, you're mine. The failing school bully finally held hands with the top student beauty. But the school beauty told him she planned to study at the top university. Tanghua held Wei Yu's hand. My boyfriend, you won't let me go to the top university alone, will you? Wei Yu didn't want to be separated from Tanghua. But what can I do as a top-level failing student? Tanghua continued setting up Wei Yu. My boyfriend is so excellent. If you try hard, what's a top university to you? Motivated, Wei Yu instantly became energized. He slammed a stack of books on the desk and shouted, I can do it. Wherever you go, I'll follow you. Half an hour later, Wei Yu collapsed on the desk. I can't do it. I'm a failing student. After school, Wei Yu saw Tanghua off to her car. His followers called him to deal with Ma Mao. Wei Yu looked seriously at his two followers. Have you heard this saying? His two followers curiously asked, What saying? Thugs aren't scary. Educated thugs are scary. Starting today, you all go back to study too. Everyone must at least pass the finals. Wei Yu shouted, all right, then turned and left, leaving his two followers confused in the wind. Then classmates discovered a terrifying thing. The school's biggest bully, Wei Yu, was actually studying every day. He no longer slept in class as usual, but paid attention seriously. He even memorized English words while in the bathroom. Students discussed among themselves. This world is too bizarre. Even Wei Yu started studying. I guess he's just pretending to please Tanghua. But Wei Yu not only studied more seriously, but also took meticulous care of Tanghua, buying her lunch every day, blocking the sun for her in the library, making other girls envious. He even held a book while fighting for his followers. His followers thought it was some martial arts manual. Wei Yu had grown to love studying. He really enjoyed Tanghua's encouragement after each test. Tanghua handed him the latest test questions, reading comprehension, Wei Yu's weakest subject, but he still agreed readily. He absolutely wouldn't disappoint Tanghua. Tanghua looked at Wei Yu lovingly. Good boy, I believe in you. The classmates were fed with dog food. Everyone wanted to throw their bowls. Wei Yu went to participate in the math competition. At this time, Little Tong jumped out. Host, that Ma Mao is causing trouble again. Ma Mao, who had disfigured Tanghua, actually came back. Tanghua looked at him coldly. How dare you show your face here? Ma Mao changed his usual attitude. I think I might have hurt you before. I want to treat you to a meal and properly apologize. Is this even human speech? What does he mean by might have hurt Tangwa? You disfigured her with sulfuric acid. An angry Tangwa told Ma Mao to get out quickly. Ma Mao was provoked. Do you have to be like this? What do you want? I can compensate you. Hongwa stood up. I want to throw sulfuric acid on your face. Then I'll forgive you and be friends with you. Ma Mao asked embarrassedly, do you really hate me that much? Hongwa laughed bitterly. Is there any doubt? Did you think a casual apology would make me forgive and shake hands with you? Should I give you a banner of appreciation too? Ma Mao said sorry with an embarrassed face, then turned and left. At this time, Ji Xiaoxi and Fu Zhuoshu returned to class. Ji Xiaoxi was incredulous. Could Ma Mao also have feelings for Tangwa? Fu Zhuoshu walked to Tangwa's side. Did Ma Mao do anything to you? You should be more careful. Tangwa dismissed it. My boyfriend will handle it. Don't worry about it. Fu Zhuoshu was deeply hurt. Indeed, Tangwa only had Wei Yu in her heart. Meanwhile, Ji Xiaoxi was trembling with anger. Why did her boyfriend care about Tangwa? He never cared when her hair fell out. Why? Why were they all so infatuated with Tangwa? Was it just because she ranked first in the grade? Thinking of this, Ji Xiaoxi opened the trading group chat on her phone. Hello, school beauty. Do you still have those super smart pills from last time? The failing school bully holds hands with Tang School Beauty. To enter the highest university with Tang School Beauty, you study day and night. As final exams approached, Ji Xiaoxi wanted good grades again. She believed with good grades, she could win Fu Zhuoshu's heart. But having taken the smart pills before, Ji Xiaoxi was used to getting things without effort, so she thought about the smart pills again. She found School Beauty in the outside group and asked if there were any smart pills left. Even the system's little person was speechless. The host Ji Xiaoxi knew the smart pills would cause hair loss, yet she still wanted them. Tangwa mockingly told the system, once people enjoy undeserved glory, it's hard to return to being ordinary, and they can't bear being mocked for declining grades. The system's little person was indignant. Ji Xiaoxi had already taken the Immortal's pill, making her smarter than average. If she just studied hard, getting good grades wouldn't be a problem. Tangwa tapped her phone lightly. Once used to getting things without effort, who wants to study hard anymore? In the group chat, Ji Xiaoxi lied that she was asking for a friend, fearing others would mock her. Tangwa explained again about the side effects of the super smart pills, but Ji Xiaoxi still insisted on trading. Finally, she took out various items previously traded in the group and exchanged them for 12 of Tangwa's smart pills. Tangwa posted these items in the group for their original owners to claim for free. The group members were instantly grateful, saying they had been scammed by Ji Xiaoxi before. When they traded these items to her, the system's little person didn't understand why Tangwa gave him 12 pills. Tangwa smiled, one for each month. The final exam results came out quickly. Wei Yu surprisingly charged through, making it into the top 10 of the grade. He sat next to Tangwa, waiting for her praise. But Tangwa only said, not bad. Seeing school bully Wei sigh, Tangwa continued, getting into the same university shouldn't be a problem. Wei Yu took Tangwa's hand. So is there any reward? Without hesitation, Tangwa kissed school bully Wei on the cheek and told him this was his reward. Wei Yu grabbed Tangwa as she tried to pull away. Before she could speak, he leaned in. I want more rewards. A major public display of affection occurred on campus. School bully Wei kissed his school beauty girlfriend in front of their classmates, claiming it was his reward for making the grade's top 10. Tang School Beauty looked at her boyfriend. This reward isn't enough just for making top 10. Wei Yu understood immediately. I'll work harder on the next test. Tangwa smiled. Then you'll sit behind me next time. School bully Wei was confident. Don't worry. I'll catch up to you soon. Fu Zhuoshu sitting nearby blushed awkwardly. Meanwhile, Ji Xiaoxi was furious. Even Wei Yu, who used to be last, made it to the top 10, while she only ranked 12th after taking so many smart pills. Thinking of this, she swallowed another smart pill. I must become smarter. I must surpass Tangwa. I don't care if I go bald. Tangwa and Wei Yu's relationship grew stronger. But Ma Mao, who had disfigured Tangwa, kept secretly following them. He didn't know why, but he couldn't help wanting to see Tangwa. Then, a camera captured photos of Ma Mao stalking them. Seeing these photos, Ma Mao's mother was furious. She believed Tangwa must be seducing her son, so she confronted Tangwa and her mother. Mrs. Ma questioned Tangwa, asking if she was trying to seduce Ma Mao for revenge because of her disfigurement. She warned Tangwa to stay away from Ma Mao. Tangwa's mother trembled with anger. Mrs. Ma, aren't you going too far? Your son disfigured my daughter. and my daughter already has a boyfriend. Ma Mao's mother sneered skeptically. That's true. Better find a boyfriend now, or she might not find one later. Tangwa's mother was too angry to speak. Tangwa held her mother's hand, telling her not to be angry. I'm really not interested in your son. My boyfriend is tall and handsome, hundreds of times better than your son. Mrs. Ma's expression changed. I'll make you pay for this. With such ugly scars, who would want you? You're just talking big. Tangwa's mother was extremely upset. The Ma family was being too overbearing. Tangwa quickly comforted her mother. Then Tangwa looked at the system's little person. She had planned to settle scores with them later, but since they came looking for trouble, they had only themselves to blame. The system's little person was also angry. Host, my abilities have improved a lot. What are your orders? Ma Mao had disfigured school beauty Tangwa, yet his mother accused Tangwa of seducing her son. Tangwa, who had originally let go of her hatred, wasn't going to let this slide. She ordered the system's little person to hack into the Ma Group's internal system to check their tax records and all their dirty secrets. This time, she would make sure they could never recover. The system's little person said confidently, Host, just wait for my good news. A few days later, the Tang family, who had been quietly developing their business, unexpectedly faced suppression from the Ma family. The Ma family spread rumors, saying that the Tang's disfigured daughter was seducing their son. Rumors flew everywhere. The Tang family endured countless mockery and cold shoulders, falling into dire straits. However, Tangwa remained calm. The investigation she asked the system to conduct had yielded results. The Ma family had committed massive tax evasion. All evidence had been collected by the system's little person. The Ma family also had many illegal dealings. The system's little person had understood everything clearly. It was time to strike. At Tangwa's command, evidence of the Ma family's tax evasion and illegal business was reported. Then all evidence was exposed online. After the system's little person acted, posts about the Ma family's tax evasion and illegal activities spread across all major websites. The Ma family tried to suppress the news immediately but couldn't delete it. Instead, the posts trended even more. That day, the Ma family faced a thorough investigation from relevant authorities. When Tangwa's mother learned about this, she immediately found Tangwa. She stroked Tangwa's face. Your father and I plan to sue Ma Mao. What do you think? Tangwa smiled and shook her head. I'll follow whatever you and Dad decide. Tangwa hadn't expected revenge to go so smoothly. Several months later, Ma Mao was sentenced to 2 years for intentional injury. When being taken away, he saw Tangwa. Do you hate me? Tangwa openly admitted her hatred. I used to be so beautiful. It's all because of you that I became like this. Ma Mao bowed to Tangwa. I know you won't forgive me, but I still want to say I'm sorry. Then Ma Mao asked Tangwa a question. 10 years ago, in winter, at an amusement park, did you help a bullied little boy? The boy who threw acid on the school beauty's face. Half a year later, he realized the school beauty was the girl he had secretly loved as a child. 10 years ago in winter, Ma Mao was bullied by a group of children at an amusement park. Tangwa protected him and helped teach those bullies a lesson. Soon after, Tangwa's family moved away, and Ma Mao never saw that girl again. It was because Ji Xiaoxi resembled Tangwa that Ma Mao fell in love at first sight. Now he had destroyed Tangwa's face with his own hands, causing her lifelong pain. Learning the truth, Ma Mao's face turned pale, and his body trembled continuously. He was filled with regret, but it was too late. Tears of regret flowed uncontrollably. He turned away awkwardly, asking the police to take him away because he couldn't face Tangwa anymore. Tangwa watched Ma Mao's retreating figure. He must be suffering too, having hurt someone he once cared about. Finally, Ma Mao was sentenced to 2 years for intentional injury. School bully Wei found Tangwa. He said he planned to intern at his family's company. Because after this incident, Wei Yu realized that only by becoming truly strong could he protect Tangwa completely. He embraced Tangwa. For you, I must become stronger. Tangwa nestled in Wei Yu's arms. If my boyfriend has great ambitions, of course I'll support him. Wei Yu stroked Tangwa's pink hair. The internship won't affect my studies. I want to accompany you to the best university. Trust me. Half a year later, the final exam results came out. The teacher joyfully announced the scores. Tangwa and Wei Yu tied for first place with nearly perfect scores. Tangwa smiled at Wei Yu. How dare you compete for my first place? Are you trying to rebel? Wei Yu held Tangwa's hand. I just want to be closer to you. Fu Zhuoshu sighed. They're really amazing. Their grades are still so good even while dating. Ji Xiaoxi, watching all this, angrily grabbed his wig. For this exam, he had eaten bowls of smart pills. Now he could only wear a wig, and his grades were still worlds apart from Tangwa's. He felt like a clown. Then, Ji Xiaoxi opened the support group chat again. Hello, school beauty. Are there any more intelligence pills? Ji Xiaoxi's test scores had improved dramatically after taking the intelligence pills, but he wasn't satisfied. So he opened the cultivation group chat again. School beauty group admin, do you have any more intelligence pills? The school beauty warned him. Each intelligence pill causes baldness, and one can only take 15 pills maximum. Taking more than 15 would cause permanent baldness. Having already taken 16 pills, he froze in place. 2 years later, Wei Yu and Tanghua entered their dream university as planned. Besides being busy with their academic research, they made time for dates every day, eating together, chatting, and showing their affection all over campus. People thought they would marry soon, but reality was completely different. They both devoted themselves fully to their fields. Wei Yu even established his own laboratory. Finally, at age 32, Tanghua won the highest mathematics award. The following year, her mathematical formula appeared in textbooks as required learning. Wei Yu, through his biological laboratory, developed many valuable achievements. This made his Wei Corporation flourish, and he became one of China's top 10 richest people. At age 40, they returned to that ice cream shop where their love began. Wei Yu looked at Tanghua tenderly. What flavor would you like? Tanghua hugged Wei Yu happily. I still want every flavor. After so many years together, Wei Yu's love for Tanghua remained unchanged, and Tanghua thoroughly enjoyed their relationship. The system's little person reminded Tanghua that Wei Yu didn't have much time left. Although Tanghua changed Wei Yu's story, she couldn't change his lifespan. In his previous life, he was a gang leader who died in a gang shootout. Tanghua's face darkened. How could she not know? She wanted to spend Wei Yu's remaining time well with him, letting him leave without regrets. Tanghua loved him deeply, but knowing the sadness, she didn't cry. She had experienced countless life and death partings. Death wasn't scary to her. What was scary was that death was just another beginning, an endless cycle. Tanghua gently held Wei Yu's hand. Boyfriend, do you want to marry me? Wei Yu looked at Tanghua lovingly. He had always wanted to marry her. But Wei Yu hesitated because he wanted to give Tanghua the most precious gift. Two people in love, yet unable to be together. Tanghua changed Wei Yu's life path, but couldn't change his lifespan. Wei Yu didn't have much time left. A year later, Tanghua received a critical condition notice from the hospital. She anxiously told Wei Yu on the phone, "Wait for me. You must wait for me." A panicked Tanghua rushed into Wei Yu's hospital room. Seeing Wei Yu suddenly ill in the hospital room, Tanghua's heart ached terribly. Wei Yu took out a bottle. "Guogua, this is my best gift for you." It turned out Wei Yu had spent half his life establishing the biological laboratory, just to develop a medicine that could regenerate skin. He gently caressed Tanghua's cheek. "Guogua is a girl who loves beauty. How could we let this scar affect your beauty?" Tanghua's eyes immediately turned red. "You spent half your life researching just for my scar? Was it worth it?" Wei Yu looked content. "This is my greatest achievement in life, and also my marriage proposal." Tanghua hugged Wei Yu with heartache. "I don't want to become beautiful. I just want to be with you forever." Wei Yu's expression turned painful. Perhaps feeling his time was short, the thought of leaving Tanghua alone caused him immense pain. Tanghua stopped Wei Yu from apologizing. "Boyfriend, do you have any regrets in this life?" Wei Yu looked at Tanghua, his expression softening. "I have no regrets in this life. Instead, I'm lucky to have met you. My only regret is not being able to accompany you through this lifetime." Tanghua took Wei Yu's hand. "Let's get married tomorrow." Wei Yu and Tanghua's wedding proceeded as planned, but it was a wedding just for the two of them. Tanghua wore a beautiful wedding dress. Looking at her handsome boyfriend, "Wei Yu, I want to marry you. Will you marry me? Through sickness and health, through poverty and wealth." Wei Yu looked at his beautiful girlfriend. "I do." Then they kissed passionately. At that moment, they were the happiest people in the world. Wei Yu looked at his bride. "Guogua, I want to see you smile once more. That particularly bright, mischievous smile." Tanghua looked at him and smiled mischievously. Looking at his bride, Wei Yu was completely satisfied. Gua Gua, you're so beautiful. At this moment, Wei Yu, unable to hold on anymore, collapsed. Tangwa caught the falling Wei Yu, holding him in her arms. Having experienced countless worlds, this was the first time Tangwa couldn't accept this kind of life and death. She held her love and sobbed uncontrollably. The dying man caressed his beloved wife. Don't cry. See you in the next life. After saying these words, Wei Yu closed his eyes forever. Tangwa looked at the system's little person sadly. Little system, Wei Yu said he'd see me in the next life. She reached out with trembling hands, gently caressing Wei Yu's face. She knew she would never see Wei Yu again. Never ever. Thinking of this, Tangwa was in tears. She asked the system to help her save the memories of this time. She would come back to see him whenever she missed Wei Yu. This was the only way she could remember Wei Yu. The system's little person comforted Tangwa not to be too sad, but heartbroken Tangwa held Wei Yu with endless tears. In this world, there was nothing left for Tangwa to cherish. The day after Wei Yu's death, Tangwa, unable to let go of her beloved husband, followed him. Their story moved countless people. Arriving in the next world, Tangwa felt dizzy. The system's little person quickly brought Tangwa hangover medicine. Slightly sobering up, Tangwa looked at the messy room in confusion. What had the original owner experienced to become so self-destructive? The system's little person began transferring memories to Tangwa. The original owner was a top actress. Though lacking in acting skills, she was praised as the most beautiful voice actress for her looks. She wasn't just beautiful, but also kind-hearted. Every time she received her pay, she would donate half of her salary. The public's evaluation of her character had always been very high, until someone exposed online that she would stop at nothing to climb the ladder and accused her of being a sugar baby. Now she became a white lotus that everyone cursed. The experienced Tangwa saw problems with this at a glance. Actually, the original owner hadn't cheated. The story starts with the man the original owner loved. He was the current movie king Soo-hee. The original owner had secretly loved young master Soo-hee since childhood, but Soo-hee liked his senior, by Wonwon. Until later when the Soo family went bankrupt and Soo's father was hospitalized. The once prosperous Soo family fell. Soo-hee went from being a rich young master to a poor boy drowning in debt. The girls who liked him all ran away. Only the original owner stayed by his side. With the original owner's support and encouragement, Soo-hee and she both got into the Film and Television Academy. When faced with the original owner's confession, Soo-hee didn't reject her. At that time, Soo-hee's crush by Wonwon had chosen to study abroad. But Soo-hee could never forget by Wonwon. This foolish woman, to prevent her boyfriend from being targeted, chose to sacrifice herself by staying with a bad man. She and her boyfriend attended the same Film and Television Academy. They both started taking bit parts in their sophomore year. Soo-hee had great acting talent. Many directors noticed him, but were told he had offended someone powerful. They all said they didn't dare use him. Seeing Soo-hee's pain, Tangwa asked around to find out who was targeting Soo-hee. She went to meet that person alone without telling Soo-hee. He was a man with a dark face. He had actually been watching Tangwa for a long time. The reason he kept targeting Soo-hee was because of Tangwa. If Tangwa would be with him, he would leave Soo-hee alone. Otherwise, he had the power to ensure Soo-hee would never rise again. He gave Tangwa 3 days to consider. Seeing her boyfriend Soo-hee's dejected state, Tangwa finally chose to sacrifice herself. Thus she submitted to that bad man under coercion. Last year, Soo-hee finally won the award, and his longtime crush by Wonwon also chose to be with him. The more glorious Soo-hee became, the more Tangwa's heart ached. If it weren't for that bad man Xiaonya, she would be the one standing beside Soo-hee now. Tangwa sacrificed her love for him, but he never knew what she had done. After Xiaonya got tired of her, he ruthlessly abandoned Tangwa. Later, Soo-hee found out it was Xiaonya who had been targeting him, and he turned out to be Soo-hee's half-brother. It was Xiaonya who had bankrupted the Soo family. Unable to do anything to Xiaonya, Soo-hee took all his anger out on Tangwa. He believed Tangwa and Xiaonya had worked together against him. He cursed Tangwa as shameless, being kept by his enemy, and still having the nerve to come back to him. And by Wonwon beside, Soo-hee gave him ideas. Together they exposed Tangwa's kept woman status, making her a fallen woman in the public eye. From then on, Tangwa fell into depression, locking herself at home drinking for a month. Today, Soo-hee would come to find Tangwa again. He wanted to get her addicted to drugs, making her fall beyond redemption. The girl was set up by her ex-boyfriend to become addicted to drugs that would ruin her life. He even handed her over to sleazy old men. After 3 years of torture, the girl couldn't bear it anymore. On her ex-boyfriend's wedding day, she decided to drive into him, planning to die together. But in the end, only she died. The ex-boyfriend and his bride were just shocked. Tangwa looked at the original owner's body. She was indeed beautiful. Why seek death for a worthless man? Since I'm here to replace her, I'll play around in this entertainment circle. Tangwa took out her phone and lay casually on the big bed. The system's little person didn't understand Tangwa's plan. Tangwa just posted one sentence online saying, "Just wait and see." It instantly became a trending topic. Tangwa was severely criticized by netizens. Online voices were all supporting Soo-hee. Seeing Tangwa being criticized, the system's little person was furious. "Do you want me to delete those posts that are attacking you?" Tangwa's face darkened. "No need. Let them criticize as they wish. When I become the villain everyone wants to beat, then create a twist. I wonder what those netizens who cursed me will think." Tangwa continued, telling the system's little person, "Find those public figures who led the criticism against me. Also, dig up all their dark history, like some explosive videos." The system's little person readily agreed. Anywhere with internet access was within its capabilities. Then Tangwa called her agent. The other party said they were no longer her agent, and the company would arrange a new agent for Tangwa. Their tone was full of complaints. They still wanted to lecture Tangwa. Tangwa hung up directly. "If you're not my agent anymore, why waste words with me?" The agent whose call was hung up furiously cursed that Tangwa would never recover her reputation. The new agent arranged by the company was a neat-looking girl named Ju-e. Tangwa told Agent Ju-e to get her some reality shows. She wouldn't take scripted ones, only challenging ones, like Wilderness Survival or Dancing with Beasts. They would surely like to invite someone like her. The agent confidently agreed. Among the many shows the agent found, Tangwa chose a campus drama, because in a school setting, he could recall more wonderful memories. At this time, Xiaonie, who had used Tangwa, appeared. This bad man, for revenge, had repeatedly used Tangwa. Now that Tangwa had become a vilified woman online, he still had the nerve to find Tangwa, saying he could clear everything up for her. Tangwa looked at him with an evil smile. "Are you feeling guilty about using me? Don't worry, Xiaonie. You won't be left out of my revenge. Just wait." Watching Tangwa's departing figure, Xiaonie was stunned. When did Tangwa become so confident? Such a confident and bold Tangwa really reminded him of himself. Xiaonie stopped Tangwa, who was about to leave, telling her if she needed anything, she could come to him anytime. Tangwa's agent saw Xiaonie and was excited. That man was the genius director Xiaonie. But Tangwa remained indifferent. The agent marveled that Tangwa was truly extraordinary to be able to handle such a difficult man. At the scene, director Shirtsong looked worried. He couldn't find a suitable person for the second female lead. At this time, Liang Chao, who played the male lead, reminded Shirtsong that the next auditioning actor had started performing. Shirtsong watched Tangwa on stage. "Isn't this that famous face actress?" After seeing Tangwa's performance, he completely changed his opinion of her. Tangwa brought the second female lead role to life so vividly. Her lines and tone were perfectly delivered. The director stood up and applauded Tangwa's acting. "This role belongs to you." Then the male lead Liang Chao came to Tangwa's side. "Miss Tang, you're really different from the rumors." Tangwa smiled slightly. "You'll soon find out I'm different every day." Liang Chao was already completely captivated by Tangwa. He suddenly grabbed Tangwa's hand. "Miss Tang is so humorous. Working with you must be a delightful experience." Director Shirtsong rushed over and pushed Liang Chao aside. "Don't scare her away, you kid. Miss Tang, you can go back first. I'll have my assistant contact you about the collaboration details." Watching Tangwa leave, Liang Chao said to Shirtsong with a love-struck face, "Uncle, I think I'm in love." In the car, the agent reported to Tangwa that a reality show would air in a few months. Right after this campus drama finished filming, Tangwa agreed without hesitation. Just then, the agent received a call from Shirkong. She was shocked. "What? You're planning to replace Tangwa?" Tangwa, who had just successfully auditioned for the second female lead, was suddenly replaced. The director said the investors had pre-selected someone for the role. The agent tried to comfort Tangwa, suggesting they look at 2 other dramas, but Tangwa refused. Back home, Tangwa called out the system's little person. "By one stole my role. Tell me, what's going to happen to the male lead Liang Chao?" The little system immediately searched and reported to Tangwa with a serious face. "Liang Chao will die in a car accident at 3:30 this afternoon." Tangwa grabbed the system's little person. "Quick, let's go save him. As fellow cannon fodder, we must help each other." Downstairs, Tangwa unexpectedly encountered Xiaonie. He stopped his car in front of Tangwa, asking where she wanted to go. Tangwa got in the car without hesitation. Take me to Liang Chao's house. Driver, please hurry. I'm in a rush. Xiaonya extinguished his cigarette. Are you with Liang Chao? Tangwa looked at him teasingly. Wanna guess? Tangwa reached out to touch Xiaonya's neck. You're so hateful. How about we die together? Xiaonya remained calm. If you dare, try it. The system's little person jumped out. Host, I think Xiaonya quite likes you. If others treated him this way, they'd have been scolded already. Could he be in love with you? Tangwa knew very well that Xiaonya didn't love her. Instead, he was seeing someone else through her. This type is typically despicable. I'm a bit interested in him. I can flirt with him and get revenge at the same time. Soon the car stopped outside Liang Chao's house. Tangwa teased Xiaonya again. Driver, do I need to pay? Xiaonya grabbed Tangwa's hand. What do you want me to do? Tangwa looked at Xiaonya. I just want to move back to your house. Will you agree? Xiaonya didn't understand Tangwa's true intentions. Are you trying to get revenge on your ex-boyfriend Suhi, or develop your career? But he still agreed to Tangwa's request. Tangwa looked at Xiaonya with all-knowing eyes. You must like me, otherwise you wouldn't let me move back to your house. I'm so beautiful, and we've been together for years, yet you've never had any thoughts. If I'm not wrong, you must be inadequate, right? The teased Xiaonya told Tangwa to shut up, but Tangwa didn't hold back, instead becoming more unrestrained. She kissed Xiaonya's face and continued teasing him. Young man, the way you look at me isn't right. It's like a child looking at their mother. Do you want me to be your mother? Xiaonya shouted, get out, and kicked Tangwa out of the car. This man with the dark forehead would die in a car accident in half an hour. At this time, Tangwa found him and planned to save his life. But facing Tangwa's warning, Liang Chao was dismissive. Tangwa checked her phone. The timing was perfect. She took out the prepared yellow talismans and placed them in various positions around Liang Chao's house. At this time, the man received a phone call from Liang Chao's uncle, informing him that they would replace Tangwa as the second female lead. Liang Chao got up to confront his uncle, wanting to seek justice for Tangwa. Tangwa noticed something was wrong with Liang Chao. His face was as white as a dead person's. Tangwa stood up and held back Liang Chao, who was trying to rush out. Liang Chao also realized that he could no longer control himself. The system's little person was terrified. Host, what's wrong with him? This is scary. Tangwa told little system not to be afraid. Liang Chao was just possessed by something. Tangwa said firmly, as long as I'm here, tragedy won't happen. At this moment, a voice in Liang Chao's mind kept telling him that he must go out. If he could just leave this room, he could break free from all restraints. The frenzied Liang Chao broke free from Tangwa's control and was about to open the door. At this moment, Tangwa's hands glowed with magical power, and she shouted, capture. Liang Chao, who had been acting crazy just moments ago, froze. A scream echoed in his mind. Cold sweat ran down Liang Chao's face. He looked at Tangwa in disbelief. What just happened to me? Was what you said about the car accident true? Tangwa didn't want to explain her attitude. She casually took out a yellow talisman and stuck it on his forehead. Liang Chao screamed at what he saw, because right in front of him stood a ghost, and this female ghost's eyes were filled with anger as she looked at Liang Chao. Liang Chao believed he had never wronged any woman and didn't recognize this ghost. The female ghost, full of resentment, said, You say you don't know me? Yesterday you hit me with your car. I could have been saved, but you dragged me into the woods and threw away my phone, so I couldn't call for help. I struggled for 5 full hours before dying. It's all your fault. Liang Chao was confused because he hadn't driven yesterday. The female ghost came to claim Liang Chao's life. Thanks to Tangwa's intervention, Liang Chao escaped disaster. But the female ghost insisted that Liang Chao was the one who hit her with his car. Liang Chao was upset because he hadn't driven yesterday. To prove his innocence, he took the ghost to check his car's dashboard camera. After seeing Liang Chao's sports car, the ghost realized she had mistaken the wrong person. Having escaped danger, Liang Chao was very grateful to Tangwa. Without her today, he would have lost his life. He took Tangwa's hand. You're my lifesaver from now on. I'll go home and discuss with my father about investing in this drama. The second female lead role, I'll definitely get it back for you. Tangwa exchanged a few polite words and prepared to leave. But the female ghost called out to Tangwa. She had witnessed Tangwa's abilities, so she wanted Tangwa to help her find her enemy. Tangwa hesitated but agreed. If I have the chance, I'll help you find the killer. But you must listen to me and not act recklessly. 2 days later, Tangwa arrived at the filming location. Liang Chao had really gotten Tangwa Tangua's second female lead role back. Bai Wenwen had convinced the female lead to withdraw and took her place. Liang Chao explained while showing Tangua around the set. He arranged for Tangua to use his makeup room. People around them started gossiping when they saw how close the two were. Tangua kindly reminded Liang Chao that her reputation wasn't good, and being too close to her wouldn't do him any good. However, Liang Chao didn't care at all. You're my lifesaver. As for reputation, I'm an actor who relies on skill. Even if I can't act anymore, I can still go home and inherit the family business. At this time, someone shouted that the filming team had arrived. Bai Wenwen is so lucky, Suing personally came to send her off. Others whispered, now we'll have some drama to watch. Liang Chao looked at Bai Wenwen with disgust. She clearly wasn't suitable for this role but still insisted on taking it. At this moment, beside Bai Wenwen, another system avatar appeared, numbered 857. Bai Wenwen was just like Tangua, someone who had transmigrated to this world. System 857 reported to Bai Wenwen that it had found a potential target, Liang Chao. Bai Wenwen looked at Liang Chao, secretly praising that this world really had no shortage of excellent men. It's not scary to face a green tea bitch, but it's scary to face a fellow transmigrator. Tangua never expected that her opponent Bai Wenwen was also a transmigrator with her own system assistant. Bai Wenwen ordered System 857 to check Liang Chao's favorability towards her. The result showed that Liang Chao's favorability towards Bai Wenwen was -50. She didn't know Liang Chao, so why did he have such a strong prejudice against her? Bai Wenwen approached Liang Chao, saying, we'll be working together from now on, please take care of me. But Liang Chao refused her handshake, saying, I can't compare to Miss Bai. System 857 reported to Bai Wenwen that Liang Chao's favorability decreased by 30, currently at -80. Bai Wenwen was confused. What was going on? She just wanted to shake his hand and lost 30 favorability points. Little Tong beside Tangua looked at System 857. As they say, peers are natural enemies. Little Tong's eyes were full of hostility. Host, I've analyzed the results. I'm much more advanced than that 857. They can't hear our conversation. Just give the order. I can eliminate 857 in a minute. Tangua stopped Little Tong from seeking personal revenge. This Bai Wenwen is interesting. Let's play along. Seeing Tangua, Suhi cursed. You're seducing Liang Chao again. You're really cheap. Tangua instantly became like a drama queen. She said with a hurt expression. I didn't. Suhi interrupted Tangua. Your acting is really good, Tangua. You can deal with Xiaonya while pretending to be deeply in love with me. Don't you feel disgusted with yourself? The dramatic Tangua was now crying streams of tears, seemingly heartbroken, saying, I really didn't. Seeing Tangua being scolded until she cried, Liang Chao couldn't hold back anymore. He threw a direct punch at Suhi's face. Suhi was stunned by this sudden punch. At this moment, Bai Wenwen immediately ordered System 857, throw a misfortune talisman on Liang Chao. How dare he hit my man? And throw another one on Tangua. Tangua, seeing through Bai Wenwen's petty trick, ordered Little Tong to transfer the misfortune talisman onto Bai Wenwen. Little Tong indicated understanding what to do. At this time, Bai Wenwen saw someone coming and quickly grabbed Xiaoyao to continue the argument. Suhi suddenly changed like a different person. Miss Tang, please stop pursuing me. What we had is over. Now my girlfriend is Bai Wenwen. Please show some dignity, Miss Tang. The onlookers who saw this all thought Tangua was desperately pursuing Suhi, but Tangua had already had Little Tong record everything. Tangua's face darkened. She would release these recordings after public opinion fermented. Film Emperor Suhi shows PDA with girlfriend on set. After finishing, he didn't forget to threaten Tangua, telling her not to cause trouble for his girlfriend. After showing off, Suhi tried to leave. Little Tong quickly stuck a misfortune talisman on him. The crew members immediately started discussing how idol Suhi was not only handsome, but also so gentle. Just as they finished speaking, Suhi, who was about to leave, fell flat on his face. Bai Wenwen quickly ran over to help him up. In the grass, Bai Wenwen stepped on a rock. She immediately lost her balance. She crashed hard onto Suhi, who let out a pig-like squeal when hit. The crowd went wild. Film Emperor Suhi's scream was so miserable. It really sounded like a pig. And is Bai Wenwen that heavy? The two were carried away on stretchers to the hospital. Before leaving, they reminded everyone to put away their cameras. Sitting in the ambulance, both lamented how they had completely lost face this time. In the dressing room, Liang Chao's assistant told him that Suhi's bones were fractured by Wenwen's fall, and he reportedly fell again while getting off the ambulance. While they were happily discussing this, a man walked in. He was looking for Tanghua. Watching the man's back as he walked in, they realized he was the genius director Qiao Nie. The love triangle between Tanghua, Qiao Nie, and Suhi had become the talk of the town. Everyone knew about it, but when people discussed it, they only blamed Tanghua. Liang Chao watched Qiao Nie's back, feeling very unhappy. Qiao Nie's eyes lit up when he entered Tanghua's dressing room. Tanghua, dressed as a high school student, looked very pure. She really looked like a high school student. Qiao Nie got straight to the point, asking Tanghua when she planned to move in. He reminded her that once she moved in, it would confirm the rumors about her being kept for career advancement. Tanghua suddenly hugged Qiao Nie, softly saying, "Isn't that the truth?" The makeup artists in the room looked embarrassed. "Should we leave?" Tanghua spoke openly in front of everyone. "People outside say I'm fickle and would do anything to advance my career." Tanghua caressed Qiao Nie's face. "And indeed, you did make me who I am. Isn't that right?" Qiao Nie grabbed Tanghua's wandering hand. "We're just maintaining status quo now. Stop touching me." Tanghua smiled teasingly. "If people knew you couldn't perform, would it trend on social media?" Facing Tanghua's provocation, Qiao Nie threatened, "I'll pick you up tonight. If this is what you want, I'll satisfy you." This woman dared to challenge the great director and mock his performance. The genius director Qiao Nie made his threat about picking her up tonight, saying he'd show her what real strength was. After making his threat, Qiao Nie turned to leave. He didn't know why he always had a soft spot for Tanghua. At this moment, Liang Chao stopped Qiao Nie. He warned Qiao Nie that since he had broken up with Tanghua, he should stop bothering her. Qiao Nie's expression turned cold. "What right do you have to meddle in my affairs? Besides, Tanghua is mine now." Hearing this, Liang Chao froze. Hadn't Tanghua moved out of Qiao Nie's house? Liang Chao found Tanghua and told her that Qiao Nie wasn't a good man for women. "If you have any difficulties you can't talk about, you must tell me. I'll help you wholeheartedly." Tanghua declined Liang Chao's kindness. At this time, the director called the actors to get ready. When everyone saw Tanghua enter, they all said this talentless face would surely be made to cry by the strict director Sure. At this moment, Wenwen's system 857 told her that someone had applied glue to her seat. Wenwen's first reaction was to ask her system 857 whether Tanghua's seat had glue on it. Learning that Tanghua's seat was clean, Wenwen immediately hatched a scheme. She knew she had used connections to steal the leading role and would face retribution from some people. Then during filming, Wenwen deliberately left the glue-covered seat for Tanghua. She sat behind Tanghua, ready to watch the show. She wanted to see how Tanghua would handle it. If filming stopped over such a small matter, the director would surely get angry. The clever Tanghua knew Wenwen wouldn't be so kind. So immediately, Tanghua discovered the glue on the seat. She took out tissues to wipe off the glue. Tanghua coldly retorted to those around her, "I never expected someone would be jealous of my excellence on the first day." Wenwen was stunned. This line wasn't in the script the director gave her. The director applauded, saying Tanghua's improvised line was brilliant and really highlighted the character's personality. Wenwen was angry that her plan failed, plotting in her mind how to embarrass Tanghua next time. Qiao Nie, watching Tanghua act for the first time, was deeply attracted by her immersed state. He realized Tanghua's acting was so immersive. In character, Tanghua's tears flowed uncontrollably. She sadly asked the male lead who he really liked. Wenwen told Tanghua that the male lead had only liked her from the beginning. Tanghua questioned Liang Chao's character. "If you didn't like me, why didn't you tell me earlier? Did you enjoy watching me confess to you every day?" An angry Tanghua delivered a resounding slap across Liang Chao's face. A woman's loud slap struck the scumbag's face as she demanded to know if playing with her was fun. The onlookers were stunned. Had Tanghua gotten too deep into character, mistaking Liang Chao's character for Suhi? The director told the cameraman to catch the final shot, then satisfactorily ended today's filming. He was very pleased with Tanghua's brilliant performance. Tanghua, too deep in character, couldn't calm down for a while. Qiao Nie, following behind, caught up with her. He thoughtfully offered her a tissue. Tanghua hugged Qiao Nie and asked him to wipe her tears. Qiao Nie didn't refuse. Instead, he gently wiped Tanghua's tears. At this moment, a camera flash went off in the corner. Qiao Nie knew they had been photographed secretly. He held Tanghua's hand and told her not to worry. He would handle it. Tanghua was indifferent, saying, "I get criticized online every day anyway. Now that I've finally dragged you down too, if we're going to stink, let's stink together. Xiao Nye was speechless with anger. 2 seconds later, Xiao Nye came to terms with it. Looking at the little minx Tangwa, he said, "Since you're not afraid, I have nothing to fear either." Sure enough, the next day, Xiao Nye and Tangwa were trending. The internet exploded with news of a third-rate actress hooking up with the genius director. The internet was filled with criticism, with some calling Tangwa shameless. Some also accused Tangwa of using the casting couch, demanding she leave the entertainment industry. Not satisfied with just criticizing her, they went on to attack Xiao Nye, until Tangwa liked a top comment. Then many netizens discovered that their comments had also been liked by Tangwa. Then they saw Tangwa post her latest update, showing her happy state. Netizens suddenly questioned reality. Had Tangwa gone mad from the criticism? Tangwa, lying on Xiao Nye's lap, liked posts until her hand went numb. Xiao Nye snatched Tangwa's phone away. "I know you hate me, but don't drag yourself down just to get back at me. If you give up like this, Su-hee will be even happier." Tangwa grabbed Xiao Nye's hand. "Who says I'm giving up? I just wanted you to experience what it feels like to be criticized. I'm already used to being criticized. One more or less doesn't matter." Xiao Nye suddenly looked at Tangwa with unusual tenderness. "As long as you're happy." The reality show Tangwa had signed up for was about to start filming. It was a real wilderness survival program. The filming location was said to be in a primitive forest where fierce wild animals could often be seen. Seeing Xiao Nye wanted to say something, Tangwa persuaded him to give up trying to stop her. Xiao Nye had no choice but to agree to let Tangwa participate in the show. But he planned in his heart to find a way to prevent Tangwa from getting hurt. Tangwa joined the wilderness survival reality show. The last person standing could win 200 million in prize money. But unexpectedly, enemies crossed paths. Tangwa ran into her ex-boyfriend Su-hee and Bai Wanwen. The organizer announced this episode would be broadcast live. This way they could show the most authentic side. The 8 invited contestants were all top celebrities in the country, including Tangwa, known as the vase from actor Liang Chao's fame. Another pair was new movie king Su-hee with his girlfriend Bai Wanwen. The third group was also heavyweight, world queen by Ling Xue, and method actor Chu Ming. The last group was a sibling pair, the excellent actor Cui Yuanbin and movie queen Cui and I. This wilderness survival would last 1 month. Each team needed to bring their own tents and supplies. They would need to obtain their own food for the entire month. So everyone began their preparations. When Tangwa appeared before everyone carrying a large suitcase, she was instantly mocked by onlookers. "Haha, does Tangwa think she's going on vacation? How can you survive in the wilderness with such a big suitcase? Wonder if it's full of makeup or clothes." Liang Chao quickly took the large suitcase from Tangwa's hands, but its weight was beyond his imagination. Tangwa told Liang Chao not to worry, saying her suitcase could walk by itself. Nearby, Bai Wanwen called her an idiot upon hearing this. Su-hee was also waiting to see Tangwa make a fool of herself. After everyone was ready, they set out. The tall grass and trees in the primitive forest were very sharp. Su-hee took out his prepared knife, cutting through the grass while slowly advancing. Not far into the journey, Bai Wanwen was already panting heavily. Suddenly, everyone heard a strange buzzing sound. They saw Tangwa's suitcase suddenly sprout hands and feet. That's when Liang Chao finally believed Tangwa's words. Her suitcase could not only walk by itself, but it could also cut through grass and clear the path ahead. The livestream viewers went wild. Some viewers commented on how smooth Tangwa's operation was. Others asked for purchase links. Some viewers thought Tangwa was cheating. The brother from the sibling team said enviously that he wanted one too, making viewers laugh. Bai Wanwen and Su-hee stood stunned watching Tangwa's magical operation. Liang Chao quickly asked where Tangwa bought the suitcase. Tangwa casually said it was a gift from a friend. Actually, it was from Tangwa's cultivation realm, given to her by a cultivator. Tangwa hadn't expected the suitcase to be so useful. At this time, the director announced to everyone that to reach the campsite, they needed to cross grasslands full of traps, then climb a steep rocky mountain, and finally cross a rapid river before truly reaching the campsite. Viewers prepared their snacks and tea, waiting to see how Tangwa's big suitcase would embarrass her. In this wilderness survival show, the first place winner would get 200 million in prize money. But to reach the campsite, they needed to cross grasslands full of traps, then climb a steep rocky mountain, and cross a rapid river. Viewers prepared their snacks and tea, all waiting to see how Tangwa's big suitcase would embarrass her. Liang Chao worried about Tangwa carrying such a heavy suitcase. asking if it was really okay. Suhee even came to Tanghwa, advising her to throw away the impractical suitcase. Bai Wenwen complained nearby that Tanghwa was too selfish and didn't consider the bigger picture. Bai Wenwen asked Liang Chao to persuade Tanghwa. However, Liang Chao didn't speak, just snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with contempt when looking at Bai Wenwen. Ding! System 857 reminded Bai Wenwen. Liang Chao's favorability towards Bai Wenwen decreased by 5, currently at -95. If Liang Chao's favorability reached -100, she would receive system punishment. Bai Wenwen didn't understand why Liang Chao disliked her so much. Afraid of losing more points, Bai Wenwen quickly pulled Suhee away from Korea. Very curious about how Bai Wenwen's system would punish her, Xiaotong said it didn't know what the punishment would be. If they wanted to find out, they should let Liang Chao continue to hate Bai Wenwen. Tanghwa praised Xiaotong for becoming more mischievous. At this time, Xiaotong warned Tanghwa about a trap to Bai Wenwen's left front, with water in the pit. So Tanghwa deliberately chose this path with the trap. Bai Wenwen's System 857 suggested she follow Tanghwa's path. After analysis, 857 thought it might be because Liang Chao's luck was too good, making their path particularly smooth. So Bai Wenwen followed System 857's advice. Then she pulled Suhee along, taking the path before Tanghwa. But after just 2 steps, Bai Wenwen stepped right into the trap. Panicked, Bai Wenwen grabbed tightly onto Suhee's clothes, pulling Suhee down with her. Both fell into the stinking water pit, crying and wailing. Nearby, Liang Chao laughed like a pig while Tanghwa happily watched the show. The viewers first looked at the 2 spectators. They first strongly condemned the 2 spectators, then happily joined in watching the drama. Tanghwa approached the 2 and suggested Bai Wenwen take a shower, saying no one would blame them for the delay. Suhee, wanting to maintain her image, refused Tanghwa's suggestion. Tanghwa pulled Liang Chao to walk around them, commenting that Suhee and her companion smelled too bad. Suhee's face turned purple with anger. She secretly vowed to get back at Tanghwa when she had the chance. Tanghwa's wilderness survival reality show livestream had hundreds of thousands of viewers watching, all waiting for her to embarrass herself. They wondered how Tanghwa would climb the mountain ahead with her heavy suitcase. For the contestants' safety, the crew provided safety ropes. Suhee looked at her girlfriend Bai Wenwen, saying if they went up first, they could request a shower. As the 2 climbed at full speed, Tanghwa surprisingly took out snacks and started eating. The livestream viewers exploded with comments. They wondered if Tanghwa couldn't bear to throw away her snacks and if she planned to eat everything before continuing. Xiaonia watched the wilderness survival livestream from his screen. He thought he should go to the site himself. At this time, investors' representatives came to Xiaonia's office. They hoped to get the second female lead role in Xiaonia's new drama, but Xiaonia ruthlessly rejected them. No one could interfere with Xiaonia's casting choices, not even investors. But he could give the investors a chance to audition. If Xiaonia deemed them unsuitable, the role would remain Tanghwa's. The investors' representatives' faces turned cold. Since Tanghwa was participating in wilderness survival, they'd make sure she wouldn't return. Meanwhile, at the reality show site, Tanghwa was ready for mountain climbing. Her teammate Liang Chao was still wondering how to handle Tanghwa's suitcase. Tanghwa confidently said not to worry, it would follow on its own. Suddenly, the suitcase rose into the air. Suhee and Bai Wenwen were shocked to see 2 launchers underneath it. Livestream viewers were stunned, asking if this was Transformers. It seemed capable of anything, on Earth or in sky. Bai Wenwen told Suhee that the suitcase going up didn't matter. If they got up first, they could still take a shower. Suhee said, "Let's go." Tanghwa watched Bai Wenwen and Liang Chao above. "Let's take first place." Tanghwa looked seriously at Liang Chao. "Can you do it?" Liang Chao broke into a cold sweat, saying you can't ask a man if he can do it, especially on live broadcast. It's the biggest insult to a man. By then, Tanghwa had started climbing. Viewers were amazed to discover she could rock climb. Her speed seemed impossible without cheating. They wondered if she was a professional climber before. 2 minutes later, Tanghwa passed the leading Bai Wenwen. She didn't forget to mock Bai Wenwen for climbing too slowly. When Bai Wenwen and Suhee finally reached the top panting, they found Tanghwa and Liang Chao leisurely drinking wine. The director asked Tanghwa, who finished first, what she wanted to request. Tanghwa elegantly held her wine glass and asked the director for a barbecue grill with seasonings. While other contestants were still struggling to climb, Tanghwa had already reached the summit. She and Liang Chao were leisurely drinking wine. Even more outrageous, she asked the director for a barbecue grill. Looking at Tanghwa's barbecue, Bai Wenwen and Suhi knew their shower plan was ruined. Liang Chao felt sorry seeing their pitiful state and suggested they wash up in the river below. While taking a cold bath in the river, Bai Wenwen complained about having to live like this for a month. She asked her system 857 why the bad luck charm she placed on Tanghua wasn't working. 857 replied it might be because Liang Chao's luck was too strong. At this point, Liang Chao's favorability towards Bai Wenwen had dropped to -100. If Bai Wenwen failed, she might be eliminated by the system. She was extremely anxious. The director then told everyone they needed to reach the other side of the river before dark, where their camp would be. Originally, the production team's reward was supposed to be a gas supply for first place, but Tanghua changed it to a barbecue grill. Netizens criticized Tanghua for being foolish. Bai Wenwen suggested that their only option was to build a wooden raft. So everyone started looking for wood. Tanghua looked at Liang Chao and said, "Since you've done rock climbing, you must have done parkour too." Tanghua suddenly had a bold idea. Parkour practitioners have excellent balance. While they need 4 logs for a raft, we only need 1 log. With that, the two began to act. They threw a large log into the water. Liang Chao jumped onto the log like a canoe, earning admiration from viewers. However, one particular viewer commented, "Men who like parkour aren't reliable." Tanghua also crossed the river successfully using the same method. Viewers commented that Tanghua's speed was incredibly fast, like they only saw an afterimage. Even more dramatic was Tanghua's suitcase, which followed closely behind her, switching to crazy swimming mode. Livestream viewers were truly amazed. Weren't supernatural beings banned after 1949? I'm truly impressed by this suitcase. The director never expected that all these celebrities would be outshined by a suitcase. Just then, the director received a phone call. "What? You want to come as a surprise guest?" The caller was the genius director Xiao Nye, who had been watching the live stream. When Liang Chao was crossing the river with parkour, he was frantically typing comments. "Liking parkour shows this man isn't reliable." Tanghua was up to her tricks again. After crossing first, she dug a large hole at the campsite. When Bai Wenwen and her partner struggled with their raft and arrived at the campsite, they were confused seeing Tanghua digging. They wondered what she was up to now. Liang Chao was also curious. After Tanghua filled the hole with water, she opened her treasure box and started rummaging through it. By now, the water in the hole had been heated by the sun. Tanghua took out a shower head she had prepared and connected it to the water hole. When showering, squeezing the handle would pump the water up. The livestream viewers sincerely admired Tanghua's foresight. Many viewers instantly turned from haters to fans. The director, watching the clever and capable Tanghua, felt they had struck gold. No wonder Xiao Nye was willing to be with her. Liang Chao volunteered to build the shower stall. Tanghua took out 2 more shower heads and gave them to the others. Now only Bai Wenwen's group had no shower equipment. So Suhi approached Tanghua, wanting to borrow a shower head, but Tanghua ruthlessly refused. Suhi didn't expect Tanghua to make him lose face like this on live broadcast. So Suhi began his performance. "When you dumped me before, I got over it. But now you want to get back together. I can't do that. I already have a girlfriend. I can't break up with Wenwen just because you're not over me." Tanghua became increasingly angry. "Just because I won't lend you a shower head, you're spreading rumors about me? Saying I asked you to break up with Bai Wenwen? Get back together with you? Dream on." Tanghua quickly adjusted her mindset and entered battle mode. "Actor Su, don't say such strange things. I already have a man. Your nonsense might make my man misunderstand. And about borrowing the shower head, I don't want to lend it to you. Dating you before was my mistake. Could it be that because I found someone better than you, you're here to cause trouble?" Suhi was about to explode. "Enough! I don't want to borrow it anymore." On camera, Suhi tried to maintain his image. Tanghua calmly said to him, "Don't ever come to borrow anything again. I'll lend to anyone but you. And remember, I have a man now." Watching Suhi's retreating figure, not having angered him to death, was already Tanghua showing mercy. At this time, Xiaotong reported to Tanghua that Bai Wenwen wouldn't have found Liang Chao. Could she be trying to pursue Liang Chao? After Xiaotong's careful analysis, it seemed likely. Tanghua confidently looked into the distance. "Liang Chao won't disappoint me. This evil woman called by Wanwan, her system task is to pursue various men. Right now her target is right in front of her. But Liang Chao's favorability towards Bai Wanwan had already dropped to the extreme. She approached Liang Chao, hypocritically praising his tent-pitching skills. Today, she was determined to increase his favorability towards her. She suddenly lowered her voice and said to Liang Chao, Suhi actually doesn't mind the past anymore. When you have time, please persuade Tangwa not to be so stubborn. She really brought up the worst possible topic. Suddenly there was a ding sound. The system prompted, Liang Chao's favorability has exceeded -100. Your pursuit mission has failed. You will receive a 10-minute electric shock punishment. Suddenly, Bai Wenwen began convulsing. She collapsed. Hearing Bai Wenwen's screams, Suhi rushed over, thinking Liang Chao had done something to her. Tangwa said she could prove Liang Chao didn't bully Bai Wenwen. If Suhi didn't believe it, he could check the surveillance footage anytime. Looking at Bai Wenwen paralyzed from the electric shock, Tangwa laughed happily like a pig squealing. Suhi looked at Tangwa. You really don't have any sympathy? After Suhi left carrying Bai Wenwen, Liang Chao seriously asked Tangwa, do you still care about Suhi? Tangwa looked puzzled. When did I ever care about him? Seeing Tangwa's attitude, Liang Chao felt relieved. He sincerely said to Tangwa, compared to Suhi, I think you have a better future with Xiao Nye. At this moment, Xiao Nye, who was watching the live stream, suddenly felt that this young man Liang Chao had potential. Next time, he must have Liang Chao audition for the male lead. Just then, the director announced that a mysterious investor had issued a task. They had dropped an airdrop in a specific area of the forest. If they could find it before the live stream ended, they would immediately receive a prize of 100 million. So everyone began heading towards the mysterious forest. At this moment, Xiao Nye arrived at the scene. The director quickly exchanged pleasantries with Xiao Nye. He heard that Xiao Nye was preparing to shoot a new project and wanted Tangwa to play the female lead. It turned out that Xiao Nye and the director were close friends. Xiao Nye didn't hide that he needed Tangwa for the second female lead, because that role was perfect. The director stared at Xiao Nye. You're serious about Tangwa this time? Xiao Nye replied, I suppose so. He was also answering his own heart. He hadn't expected Tangwa would move his heart like this. The director pointed at the helicopter on the big screen. Your Tangwa is waiting for the airdrop now. The airdrop will be released in 5 minutes. Liang Chao sighed that this investor really knew how to play, spending huge money to make us search for things. Just then, Liang Chao heard a strange sound. As he turned around, he saw a huge venomous snake appear before his eyes. How fierce this woman was. Facing the vicious snake, Tangwa immediately pulled out her dagger and stabbed it right in the snake's vital point. The livestream audience immediately went wild. Is Tangwa this fierce? Liang Yingdi is so embarrassing. Actually hiding behind Tangwa watching the livestream, Xiao Nye muttered to himself, this Tangwa always manages to impress me. Suddenly the livestream lost signal. The broadcast was interrupted. The director ordered staff to quickly check the equipment. Meanwhile, the director took out his phone to contact everyone, to tell them to return to the camp first. However, he found that everyone's communication devices had also lost signal. Xiao Nye knew something was wrong. He strode out of the tent. I'll go find them myself. At this moment, the live stream signal returned. But viewers were shocked by the scene before them. In the footage, Tangwa and Liang Chao were running away, with bullets whizzing past them. Tangwa was skillfully dodging the dangers, with Liang Chao following closely behind her. Viewers were on edge for the two of them. At the same time, they found it unbelievable. Who would be so bold to send assassins to kill Tangwa in broad daylight? So netizens started cheering for Tangwa. After several minutes of full-speed escape, they finally temporarily shook off the assassins. Tangwa looked seriously at Liang Chao. There's a swamp ahead. Watch out for ground traps. Don't step on mossy areas, and avoid perfectly flat black surfaces too. Liang Chao looked at Tangwa excitedly. This is real wilderness survival, right? Tangwa agreed. Right. Hope this episode's ratings skyrocket. At this moment, the thugs caught up from behind. Instead of running away, Tangwa and Liang Chao taunted the thugs. Why are you just standing there? Can't handle it? She even threw a stone at one thug's head. Then the two charged into the crowd, entering battle mode. Tangwa's flying kicks hit the thugs hard, taking them down one by one. Liang Chao also used various moves to strike the thugs. In the chaos, many thugs were thrown into the swamp. Seeing the thugs beaten to the ground, netizens were shocked. Is Tangwa really that powerful? Both film kings are fierce too. Tangwa walked up to the beaten thugs. Who sent you? But the thugs stubbornly refused to talk. Tangwa picked up a gun from the ground, looking coldly at the thugs before her. Then don't blame me. Then gunshots rang out. How fierce this woman was. Facing the uncooperative thugs, she slowly raised the gun. Since you won't talk, don't blame me then. Several gunshots were heard. Don't misunderstand, Tangwa was just shooting wild game. Numerous birds fell to the ground. Tangwa coolly blew the smoke from the gun barrel, looking at Liang Chao holding the game. She spoke up. The two started eating roasted squab in front of the thugs, who were drooling. The scene was quite cruel. At this moment, Xiaonya arrived at the scene. Tangwa's first reaction upon seeing him was to invite him over for some barbecue. Xiaonya coldly looked at the thugs stuck in the swamp. The thugs suddenly felt chills down their spines. Only then did they realize they had messed with Xiaonya's person. Xiaonya took the game from Tangwa's hand and started eating. The livestream viewers instantly exploded. That looks like what Tangwa just bit, but thinking that they already lived together, they must have done more intimate things. Then Xiaonya seriously said to Tangwa, I came just to discuss the daughter role with you. Netizens immediately exposed him. You crossed mountains and valleys just to discuss with Tangwa? And you're saying it so seriously? Almost believed your nonsense. Tangwa also looked skeptical. Just to discuss the role? Perhaps feeling the excuse was too far-fetched. Xiaonya blushed. Livestream viewers quickly noticed this and frantically typed, Director Qiao, your face is red up to your ears. Does Director Qiao not know he's on livestream? Haha, Director Qiao's image is completely ruined. Xiaonya looked lovingly at Tangwa. You can act in all my future films. Choose any role you want. If you don't like the script, I'll change it for you. The live stream was filled with their sweet interaction. Weren't they saying Director Qiao was keeping Tangwa? Looks like he wants to keep her for life. Can I have a dozen directors like him? It's too sweet, can't bear to watch. Tangwa looked at Xiaonya and joked, If I ruin your role, don't blame me. Xiaonya tenderly replied, I won't blame you, as long as you're happy. Meanwhile, Liang Chao couldn't stand being the third wheel anymore. Can't they see I'm here? And you, Xiaonya, have no principles at all. At this time, the main force finally arrived at the scene. The lead officer praised Tangwa for being real and humorous. Tangwa pointed at her barbecue. Are you hungry? Want some of my barbecue? The wilderness survival show turned into a massive PDA scene. Tangwa, who was just energetically moving around, after seeing Xiaonya, suddenly claimed she couldn't walk anymore. Xiaonya squatted in front of Tangwa, telling her to get on his back. Tangwa happily jumped on, looking excited while riding on Xiaonya's back. Liang Chao followed behind them, watching their lovey-dovey behavior while being a third wheel. A song came to his mind, I should be under a car, not here. Everyone looked at Tangwa, surprised at how much Xiaonya doted on her. Suhi recalled his memories with Tangwa. When he was at his lowest, it was Tangwa who stayed by his side. He couldn't understand why Tangwa, who loved him so deeply, would eventually leave him. One noticed Suhi's unusual behavior and quickly reminded him that Tangwa was the one who betrayed him. Suhi's face suddenly darkened. I will never forgive her. The reality show Into the Forest became a huge hit because of Tangwa's assassination attempt. Tangwa gained a massive following because of this. At home, Tangwa was watching TV while having Xiaotong investigate the assassin's origins. Unexpectedly, these assassins turned out to be foreign mercenaries. Xiaotong discovered who hired them. It was the person who helped Bai Wenwen steal Tangwa's resources. Tangwa wasn't surprised. Now that the enemy's identity was confirmed, she would make sure they never recovered. Just then, Xiaodong noticed that Xiaonya had already taken action. He released a statement saying that after investigation, Weishur Group, the investor of Into the Forest, was suspected of deliberately interrupting the live broadcast. This nearly led to Tangwa's assassination. Xiaonya declared that Tangwa was his most important partner, so he would terminate all cooperation with Weishur Group and file a lawsuit. Tangwa went to Xiaonya's room to thank him for his help. Xiaonya noticed Tangwa's hair wasn't dried. Tangwa said she was too late to talk with Tangwa. The next day, Xiaonya brought Tangwa to the meeting as planned. Liang Chao was also there. He immediately told Tangwa what he knew. After Xiaonya's statement yesterday, Weishur's stock hit the limit down. The whole nation demanded an explanation from Weishur Group. Just then, a tall young man loudly greeted Tangwa. Behind the young man stood an elderly couple, Tangwa's parents. Mrs. Tang burst into tears upon seeing Tangwa. Guagua, come back home. That's when Liang Chao learned that Tanghua was the heiress of the Tang group. The rumor about Tanghua abandoning Su He for money was completely groundless. Liang Chao thought Su He really had no vision. Then Wei Chuan from Wei Shi Group arrived. He got straight to the point. I'm very sorry about last time. I'm here today mainly to settle this matter privately. The ghost of the woman who had been following Tanghua suddenly appeared. She emotionally told Tanghua this was the man who hit her with his car and dumped her in the woods. Tanghua felt very sympathetic towards the woman's fate. She ordered Xiao Tong, find all criminal evidence against Wei Chuan immediately. I'll make him pay blood for blood. A few days later, Tanghua made her move. A post about Wei Shi Group went viral. Meanwhile, police cars arrived at Wei Chuan's house. Crowds gathered to watch. Have you heard? The person living here is a murderer. A perfectly fine young woman fell victim to him. The arrested Wei Chuan, still unaware of what happened, shouted about suing for trespassing while arrogantly cursing. Watching Wei Chuan being taken away, the female ghost looked gratefully at Tanghua. Her revenge was finally complete, but she had one last request, to see her family and boyfriend one more time. Tanghua gave her a talisman. Put this on your forehead when you get home. Your family will be able to see you. The ghost hugged Tanghua. I hope you and Xiaonya end up together soon. He's a good man. Tanghua was embarrassed. You have potential as a matchmaker. The ghost looked at Tanghua gratefully. Without you, I might have become a vengeful spirit, unable to reincarnate. Thank you so much. With that, she vanished. Breaking news. Tanghua's parents respond boldly. Our daughter is an heiress. She would never betray someone for a scumbag. Once published, the news sparked heated discussion. Most netizens said they saw Suhi's true colors and supported Tanghua in staying away from that scumbag. Tanghua hadn't expected her parents to help avenge her, thinking it was nice to have such parents. Xiaonya prepared brown sugar water for Tanghua. It's your special time these days. Drink more brown sugar water, and don't read news about Su-hee. Getting angry isn't good for your health. Tanghua was very satisfied with Xiaonya's thoughtfulness. She took the drink from his hand. Anyin, you're so considerate. Xiaonya looked at Tanghua. You must have other plans to deal with Su-hee, right? If I do have plans, will you help me? Xiaonya looked into Tanghua's eyes. Of course I will. Tanghua leaned on Xiaonya's shoulder. Anyin, you're so good to me. I've decided to stick with you forever. She whispered in his ear. Except for that one aspect where you're lacking, everything else is perfect. This time, Xiaonya didn't dodge her teasing. I don't need to prove whether I'm capable or not. If you don't believe me, you can try it out. Tanghua looked at Xiaonya seriously. She continued testing him. What if I want to try? Xiaonya became serious. Do you like me? Or is it just curiosity? Instead of answering his question, Tanghua asked back, do you like me? Xiaonya answered honestly, I like you. Tanghua looked at him and continued asking, if I don't like you, would you still like me? If I just want to ruin your reputation, would you still choose to be with me? Xiaonya stroked her shoulder. I would, as long as you're happy. Suddenly, Tanghua closed her eyes in pain. You remind me of someone. He always bought me ice cream of different flavors. Hearing this, Xiaonya was speechless, perhaps from jealousy or anger. Xiao Chou, looking at Tanghua's pained expression, asked if she wanted to see Wei Yu's route. Tanghua slowly recovered from her pain. She smiled bitterly. I've almost forgotten everything. I've always been this cold and heartless. Tanghua turned to look at Xiaonya. I don't like you. Would you still want to be entangled with me for life? While saying I would, Xiaonya slowly moved closer to Tanghua. Finally, he kissed her directly on the lips. Xiaonya's new movie was finally released. Previously, audiences went to watch for Xiaonya, but this time they were more excited about Tanghua's performance. On the first day of release, Xiaonya invited Tanghua to watch their movie together. He skillfully helped dry Tanghua's hair. Facing Tanghua's praise, he softly said, I just want you to like me a little more. Just as Tanghua was about to ask what he meant, Xiaonya pushed her into the bedroom to change clothes. Tanghua looked at him with a mischievous smile. You really don't want to come in and help me dress? Xiaonya blushed at her teasing. He quickly closed the door. We'll be late for the premiere. Tanghua came out wearing casual clothes and brought a hat for Xiaonya. She personally put the hat on Xiaonya's head, then put on his mask. Now no one will recognize you. Once everything was ready, they left holding hands. The theater was packed on the first day of release. Tanghua teased Xiaonya, your movie is so popular. Xiaonya replied, it wasn't like this before. Many people came to watch because of you this time. As soon as the movie started, audiences began guessing who the killer was. When the audience discovered that Tangwa's supporting role was the killer, many expressed that this kind of role was really unlikable. But in the end, everyone realized that perhaps it was the supporting character's helplessness. When the villains couldn't receive their due punishment, she could only choose to take action herself. The audience was moved by this tragic Tangwa, and many shed tears. After watching the movie, Tangwa felt very low. The supporting character in the movie was like herself, both choosing the most extreme ways for revenge. Xiaonya looked at Tangwa seriously. "I've been hiding something from you. Now I want to tell you." Tangwa looked worried. "Why are you suddenly so nervous?" "Su-hee and I are half-brothers from the same father. When my mother was pregnant, father had another woman. That woman was Su-hee's mother." Tangwa hesitated after hearing this. It turned out that Xiao's father and Su's mother were in a relationship since school. They were very much in love, but because Su's mother had no background, so Xiao's father, who took over the family business, chose to marry Xiao's mother who had a deep family background. But eventually, after marriage, Xiao's father rekindled his old romance with Su's mother. Mrs. Xiao, who already had poor health, passed away in depression because of this. Before her death, she gave Xiaonya a plan. She asked him to follow her plan to destroy the Su family. Hongwa sighed that Mrs. Xiao was really ruthless. "I like how ruthless Xiaonya's mother was. She gave Xiaonya a plan before her death." The book contained detailed plans to take down the Su family. Xiaonya followed this plan and finally bankrupted the Su family. Tangwa sighed that Mrs. Xiao was truly ruthless. After the Su family went bankrupt, Xiaonya suppressed Su-hee but accidentally hurt the innocent Tangwa. Xiaonya said he didn't regret it because if not for these coincidences, he wouldn't have met such a wonderful girl like Tangwa. Tangwa looked at Xiaonya expressionlessly. "But you hurt me. Your revenge involved me, an innocent person." Xiaonya nervously said sorry. "If sorry was enough, what would we need laws for? No one stopped you from getting revenge, but you shouldn't have used me, an innocent person." To you. Su and Xiaonya sincerely apologized to Tangwa. "What would it take for you to forgive me? Just say it. I can do anything." Tangwa bent down, touching Xiaonya's face. "Given your good attitude in admitting your mistake, you can use the rest of your life to atone. Now I want ice cream. Go buy me some." Xiaonya finally felt relieved. "But Guagua, you can't eat that now. It's too cold. Can I take you to eat some in a few days? If you like it, I'll take you to eat it 3 times every month in the future." Tangwa looked unhappy. How is 3 times a month enough? At this moment, Tangwa's assistant walked in. "Guagua, why haven't you come out yet?" The assistant stood frozen for a second. "How is 3 times a month enough?" kept echoing in his ears. The assistant's face turned red. "Only 3 times a month? Is this man that inadequate?" Then the understanding assistant immediately retreated, not forgetting to close the door. "Did your assistant misunderstand us?" Tangwa pinched Xiaonya's cheek. "Your reputation might be ruined. He thought you could only do it 3 times a month." Tangwa shrugged helplessly. He doesn't know that actually it's not even once. Xiaonya slowly moved closer to Tangwa. "I'm curious too. Why don't we try?" Tangwa pushed away Xiaonya's hand. "I haven't forgiven you yet. Your assistant must have something to tell you." Saying this, Tangwa walked out. Actually, the assistant came to tell Tangwa some good news. Tangwa won the Best Supporting Actress award for Campus Romance. The assistant said while secretly glancing at Xiaonya. "Men with bad tempers are usually inadequate. All show and no substance." He continued telling Tangwa, "There will definitely be many shows inviting you to perform in the future. Do you have any thoughts?" Tangwa looked at Xiaonya beside her. "From now on, I won't participate in any variety shows. I'll only act in Ye's movies." Xiaonya held Tangwa tighter. "From now on, only you can act in my movies." Tangwa won Best Supporting Actress, but she decided not to accept any variety shows in the future, only acting in Xiaonya's movies. Xiao Chou asked Tangwa if she no longer wanted to be an international star. Tangwa said she had already been a globally famous singer and had lost interest in those things. She only had 11 years left in this world, and she didn't want to be so tired anymore. Xiao Chou looked at Tangwa with a smile. "As long as the host is happy. Wonder if this Xiaonya will become an upgraded version of Wei Yu." At this time, Bai Wenwen was very angry watching Tangwa receive the award. Since Wei Chuan went to prison, Bai Wenwen had lost a major supporter. At this moment, her System 857 reminded her to complete the conquest mission quickly. Her targets were only Xiaonya left, and Su-hee, and Xiaonya's aura was even stronger than Su-hee's. If Bai Wenwen could conquer Xiaonya, she might get a super gift package with permanent skills. Bai Wenwen calculated internally. She was only 5 favorability points away from conquering Su He, but now it seemed conquering Xiaonya might be more useful, because permanent skills were something she had always dreamed of. But wouldn't conquering Xiaonya be too difficult? At this time, System 857 gave Bai Wenwen another bad idea. Since Tanghua likes Su He, after you conquer Su He, make Tanghua return to Su He's side. That way you'll have a chance to conquer Xiaonya. Bai Wenwen looked at Tanghua in the distance. This seemed to be the only way for now. After carefully listening to Bai Wenwen's plot, Tanghua asked Xiaotong a question. Doesn't that 857 seem like a pirated system? Xiaotong observed carefully and agreed it did look like one. It's some kind of tool used to steal others' vessels. 857 isn't sincerely helping its host complete tasks. Not like me who only thinks about my host. Back in their seats, Tanghua and Xiaonya were flirting. At this time, Bai Wenwen came to Tanghua and hypocritically congratulated her. She first praised Tanghua's performance, then said Xiaonya's directing was also good. She had planned to test the waters first. Unexpectedly, the system prompt sounded. Xiaonya's favorability decreased by 5. Current favorability, -95. Mission about to fail. Danger, danger. Once failed, severe punishment will be administered. Hearing this news, Bai Wenwen's face immediately filled with anxiety. How to conquer such a psychopath? Just like Liang Chao, the more praise given, the more points lost. Tanghua and Xiaotong secretly laughed while watching Bai Wenwen. Suddenly Tanghua hugged Xiaonya's arm. That Bai Wenwen is so annoying. Then she continued acting coy with Xiaonya. She was trying to seduce you just now. Xiaonya immediately made his stance clear. I won't be seduced by her. Nya, do you hate her? Xiaonya expressed his dislike without hiding it. Tanghua whispered in Xiaonya's ear. If you hate her a bit more, I'll give you a kiss. How about that? This bad woman was very anxious now. Because her conquest targets, favorability had reached -95. Once the mission fails, she would receive severe punishment. Tanghua couldn't bear to see her so anxious, so she decided to help her out. Tanghua suddenly hugged Xiaonya's arm. That Bai Wenwen is so annoying. If you hate her more, I'll give you a kiss. How about that? Bai Wenwen was stunned by Tanghua's actions. Ding! The system prompt sounded. Conquest mission failed. Will receive 20 minutes of electric shock. Then electric current coursed through Bai Wenwen's entire body. Sui heard Bai Wenwen's screams and rushed over. She quickly called for emergency help. Bai Wenwen looked at Su He and asked, Am I important to you? Hearing this question, Su He thought she was about to die. Wenwen, of course you're important to me. Bai Wenwen pressed on. Then do you love me? Will you marry me? Su He was stunned for a second. I've liked you since high school. Once you recover, we'll get engaged. At this moment, System 857 indicated Su He's favorability had reached 100. Congratulations, host, on successful conquest. You've received a gift package. Bai Wenwen had finally conquered 2 people in this world. She no longer had to worry about being eliminated by the system. Xiaotong, watching all this from the side, was eager. When can I devour 857? I feel I'll become stronger that way. Tanghua looked at Xiaotong. Wait until after they're married. Meanwhile, Xiaonya stood hesitating nearby. He was thinking about what Tanghua had promised him, wondering why she hadn't fulfilled it yet. To hide his embarrassment, he pulled Tanghua away. Then Xiaotong reminded Tanghua, You forgot you promised to kiss Xiaonya. Only then did Tanghua understand why Xiaonya looked so unhappy. After they returned home, Tanghua pretended to forget her promise to Xiaonya. She deliberately asked Xiaonya if there was anything else. Xiaonya wanted to ask when she'd fulfill her promise, but couldn't bring himself to say it. He could only turn away dejectedly. Suddenly Tanghua called out to Xiaonya. Hope appeared in his eyes, but Tanghua only said goodnight to him. Xiaonya's face immediately fell. With a bitter smile, he said goodnight to Tanghua. Tanghua suddenly moved close to Xiaonya. I'm a person who keeps their promises. Xiaonya blushed at Tanghua's teasing. Then Tanghua kissed him on the cheek. After completing her promise, Tanghua pushed Xiaonya away. Quick, go rest and sleep. Xiaonya watched Tanghua's back. Guagua, do you like me even a little? Tanghua turned back and said without hesitation, No. Not getting the answer he wanted, Xiaonya persisted. Then why would you kiss someone you don't like? Tanghua cupped Xiaonya's face in her hands. Probably because you look cute. like a puppy. By Wenwen and Suhi were getting married and invited Tangwa to the wedding. Tangwa held the invitation with a mischievous smile. Of course, I'll attend my first love's wedding. Xiaonya knew things wouldn't be that simple. He hugged Tangwa. How do you want to get revenge? Should I help you kick them out of entertainment circle? Or make them lose their reputation? Tangwa showed a kind smile. She had already planned everything. By Wenwen and Suhi's wedding proceeded as scheduled. Countless media and celebrities attended. Suhi spotted Tangwa and Xiaonya in the crowd. He had thought he was completely over Tangwa, but he didn't understand. Now that he was marrying his beloved Bai Wenwen, why did his heart still feel so painful? At this moment, Bai Wenwen pulled the dazed Suhi back to reality. They continued walking down the red carpet. Suddenly, Xiaonya came to Suhi's side and whispered, "Do you know why Tangwa left you back then? Because I threatened her. If she didn't become mine, I would keep suppressing you until you were ruined. Tangwa never betrayed you. She's been bearing the blame because of you." Hearing this, Suhi's eyes filled with shock. Xiaonya looked at him and continued, "When I drove Tangwa away, you pushed her back to me. I should thank you for giving such a wonderful girl to me. Congratulations on your wedding." Suhi found it hard to accept this truth. He stood frozen in place. Tangwa looked at Xiaonya, who was trying to gain credit with her. "I haven't forgiven you yet." Xiaonya looked at Tangwa obediently. "That's okay. I'll spend a lifetime earning your forgiveness." Tangwa raised her wine glass. "Xiao Tong, it's your turn now. Time to give them the heaviest blow." Receiving the order, Xiao Tong became energized like he'd been injected with adrenaline. The same moment, Bai Wenwen's System 857 sounded an alarm. Not good. Host is under external attack. Immediately after, 857 seemed to be devoured instantly, disappearing without a trace. No matter how Bai Wenwen called out, 857 didn't respond. Suddenly, Bai Wenwen lost control of her body. To her surprise, her hand splashed the wine from her glass towards the crowd. She pointed at Tangwa below and cursed, "You cheap woman! You're only fit to be a supporting actress." Suhi beside her was startled. "Wenwen, what's wrong?" Bai Wenwen grabbed Suhi fiercely. "What kind of man are you? Look at Wei Chuan, handsome, rich, and can help me get resources for longer." Suhi fell to the ground in shock. Bai Wenwen lay on the ground throwing a tantrum, shouting, "I want to rise to the top. I want to rise to the top." On Suhi's wedding day, his bride Bai Wenwen gave him a big gift. Bai Wenwen grabbed Suhi fiercely. "What kind of man are you? Look at Wei Chuan, handsome, rich, and can help me get resources for longer." By now, Suhi's face had turned green. Devastated, he collapsed onto the ground. Bai Wenwen lay on the ground throwing a tantrum, still shouting about wanting to rise up. Everyone present was shocked. They never thought Bai Wenwen would two-time like this. Isn't Suhi also handsome and rich? Just not lasting long enough. What a pity at such a young age. Hearing the laughter around him, Suhi couldn't understand why Bai Wenwen would be like this. Now he realized the person he wronged most was Tangwa. She had given so much for him, only to receive his misunderstanding in return. Back at home, Tangwa leisurely ate snacks while Xiao Tong showed off his trophy beside her. Xiao Tong had received a big gift package from devouring 857. There were many good things in the mall. He asked Tangwa if she needed anything. "Don't I need to use my own points to exchange? You're being so kind to give them to me for free?" Xiao Tong flattered her. "Host, don't be so distant. We're teammates. What's mine is yours." Tangwa smiled mischievously, "But what's mine is still mine. As long as you're happy, host." Xiaonya brought Tangwa the script for a new movie. This time it was a story customized for her. Tangwa looked at Xiaonya, saying she hoped that one day they would have a movie that belonged just to the two of them. Xiaonya looked at Tangwa adoringly. "I'll definitely help you make it happen." Many years later, their work was finally released. It was a movie that belonged only to the two of them. That year, Tangwa finally won the Best Actress award. On that day, she announced she would no longer act. Faced with fans' questions, she said she didn't want to act anymore. It was too tiring. Xiaonya also posted on the same day, stating he wouldn't make movies anymore, because he didn't want to anymore. They've been a bit busy lately. Although their fans felt disappointed, they still sent their blessings. Tangwa only had half a year left in this world. Thinking about separating from Xiaonya, she felt very reluctant. So today, she wanted to cook a meal for Xiaonya herself. Watching Tangwa cook, Xiaonya broke out in a cold sweat. Since Tangwa hadn't cooked for a long time, she was a bit rusty. Xiaonia was very worried she might burn herself. Tanghua asked Xiaonia if he was happy being with her. Without hesitation, Xiaonia answered that he was certainly happy. Tanghua half-jokingly asked if he would be sad if she was gone. Xiaonia hugged Tanghua from behind. Are you leaving me? Have you fallen for another man? Seeing how much Xiaonia cared for her, Tanghua felt even more sad. I haven't fallen for anyone else. There's no one better than you in this world. Tanghua asked how long Xiaonia would live. Xiaotong found out Xiaonia could live to 80. Thinking about Xiaonia living alone for decades and possibly dying lonely, Tanghua felt extremely pained. She hugged Xiaonia, face full of tenderness. I suddenly want to go on a spontaneous trip with you. Xiaonia only said, let's go, because he would accompany Tanghua in anything she wanted to do. But Xiaonia said before traveling, he wanted to take Tanghua for a medical checkup first, because he suddenly had a bad feeling. When he saw Tanghua's checkup results were normal, Xiaonia finally relaxed. He calmly took Tanghua home, and they started preparing for departure. Then, netizens nationwide witnessed a romantic journey. Besides sharing their experiences, they posted intimate photos daily. Both of them smiled sweetly in the photos. Especially in some short videos, you could see how in sync and loving they were. But good times didn't last long. Half a year later, what everyone feared most happened. Tanghua, who was fine the day before, suddenly fell ill. Teary-eyed Xiaonia held Tanghua in his arms. I feel like my heart is missing a piece that can never be replaced. Tanghua gently caressed Xiaonia's cheek. Honey, don't be so greedy. In these dozen years together, I've only been good to you. If you think that's not enough, consider it my debt. I'll repay you in the next life. Heartbroken, Xiaonia said, next life, I don't know if I can find you. Then his tone became unusually firm. No, I will definitely find you. At this moment, Tanghua kissed Xiaonia's lips. I'm leaving. By now, Xiaonia was in tears. Several days later, Xiaonia's assistant announced Xiaonia's death. Learning of Xiaonia's suicide, Tanghua was devastated. Tanghua closed her eyes, feeling truly exhausted from experiencing these cycles of joy and sorrow endlessly. When Tanghua opened her eyes again, she found herself in a large wooden tub. A maid thoughtfully reminded her, My lady, the emperor will be here soon. Your health isn't good. Please take care of yourself during the imperial visit. Tanghua was shocked. What did you say? Starting with serving the emperor? Tanghua had transmigrated into a noble consort, and on day one she had to serve the emperor. The maid thoughtfully reminded her, My lady, the emperor will be here soon. Your health isn't good. Please take care of yourself during the imperial visit. Tanghua was shocked. Serving the emperor right from the start? Was this some kind of bonus story? At this moment, Xiao Chao's words deeply struck Tanghua. What bonus? Host. The original owner in this world was very unfortunate. The original owner was the daughter of a great general. Now she became the most noble consort in the Qin palace. Emperor Xinyuanimo appeared to dote on the original owner greatly, making women across the land envious and jealous. He even said that because he loved the original owner so much, he never let other consorts lose face. But in reality, the emperor loved a Ningxiang, his first love. It was said that when the emperor fell into water as a child, a Ningxiang saved him. But a Ningxiang's family had little influence. Fearing she would be bullied, the emperor pretended to favor only the original owner, using her to attract all the hostility in the harem. Finally, the emperor helped the Yin family become the most powerful family, while Tanghua's family was completely overthrown. The poor original owner knew nothing about this, still believing the emperor was devoted to her, and she was deeply in love with him too. Tanghua found the supporting female characters' plot intolerable. Because the emperor lacked the ability to protect the woman he loved, he actually used Tanghua as a shield. The emperor had a twin brother called Xinyuanmi. The previous emperor, unable to choose between these two sons, decided to let them manage the kingdom together. Xinyuanimo was the apparent heir, while Xinyuanmi was appointed as the hidden power, controlling shadow forces to protect Qin. Though the brothers checked each other's power, they got along relatively well. Today was Tanghua's night with the emperor, but Xinyuanimo actually sent Xinyuanmi to replace him in favoring Tanghua, essentially cuckolding himself. This Xinyuanmi was really something else. Tanghua learned from the maids that she was very healthy in her youth, often practicing martial arts and swordplay with soldiers. But after falling into water one winter, the cold invaded her body, causing her to suffer from joint pain every day now. Xiao Tong reminded Tanghua that she had divine medicine that could block pain. Tanghua directly refused Xiao Tong's kindness. This pain is nothing. The more uncomfortable my body is, the better I'll remember the original owner's grudge. I will make these bad people pay a terrible price. Seeing this situation, Xiao observed 3 minutes of silence for these people. This man had taken on a big task today, to favor someone on behalf of his emperor brother. He thought amusingly to himself that his foolish brother was really quite cute. If he hadn't disliked politics and had no interest in the throne, he would have destroyed him long ago. However, Xian Yuanmi had no intention of actually favoring noble consort Tang. He planned to just use some tricks to make her fall asleep. After making his calculations, Xian Yuanmi pushed open the door and entered. Tanghua was pretending to read a book. Her appearance caught Xian Yuanmi's eye. In an era without hair dye technology, Tanghua actually had pink hair. Xian Yuanmi mimicked the emperor's expression while talking to Tanghua. Tanghua directly threw herself into his arms. Xian Yuanmi blushed. His emperor brother was truly blind to ignore such a charming Tanghua and instead fancy that white lotus. Tanghua pulled Xian Yuanmi straight towards the bedroom. At this moment, Xian Yuanmi had a strange feeling. He couldn't bear to hurt Tanghua. Could this be love at first sight? He suddenly picked up Tanghua, but was surprised by how light she was. Xian Yuanmi asked if Tanghua's health was still poor. Tanghua honestly replied that it had never been very good. She had fallen ill after falling into water as a child, causing joint pain during rainy and cloudy days. Her family spent enormous wealth finding medicine for her, but to no avail. Suddenly, strong winds began blowing outside, followed by heavy rain. Xian Yuanmi felt Tanghua trembling slightly in his arms. He asked if her joints were hurting because of the rain. Tanghua responded delicately that yes, but she would be fine in a few days. However, tonight she wouldn't be able to serve the emperor properly, and she felt guilty for always making him accommodate her. Looking at the pitiful Tanghua, Xian Yuanmi instantly felt heartache. He thought to himself that this must be love at first sight. His face darkened as he thought about this foolish woman. She still thinks I'm the emperor. If I, Xian Yuanmi, hadn't come today, you would have already been taken advantage of. Since I've now developed feelings for you, you'll be mine from now on. No one else can touch you, including the emperor. Xian Yuanmi gently massaged Tanghua's knees. Tanghua looked at Xian Yuanmi in surprise. My legs don't hurt much anymore. Tanghua nestled in Xian Yuanmi's arms. Your Majesty, you're so good to me. Father was the one who treated me best since childhood, and now I have another person who treats me well. Xian Yuanmi felt annoyed inside. The one being good to you is me, Xian Yuanmi, not that fool of an emperor. Thinking this, Xian Yuanmi carried Tanghua to bed. It's getting late, let's go to sleep. The man had taken on a big task, to attend to the imperial bedchamber on behalf of his emperor brother. Upon first meeting noble consort Tang, he discovered he had fallen in love at first sight. Seeing such a charming Tanghua sleeping beside him, Xian Yuanmi couldn't resist kissing her. At this moment, the half-asleep Tanghua sensed something. Xian Yuanmi gazed at Tanghua lovingly. He kissed her again. Suddenly, he realized Tanghua's body was very weak at the moment. Due to the rain, all her joints were in pain. Realizing this, Xian Yuanmi forced himself to hold back. He caressed Tanghua's cheek. I will cherish you well in the future. When Tanghua woke up in the morning, Xian Yuanmi had already left. The maid told Tanghua that other consorts were waiting outside to pay their respects. Tanghua said, very well, as she wanted to meet the other consorts, especially that first love, Ningxiang. In the hall, several consorts had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Tanghua enter, they all rose to pay their respects. Tanghua thought to herself that being a noble consort certainly had its perks. She walked to her position and sat down contentedly. Then she noticed a Ningxiang before her. The emperor really spared no expense for her. Though her clothes looked ordinary, they were made of the finest materials and craftsmanship. And Ningxiang thought that the emperor had favored Tanghua last night. Though she didn't show it on her face, Tanghua could sense she was very unhappy. And Ningxiang must have deep feelings for the emperor. Tanghua leisurely sipped her hot tea and casually said to everyone, Beauty Ann's embroidery is quite distinctive. And Ningxiang didn't know Tanghua's intention behind these words. At this moment, Consort Lan stepped forward to smooth things over for Beauty Ann. Noble consort, if you want anything, isn't it simple? Why not ask Beauty Ann where she got the material? The implication was that as noble consort, no one would dare refuse her anything she wanted. Tanghua knew she was the emperor's confidant placed beside Beauty Ann, specifically to protect her. The emperor really went to great lengths for a Ningxiang. Since Consort Lan says so, I shouldn't refuse your goodwill. Then please, Consort Lan, stay behind and help me ask Beauty and where the fabric came from. I was quite exhausted last night and my body is rather tired, so I won't stay with you all. Consort Lan was furious. Not only had she failed to help Beauty in, but she had caused her to be detained instead. Then Tangwa turned to look at Consort Lan. When Consort Lan gets the new fabric, you must wear it to show me. I'm very curious if such clothes would make you look any better. Consort Lan trembled with anger hearing these words. Wasn't this clearly calling her ugly? She thought about reporting this to the emperor, determined to make him discipline Tangwa. This woman, who had become the emperor's most beloved noble consort, pointed at several large boxes bestowed by the emperor. Make all these fine fabrics into clothes for me. From now on, I shall wear different clothes each day without repetition. The same goes for these jewelry pieces. I shall wear different ones every day. Tangwa's maid broke out in cold sweat. My lady, isn't such showing off inappropriate? Tangwa scoffed. What do you know? Clothes are only truly yours when worn. Why leave all these gold and jewels to rust? Even if the emperor knows, he would surely be pleased. Yesterday, Tangwa had deliberately made things difficult for the emperor's beloved in Ningxiang. Then the emperor, to appease Tangwa, immediately sent several large boxes of rewards. In the emperor's study, a young eunuch reported, "Noble consort Tang has been flaunting the gold and jewels you bestowed, and she's being very arrogant and domineering." Hearing this, the emperor slammed the table and stood up. Yesterday, she made my beauty and contribute silk, which was already too much. Today, she dares to act so recklessly. She's learned to be extravagant and wasteful, completely disregarding me. The emperor's hands trembled with anger. When the time is right, I will ensure the Tang family never rises again. Originally, the emperor felt somewhat guilty about having his brother attend to matters in his place. But thinking that Tangwa was a woman who had been touched by another man, the emperor suddenly couldn't feel any more pity. The emperor showed a dark smirk. Send more rewards to noble consort Tang. I will go see her myself later. Seeing Tangwa's arrogance, her maid was very worried. Although the emperor favors you, this behavior will turn the entire harem against you. Tangwa looked at the treasures on her hands. Am I being arrogant? Should I hide these things the emperor gave me? At this time, the emperor arrived outside Tangwa's door. He wanted to hear what she had to say. Tangwa proudly said, "Since the emperor dares to openly favor me, it means he can surely protect me completely. From the day I entered the palace, I entrusted my life to the emperor. What reason is there not to trust him?" Outside the door, the emperor felt mixed emotions. Then he muttered to himself, "Though she's spoiled, she must truly love me." He was the most peculiar emperor in history. During the day, he was intimate with his noble consort, but at night, he let his twin brother attend to her instead. Unexpectedly, his brother Xinyuanmi fell in love with noble consort Tang at first sight. He learned that the emperor had visited Tangwa during the day and had eaten lotus seed soup in Tangwa's palace. Upon hearing this news, Xinyuanmi was very upset. Now Xinyuanmi looked at Tangwa with jealousy. As she was about to eat lotus seed soup, Tangwa looked at Xinyuanmi confusedly. "Your Majesty, didn't you say eating at night wasn't good?" Xinyuanmi gently caressed Tangwa's face. "I've changed my habits. From now on, prepare more delicious food for me at night. I particularly enjoy eating at night now." Xinyuanmi slowly moved closer to Tangwa. "My noble consort is so beautiful. Noble consort, I want..." Xinyuanmi stopped mid-sentence. Tangwa blushed at his flirtation. She knew what the man before her wanted. Wasn't he just wanting lotus seed soup? "Your Majesty, please release your subject." But Xinyuanmi wouldn't let go. Holding her hand, Tangwa said coquettishly, "Your Majesty, if you don't let go, there won't be any lotus seed soup." Xinyuanmi was startled. Was the afternoon's lotus seed soup also made by you? He grew more angry thinking about it. Why should Xinyuan eat lotus soup made by his woman? Tangwa asked him to wait, saying she would make lotus seed soup right away. But Xinyuanmi wanted to go with her. Before Tangwa could refuse, he took her hand and walked toward the kitchen. He brought Tangwa to the empty kitchen. Suddenly, he closed the kitchen door. Xinyuanmi cornered Tangwa against the door. "I'm the emperor. Everything is as I say." Then omitting 10,000 words here. 10 minutes later, Xinyuanmi carried Tangwa out of the kitchen. It was said they ate a lot of lotus seed soup in the kitchen. At night, Xinyuanmi watched the sleeping Tangwa, contemplating how to steal her away. This foolish woman must have deep feelings for Emperor Xinyuan. I can only tell her about how he's using her, but I hate to break her heart. In the system's virtual space, Tanghua teased Xiao Tong. Guess what Xin Yuanmi is thinking? Xiao Tong saw Xin Yuanmi's troubled expression. Is he still jealous about the emperor? Tanghua said proudly. He's planning how to steal me away. Actually, it's not that complicated. I'd be happy to go with him. He's better and more interesting than the emperor. Most importantly, he can help me get revenge. This man took on a big task, which was to attend to his twin brother's matters every night. But unexpectedly, he fell in love with his brother's noble consort at first sight. Now he was planning how to steal his brother's noble consort away. The clever Tanghua saw through Xin Yuanmi's thoughts immediately, yet pretended not to know and asked what he was thinking. Xin Yuanmi gently caressed Tanghua. I'm thinking why the noble consort is so beautiful. From now on, I want to eat the delicious food you prepare every day. Tanghua said she would obey the emperor's wishes. Then she asked coquettishly, tonight, do you want to? This subject is yours. Xin Yuanmi held Tanghua in his arms. Though he wanted to do something, he worried about hurting her as she was just recovering from illness. He could only make the excuse that it was late and wanted to rest early. But looking at the charming noble consort Tang, Xin Yuanmi tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Yet he was unwilling to do those things with his beloved noble consort. While pretending to be his brother Xin Yuanmo, he told himself he must resist, but he failed. Xin Yuanmo couldn't hold back. Looking at the alluring Tanghua, he gently kissed her and left marks on her neck. Suddenly he realized how thin he had become. Then he embarrassedly hugged Tanghua and said goodnight. Tanghua secretly opened one eye to look at Xin Yuanmi. You can resist someone as beautiful as me? You're truly a ninja turtle. Xiaoqiu blushed at this scene. Host, he wants more than just kisses. Won't he suffer from holding back like this? Tanghua looked at Xin Yuanmi before her. I believe he won't. The next day, right after morning court, the emperor came to noble consort Tang's palace. Yesterday's lotus seed soup left him craving for more. So, Tanghua immediately had the imperial kitchen prepare many delicacies. Suddenly the emperor noticed the kiss marks on noble consort Tang's neck. The emperor's face turned green instantly. Having his brother substitute for him was his idea, but now he felt very uncomfortable. Tanghua immediately understood the emperor's thoughts. She hurriedly pulled up her collar trying to cover the marks. Imo, why do you always secretly do this at night? Then she pitifully took the emperor's hand. It's all because I'm not well enough to serve you. As she spoke, Tanghua's tears flowed. Though I don't want you to go to other consorts' palaces, but as an emperor, how could you have only me as your woman? The emperor looked at Tanghua before him. He knew his heart still belonged to a Ningxiang. Before a Ningxiang could grow up, he wanted Tanghua to attract the hatred in the harem. To comfort Tanghua, he claimed he wouldn't visit other consorts' palaces anymore. Then the emperor escaped using busy state affairs as an excuse. Watching the emperor's departing back, Tanghua and Xiao Tong laughed like pigs. It doesn't feel good to put green hat on yourself, does it? A woman who traveled to ancient times to become an imperial consort. Craving for entertainment, she made a set of mahjong tiles overnight. From then on, the harem concubines lived a life of luxury and indulgence. Tanghua had been a consort for a month. She looked at Xiaoqiu and joked, I'm amazed by these two men. Brother Xin Yuanmi faced with my allure could resist for a month. And Emperor Xin Yuanmo is even more peculiar. He watches his consort spending passionate nights with his brother, yet wears the green hat so righteously. Most ridiculous is that he still pampers me during the day, giving me all sorts of treasures. Suddenly Tanghua called her maid and ordered her to summon some consorts from other palaces. I want to play with them. The maid was confused, thinking her noble consort Tang was becoming increasingly arrogant. The summoned consorts were completely bewildered. What did noble consort Tang want? They thought, we are consorts too, not her playthings. Though thinking this, they still obediently came. Rise, all of you. I'm bored today and want you to play with me. The other consorts were stunned, wondering what they could play. Tanghua looked at everyone proudly. If I'm happy, I'll let you enjoy good food and drinks. She waved her hand to bring several boxes of gold and jewels, saying the treasury was almost full. These are your welcome gifts. The consorts looked at the treasures before them. Just because you have some money, noble consort Tang, you can show off and do whatever you want? You're not taking us seriously. You're quite perceptive. Then they started dividing. The jewels. Then, Tangwa brought out her prepared mahjong tiles. I recently got something interesting to share with you. The consorts looked curiously at the mahjong tiles, so Tangwa began teaching them, and told them to share these mahjong tiles with other consorts afterward. Soon someone lost all their stakes, then waited aside for others, eagerly replacing them. Joyful mahjong sounds constantly came from Tangwa's palace. The next day, Tangwa brought out a deck of playing cards. From then on, the entire harem was filled with women's shouts of playing Fight the Landlord. This woman who traveled to become a consort not only taught others mahjong and cards, but also led the concubines in applying face masks. Seeing Tangwa take out a beauty care manual, their eyes lit up. All the concubines shouted in unison, "Don't share with beauty and in consort lawn." Then, they eagerly began reading the beauty manual. The former public enemy Tangwa transformed into their close friend, while Beauty An and Consort Lawn were ostracized. Tangwa asked if they wanted to be promoted when the emperor came. Tangwa could put in a good word for them, but the concubines showed an indifferent attitude. The emperor doesn't care about us anyway, so promotion doesn't matter. The concubines all expressed that noble consort Tang was much more fun than the emperor. If Tangwa were a man, they would consider competing for his favor. While applying a face mask, Tangwa said, "I feel a promotion would make your title sound better." The concubines were dumbfounded, so she wanted to help them get promoted just to make their title sound better? Noble consort Tang was really too domineering. A few days later, there was a mass promotion in the harem. The emperor was very happy. Taking advantage of noble consort Tang's suggestion for mass promotion, he planned to promote his beauty in as well. So the emperor planned to thank Tangwa and visit her palace for food and drinks. But when he arrived at Tangwa's palace, he found she was taking him less seriously, not even preparing proper meals. The emperor called a palace maid and asked why noble consort Tang wouldn't come see him. The maid quickly explained that the noble consort's joints ached during rainy weather, so she couldn't dine with the emperor today. Hearing Tangwa was ill, the emperor decided to check on her personally. He went to Tangwa's chamber and saw her suffering from knee pain. Tearful Tangwa hugged the emperor. He wanted to push her away, but suddenly felt sympathetic. The emperor quickly summoned the imperial physician, but facing Tangwa's condition, the physician had no solution. He said only nightly foot soaks with medicine could provide some relief. The emperor looked at Tangwa, who was in obvious pain, yet trying to appear strong before him. His heart ached for her. That night, Xinyuan Miao rushed over. Hearing Tangwa was ill, he was very worried. More importantly, he heard the emperor had visited during the day. Xinyuan Miao gently massaged Tangwa's knees, which made her feel much better. "Why didn't you massage me during the day?" Xinyuan Miao quickly explained there were too many people around. Seeing Xinyuan Mia's embarrassment, Tangwa continued, "Your Majesty, I didn't prepare food for you today. You don't mind, do you?" Xinyuan Miao held Tangwa in his arms. "You're in so much pain. How could I let you worry about such things?" At this moment, Tangwa's personal maid came in with medicine. Suddenly, she noticed the emperor at night was not the same person as the emperor during the day. This man dared to impersonate the emperor to favor the consort. Although this man looked identical to the daytime emperor, the consort's maid still noticed the difference, because the nighttime man was clearly better to the consort than the daytime emperor. What surprised the maid more was that the consort used completely different forms of address for the two men. Had the consort already discovered this? Then the consort looked at the man and suddenly said, "I feel you're very different during day and night." The maid broke into a cold sweat at these words. The man before her was also startled by this question. He steadied himself and said, "If that daytime me did something wrong, just consider it a moment of confusion. That definitely wasn't my true intention." Tangwa looked at the man and said, "Your Majesty is sincere to me." The man held Tangwa tightly in his arms. "Of course I am sincere to you." Early the next morning, Tangwa found herself alone in bed, so she asked the maid if the emperor had left. "This man leaves every day without saying goodbye." The maid beside her called out, "My lady," and almost burst into tears. Tangwa looked at her personal maid indulgently. "Ask whatever you want." The maid suddenly burst into tears. "My lady, you're being wronged. Why don't we find a way to tell the general about this? The emperor is too much." Facing the maid's suggestion, Tangwa asked back, "What good would telling father do?" If father knows I'm being wronged, he'll surely confront the emperor. Then, wouldn't that just give the emperor an excuse to eliminate my Tang family? Then, my lady, do you plan to keep suffering like this? Tang was face darkened. If Xinyuan Mo likes being cuckolded, then I'll let him be cuckolded for life. Hearing this, the maid was almost crying with worry. She asked anxiously, that man who comes every night, who is he exactly? Tangwa frowned. Why are you crying over such a small matter? It's not a big deal. The maid suddenly burst out angrily. How is this not a big deal? He's ruining your reputation and defiling your body. What is this Xinyuan Mo thinking? Tangwa was startled. This little maid was quite bold. She dared to directly call the emperor by his name. Xinyuan Mo Tangwa showed an indifferent attitude. Actually, I'm quite satisfied with the man who comes at night. He does everything I want. He treats me much better than Xinyuan Mo. When my legs hurt, he helps massage my knees. It feels so good, and I've already tested it. He's not wearing a human skin mask. That's his real face. Just then, a man's voice rang out. So, Gwr is satisfied with me? This man was incredibly audacious. He dared to impersonate the emperor to favor the consort. Even when discovered by the consort, he showed no panic. He looked at the consort tenderly. I will come to accompany you every day from now on. The man and consort, deep in love, embraced and kissed. Not caring about the maid still standing nearby, the sensible maid instantly disappeared from the spot, not forgetting to close the door tightly. Tangwa pinched Xinyuan Mie's cheeks. Indeed, no human skin mask, but you're still very different from the emperor. Xinyuan Mie asked, Noble Consort Tang, when did you discover I wasn't the emperor? Noble Consort Tang answered honestly, from the first night you came. Xinyuan Mie looked at Tangwa seriously. If you want to leave this place, I'll take you away. Tangwa leaned into Xinyuan Mie's embrace. I don't want to leave yet. Xinyuan Mie's expression instantly darkened. You still can't let go of the emperor. That Xinyuan Mo is no good. Being with him, you'd be better off choosing me. Tangwa wore a mischievous smile. Loving you isn't impossible, but I need time. Xinyuan Mo immediately saw hope. Gwr, whatever you want to do, I'll help you. Except for Xinyuan Mo's life and throne, I can do anything you want. Tangwa's face turned cold. I don't want his life or throne. I just want him to suffer unbearably. To be at the peak of power yet unable to get what he wants. Will you still help me? Xinyuan Mie's eyes showed determination. Whatever you want to do, I will help you. My name is Xinyuan Mie, the emperor's twin brother. That fool Xinyuan Mo must have come out late. His brain got squeezed. Tangwa burst out laughing. You're really too cute. Then, Tangwa took out a yellow pill from a small bottle. Xinyuan Mie looked at the yellow pill puzzledly. What is this for? Tangwa held the pill and looked at Xinyuan Mie seriously. This is called Yellow Millet Dream. Do you dare to eat it? What if it's poison? You could die. Xinyuan Mie didn't hesitate at all. He put the yellow pill into his mouth. He embraced Tangwa tightly. To die beneath peonies, even as a ghost, I'd be romantic. From the first time I saw you, I felt I could die for you. As he spoke, Xinyuan Mie suddenly felt drowsy. Gwr, you didn't really poison me, did you? The next moment, Xinyuan Mie fell into a dream. In his dream, he saw Noble Consort Tang's true experiences in her previous life. Xinyuan Mie came to favor Noble Consort Tang at the emperor's request. He used methods to drug Noble Consort Tang. The innocent Noble Consort Tang had been living in a dream of being the emperor's only favorite. Finally, Tang Consort's family was falsely accused of treason. The entire family was executed, and Noble Consort Tang was banished to the Cold Palace. And Ningxiang succeeded in becoming empress, but she didn't spare Tangwa. And Ningxiang falsely accused Tangwa of bringing disaster to the kingdom and subjected Noble Consort Tang to the most cruel torture. Tang Consort's family was falsely accused of treason, suffering complete family execution. Noble Consort Tang was banished to the Cold Palace, while Ningxiang replaced her as empress, but the victorious Ningxiang didn't spare Noble Consort Tang, finally subjecting her to cruel execution. Seeing Tangwa's tragic end, Xinyuan Mie was in extreme pain. Suddenly he woke from the dream. Looking at Tangwa beside him, Xinyuan Mie was relieved it was just a dream. He secretly vowed never to let such things happen. Xinyuan Mie looked tenderly at Tangwa before him, then pulled her into his embrace. In this life, I will protect you completely. Tangwa looked at Xinyuan Mie with satisfaction. As long as you don't interfere with my revenge, that's fine. Better be cute about it. Xinyuan Mie took out a small blue bottle from his chest. I promise you, This was the medicine Xianyuan Mie found for her. On rainy days, rubbing this medicine on the knees would greatly relieve the pain. Suddenly Xianyuan Mie looked worried. Gwr, do you still love that emperor? Tanghua threw herself into Xianyuan Mie's arms. I don't love him anymore. Hearing this, Xianyuan Mie's heart leaped with joy. In that case, leave with me. We can take revenge slowly. But Tanghua directly rejected this proposal. I will never leave the palace. I want to be the most favored consort in the palace and show affection with his brother right in front of the emperor. If the emperor wants to be cuckolded, let him be cuckolded for life. If you're unwilling, you can leave now. Xianyuan Mie looked at Tanghua lovingly. I'm willing, but you must agree to one condition. That is, you're not allowed to get too close to the emperor. You're not allowed to cook for Xianyuan Mo anymore. How could that stupid brother deserve to eat your food? Tanghua looked at the adorable Xianyuan Mie before her. I promise you. After all, in the future, you'll be known as the adulterer of the noble consort of Tianqin. This reputation is quite unfair to you. A thunderbolt struck in Xianyuan Mie's heart. How did he end up becoming an adulterer? But he quickly comforted himself. Xianyuan Mo is worse off than me. He's wearing a big green hat that I personally put on him. So be it if I'm the adulterer. At least Gwr is mine. He looked at Tanghua with complete adoration. Being your adulterer isn't so bad. As he spoke, Xianyuan Mie gave her a passionate kiss. In his heart, he was secretly pleased. Adulterer did sound much better than cuckold, after all. The next day, the emperor suddenly came to noble consort Tang's palace. He pointed at the table full of dishes. Why isn't there that lotus seed soup anymore? I really miss its taste. Hasn't the cook who makes the lotus seed soup returned? Tanghua replied impatiently, that cook is dead. He was history's most peculiar emperor. At night, he let his brother favor his consort in his place. During the day, he casually visited the consort's palace to freeload meals. Today he discovered that the consort hadn't prepared his favorite lotus seed soup. The consort, Tanghua, claimed the cook who made it had died. But the emperor persisted, wanting to know the details. How did the cook die? Was there any injustice? Tanghua's face flashed a mischievous smile. The cook returned home one day and caught her husband in bed with another woman. But her husband, showing no remorse, even insisted on taking the adulteress as a concubine. So on the day of the concubine's acceptance, the cook set fire to everything, burning all their property and possessions. She also perished in the flames. Suddenly, the emperor's teacup dropped onto the table. Why did this cook's story sound so familiar? Tanghua quickly asked if the emperor was frightened. The emperor, looking embarrassed, said he just felt it was unfair for the cook. Tanghua smiled and said, I think the same as your majesty. Even in death, she took that adulterous couple with her. The emperor finally understood Tanghua's implied meaning. Wasn't she indirectly referring to him? He broke out in a cold sweat. Tanghua suddenly changed her tone. In this world, only your majesty is the best. When you say you'll protect me, you definitely will. When you say you'll cherish me forever. The emperor felt like sitting on pins and needles after hearing Tanghua's words. He claimed he had official business to attend to. He hurriedly got up and fled awkwardly. Watching the emperor's retreating back, Tanghua laughed like a pig. This emperor is such a coward. The maid standing beside her had a dark expression. Our noble consort is truly terrifying. That night, Xianyuan Mie came to Tanghua in a huff. What's so good about that worthless emperor? How is he a good person? He had heard about the emperor's visit to Tanghua today, and that Tanghua had praised the emperor as the best man. So he was consumed with jealousy. Tanghua saw his adorable state and couldn't help but laugh. I was just saying nice things to deceive him. Don't lower yourself to his level. Xianyuan Mie held Tanghua in his arms. Even if it's to deceive him, I still can't stand it. Gwr, do you like me? Tanghua cupped his face in her hands. If you behave well, I'll like you even more. From now on, when I praise the emperor, just think of it as me cursing him. Why compete with a cuckold? Xianyuan Mie carried Tanghua to the bed. I'll definitely behave well, but if one day the emperor wants to be with you, please don't like him, all right? Tanghua looked at him seriously. I won't like him again. As long as you behave well, I'll only like you in this lifetime. This emperor was a cuckold. He let his twin imperial brother favor his beloved consort. After court ended, he rushed to noble consort Tang's palace. Seeing the love bites on Tanghua's neck, he gritted his teeth in anger. Noble consort Tang said shyly, "It's all you're doing. Come, sit down and eat." The emperor said, "All right," but in his heart, his thoughts were racing wildly. It clearly wasn't done by me. The emperor picked up a shrimp with his chopsticks, seemingly treating it as if it were his brother. He wished he could crush it to pieces. Tangwa showed a cute, innocent expression. "Amo, are you unhappy?" The emperor quickly concealed his anger, saying he was just thinking about some troublesome court matters. Tangwa looked at the emperor before her. "During the day, I can have fun with this cuckold emperor. At night I have my lover, and I can eat and drink happily every day. Life is truly wonderful." Seeing Tangwa's good appetite, the emperor suddenly became anxious. Could noble consort Tang be pregnant? If so, it would be an indelible shame for him. So he called for the imperial physician, pretending to be concerned about Tangwa's health. The imperial physician looked at Tangwa and nodded. "Noble consort's complexion looks much better. Recently, I've been following all your instructions carefully. Someone massages my legs daily, serving me very comfortably." The emperor looked at Tangwa. This person should be well rewarded. Tangwa smiled knowingly. "I have already rewarded them generously." The emperor turned to the imperial physician. "Is there anything unusual about the noble consort's condition?" The imperial physician quickly reported, "Your Majesty need not worry. The noble consort is in perfect health." The emperor was finally relieved. He secretly calculated that Tangwa must not become pregnant with his brother's child. When he brings down the Tang family, he'll make a Ningxiang the empress. Then there would be no need to keep Tangwa around. He showed fake concern for Tangwa. This noble consort was truly mindless. He heard many concubines had come to pay their respects to her lately. They all left with red eyes. They must have been bullied in her palace. "You'll suffer for offending so many people." But the emperor didn't know they were upset simply because they couldn't get a seat at the mahjong table. That day, while Tangwa was playing mahjong, a chief eunuch entered with rewards from the emperor. The concubines were instantly envious. "Our emperor still favors the noble consort so much." Consort he, who hadn't gotten a seat, quickly said to Consortine, "You must be envious. If you're not in the mood to play, let your sister have a turn." Consort Een wasn't easy to deal with. She glared at Consort he. "Sister, it's not that I don't want to let you play. It's just that your skills are so poor. I'm afraid you'll lose even your undergarments here at Noble Consort's palace." These concubines were quite bold. When they played mahjong, they bet from 100 million to 1 billion. Consort he, who couldn't get a seat, was anxious. She asked Consort Een if she could play for a while. Consort Een gave her a contemptuous look. "It's not that I won't let you play, sister. I'm worried you'll lose everything down to your undergarments. At least I can win something playing cards every day. If I went to compete for the emperor's favor, I probably wouldn't gain as much as I do playing mahjong." The other concubines nodded in agreement. The noble consort's palace was far more interesting than the emperor's. Better to play mahjong and enjoy beauty porridge than waste effort competing for favor. Emperor Shui Yuanma would never have imagined that his concubines had completely forgotten about him, the cuckold king. Seeing everyone chatting happily, Consort he, who couldn't get a mahjong seat, resigned herself to returning to her palace to read The Art of Beauty. Then Tangwa called out to her, "Come take my seat. I'll go see what the emperor has bestowed today." Consort he sat down joyfully. "Watch me strip you all of your undergarments today." Noble Consort Tang opened the emperor's gift box. Inside was a golden-laid ivory fan. "Quite nice. I'll put it away and use it when it gets hot." From the corner of her eye, she spotted a pure jade incense burner. The chief eunuch quickly explained, "This is a treasure the emperor personally sought out for noble consort Tang. It's said to calm the mind and clear thoughts, and promote sleep." Tangwa was very interested in this. "Light it quickly. I want to try its effects." As Tangwa lay on the bed, feeling the fragrance from the incense burner, Xiao Tong quickly asked her, "Is this incense safe for your health?" Tangwa sat up looking at the incense burner. "This incense indeed calms the mind and clears thoughts, but there's one problem." Xiao Tong was curious what it was. Suddenly Tangwa's expression became very strange. "This incense can cause infertility." Xiao Tong was shocked. "Xinyuan Mo deliberately sent this to you? How could he be so cruel? He fears I might become pregnant with Xinyuan Mie's child. He's trying to strike first. Well, he's succeeded in getting my attention. I'll give him what he wants." The next day when the emperor came to Tangwa's palace, she quickly praised the incense burner he sent, saying it worked wonderfully and asked him to send more when it runs out. Seeing Tangwa hadn't suspected the incense burner, the emperor should have been happy, but for some reason he felt uneasy. The man and woman on the bed were plotting something. One was the emperor's twin brother, the other his most favored noble consort. The man held the noble consort contentedly. My foolish brother plans to move against your father. Gwr, what do you want me to do? Tangwa said calmly, tell my father about us, and about the emperors and my intentions. It's time to prepare father mentally. He needs to get used to having a daughter who dares to make the emperor a cuckold. Xinyuan Mie looked worried. Your father-in-law might go mad. Gwr, you're such a bad woman. Tangwa smiled mischievously. Yet you still love me? Xinyuan Mie looked at her adoringly. I love you desperately. I love how you are, so much that I don't even want my brother anymore. Though we're twins, I don't know why my brother is so foolish. Tangwa looked at Xinyuan Mie and asked, the emperor must be in Ningxiang's palace now? Xinyuan Mie answered honestly, when I come to you, he secretly goes to Ningxiang's palace. Everyone in Ningxiang's palace is his own people, so no outsider can know about this. The emperor is quite devoted. Do you feel wronged being my lover? Seeing Xinyuan Mie say no, Tangwa reminded him, many people will curse you in the future. Xinyuan Mie looked cunning. I'm willing. I'm determined to be your lover. Tangwa looked at the adorable Xinyuan Mie. I love you even more now. Meanwhile, in Ningxiang's palace, Ningxiang was extremely excited in the emperor's arms. It turned out the one visiting noble consort's palace wasn't the emperor but another man. That meant Tangwa was no longer pure and had lost her qualification to compete for favor. The emperor stroked Ningxiang's hair. Soon the Tang family will fall. When the Yin family rises, you'll be my empress. Suddenly the emperor thought of Tangwa. Why am I thinking of her? That woman spends her days in pleasure with my royal brother. She's already impure. Why would I think of such a woman? The next day in Tangwa's palace, has my message been delivered to my father? Has the letter been given to my father? The man lying on Tangwa's lap looked unhappy. I delivered both the message and letter as you asked. Actually, I have many ways to help. Your father doesn't need to fake his death to escape. Gwr, why don't you trust me? Tangwa looked at the sulking Xinyuan Mie. Amy, how could I not trust you? Then why won't you let me do something for you? I just want to cherish you completely. Tangwa looked at the man before her. I know you mean well. There's a reason why I want my father to fake his death. Amy, do you want to know my thoughts? In the deep palace, a man and woman were plotting. The man was the emperor's twin brother, and the woman was the emperor's most favored consort. They were laughing and flirting intimately. Quite outrageous. Tangwa asked if the man wanted to know her plan. Xinyuan Mie looked obedient. If you want to tell me, I want to know. Tangwa smiled satisfactorily at him. I want to be powerful within this palace, but sooner or later, our relationship will be exposed. Even if Emperor Xinyuan Imo can't do anything to us then, the court officials definitely won't let it go. When the officials pressure the emperor, it will give Xinyuan Imo enough reason to eliminate us. That's why I planned for my father to fake his death. Following my plan, my father will become a powerful warlord. By then, his power will far exceed his current position as Grand General. Even if our affair becomes known to all, what can the Qin officials do to me? With my father's power, he could destroy the Qin nation with one command. I want Xinyuan Mo's green hat to stay forever. Even if he wants to remove it, the officials won't agree. Xinyuan Mie embraced Tangwa. As long as you're happy. To this devoted man Xinyuan Mie, nothing was more important than Tangwa. Power, status, emperor brother, all could go away. Tangwa always acted immediately on her words. She took out a large box. Give these to my father for recruiting soldiers. Xinyuan Mie opened the box, full of gold bars. He looked at Tangwa in surprise. How do you have so many savings? These are rewards from Xinyuan Imo, and some I won playing mahjong with the consorts. Xinyuan Mie playfully remarked, Noble Consort Han is truly impressive. The next day, Xinyuan Mie took the large box to his father-in-law. When Tang's father learned the whole story, the old man nearly started a rebellion on the spot. This dog of an emperor dares to bully my daughter. If he doesn't want this throne, I'll grant his wish. Xinyuan Mie quickly handed Tang's letter to his father-in-law. After reading it, Tang's father finally calmed down. Meanwhile, the emperor was carefully planning something big. He had already discussed with his new father-in-law. They would soon move against the Tang family. But unexpectedly, before he could act, he received shocking news. General Tang, who guarded the frontier, had died suddenly from poison by enemy spies. Hello everyone, I'm not Wang Can. With nothing to do after meals, planning to deal with his father-in-law, unexpectedly encountered his consort's scheme. The emperor felt increasingly disadvantaged. The sudden death of General Tang, allegedly poisoned by enemy spies. This sudden event left the emperor overwhelmed and made him temporarily abandon his plans to overthrow noble consort Tang and make a Ningxiang empress. Noble consort Tang was heartbroken over her father's death. Consort He, her mahjong friend, came to visit. Everyone knew that with General Tang's death, noble consort Tang had lost her greatest support. Tangwa wiped tears from her face and ordered her maid to light some calming incense. Consort He immediately noticed something was wrong with noble consort Tang's calming incense. After learning the incense was from the emperor, she was even more shocked. So noble consort Tang, despite her current favor, wasn't truly loved by the emperor. She hurriedly advised noble consort Tang to use less, as it contained poison. Since it involved the emperor, consort He dared not speak directly. Tangwa's attitude was very cold. She said since the incense was from the emperor, she would willingly use it. The clever consort He instantly understood noble consort Tang's implied meaning. So noble consort Tang already knew this incense would make one infertile. At this moment, hearing the emperor's arrival, consort He hurriedly left. Tangwa watched her leave, thinking palace women were indeed clever. Just a hint, and they could guess everything. The emperor entered and noticed Tangwa had lost much weight. A book in Tangwa's hands caught the emperor's attention. Tangwa said it was a novel adapted from the previous dynasty's palace secrets. As the emperor opened the book, he grew increasingly anxious. The content matched exactly what he was doing. Tangwa watched the guilty-looking emperor. Now you're my only close person. I fear one day you'll leave me too. Noble consort Tang was in tears. Who knows when you'll fall for another consort? The emperor felt pain seeing the pitiful Tangwa. Wiping her tears, he said, even without General Tang, I will always protect you. The emperor realized he had never spoken truthfully to Tangwa and suddenly felt inexplicably uncomfortable. That evening, the jealous Xinyuan Mia arrived. He immediately complained about Tangwa getting close to the emperor, saying she'd be tainted by touching the emperor who had touched other women. Then Xinyuan Mia looked pitifully at Tangwa. From now on, you can only touch me alone. This jealous man was upset again because he heard the emperor visited noble consort during the day, mainly because they dared to have physical contact. Tangwa helplessly watched as the jealous Xinyuan Mia burned her clothes. I've washed my hands, and you've burned my clothes. It won't be good if you're too greedy. Xinyuan Mia embraced Tangwa. Noble consort, I was wrong. Let me apologize immediately. He slowly laid Tangwa on the bed. Does noble consort find my apology sincere? Tangwa blushed. That depends on your performance, Amy. Then an annoying hand lowered the gauze curtain, mercilessly stopping the audience's exploration of human civilization. About 15,000 words omitted here. The next day, Xinyuan Mia looked somewhat haggard. The emperor complained to his brother, royal brother, you've finally arrived. The ministers are waiting for court. Seems royal brother spent another night in pleasure. Are you satisfied with my noble consort? Xinyuan Mia replied expressionlessly, of course I'm satisfied. The noble consort is a good woman. The emperor's face gradually darkened. Royal brother, you haven't fallen in love with my noble consort, have you? Xinyuan Mia didn't hide his thoughts. I indeed have feelings for her. Did you think I spent days and nights with her just because you asked? The emperor suppressed his anger. Royal brother, you should know my purpose in asking you to do this. In contrast, Xinyuan Mia remained calm. Your purpose is that white lotus, isn't it? I'm not competing with you for her. Now that the Tang family is gone, you can freely dote on your white lotus. My love for the noble consort doesn't conflict with your goals. He stood up and patted the emperor's shoulder. You've schemed so long for your white lotus and finally achieved your goal. As for the noble consort, she's mine now. When you visit her palace during the day, keep your distance from your sister-in-law. I hate it most when others touch my belongings, even my own brother. Also, keep your white lotus in check. If she dares bully my guar, I'll turn her into broccoli. The emperor was fuming at Xinyuan Mia's words, but dared not act. Only he knew that if his royal brother wanted to compete, his throne could be lost at any moment, as Xinyuan Mia controlled the secret forces carefully cultivated by the previous emperor. As the emperor prepared to leave, Xinyuan Mie emphasized again that Guer was his woman. From now on, she's your sister-in-law. Keep your distance when interacting with her. As they say, elder brother is like father, so elder sister-in-law is like mother. Noble consort Tang, recovering from illness, was taking a stroll in the imperial garden. At this moment, an Ningxiang, who shouldn't have appeared, came there. She wore an undisguisable smile, seemingly hinting to noble consort Tang that she, a Ningxiang, was the victor in competing for the emperor's favor. She hypocritically expressed hopes for noble consort Tang's recovery, while in reality, she had cursed Tangwa countless times in her heart. Suddenly, Tangwa noticed a sachet hanging from a Ningxiang's waist. Noble Lady Anne's sachet looks very familiar to me. May I have a look? Noble Lady Anne could only obediently hand over the sachet. Tangwa examined the sachet carefully. From afar, it looked exactly like her lost sachet, but upon closer inspection, the stitching was different. Tangwa stated directly that Noble Lady Anne's sachet was much cruder than hers. Ignoring Noble Lady Anne's unsightly expression, Tangwa continued, "My sachet was a keepsake from my mother. It had 88 different colors." Noble Lady Anne was startled hearing this. 88 colors. It sounded just like the one she found in her childhood. Then she heard Tangwa mention there was a small golden lock inside the sachet. At this point, Noble Lady Anne confirmed it was indeed Tangwa's sachet she had found, but she decided to keep this secret, unsure what trouble it might cause if revealed. Tangwa ordered her maid to bring the box containing her mother's belongings. She suddenly wanted to learn her mother's embroidery skills to make a sachet, also to pass the boring time. The maid quietly asked, "Who are you making it for, Your Highness?" Tangwa smiled knowingly. Who else could it be for? Of course, for the one who comes at night. That evening, Xinyuan Mie found Tangwa embroidering. He was curious about the pattern, wondering if it was flowers or an eagle. Tangwa held up the pattern. It was a cute puppy design. Xinyuan Mie sincerely praised the sachet as adorable, but wondered why she suddenly took interest in embroidery. Tangwa asked if he wanted the sachet. Xinyuan Mie's eyes lit up immediately, excitedly patting his waist. Tangwa personally hung the sachet on Xinyuan Mie's waist. "I genuinely made this for you, but I also truly need your help with something." Xinyuan Mie looked at her adoringly. "I'll help you with anything you want." Tangwa told Xinyuan Mie that this sachet must not be seen by others. Though reluctant, Xinyuan Mie agreed to her request. Looking at the pitiful Xinyuan Mie, Tangwa said, "Amy, don't worry. When the time comes, you can show it to the whole world." Deep in the palace, a man and woman were plotting. They were the emperor's twin brother and the emperor's favored noble consort. The two flirted and bantered lovingly with each other. Xinyuan Mie reported to Tangwa about her father's situation. Tang's father had already gathered a large number of central military generals, and his power was growing increasingly strong. Tangwa instructed her maid to bring a book and asked Xinyuan Mie to deliver it to her father. After reading the book's contents, Xinyuan Mie remarked that with what's inside, taking over the entire empire would be no problem, let alone a mere Tianqing kingdom. Tangwa nestled in Xinyuan Mie's arms. "I don't have such grand ambitions. As long as father can control a portion of the realm and maintain power stronger than the Tianqing kingdom, that's enough." However, Emperor Xinyuan Emo wasn't idle either. In just half a year, he had helped the Yin family achieve great merit at the border. The Yin family's influence at court grew increasingly strong. Meanwhile, Ningxiang's position in the harem also continued to rise. The emperor promised Ningxiang to make her empress soon, but she had one concern. That was how to deal with noble consort Tang once she became empress. Thinking about this question, the emperor was momentarily stunned. Then Xinyuan Emo said to maintain the status quo. His reason was that Ningxiang becoming empress would attract much jealousy. It would be better to let noble consort Tang draw the fire, keeping Ningxiang safe. Ningxiang was immediately confused. Was the emperor truly doing this for her good? Did he still need to pretend to favor noble consort Tang exclusively? Her expression darkened. Let Tangwa be arrogant for a while longer. Wait until she becomes empress. She'll see what happens then. 3 years passed, and Ningxiang had grown from a young lady to nearly an old woman, yet she still hadn't become empress. Although gradually there were supporters advocating for Ningxiang to become empress, the emperor never took action. One day, an official reported that Tianqing Kingdom was suffering from floods. The people were suffering terribly. The emperor ordered immediate distribution of relief grain and said he would lead the harem to experience the people's hardships. And Ningxiang quickly proposed reducing harem expenses and organizing a donation drive to help the people through the disaster. The emperor praised Ningxiang for her understanding of the bigger picture. An official immediately agreed. Someone like noble lady and not becoming empress is truly Tianqing's great loss. Other officials whispered among themselves that noble consort Tang was extravagant and pleasure-seeking. Though she was exceptionally beautiful, her conduct was far inferior to noble Lady Anne's. The emperor had been on the throne for so many years and should establish an empress. This dog emperor, to create momentum for noble Lady Anne, actually plans to take the entire harem to experience the commoners' hardships. Learning of this, Xinyuan Mie found Tanghua. Gwr, if you don't want to go, then don't. My stupid brother has too many bad ideas. He'll try anything for a Ningxiang. But Tanghua said she must go. She had given a Ningxiang many years to grow, and it was time for results. She embraced Xinyuan Mie gently. It's time to break through this pretense. Father's preparations are almost complete. Xinyuan Mie looked at her adoringly. Since you want to go, I'll have people protect you. Tanghua looked at Xinyuan Mie proudly. Though I may be physically weak, I've still trained in martial arts. Xinyuan Mie looked embarrassed. Wasn't that when you were young? Tanghua grabbed Xinyuan Mie's hand. You dare look down on me? She picked up a sword. Amy, let's see how we compare. Xinyuan Mie instantly became interested. He stood excitedly in front of Tanghua. Without another word, Tanghua thrust her sword forward, but Xinyuan Mie easily dodged it with a slight sidestep. Tanghua leaped into the air with a single bound. Xinyuan Mie sincerely praised that Gwr was truly impressive. He applied slight force to his feet and also jumped into the air. He directly embraced Tanghua in mid-air. Gwr, you always surprise me. Today's Gwr is so enchanting. Tanghua blushed. Amy, have you fallen for me? Their eyes met. I fell for you the first time I saw you and couldn't focus for days. Tanghua told Xinyuan Mie. Once a Ningxiang becomes empress, we can appear openly together. You must be prepared to face the world's criticism. Xinyuan Mie replied. If you as a woman aren't afraid, what do I have to fear? Tanghua pointed her sword at Xinyuan Mie. Your fear doesn't matter. Once I've chosen someone, I'll drag them to hell with me if I must. Xinyuan Mie looked at Tanghua with eyes full of love. That's exactly what I want. The scene changes to several imperial carriages on the main road. The emperor was leading his consorts to experience the commoners' hardships. The emperor and the most noble consort Tang shared one carriage. The emperor sighed that it had been a long time since he'd been this close to noble consort Tang. He casually asked about her health. Inwardly, he noticed Tanghua seemed even more outstanding than before. Tanghua responded to the emperor perfunctorily. They exchanged insincere pleasantries. Tanghua said she was happy to come out with Amo. The harmonious conversation suddenly took a turn. Amo, I feel you're growing more distant from me. This woman was outwardly the emperor's most favored consort, but secretly his sister-in-law. They both knowingly played at being husband and wife. Looking at this hypocritical man, Tanghua said, no matter what, you were once truly good to me. The emperor broke into a cold sweat. He insincerely claimed, I've only ever been good to you, never to anyone else. Seeing the emperor continue his act, Tanghua didn't expose the pretense. She mused to herself, I'm happy to hear you say that. At least you were once sincere to me. But hearts always change. The emperor continued to comfort Tanghua, telling her not to overthink. Because before Ningxiang became empress, he didn't plan to expose the person he truly loved to everyone. Tanghua smiled even more brightly and said, come to think of it, your majesty has never called me by my name. The emperor was stunned by these words. He realized that in all these years of using Tanghua as a shield, he had rarely called her name. The emperor increasingly felt that he had wronged this woman. Then he unconsciously reached out to caress the woman before him, feeling as if Tanghua might leave him at any moment. The next moment, the emperor froze. What was wrong with him? He was supposed to love a Ningxiang. Soon the imperial carriages arrived at the disaster area. The villagers were rushing to repair the riverbanks. Seeing the emperor personally inspect the disaster, they were deeply grateful. One villager recognized noble Lady N and thanked her for sending many supplies to the disaster area. Then many villagers discussed how wonderful it would be if noble Lady N could become empress. These people might as well set up a stage and perform a show. Meanwhile, Ningxiang was overjoyed inside. Tangwa watched their poor performance with contempt. Then the emperor asked noble consort Tangwa, and noble consort and to accompany him to visit another villager. And Ningxiang smiled broadly, feeling she was one step closer to the empress's throne. And Ningxiang, acting coy despite her advantage, approached Tangwa. Sister, please don't take today's discussions to heart. I have no unreasonable desires for the position of empress. Being by His Majesty's side is enough. But Tangwa didn't want to waste words with her. If you want it, go for it. What's it to me? And Ningxiang was stunned by these words. What did noble consort Tang mean? And Ningxiang's simple mind was overwhelmed. She felt her confused thoughts were about to short-circuit. Suddenly someone shouted, "Assassins!" A group of black-clad figures emerged from all directions. Their killing intent was overwhelming, seemingly intent on slaughtering everyone present. This madness, the emperor was attacked by assassins while inspecting the common people's conditions. He warned his noble consort to be careful. This made Ningxiang jealous. She thought to herself, the emperor still had feelings for noble consort Tang. At that moment, an arrow whistled through the air, targeting the emperor. Noble consort and shouted, "Your Majesty, be careful," and rushed to his side. The speeding arrow pierced her body. The emperor held the wounded Xianfei in his arms. Fortunately, the arrow hadn't hit any vital spots. Meanwhile, Tangwa had already charged toward the assassins. The assassins never expected that a seemingly delicate consort would possess such impressive martial skills. Tangwa moved through the battlefield effortlessly, cutting down nearby assassins in moments. By then, the guards had also quelled the assassination attempt. The emperor was shocked by noble consort Tang's martial prowess. He never imagined noble consort Tang's martial arts could be so formidable. Tangwa expressed relief, saying she was fortunate to have trained in martial arts since childhood. Although she had been unwell in recent years, she hadn't forgotten to practice regularly. She thought these skills would be useless, but was glad to have the chance to repay the emperor's kindness today. The emperor was deeply moved upon hearing this. He was so touched he almost forgot about the wounded noble consort. Tangwa reminded him to take noble consort and back for treatment quickly. Any later, and it might be too late to save her. The emperor finally came to his senses and hurriedly left, carrying noble consort and watching their retreating figures. The system commented that Ningxiang was quite the actress. Tangwa smirked. Every consort in the palace was an actress, each worthy of an Oscar. After returning to the palace, the imperial physicians thoroughly examined noble consort and discovered not only was her wound shallow, but she was also carrying the imperial heir, a double blessing. How irritating. Hearing this good news, noble consort felt emboldened. She pretended to struggle to sit up, preparing to make a scene. Then Ningxiang looked at Tangwa with terror. Noble consort, please don't blame me. My pregnancy was an accident. That day His Majesty was drunk and mistook me for. Seeing Ningxiang trembling, the emperor quickly consoled her. With me here, no one will dare harm you. Everyone inwardly raged, thinking they'd heard noble consort Tang ruled the harem tyrannically. Today proved the rumors true. But Tangwa wouldn't let Ningxiang act so boldly before her. She immediately switched to performance mode. She slowly walked to Ningxiang, appearing hurt. Sister, why are you so uneasy? You're carrying the imperial heir is joyous news for the entire harem. We should be celebrating. What's wrong, sister? Welcome to the grand performance of the palace drama queens. The pregnant Ningxiang was the first to challenge Tangwa. Noble consort, please don't blame me. My pregnancy was just an accident. That day, His Majesty was drunk and mistook me for. Everyone thought to themselves that they'd heard noble consort Tang ruled the harem with an iron fist. Today proved the rumors were true. Seeing Ningxiang so afraid of Tangwa, the emperor immediately stood up to support her. With me here, no one will dare harm you. But Tangwa, being the skilled actress she was, wouldn't let Ningxiang act so boldly before her. She instantly switched into performance mode. Sister, why are you so uneasy? Your pregnancy is joyous news for the entire harem. We should be celebrating. What's wrong, sister? Then Tangwa took Ningxiang's hand emotionally. Sister, you risked your life for His Majesty. I don't know how to repay such loyalty. How could I blame you? And Ningxiang looked at Tangwa with confusion. What game was noble consort Tang playing? The emperor, who had been supporting Ningxiang, felt embarrassed. He hadn't expected noble consort Tang to be so magnanimous. He thought she would make a scene. The emperor reflected internally, blaming himself for believing others' slander about Tangwa. He He had allowed himself to form such a poor impression of her. The guards present were incredulous at how peaceful the scene was. The image of noble consort Tang's fierce swordsmanship was still fresh in their minds. Now she had become so gentle and understanding. The mysterious noble consort Tang instantly captivated all the guards. Tangwa approached the emperor. "I know. Your Majesty must have much to discuss with noble consort, and I shall take my leave." Then she walked away leisurely. Consort, he hurriedly excused himself and left with her. He asked if Tangwa was injured from fighting the assassins, showing his concern about the attack. Suddenly noticing her cold hands, he insisted on calling for an imperial physician. Tangwa smiled and stopped him, saying she just needed some rest. Seeing Consort he's concern, Tangwa felt genuinely happy. But Consort he suddenly looked at her tensely, saying he had something to tell her. From his expression, Tangwa could tell it wasn't good news. Consort he whispered in Tangwa's ear, "My father sent word that court officials are preparing to petition the emperor to make noble consort and the empress." Consort he anxiously looked at Tangwa. "Sister, you must prepare." Hearing this news, Tangwa remained calm, but her expression grew cold. "This is the day I've been waiting for." This woman was once the emperor's most beloved consort, but now she's become his sister-in-law. The emperor's years-long scheme was finally about to unfold. He told noble consort Tang, "The officials want to make noble consort and the empress." He had no choice but to agree. Tangwa remained unperturbed. "Your Majesty, don't feel troubled because of me. I'm content with the years of favor you've shown me." The emperor looked at Tangwa with feigned sincerity. "If you have any grievances, just tell me." Tangwa replied directly, "If I speak up, would your Majesty change your mind?" The emperor was speechless, knowing he had only come to put on a show today. Tangwa suddenly grabbed the emperor's hand and said emotionally, "If your Majesty dares to stand up for me against everyone, I would fight for it even if I'm labeled as a nation-ruining seductress. But do you dare?" The emperor knew it was time for him to make a choice. He suddenly felt he was making a huge mistake, but his mind was made up. He looked at Tangwa and said coldly, "Noble consort's understanding is admirable. I still have some memorials to review, so I'll take my leave." He hurriedly left and met Xinyuan Mia outside. "I've informed noble consort Tang about Enfei's upcoming promotion to empress." Xinyuan Mia snorted. "In my presence, second brother should refer to her as imperial sister." The next day in court, the emperor announced An Ningxiang's elevation to empress. The An family's prestige in court immediately soared. But when the emperor saw the An family's smugness, a minister reported to the emperor that noble consort Tang was arrogant and should be dealt with. He hoped to gain favor on this joyous occasion. But when he saw the anger in the emperor's eyes, he broke into a cold sweat and knelt begging for mercy. The scene changes to the imperial garden, where the newly appointed empress in Ningxiang was beaming with joy. In her good mood, she decided to take a walk. Unexpectedly, she ran into noble consort Tang. She approached Tangwa arrogantly, saying, "Noble consort Tang, what a coincidence." Thinking to herself, "Now that I'm empress, it's finally your turn to bow to me, Tangwa." But Tangwa not only didn't flatter her, but remained seated without moving, merely saying flatly, "Congratulations, Your Majesty." The palace maid beside An Ningxiang became furious. Since learning her mistress would become empress, her temper had grown considerably. She pointed at Tangwa and shouted, "Noble consort, why aren't you standing to bow to our empress?" This palace maid was incredibly audacious. Pointing at noble consort's nose, she berated, "When you see our empress, you should immediately stand and bow." Tangwa was both amused and angered by this foolish servant. Has this little one gone mad? A mere palace maid daring to scold me? My not bowing to the empress might be considered arrogant, especially before the formal enthronement ceremony. But what right does a lowly palace maid have to create such a scene? Such disrespect to me would justify even severe punishment. The system quickly checked the plot. This maid named Chuanxue was a Ningxiang's follower, and in future plotlines, she would often cause trouble for a Ningxiang. Seeing Tang was non-response, maid Chuanxue became bolder. "My mistress is now the noble empress. You, a mere consort, should learn proper etiquette." Tangwa walked up to her with a mischievous smile. "Your mistress is indeed the empress, but have you forgotten? You're just a lowly servant, yet you dare to lecture me, a noble consort? What I hate most is people telling me what to do." Guards, take this worthless servant away and slap her mouth hard. And Ningxiang could no longer remain silent. Chuanxue had been by her side since childhood. Noble consort, please stop. Chuanxue is my servant. When dealing with my people, shouldn't you consult me first? Tanghua looked at her mockingly. My dear Empress, haven't you forgotten that your enthronement ceremony hasn't been held yet? By protocol, I, as noble consort, still outrank you at present. Tanghua approached her and said softly, even an empress's maid deserves death for such disrespect to me. I spare her life today only out of courtesy to you. If there's a next time, I won't be so merciful. Tanghua's expression turned ice cold. She shouted, do it. Teach this ignorant maid a lesson she won't forget. We wouldn't want her causing more trouble and ruining the Empress's reputation in the future. Empress, you're with child. You shouldn't witness such bloody scenes. Then Tanghua had her maids escort the Empress back to her palace. And Ningxiang was completely stunned. She couldn't even protect a single maid. She could hear Chuanxue's screams behind her, and Ningxiang trembled in fear, a chill rising from deep within her heart. Why did she have to provoke noble consort Tang? As for Chuanxue, she had lost count of how many slaps she'd received. She felt dizzy, as if she were about to leave this beautiful world. Tanghua ordered them to stop. Don't kill her. Find a place to treat her wounds, but don't send her back to the Empress's palace yet. Soon, this incident spread throughout the palace. It also reached the Emperor's ears. How arrogant this noble consort was. She dared to bully the Empress, the head of the inner palace, and nearly beat the Empress's personal maid to death. Upon learning this, the Emperor rushed to Ningxiang's palace. Seeing the pitiful Empress, he felt heartbroken and blamed noble consort Tang for being inconsiderate. And Ningxiang begged the Emperor to save her maid, who was still detained in noble consort Tang's palace, her fate unknown. The Emperor tenderly wiped Ningxiang's tears. Ningxiang, don't worry. I'll go settle accounts with noble consort Tang right now. As the Emperor stormed out angrily, a paper ball suddenly fell at his feet. The note contained just 7 words, dare to touch my woman and see. The Emperor was furious. Is Xinyuan Mie's woman the only one who matters? Isn't my woman also worthy of respect? Does she deserve to be bullied? Arriving at noble consort Tang's palace, the Emperor suppressed his anger. Noble consort Tang, I've come to retrieve someone. Chuanxue has been by the Empress's side since childhood. Please release her. Having seen Xinyuan Mie's note, the Emperor abandoned his plan to confront noble consort Tang. Better to get the maid back first, then go back and comfort the Empress. Tanghua said expressionlessly, so your Majesty came to retrieve someone. I thought you came to settle accounts with me. The Emperor said, since noble consort has vented her anger, may Chuanxue be taken away now? In his heart, he wondered why Tanghua had become so distant, even addressing him formally as Your Majesty. Tanghua closed her eyes. The whole world belongs to Your Majesty. Take whatever you want. Why bother asking me? The Emperor knew that making a Ningxiang Empress had deeply hurt Tanghua. He sat on her bed. Then I'll take Chuanxue. What would noble consort like? I'll have it sent to you. Consider it compensation. Tanghua wasn't polite at all. I only like managing wealth. If Your Majesty feels guilty, perhaps send more of that. Tanghua said haughtily, recently the Empress taught everyone to reduce expenses. I used to wear 3 new outfits daily. Now I'm down to just 1. I've had to sell many items. I'm used to a luxurious life, and suddenly living such a modest life is quite uncomfortable. The Emperor was pleased to have a chance to compensate Tanghua. I'll have things sent to noble consort right away. Don't let yourself suffer. Hearing this, Tanghua's face lit up with a smile. Your Majesty once told me I needn't bow to anyone in the palace, not even to you. Please inform everyone in the palace of this to avoid future trouble. The Emperor's face darkened. Why was I so foolish to say that back then? That fool of an Emperor sent money to Tanghua again. If he knew this money would be used to recruit forces against himself, he might cough up blood in anger. Tanghua casually picked up several gold ingots and tossed them to her maids to spend. Follow me, and you'll live the good life. The maids held the gold with joy. Our mistress is so clever, using Xinyuan Mo's money to build her own empire. At this moment, Tanghua was studying a map. Xinyuan Mie quietly came up behind her and embraced her. What is my Guer looking at? Tanghua gently caressed Xinyuan Mie's cheek. This map shows all the territories my father has conquered. Xinyuan Mie suddenly turned serious. I heard my foolish brother sent you another large chest of gold. Tanghua looked at him with a mischievous smile. Yes, would you like to take some to play with? Xinyuan Mie kicked the chest. Then he pulled Tanghua into his arms. I'm not interested in gold. I'm only interested in Gwr. Does this gold need to be sent out of the palace too? Tanghua looked at him with satisfaction. Send it to your father-in-law. Let him continue recruiting soldiers. Xinyuan Mie leaned in devotedly. I'm willing to serve Gwr. Looking at the map in Tangwa's hands, does my father-in-law really only want to occupy a small territory? From this map, he seems to have taken quite a few cities. Hongwa said aloud it was just a small territory, but thought to herself, compared to the entire Earth, this area is nothing. Xinyuan Mie suddenly spoke worriedly, let my father-in-law expand more slowly. Otherwise, I fear I won't be worthy of you. Tanghua smiled at his adorable expression. As long as I approve of you, it's fine. In that case, I'm relieved. As long as Gwr doesn't despise me. Tanghua looked at the man before her. How could I despise you? There's no one more lovable than you in this world. Tanghua knew that Xinyuan Mie was smarter and more powerful than his brother the emperor. If he wanted to take over Tianqing country, Xinyuan Mo would have been gone long ago. Yet such a man was willing to stay by her side. Truly worthy of being the man I chose. Tanghua put the map back in its box. Father does these things to prevent me from being bullied. He might not feel completely at ease about it. When he becomes a savior, he'll have people to protect. Then he'll understand the meaning of what he's doing now. One day, Father will be loved by countless people. He's always been a person full of justice and love. Xinyuan Mie leaned against Tanghua. Countless people will be grateful for your decision, Gwr. The emperor was thwarted again. He went to confront noble consort Tang with fury, but returned in defeat. Not only did he fail to get justice for the empress, but he also lost a chest of gold. Facing in Ningxiang's hopeful expression, the emperor said helplessly, let this matter end here. Also, from now on, noble consort Tang need not bow to anyone. That's all. I still have memorials to review. With that, the emperor turned and left. And Ningxiang's maid said resentfully, not only did the emperor not punish noble consort Tang, he even rewarded her with a chest of gold. And Ningxiang, already furious, became even more enraged. That's all because of your uselessness. At this moment, and Ningxiang's mind wasn't working well. Before, the emperor used Tanghua as his shield, but now that she was the head of the inner palace, why did the emperor still allow Tanghua to exist? Her father was now a great general, and their family's influence dominated the court. Why should she still have to watch that noble consort's face? And Ningxiang calculated in her heart, I'll endure her for a few more days. After my grand ceremony is over, I'll deal with her. The entire harem was discussing in Ningxiang's appointment as empress, wondering if noble consort Tang would be heartbroken. But when they saw Tanghua's state, they felt somewhat relieved. Tanghua called over 2 consorts she was close with. She wanted to give these 2 friends some benefits. Consort Da stared at Tanghua's exquisite teapot with sparkling eyes. Sister is in such good spirits. The tea inside must be top grade. Tanghua poured them each a full cup. Try it and see how it tastes. The system jumped out. Host, how can you be so generous? Giving them the spirit tea from Immortal Ziyun? You must really like these people. Tanghua looked at the system. I remember both favors and grudges. I find them quite agreeable, and they always think of my interests. I should treat them well. But the clever system felt things weren't that simple. Tanghua smiled at the system. I do have a slight ulterior motive. I want my sisters to maintain their beautiful appearances longer, to live happily and contentedly in the palace for the rest of their lives. Hearing this, the system shuddered. Host, what are you planning? Tanghua's face bore a mischievous smile. I want Ningxiang to watch these consorts, older than her, stay young and beautiful forever. Though they don't have the emperor's favor, they'll live 10,000 times happier than her. System, isn't my idea brilliant? The system was thoroughly impressed. Such a grudge-holding, petty host is truly amazing. Several days later, the enthronement ceremony proceeded as scheduled. The emperor looked at his empress before him. After numerous plans to make a Ningxiang empress, it was finally realized today. A Ningxiang heard everyone calling, "Long live the empress," and felt extremely pleased. She would now be the most noble woman in Tianqing. This foolish emperor, holding his beloved empress, was thinking of another woman. After successfully making a Ningxiang replace Tanghua as the most noble woman in the harem, the emperor suddenly felt that the expected joy wasn't there in his heart. Moreover, he couldn't help thinking about noble consort Tang. He kept asking himself, have I really developed feelings for noble consort Tang? He felt ridiculous. He had personally pushed Tanghua to Xinyuan me. Could he be regretting it now? And Ningxiang saw the emperor's daze and softly called to him. What's wrong? The emperor tried to appear composed as he looked at her. I'm just nervous. That's why I was distracted. And Ningxiang could tell he wasn't being truthful. What was the emperor thinking about? Could he be thinking about noble consort Tang? That night in the empress's palace, and Ningxiang excitedly looked at the emperor. Now that I'm your empress, you can finally come to my palace openly. Amo, do you think I'll bear a prince or princess? The emperor tenderly whispered in her ear. Whether it's a prince or princess, I'll love them. And Ningxiang was very happy. Then I'll give you a prince. You need a prince to inherit the throne. Hold on, you should have a princess instead. I don't have time to discuss useless things with you. I still need to edit videos for my little ancestors. Hearing my words, the emperor suddenly became energetic. In the future, all my children will be born by you, Ningxiang. He remembered developing feelings for noble consort Tang today and felt ashamed. And Ningxiang's expression suddenly turned sad. Your Majesty, if you truly have feelings for noble consort Tang, I won't oppose having no other women. Before she could finish, the emperor interrupted her. There can be nothing between me and noble consort Tang. Besides, she can't have children anyway. And Ningxiang, believing the emperor's lies, fell asleep happily. But Xinyuan Imo, holding his empress, lay awake for a long time. The next day, the emperor made up his mind and told his brother Xinyuan Mia he would never visit noble consort Tang's palace again. Because he loved Ningxiang, he said there could never be anything between him and noble consort Tang. Xinyuan Mia shook his head unhappily. No, you don't have to go during the day, but at night you must. I must go at night. The emperor nearly died of anger, hearing his brother's words. Xinyuan Mia, you lecher. Then the emperor looked helplessly at his brother. At most, we'll split it by odd and even days. You visit noble consort Tang on odd days. I'll visit empress on even days. Xinyuan Mia agreed to the emperor's proposal. If it weren't for the timing being wrong, I wouldn't be playing hide and seek with you all. The foolish emperor was accompanying the empress in the imperial garden. As they walked, they encountered noble consort Tang. What an awkward encounter. Tanghua smiled at them. What a coincidence. It seems your majesties also enjoy the scenery here. Both felt extremely uncomfortable. How did they run into her? After the last lesson, the empress was especially on guard, wondering if she would try something again. The emperor quickly asked Ningxiang if she wanted to go back and rest, and Ningxiang refused his kindness. Leaving right after meeting noble consort Tang would be inappropriate. Tanghua casually said, if the empress isn't feeling well, she should hurry back to rest. And Ningxiang was instantly furious. She was completely disregarding her position. Just then, the head eunuch suddenly reported urgent news. Hanu envoys had arrived unexpectedly and were waiting outside the palace. The emperor realized the gravity of the situation. He ordered a eunuch to stay and protect the empress while he went to receive the envoys. Before leaving, he reminded Tanghua that the empress was pregnant, so she should be courteous in words and deeds and keep her people in check. Tanghua forced a kind smile. Your Majesty, please don't worry. Don't you trust my character? The emperor broke into a cold sweat hearing this. You're the one I trust least. Then he helplessly turned and left. Tanghua and the empress sat down in a small pavilion, and Ningxiang couldn't believe her eyes. She had expected Tanghua to make a huge scene about the enthronement, but Tanghua was surprisingly composed. Tanghua sipped her tea while chatting casually with the empress. The empress doesn't look well. The pregnancy must be difficult, and Ningxiang gently stroked her belly. It's my blessing to bear Amo's children. Noble consort Tang, you keep looking at my belly. Do you want a child too? Tanghua looked at the empress and slowly said, I'm not as blessed as the empress. Due to an accident falling into water when I was young, I can never have children. The emperor used to favor me, and I worried about what would happen if he had no heir. Now that you've caught his eye and are bearing his child, it's a good thing. Otherwise, I would have been guilty of bringing disaster to the country. At this moment, Ningxiang's mind was racing. Was this really the reason why noble consort Tang hadn't made a scene? Thinking of this, she revealed a dark smile. How could a barren woman receive the emperor's exclusive favor? To survive in the palace, one must be able to bear children. In her complacency, she completely missed Tangwa's expression. I'll let you show off for a while. Ladies of the palace, your noble consort Tang was up to her tricks again. She embroidered a sachet. The maids looked at her curiously. Is this for young Master Xinyuan Mie? Tangwa smirked. This is specially prepared for the emperor. The maids nearly dropped their jaws. My lady, are you trying to win the emperor's favor? Tangwa's eyes turned ice cold. This is my great love for the emperor. He'll receive it much later. From today, Mylan, you'll invite the emperor for lunch every day. Then Tangwa looked at Meiqing. You'll spread news to the empress's palace daily about me, inviting the emperor for meals. Then we'll watch the show unfold. In the following days, the emperor was constantly bothered by Tangwa's maids. But fearing in Ningxiang's misunderstanding, he found excuses to reject noble consort Tang's invitations every day. Meanwhile, Xinyuan Mie, eating the delicacies in Tangwa's palace, reproached her. Why prepare such good food for the emperor? Tangwa looked at the opportunistic Xinyuan Mie. I knew the emperor wouldn't come. The food is nominally for him, but actually ends up in your stomach. Xinyuan Mie gently held Tangwa's hand. I knew my dear Gua was preparing this specially for me. Tangwa held Xinyuan Mie's sachet. It's time for us to surface. Our relationship can be exposed openly from now on. You can tell everyone that the one who's been with me is you, Shueyumi, and the person who made this happen is the current emperor, Amy. You must never make his mistake. Such mistakes are unforgivable to me. Xinyuan Mie embraced Tangwa. I won't be as foolish as him. I, Xinyuan Mie, am about to become the most formidable adulterer in the world. Just thinking about it makes me a bit excited. The scene changes. The emperor was anxiously pacing in his room. Over the past 2 months, Tangwa sent someone daily to invite him for meals, but the emperor ruthlessly refused each time. Everyone in the palace believed noble consort Tang had completely lost favor, but Xinyuan Mo was actually tormented inside. He was only controlling himself from thinking about noble consort Tang because of a Ningxiang. Just then, Xinyuan Mie walked in. Brother, you're just in time. Tonight, help me explain to noble consort Tang that I was too busy with state affairs during the day. But Xinyuan Mie ignored him completely. No need to remind me. Comforting my woman is my business. That moment, the emperor noticed the sachet hanging at Xinyuan Mie's waist. The pattern on the sachet made his heart tremble. Years ago, when he accidentally fell into water, a girl risked her life to save him. That girl wore a sachet with exactly this puppy pattern. Years ago, the emperor had nearly died from falling into water. Fortunately, a girl had desperately pulled him ashore. That girl wore a uniquely beautiful sachet, exactly like the puppy pattern his brother was wearing now. My woman gave this to me. What are you staring at? The emperor, having guessed the truth, nearly fell over in shock. The emperor was completely stunned. Could it be that the one who saved him wasn't a Ningxiang? To verify this, that evening the emperor claimed his sachet was worn out. He asked a Ningxiang to embroider him a new one. He showed her a pattern he had found. A Ningxiang looked at the pattern in the emperor's hand with difficulty. Because this pattern had too many colors, she had to say she couldn't embroider it. The emperor looked at her with an icy expression. The sachet you wore before had a very similar pattern. Why can't you embroider this one? A Ningxiang felt strange. Amo, why are you suddenly interested in this? Although Xinyuan Mo tried to hide his emotions, his face had turned extremely ugly. Where did Ningxiang learn her embroidery skills? Hearing this, a Ningxiang froze. Could Xinyuan Mo have mistaken me for the owner of that sachet? Was his kindness all these years because of that sachet? That sachet belonged to Tangwa. Did Xinyuan Mo have some connection with Tangwa in childhood? If Xinyuan Mo knew all this, would he still love me? She tried to calm the turmoil in her heart. I learned from an embroiderer. I don't know where they are now. Xinyuan Mo knew a Ningxiang too well. He could tell from her behavior that she was lying. At this point, the emperor was certain that a Ningxiang wasn't the person he was looking for. He hoped the truth wasn't what he thought. The emperor didn't expose a Ningxiang's lie, and she pretended nothing had happened. The next day, the emperor ordered his men to investigate immediately. I want to know the truth about my fall into the water 10 years ago. The emperor's mind was in complete chaos. Then he stood up and walked out. I can't wait. I must ask noble consort Tang myself. But when he arrived at Tangwa's palace, he stopped. If noble consort Tang was really the one who saved him as a child, what should he do? After much consideration, the emperor walked in. Seeing the emperor come to her palace, Tanghua was surprised. She invited him daily, but he never came. Yet now he came on his own. The emperor casually sat down beside Tanghua. I heard noble consort Tang has embroidery skills. Tanghua asked why the emperor would ask such a thing. The emperor quickly concealed his unease. Nothing, I just want to know more about you. Suddenly, the emperor noticed Tanghua was burning incense in the burner he had given her. Tanghua said she loved the emperor's gift so much that she used it almost every day. Hearing this, the emperor's body trembled slightly, because this incense, if burned for just 1 month, was enough to make a woman infertile, and Tanghua had been using it for so many years. Most hatefully, he was the one who gave it to her. This dog emperor gave Tanghua an incense burner. This type of incense, if burned for just 1 month, could make a woman infertile, and Tanghua had been using it for several years. The emperor was now filled with remorse. He looked at Tanghua with guilt. This incense is outdated. I'll have someone bring you a new one another day. Tanghua gracefully declined the emperor's kindness. In the entire palace, there isn't a second incense as special as this. Your Majesty should know, I like to possess things exclusively. The only pity is that your Majesty cannot belong to me alone. After hearing Tanghua's words, Xinyuan recalled everything he had done to her. He felt utterly ashamed, so he quickly claimed he had official business to attend to, wanting to escape quickly. The questions he originally wanted to ask Tanghua could no longer be spoken at this moment. Tanghua looked at the emperor with a hint of smile in her eyes. Due to my old leg injury acting up, I won't get up to send your Majesty off. At this moment, Xinyuan remembered something. Tanghua had always said she had an old knee injury from falling into water when she was young. The emperor recalled that the day he fell into the water and was rescued was the winter solstice. He could never forget how piercing cold the river water was that day. Tanghua watched the emperor's retreating back, a slight smirk appearing on her face. Clear all of this away. Then she added sarcastically, people in the palace really love to overthink things. At this moment, Xinyuan appeared behind Tanghua. He embraced her from behind. This jealous man now had a face full of envy. So you were the one who saved my foolish brother that time. I found some clues. Xinyuan only remembered the pattern on your sachet. So when he saw the sachet in Ningxiang's hands, he mistook her for his savior. My second brother is a very deep person. He didn't want Ningxiang to think he was kind to her out of gratitude, so he never mentioned this matter. Because of this, Xinyuan missed the chance to find you. I suddenly feel jealous of Xinyuan. He met you before I did, but I'm also grateful for my luck in having you. Most of all, I feel sorry for you. You developed a chronic condition from saving him. Tanghua caressed Xinyuan's face. Amy, you need to be mentally prepared. In the future, you might face a lot of mockery. When our relationship is exposed, we'll surely face others' contempt and disdain. Several days later, the people sent by the emperor finally returned with news. Xinyuan eagerly grabbed the secret letter. After reading its contents, the emperor's entire body trembled uncontrollably. He helplessly placed the letter on the table and ordered everyone to leave. At this moment, he could no longer control his emotions. Tears soaked his collar. Xinyuan laughed maniacally like a madman. He, the ruler of a nation, was now crying like a child. She was once the most beloved empress, but now faced the emperor's ruthless abandonment. And Ningxiang's tears burst forth. I don't want my son to be crown prince. What I valued most was you, Emperor Xinyuan. How cruel your heart is. Seeing Ningxiang's outburst, the emperor feared she might cause more trouble. He had to announce that Ningxiang was temporarily forbidden from leaving her chambers. Watching the emperor's departing back, Ningxiang screamed, Xinyuan, can you really win back noble consort Tang? She will eventually know what you've done. Hearing this, the emperor suddenly turned back, staring intently at Ningxiang. In an extremely cold tone, he said, I will never let her know these things. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll make your entire and family completely disappear. Only then did Ningxiang realize how terrifying the emperor before her was. She collapsed heavily onto the ground. I used to pity Tanghua's fate. Now I am the pitiful one. Wiping her tears, she said, Mother was right. Emperors are heartless. They can favor you to the extreme and also push you into the abyss. The emperor's actions spread throughout the court. He seemed not to care what others said, only wanting to stake everything on this. This aroused the ministers' dissatisfaction. They all submitted memorials in opposition. Your Majesty, please reconsider. That noble consort Tang is a demon who will bring disaster to the country. If we don't execute her, she will bring calamity to Tianqing. If your Majesty doesn't agree to our request, we will kneel here indefinitely. But the emperor seemed to have completely snapped. If you like kneeling, then kneel. I'll wait until you all kneel to death here. Then I'll replace you with people who won't defy me. The ministers watched the emperor's ruthless back. They knew this matter could no longer be changed. It seemed noble consort Tang really did use sorcery to have bewitched the emperor to such an extent. Wails of the ministers echoed through the great hall. Heaven is bringing doom to our great Tianqing. At this moment, the emperor wore a smug yet melancholic expression. He seemed to feel he had done something truly great. Noble consort Tang, don't worry. I will protect you forever. Tangwa merely showed a polite smile. Then this concubine, thanks your majesty. The emperor looked at Tangwa's distant manner and felt uncomfortable. He believed Tangwa must be angry about a Ningxiang's matter. Seeing Tangwa's coldness, the emperor could only say he had memorials to review, claiming he would visit her again in the evening. As Xinyuan Imo turned to leave, Tangwa didn't see the dark expression that flashed across his face. Now I want to compete with royal brother. Is it still not too late? She was once the glorious empress, but now she had fallen to become the most pitiful woman in the harem. Facing the emperor's threats, she laughed madly. Haha, noble consort Tang, do you know that the emperor who visits your palace during the day and the man who favored you that night are not the same person? Yet you remain completely in the dark. The guards beside the empress looked incredulously at the scene, saying the empress must have gone mad, while inwardly delighting in this juicy gossip. At this moment, not only had the empress gone mad, but Emperor Xinyuan Imo was also driven to fury. He slammed the table and roared, "Take this mad woman away! Lock this lunatic in the cold palace! How dare you slander me and the noble consort? With such conduct, how are you fit to be empress? I will depose you." Hearing this, Ningxiang despaired. "Your Majesty, are you truly so heartless to me? Just because I'm not the one you're looking for, you can hurt me as you please. Your Majesty, have you forgotten? When you had someone else favor noble consort Tang in your place, you said it was all for me. You said you loved me, not her. You said I would be your only woman in this life. These were all your own words." The emperor tried to maintain his composure, but turned to find Tang was staring at him with a dark expression. The emperor hastily began making excuses. "Noble consort, don't listen to her nonsense. I am not the person she describes. I was truly blind to have chosen her as empress." The emperor kept waving his hands. "Take her away. Take her away." Just as the empress was about to be led away, Tangwa called out, "Wait." The emperor froze, not knowing what the noble consort intended. Tangwa walked straight to Ningxiang. Ningxiang thought Tangwa wouldn't believe her words, assuming she would give her a few slaps. But Tangwa looked calmly at Ningxiang and said, "How could I not know there was something wrong with that calming incense?" Hearing this, Ningxiang was stunned. "Then why did you pretend not to know?" Tangwa turned to look at the emperor behind her and slowly said, "As for that man at night, both his behavior and personality were completely different from your Majesty's." The emperor broke into a cold sweat at Tangwa's words. He kept backing away. "Noble consort Tang, let me explain. Give me another chance to start over. This time I won't hurt you again." Tangwa looked coldly at the emperor. "I knew from the first day that person wasn't you." Xinyuan Imo, as if struck heavily, collapsed to the ground. At this moment, he couldn't even speak a complete sentence. Tangwa looked at everyone. "Since everything is out in the open, I shall announce something today. Xinyuan Imo, I am very satisfied with the man you sent to me, so I announce that he, Xinyuan Mie, will be mine from now on." This audacious woman, she dared to openly admit making the emperor a cuckold. Ningxiang watched her in disbelief. This scene was completely different from what she had imagined. Why did noble consort Tang still look so happy? At this moment, the emperor's entire body was trembling. He couldn't accept this reality. Tangwa looked towards the door and slowly said, "Mian, won't you come out? Or do you plan to give me up?" At this moment, Xinyuan Mie finally walked in. He wore a smug expression. "Of course I won't give up my fruit plate." He pulled Tanghua into his embrace. The two gazed at each other lovingly, as if forgetting others were watching. Xinyuan Mie gently took Tanghua's hand. Sorry, I'm late. Tanghua nestled in his arms, looking at Ningxiang, slowly saying, this palace has no interest in competing for favor, because this palace likes to exclusively possess everything. And only this man can belong to this palace completely, body and soul. This palace intends to love only him for life. The emperor still tried to salvage everything. Gwr, I don't mind these things. Let's start over, all right? Tanghua looked mockingly at the emperor. You say you don't mind? You don't mind me being intimate with this man every day? You don't mind that I've been touched by this man? The emperor fell completely silent. He asked himself internally, can I really not mind? Tanghua coldly looked at him. Don't forget, you personally sent this man to me. I merely cooperated as you wished. Now you despise me for being touched by him. Has it somehow become my fault? The emperor tried to explain everything, but he stammered and couldn't form a complete sentence. He realized he had nothing to say. All of this was caused by himself. What could he possibly say? Tanghua looked at the emperor with disdain. You can't even speak properly. No wonder you're not well liked. Amian, teach him what he should say. Hearing Tanghua's words, Xinyuan Mie immediately became dramatic. He held Tanghua tenderly. It's all my fault. Everything is my sin. Punish me however you wish. I was blind before, not seeing your worth. This is all my fault. You're like a star in the sky, pure, brilliant, and enchanting. Please forgive me. Xinyuan Mie's lesson has begun. Tanghua looked at the emperor with amusement. When apologizing, one must have the right attitude. When comforting someone, one must know how to be humble. Speaking thus, Tanghua displayed their affection before everyone. Amian is still the most obedient. It was clearly you, Xinyuan Imo, trying to frame this palace. Do you think I would give up perfect Amian for someone like you? The emperor completely broke down. All of this before me should have belonged to me. This audacious consort, she dared to make the emperor a cuckold in front of everyone. The emperor's entire body trembled. Won't you really give me another chance? No matter what, you're still my noble consort. Aren't you afraid to be so public about this? Tanghua looked at Xinyuan Imo with disappointment. Even at this point, you still threaten this palace. Why can't you measure up to Amian? Tell me, what woman would like a man like you? Now you remember I'm your noble consort? Then when you sent Amian to favor me before, why didn't you think about me being your consort? Since you like being a cuckold, I'll satisfy you. Let you be a cuckold for life. You wanted this palace to be unable to conceive. Actually, there was no need for such trouble. When this palace fell into the water to save you back then, pregnancy became impossible anyway. Since you sent me the sterilizing incense, so I lit it. This palace gave you many chances. Yet not only did you not cherish them, you even tried to frame my father for treason and conspiracy with enemies. What do you have to say now? Your Majesty. The emperor stood frozen in place. Tears welled up in his eyes. Suddenly, Xinyuan Imo turned and walked away. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. At least he didn't say he had memorials to review, or people might think he was actually a diligent emperor. Tanghua took Xinyuan Mie's hand. How about a walk in the imperial garden? Xinyuan Mie looked at her adoringly. Wherever you want to go, I'll accompany you. The two enjoyed their intimate moment in the imperial garden, savoring their sweet time together. Yeah, I'm tired of walking. Will you carry me? Without a word, Xinyuan Mie carried her on his back. When he saw flowers Tanghua liked, Xinyuan Mie would pick them for her. Tanghua caressed her Xinyuan Mie's face. At this moment, she was the happiest person in the world. Just then, several consorts in the imperial garden saw Tanghua. Wasn't the emperor meeting with officials? Who is this man? How dare he be so intimate with noble consort Tang? Everyone began discussing. Look how happy noble consort Tang is smiling. We've never seen her smile so happily before. But isn't noble consort Tang crazy to do this? How dare she parade around the imperial garden with another man? Tanghua noticed these consorts and said to Xinyuan Mie, Mie, take me over to them. They approached the group. Everyone looked at Tanghua in shock. Sister noble consort. Tanghua looked at the confused crowd. This man is Xinyuan Mie. He's the emperor's elder brother. On my first night serving the emperor, he was a gift from the emperor himself, and I've kept him by my side ever since. Hearing this, everyone nearly dropped their jaws. The emperor actually gave noble consort Tang a man? She was the most audacious consort in history. She dared to openly parade around the imperial garden with her lover and tell other consorts that this was the man given to her by the emperor. Consort In looked at Tangwa worriedly. Sister, the court officials won't let this slide. You should think of something quickly. Consort He was more decisive. I can see this lord's martial arts must be excellent. Why not let him help you escape? Since the emperor shows you no affection, you needn't show him any either. Better to leave this filthy palace and seek the life you want. Tangwa looked at the concerned consorts gratefully. Don't try to persuade me. This palace won't leave. This life of luxury as noble consort, I haven't had enough yet. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. Xinyuan Mia quickly pulled Tangwa into his embrace. Gwr, are you cold? The other consorts looked at Tangwa enviously, sighing sincerely. If we had a man treat us like this every day, we probably couldn't resist either. The news of Tangwa touring the imperial garden with her lover quickly spread throughout the court. The emperor sat uneasily. His face had been completely disgraced. If Tangwa continues like this, the whole country will know soon. But he still needed to find a way to protect her. Just then, Ningxiang entered. Imo, are you thinking about how to protect the consort? I really didn't expect her to be so bold, to be so free and unrestrained. I truly envy noble consort Tang. When she loves someone, she loves to the extreme. When she hates someone, she shows it just as extremely. I must admit, noble consort Tang is a remarkable person. It's a pity you lost her, just because Shui Yunmi treats her too well. Amo, you deserve to lose. The emperor was completely enraged. He slammed the table hard. And Ningxiang, that's enough. Did you come here just to rub salt in my wounds? And Ningxiang remained calm. I came today just to tell you that someone like you doesn't deserve pure love. From now on, I won't come to you anymore. I'll follow your words and be a proper empress. Though I can't be as bold as noble consort Tang, I can return to being my true self. I take my leave. After saying this, Ningxiang left with determination. Perhaps from Tangwa, she had learned the meaning of living. The emperor finally felt the sensation of being abandoned by all. Just then, a chief eunuch rushed in. Your Majesty, terrible news. Officials and many civilians have gathered outside the palace. They're kneeling at the palace gates with a petition. They demand you execute noble consort Tang for endangering the nation. Your Majesty, it's terrible. The officials are inciting the people to riot outside the palace. They say if you don't execute noble consort Tang, they'll storm the palace. However, the now desperate Xinyuan Mia coldly said, then let them all die. At this moment, the so-called demon consort was leisurely swinging on a swing. I hear many people want me dead. Just then, Tang was made approached with fruits. These people are ridiculous. It was clearly the emperor who caused all this, yet they only dare to bully my lady, a woman. Tangwa spoke thoughtfully. Throughout history, there have always been a few women blamed for bringing disaster to the nation. They endured the contempt of the world. It's laughable when you think about it. How could a woman in the palace have such great power to threaten a nation's survival? Most often, it's just an excuse for the royal family to avoid their own mistakes. The maid looked worriedly at Tangwa. My lady, many officials and civilians have gathered outside the palace gates. They say if the emperor doesn't execute you, they'll storm the palace. Tangwa suddenly laughed. I didn't know I was so powerful that I could make these people put on such a grand show. It seems people really shouldn't be too well fed, or they'll find trouble when they're bored. My lady, you don't know. It's not just the well-fed who are causing trouble. Even those who can barely feed their families have joined in. They've left their bedridden, elderly mothers at home, rushing to shout down with the demon consort. It's truly ridiculous. Since it's so lively outside the city, why don't we go take a look? Amia, dare you come with me to see these people who want me dead? Let them meet you too. Xinyuan Mia was very interested in Tangwa's proposal. I can finally announce to the world that Gwr is mine. I want to declare to the entire nation that you, Tangwa, belong only to me. Xinyuan Mia looked at Tangwa expectantly. Let's go quickly. The scene changed. The two had arrived at the city gate. Behind them, several consorts who were close to Tangwa followed. The consorts said they wanted to help support Tangwa. Tangwa tried to kindly dissuade them, not wanting them to be implicated in her troubles. But they had already made up their minds. Sister noble consort, if you're not afraid, what do we have to fear? Even if the sky falls, you'll be there to hold it up. Such an exciting event. How could we miss it? Though they spoke these words, Tangwa could see their hands trembling constantly. Tangwa thought to herself, even though they're trembling with fear, they still follow me? You're clever. I won't mistreat you, my sisters. Then, Tangwa walked confidently toward the city tower. She slowly said, Sisters, follow me. Let's go meet these bold commoners. She was the most arrogant noble consort in history. Facing tens of thousands of people demanding her punishment, she showed no fear, and even came to the city tower to enjoy this spectacle. One might have thought Tangwa was holding a concert. At this moment, the people below finally saw their so-called demon consort, and they shouted their slogans with even more vigor. Execute this woman who brings disaster to the nation. A scholar pointed at Tangwa and shouted, Are you that noble consort Tang who brings chaos to the palace? How can there be such a shameless woman in this world? How dare you show your face? If you end your life now before everyone, you might still preserve some face for your father, General Tang. An old woman quickly shouted, Your existence is the greatest insult to our Tang clan. As a woman of the Tang family myself, I'm ashamed of your behavior. Xinyuan Mie's face darkened considerably. If Tangwa hadn't stopped him, he would have already drawn his sword and started killing. But Tangwa remained very calm. Mie, stay steady. This is nothing. Seeing Tangwa's attitude, the people below grew even more outraged. This woman's shamelessness knows no bounds. We've truly witnessed something today. Finally, Tangwa spoke. You've never seen someone like me because your vision is too narrow. Today, I'll let you witness something. Open your dog eyes wide and watch carefully. I advise you all to go back home early and mind your own business. Do you think you can be like me, enjoying endless glory and wealth and unlimited treasures? You commoners, if you don't work for a day, how will your families survive? Tangwa pointed at the leading scholar. Look at your poor appearance. Studying is just for getting an official position, isn't it? Do you think that by barking here a few times, you'll become a marquis or minister? I know what you're thinking. You think that I, this noble imperial consort, will somehow die from your vulgar words. But let me tell you, stop dreaming. At this point, Tangwa suddenly drew her sword. I am not someone you dogs can bully. You want my life? You dogs can come try it yourselves. As she spoke, Tangwa swung her sword. In an instant, she cut the stone pillar before her in half. How fierce this consort was. She stood on the city tower confronting tens of thousands of commoners. With her sword pointing at the crowd below, use your pig brains to think. Why would I, a noble imperial consort, seek pleasure with others? And why would I dare to stand here being cursed by tens of thousands of commoners? A scholar pointed at noble consort Tang and shouted, Isn't it because of your vulgar nature? Another woman joined in shouting, You're still trying to clear your name? Tangwa pointed at the foolish scholar. Despite having read the sage's teachings, in my view, you're utterly stupid. Then Tangwa looked at that woman. You're from a brothel, aren't you? I don't despise your status, but if you don't want to know the truth, then continue your mindless criticism. After all, I don't care about what you mindless commoners say. At this moment, the emperor suddenly appeared. He watched Tangwa confronting tens of thousands of commoners without backing down. Suddenly his eyes grew moist. Wasn't all of this caused by himself? He dragged his heavy steps slowly to Tangwa's side. Xinyuan Mie instinctively wrapped his arm around Tangwa's waist, as if declaring his ownership. The people below suddenly became agitated. Why does that man look exactly like our emperor? More importantly, why didn't the emperor get angry seeing noble consort Tang with this man? By now, many citizens were sensing something wasn't right. Suddenly, the officials below shouted, Your Majesty, please execute this demon consort. Otherwise, we will commit suicide right here. This demon consort brings such shame to the royal family. Your Majesty must not spare her. Tangwa laughed at these powerful officials. You undying old men, you're allowed to have multiple wives and visit brothels, but you can't tolerate women doing anything out of line. If you want to kill me, come up here yourself. See if my sword agrees. And who said they would commit suicide? Come, show me. If you dare, I'll admire you. Are you man enough? At this point, the emperor, who had been silent for long, finally spoke. We will not execute noble consort Tang. If you want to commit suicide, then do so. If you want to crash into the palace gates, then go ahead. The troublemakers were stunned. My emperor, how much poison has that demon consort fed you? This must be heaven's way of destroying our great Tianqin. Tangwa looked at these people and found them laughable. I'll tell you the truth today. I've only had one man in my life. That's your emperor's own brother, Xinyuan Mie, and this man was given to me by your emperor himself. It was Xinyuan Emo himself who chose to be cuckolded. These words shocked countless people. They looked at their emperor in disbelief, hoping their emperor would refute this. But the emperor's silence disappointed them again and again. Could everything noble consort Tang said be true? Some officials couldn't bear such great humiliation. Their vision went black, and they fainted. Just then, a chief eunuch ran over in panic. Your Majesty, terrible news. Outside the city, there suddenly appeared a large number of mysterious troops that have now surrounded our Tianqin nation. While noble consort Tang was confronting tens of thousands of citizens on the city tower, the chief eunuch came to report that hundreds of thousands of troops had appeared and surrounded the capital. The citizens below looked at the chief eunuch as if he were mad. Our great Tianqin is a superpower. How could we be surrounded? And by several 100,000 troops? Suddenly, everyone heard a tremendous boom that shook the entire city. People immediately fell into panic. Soon they discovered a fully armed army appearing behind them. Their wagons carried mighty Italian cannons. The citizens below quickly cleared the way. The leader of the army rode a tall horse. The officials found his figure very familiar. The man called out, "Little dog," in his deep voice. The officials finally realized, isn't this General Tang's voice? Wasn't General Tang killed in battle? Tang Guo on the city tower looked at the man and obediently called out, "Father." At this moment, Tang Guo was just like a child. She was completely different from the arrogant noble consort Tang from moments ago. "Amy, will you take me to see father?" Without a word, Xinyuan Mie carried Tang Guo and leaped down from the city tower. Father Tang gently stroked Tang Guo's head. "With father here, no one dares to bully you." A minister shouted in fury, "General Tang, are you staging a rebellion?" Father Tang looked at that person with a cold expression. "My great Tang dynasty doesn't care for your tiny Tianqing nation. Listen well, all of you. Your royal family wronged my daughter first. Today, I'm telling you, from now on, if anyone dares to touch a single hair on my daughter's head, my 800,000 troops will flatten your Tianqing nation." As General Tang waved his hand, his soldiers, Italian cannons boomed again. The hit city wall instantly had a huge hole blown through it. Xinyuan Mie whispered beside Tang Guo, "Is this the device recorded in your book?" "My dear father-in-law, with this thing, conquering Earth is just a matter of time." Xinyuan Emo was completely dumbfounded. General Tang's survival was suspicious enough, but how did he establish this great Tang dynasty and now surround the imperial city with such a powerful army? An old minister pointed at Father Tang. "General Tang has been loyal all his life. Why would he commit treason?" Father Tang suddenly let out cold laughter. "Ask your emperor about that. Bring those spies up here." The people brought forward stammered. "Following the emperor's orders, we framed General Tang for treason, but unexpectedly heard he died from poisoning. Our plan was then terminated." The officials looked at the emperor in shock. Seeing Xinyuan Mo's silence, they knew this was also true. Then Father Tang looked at the Yin family. "You also participated in framing me back then, didn't you?" She was an arrogant imperial consort because she had a father who commanded powerful troops and established the great Tang dynasty. Father Tang looked at the Yin family. "You participated in framing me too, right? To make a Ningxiang become empress, you even sent assassins to kill the emperor." The Yin family panicked. They had been so careful with that incident back then. How did he know? The silent Xinyuan Emo looked at the Yin family. Did Ningxiang know about this? The Yin family could only answer truthfully. And Ningxiang truly didn't know. Xinyuan Mo's face turned extremely ugly. The light in his eyes had lost its former brilliance. The onlookers didn't know what to do. Many scholars left hurriedly, their faces red with shame. The vendors found the royal family's absurdity amusing. The officials also sighed and left. Now that the truth was revealed, their own emperor was the wrongdoer, while the former noble consort had become a princess of the great Tang dynasty. Facing hundreds of thousands of Tang troops, what could they do? The brothel women watched Tang Guo for a long time, unwilling to leave. As fellow women, they admired Tang Guo from their hearts. In all their years, this was the first time they'd seen a woman dare to openly defy an entire nation. Most importantly, she won. Some remarked that noble consort Tang had a good father. His great Tang dynasty could determine Tianqin's fate with just one word. Several imperial consorts were completely in awe of Tang Guo. In the palace, Ningxiang listened as her maid told her about these events. After hearing it all, and Ningxiang fell into deep thought. Who knows what she might learn from this incident? Noble consort Tang could have left this place to become a princess of the great Tang dynasty. Yet she chose to stay. She wanted Xianyuanmo to live in eternal pain and keep everyone in Tianqin under her shadow. This woman was both tender and ruthless. To take revenge on Xianyuanmo, she even helped her father establish a powerful nation. At this point, Ningxiang laughed until tears came. I truly admire her. I heard Tang Dynasty's cannons could blast through city walls, yet she chose not to do so. She just had Tianqin surrounded, all to ensure noble consort Tang could live comfortably in Tianqin. Ningxiang stroked her belly, muttering, I only have you now. Though I don't have noble consort Tang's abilities, I will protect you as you grow up. From that day on, Tanghua was still called noble consort Tang, but she no longer lived in her original palace. Father Tang found a good location in the imperial city and built a special noble consort tower for Tanghua. The court officials dared not show anger or speak out, as the Italian cannons outside the imperial city were aimed at them at all times. This man loved his daughter so much. To ensure his daughter's comfort, he ordered his troops to build a city outside Tianqin. Those gleaming Italian cannons made Tianqin's people live in constant fear. Those who used to curse noble consort Tang became ridiculous. They wrote various poems praising her and even made illustrated books. Many women idolized noble consort Tang. They no longer tolerated many injustices. One day, while Tanghua was walking with Xianyuan, they encountered a woman being abused by her husband. The woman knelt before noble consort Tang. Noble consort, please help me. She told Tanghua her story. Her husband was addicted to gambling and would beat her whenever he lost money. Why should my hard-earned money be lost to his gambling? Why should I endure his beatings? Tanghua asked how she could help. The woman looked at Tanghua with determination. I don't want to live like this anymore. I want you to help me divorce this man. Historically, only men could divorce women. Tanghua smiled at the woman. I will help you divorce this man today. Under the threat of noble consort Tang's Italian cannons, the woman mercilessly divorced the man and kicked him out. Later, the woman became the owner of a dye house. She spent a fortune hiring 50 guards to protect herself and her child, living an enviable life. To Tianqin, noble consort Tang was legendary. Whenever women came to her for justice, noble consort Tang would help. Those shameless men, upon hearing noble consort Tang was involved, would become terrified. Under noble consort Tang's influence, Tianqin's women gradually stood up. Noble consort Tang enjoyed this life. Every day she would ride horses with Xianyuan, occasionally helping others fight injustice. Xianyuan continued being emperor. The officials dared not discuss anything, only hoping their emperor would avoid embarrassing himself too much. Ningxiang's little prince was born. The officials saw hope. They planned to nurture this prince well, hoping he wouldn't be as muddled as Xianyuan. Many years passed this way. The noble consort's beauty seemed unchanged. Her relationship with Xianyuan grew better. The consorts often saw them holding hands in the imperial garden, openly displaying their affection. At this time, Ningxiang came to the imperial garden with the little prince. The prince looked at Tanghua and Xianyuan in the pavilion. Mother, noble consort Tang doesn't look well. And Ningxiang nodded. But her grace is unmatched by anyone. Tanghua's health was deteriorating, but fortunately, she had Xianyuan's careful care. The young prince looked at his mother and Ningxiang. I heard she's a princess of the great Tang dynasty. She provided many good suggestions for the great Tang dynasty's development. If she had left the palace, couldn't she have benefited many people? If women have talent, they can also benefit the world. Isn't that right, mother? And Ningxiang looked at the young prince with tears in her eyes. In the future, if you love a woman, never harm innocent women because of her. I understand. I won't be such a heartless person. Hearing these words, Ningxiang could no longer hold back her tears. Her son was truly good. The young prince wanted to meet the noble consort, but seeing the couple immersed in their own world, he gave up the idea. The young prince looked back at noble consort Tang reluctantly. Finally, she left. Tanghua looked at Xianyuan, whose eyes were filled with her. Amia, let's return to the great Tang dynasty. Xianyuan simply said, okay. Then he held Tanghua in his arms. Are we leaving now? Without saying goodbye to others, Tanghua said sadly, there's no need. This news quickly caused a sensation in the palace. Noble consort Tang had left. When consort Gu heard this, she rushed toward the city wall. She watched the silhouette of Tanghua's carriage. She could vaguely see the couple cuddling together. Her tears instantly flowed. Sister noble consort, are you leaving just like that? Why such hurry? Without even saying goodbye? At this time, other consorts also rushed over. Consort Een watched the slowly departing carriage, tears flowing down. She waved goodbye to Tanghua, softly saying, Sister noble consort, thank you. You gave us different lives, showing us we can live well without relying on men. Tanghua lifted the carriage curtain. She turned back with a smile, truly peerless in beauty. Go live the lives you want. The young prince won't trouble you. Meanwhile, the great Tang dynasty's army also withdrew. They would never appear in Tianqin again. Tianqin's people looked at the now empty city, stunned at how hurried the departure was. They came hastily years ago, and now left just as hurriedly, without even time for goodbyes. The emperor came to noble consort Tang's palace. He lingered in Tanghua's room, reminiscing about the past. His reflection in the mirror had aged beyond recognition. Suddenly, the emperor saw a fragrance pouch. He quickly picked it up to examine it. The familiar pattern had the character Mo embroidered on it. At this moment, Xinyuan Mo could no longer contain his sorrow. He held the fragrance pouch and wept loudly. This is the pouch she made for me. If I had realized earlier, would she have stayed? The next day, Xinyuan Mo abdicated the throne to the 8-year-old prince. He moved into Tanghua's former palace. People often saw Tianqin's Emperor Emeritus holding a fragrance pouch, crying and laughing each day. And Ningxiang took the young emperor to see Xinyuan Mo several times. They always left in silence. Mother, will noble consort really never return? And Ningxiang felt sad too. No, she won't. Perhaps there's nothing left here worth staying for. Tanghua, who had transmigrated to the cultivation world, was awakened by intense pain throughout her body. She felt as if she was being flayed alive. Tanghua forced herself to open her eyes despite the pain. She found herself lying on the ground covered in blood. Many people were watching her at this moment. The leading man held a long sword with blood still on it. He looked at Tanghua with disgust. You deserve this fate. You shouldn't have attacked Feng Failing. Today, out of respect for your master, I'm only destroying your spiritual root. Tanghua noticed a cold-faced man in the distance, so she called out to the system, Little Tong, what's going on? Little Tong was somewhat anxious at this time. Host, you're about to be expelled from the sect. Little Tong had only briefly looked at the plot. He knew the current situation was very unfavorable for Tanghua. Tanghua stopped talking to him. Now wasn't the time to accept memories or watch the plot. She had to overcome the immediate crisis first. At this moment, that man challenged Tanghua again. I remember your sect has a rule, right? Those who harm fellow disciples will be expelled. And Tanghua not only harmed fellow disciples, but also dared to steal your sect's treasure. Someone like this, isn't it inappropriate to keep them around? The sect leader looked at another man nearby. Elder Bai, what do you think we should do? Bai Wuching asked Tanghua why she stole things. Tanghua looked at the man before her and said she didn't know. Because at this time, she hadn't yet accepted this world's constraints, so she really didn't know. But Tanghua was certain the man before her was him. Elder Bai also noticed Tanghua's oddness. Her personality seemed somewhat different, but Tanghua's soul was still that familiar soul. Sect leader, I think this matter is very suspicious. We need to investigate more carefully. But Feng Failing was relentless. I've already shown mercy by sparing her life. If you still keep her in the sect, then I, Feng Failing, will leave. Seeing Feng Failing's expression, the sect leader's eyes flashed with admiration. Then he announced, from now on, Tanghua will no longer be our sect's disciple. Please leave Wuzhong immediately. At this moment, Tanghua felt no emotional fluctuation. She just looked at Bai Wuching. This world's version of him wasn't lovable anymore. The system remained silent for a moment. Host, shall we end this world early then? He felt sorry for Tanghua. Tanghua had only experienced a few happy moments. Would she now be forced back to her original state? Host, shall we try to salvage this? Tanghua suddenly laughed at Little Tong's words. All right, I'll listen to you this time. Everyone looked at her, feeling somewhat melancholic. Tanghua supported her weak body to stand up. Ignoring others' gazes, she walked to the original host's master. Just now when my spiritual root was destroyed, you as my master, why wouldn't you say even one word for me? Tanghua's master Bai Wuching was stunned. You framed a fellow disciple and stole the sect's treasure. Having your spiritual root destroyed is the sect's rule. Tanghua looked straight into Bai Wuching's eyes. Even if this disciple was utterly evil, you shouldn't have just stood by coldly. Since master, you are so heartless, I shall take back my former devotion to you. After saying this, Tangwa resolutely turned and walked down the mountain. Everyone watched her blood-stained figure, feeling a touch of pity. Bai Wuqing wanted to stop Tangwa at this moment, but he didn't. Instead, he watched as Tangwa disappeared into the mist. Feng Failing stood in the distance watching everything. He was extremely pleased now. All those who had wronged him would get what they deserved. Tangwa was just the beginning of his revenge. The injured Tangwa didn't choose to enter the city, but instead sought a hidden cave to begin accepting this world's plot. In this cultivation world, the original female lead was Feng Failing. He was a reincarnator, and his previous life didn't end well. Feng Failing loved Bai Wuqing from the sect. To get close to Bai Wuqing, he used every possible means. Feng Failing's behavior made Bai Wuqing feel annoyed. Later, Bai Wuqing and his direct disciple Tangwa got together. This made Feng Failing harbor hatred. And the demon sect disciple Long Yiling also had feelings for Tangwa. This made Feng Failing hate Tangwa even more deeply. Later, Feng Failing used vicious methods, planning to destroy Tangwa's cultivation, but was discovered by Long Yiling. Long Yiling personally destroyed his spiritual root. Feng Failing was expelled from the sect and eventually died after being abused by a group of evil people. But unexpectedly, Feng Failing reincarnated back to the day he first joined the sect. In this life, Feng Failing wanted revenge on everyone. So he schemed to frame Tangwa, and all the opportunities that should have been Tangwa's were taken by him. This time, he used a spell to briefly control Tangwa's consciousness, making her steal the sect's treasure. Using this spell meant Feng Failing couldn't improve his own power for 3 years. In this life, Long Yiling personally destroyed Tangwa's spiritual root. Later, Feng Failing's cultivation became unmatched in the world. He mercilessly threw Bai Wuqing into the demon pit, leaving him to be eternally devoured by demons. Finally, Feng Failing successfully underwent his tribulation but didn't ascend. On the day of Long Yiling's tribulation, after he had endured 8 of the 9 heavenly lightning bolts, Feng Failing sent him a message. Long Yiling's face suddenly changed, his mind completely disrupted by Feng Failing. He didn't survive the final lightning bolt. Feng Failing stepped over Long Yiling's charred corpse and ascended. After receiving all the plot information, Tangwa couldn't help but say, "What a darkened female lead, truly cold-hearted and decisive." Tangwa had transmigrated to this cultivation world. She didn't expect to meet her online friends from the dimensional group chat. In the script's canon fodder list, she saw 2 familiar names. They were Purple Cloud Immortal and the Demon Sect Master from the dimensional group. In the script, Demon Sect Master Mo Yuntian was killed by Feng Failing in revenge for warning his disciples to stay away from Feng Failing. Purple Cloud Immortal's fate was even more unfair. He rarely went out, but happened to encounter Feng Failing when he was being abused in his previous life. Feng Failing knew Purple Cloud Immortal was a powerful alchemist and hated him for not saving him. So in this life, he killed Purple Cloud. Tangwa thought it was such a coincidence to arrive in Purple Cloud Immortal's world. So she opened the group chat and sent a food red packet. Then Tangwa asked everyone, "Demon Sect Master, do you have a disciple named Long Yinling? Purple Cloud Immortal, are you the Purple Cloud ancestor of the Heart of Dan sect? And Qishao Immortal, are you the Qishao ancestor of Wuhua sect?" Tangwa's series of questions completely stunned them. Everyone suddenly felt the food in their mouths lost its taste. Tangwa didn't keep them guessing. "I'm in your world right now. I'm Tangwa, Bai Wuqing's disciple from the Star Moon sect, just had my spiritual root destroyed and was expelled from the sect." Hearing this, the 3 of them fell into silence. The one who destroyed my spiritual root was Long Yiling from the demon sect. The demon sect master broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. This can't be true, he thought, not believing his disciple could be so unlucky. Meeting Tangwa was one thing, but destroying her spiritual root. Qishao Immortal quickly responded, "Flower, how are you doing now? I'll come save you right away." Purple Cloud Immortal hurriedly said, "Let me pick you up instead, Flower. I can make medicinal pills. Perhaps I can help restore your spiritual root." Seeing the 2 being so eager, Mo Yuntian of the demon sect became anxious. "Flower, I'll come get you right now. You can deal with my disciple however you want. Don't mind my face." Mo Yuntian didn't want to offend this mysterious big shot Flower by protecting his disciple. So, Tangwa shared her location in the dimensional group chat. Whoever arrived first was their business. Her body was aching now and needed immediate treatment. The system avatar said with a black line on its face, "Host, you finally remembered you're seriously injured." Tangwa remained calm because this wasn't her first time having her spiritual root destroyed, so she was quite experienced in this regard. Due to having her spiritual root destroyed multiple times, Tangwa had developed a technique called the Universal Renewal Scroll, which could repair destroyed spiritual roots. So she skillfully began healing herself. A day later, Tangwa's injuries were about 80 to 90% healed. At this time, the system warned, "Host, someone's coming. There are two people approaching from different directions." Tangwa had transmigrated to the cultivation world to meet her online friends. Her friends, Purple Cloud and Qishao, were rushing over eagerly. They stared at the small cave before them, not daring to make any rash moves. Suddenly, the formation at the cave entrance was removed. A delicate and beautiful young girl walked out. She looked very young, but her eyes showed maturity. Qishao Immortal tentatively called out, "Flower?" Tangwa replied, "Yes, it's me," then casually took out 2 beggar's chickens and tossed them over. "Here's a small welcome gift for you." They knew Flower's beggar's chicken was famously delicious, but given the current situation, they could only put them away first. The next second, they saw through Tangwa's golden core stage cultivation. How could the mysterious Flower only be at the golden core stage? Suddenly, they remembered Flower saying her cultivation was destroyed yesterday. They were both stunned. Wasn't her spiritual root destroyed? How did she become a golden core cultivator? Tangwa knew what they were confused about, so she explained honestly, "When I arrived, my cultivation was destroyed. After resting for a day, I finally recovered my original power." The two secretly clicked their tongues. As expected of the mysterious Flower, she could recover from a destroyed spiritual root in just one day. Qishao Immortal looked eagerly at Tangwa. "What are your plans now? Why don't you come to my place? At Wuhua Sect, I'm in charge, and you can do whatever you want since you rarely visit." Seeing this, Purple Cloud Immortal quickly interrupted, "Flower, coming to my place would be more suitable. At Heart of Dan Sect, my word is absolute. If you come to my Heart of Dan Sect, I can make any pills you need." Just then, a thunderous voice came from afar. "You two shameless fellows, trying to lure Flower away." It was Demon Sect Master Mo Yuntian. His usually cold face after seeing Tangwa immediately put on a fawning smile, which made Purple Cloud and Qishao cringe. This group member meetup was successfully completed, making other members in the group very envious. Although many group members were also cultivators, they weren't in Tangwa's world, and some people in the interstellar magic world were also envious that the three could meet Tangwa. The three took Tangwa to a restaurant at the foot of the mountain, but they only ordered some drinks. Purple Cloud spoke first, "Flower, how long will you stay in this world?" They knew Tangwa was constantly traveling between different worlds. Tangwa didn't hide her thoughts. "I don't know how long I'll stay. What I want to do is, I'll leave after I finish." Tangwa saw their confused looks and continued, "That Feng Failing is a reborn person, you understand, right?" The three were shocked hearing this. Reborn people were recorded in the cultivation world. Their appearance would disturb the heavenly order and change many people's fates. Mo Yuntian looked worriedly at Tangwa. "Flower, my disciple Lung Yiling, since meeting Feng Failing, has been completely bewitched by him. If this continues, it won't end well." Tangwa looked seriously at everyone. "After my appearance, Lung Yiling's fate won't be good either, but at least he can survive. As for how he lives, that depends on my mood." Mo Yuntian sighed in relief. "As long as you spare his life, that's enough." After hearing Tangwa's words, everyone had the same thought. This person who appeared to be only at Golden Core level 7 was so mysterious and powerful. Qishao Immortal asked Tangwa, "Flower, what are your plans now?" Tangwa thought briefly, finally looking at Mo Yuntian. "I'll go with Sect Master Mo. I heard the demon sect likes to occupy cultivators' territories. Let's attack their territories and occupy their lands." Purple Cloud Immortal was speechless. "Is this really okay? Talking about attacking my cultivators right in front of me?" Qishao Immortal was even more excited. "If you really come to attack our Wuhua sect, I'll just surrender directly. Following you means we'll have food to eat anyway." Mo Yuntian looked incredulous. "Flower, are you serious? You're a righteous cultivator, yet you want to become a demon cultivator and lead us to attack righteous cultivators?" Seeing Tangwa's serious face, Mo Yuntian didn't waste words. "Flower, I'll let you be the demon sect master. let's discuss how to conquer the righteous cultivators' territories. Mo Yuntian excitedly looked at the other two. You better surrender early. It won't look good when we start fighting. Tangwa waved her hand. I don't want your sect master position. Just give me a position slightly lower than yours. Mo Yuntian knew Tangwa didn't care about the sect master position, but he truly believed following Tangwa would lead to great things. So Mo Yuntian suggested, why don't we become sworn siblings? How about that? Tangwa's eyes lit up hearing this proposal. Let's be siblings then. From now on, you'll be my big brother Mo. Qishao Immortal shamelessly approached them. Flower, since you're becoming sworn siblings, don't leave me out, right? Purple Cloud Immortal looked at them eagerly, meaning, can I join too? Purple Cloud and Qishao looked at the demon sect master. Mo Yuntian never thought he'd become brothers with demon cultivators one day, but thinking about gaining a sister like Flower, it was worth it. As they were leaving the restaurant, their path was blocked by a man. Tangwa called him Elder Bai and asked, why are you blocking my way? Bai Wuqing coldly asked Tangwa where she had been. After Tangwa left the sect, he had been searching for her, but couldn't find any trace. Tangwa's expression was extremely cold. What does it have to do with you? I'm no longer your disciple. Bai Wuqing suddenly discovered that Tangwa had recovered to golden core cultivation level. He was incredibly shocked. He glanced at the three people behind Tangwa. He knew all of them. Each was a top figure in the cultivation world. Tangwa couldn't be bothered with Bai Wuqing and said to the others, Brother Mo and I will leave first. Purple Cloud Brother and Brother Xiao, we'll meet again. Come visit the demon sect often. I'll treat you to good food and wine. After speaking, Tangwa and Mo Yuntian flew towards the demon sect. When passing by Bai Wuqing, Tangwa didn't even glance at him. Half an hour later, Mo Yuntian reminded Tangwa, that guy is still following you. His power is no less than mine. We can't shake him off. Tangwa said to ignore him. Mo Yuntian secretly observed Tangwa's expression. There was a smile in his eyes and his lips were slightly curved. His mood must be quite good. Just as they were about to reach the demon sect's forbidden area, Tangwa stopped. He looked at Bai Wuqing. Why are you still following me? Are you a puppy? Hearing this, Mo Yuntian almost burst out laughing. The dignified righteous elder Bai, how did he become a puppy? Finally, Bai Wuqing spoke. Any further is the demon sect's forbidden area. You should come with me instead. Getting involved with the demon sect isn't good. Tangwa mockingly looked at Bai Wuqing. The demon sect isn't good? Is Xinyue's sect any better? You watched them destroy my spiritual roots and heard them expel me from the sect. And you, Bai Wuqing, never stopped them. Don't you dislike me? Why are you following me today? After speaking, Tangwa turned to leave. Bai Wuqing grabbed Tangwa's arm. Tangwa had crossed into the cultivation world and even became sworn siblings with the demon sect's leader. Facing Bai Wuqing's obstruction, he ignored it completely, shook off Bai Wuqing's hand, and walked into the demon sect's forbidden area. Mo Yuntian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Watching Tangwa's gradually disappearing figure, Bai Wuqing still hadn't withdrawn his gaze. Only after a long while did he lower his head. He found a clean rock and sat down. Mo Yuntian didn't know what he wanted to do, so he ordered his subordinates to watch Bai Wuqing. They discovered that Bai Wuqing just kept guard outside the demon sect's gate. So Mo Yuntian rushed to find Tangwa. Actually, he wanted to ask if there was something between them, but felt it was too direct to ask. Tangwa told Mo Yuntian to ignore Bai Wuqing. As long as Bai Wuqing didn't cause them trouble, it was fine. At this time, Tangwa was holding a map, studying the sect's locations. Brother Mo, so there's not just the demon sect practicing demon cultivation? Mo Yuntian almost choked hearing this. How could there only be one demon sect? Actually, our demon sect is the most reasonable in the demon cultivation world. We don't kill innocents randomly, nor do we capture other sects' disciples for cultivation refinement. Tangwa knew this, otherwise he wouldn't have come back with this demon leader. In this cultivation world, some demon cultivation sects were quite perverted. They would capture other cultivators as supplements. The higher the talent and cultivation of those cultivators, the better the effects after refinement. Mo Yuntian's demon sect was very different from other demon cultivators. They practiced properly. Although they had conflicts with other righteous sects, they never practiced human sacrifice. Mo Yuntian continued introducing his sect situation. We have about 3,000 disciples, around 3,000 in total. Hearing this, Tangwa's expression changed, thinking, what's the point of fighting? With this strength, they just get killed. Mo Yuntian looked at Tangwa's expression and twitched his mouth. Sister, Why do I see contempt in your eyes? Although most of our demon sect members are at lower levels, the remaining hundreds are at divine separation level or above, and we have about 20 who have survived their second tribulation. This is why the demon sect dares to challenge the righteous sections. But after analysis, Tangwa believed it wasn't suitable to occupy territory now. Otherwise, it would bring crisis to the demon sect. Right now, they should focus on disciples' cultivation. Mo Yuntian became more serious. I think so too. But the demon sect's location has thin spiritual energy. I usually let disciples train outside because the spiritual energy is more abundant there than in the sect. Hearing this, Tangwa slapped her forehead. What happened to the mysterious and imposing demon sect that little Tong mentioned? What about the ruthless sect leader who kills without blinking? Coming here with Mo Yuntian, was it the wrong decision? The great demon sect leader is actually a nice guy. The system explained to Tangwa, host, before Mo Yuntian established the demon sect, he had a special label, that of a nice and honest person. Tangwa was truly shocked this time. Mo Yuntian noticed his newly sworn sister was looking at him with a particularly strange gaze, making him feel uncomfortable. So he quickly changed the subject. Sister, how should we develop the sect now? Tangwa thought briefly. Given our current situation, we first need to seize more resources. This troubled Mo Yuntian. Resources weren't easy to grab. Now when righteous cultivators hear even a whisper about resources, they swarm to grab them. In a fight, they might not even escape easily. Mo Yuntian had done this before. Going alone, he could grab quite a lot and escape easily. But with more people, escaping became much harder. For resources, it's best to get first-hand information and seize the initiative. Only then can you get the maximum benefit. Tangwa confidently looked at Mo Yuntian. Brother Mo, don't worry. I'll plan for when we seize resources. Tangwa's lips curved into a mischievous smile. Isn't this the time when Feng Failing is preparing to seize all cultivation opportunities? Feng Failing was indeed decisive and ruthless. To avoid others hindering his cultivation, he swept clean all the resources he knew about, regardless of whether he needed them, leaving nothing for others. Mo Yuntian trusted his newly sworn sister completely. Since Tangwa said resources wouldn't be a problem, then it definitely wouldn't be. Next, he formally introduced Tangwa to the entire demon sect. From then on, all demon sect disciples knew their sect leader had an important sister whom they should address as Holy Maiden. Mo Yuntian told them that in the demon sect, he was first in authority, and the Holy Maiden was second. Even the young sect leader ranked third. He announced that their Holy Maiden would lead them to seize many resources and accomplish great things. The demon sect disciples instantly became excited. In the cultivation world, who doesn't love resources? Their eyes gleamed with golden light when looking at the Holy Maiden. With such a good Holy Maiden, they would definitely prosper together. They thought they finally had a leader who would do real work, unlike the young sect leader who did nothing but chase after a woman all day. Tangwa had crossed over to the cultivation world and became the demon sect's Holy Maiden. She led the demon sect disciples to a bare mountain range. The disciples held shovels and spades with great enthusiasm. At Tangwa's command, everyone began swinging their tools to dig. Tangwa threw a chair on the ground. Then she sat down gracefully. She wore a white long dress and a specially made white veil hood. This was custom-made for her. To avoid unnecessary trouble, she wanted to keep her joining the demon sect as secret as possible. Now everything was ready. All that remained was waiting for good news from the demon sect members. At this time, Bai Wuqing walked over. He had been following Tangwa all along. Tangwa looked at him without speaking, only giving him a puzzled look. Bai Wuqing finally couldn't help but ask, "The demon sect members call you Holy Maiden. What happened in the demon sect in just one day?" Tangwa sneered at him. "I'm now Mo Yuntian's sworn sister. Naturally, I'm the demon sect's Holy Maiden." Hearing this, Bai Wuqing was surprised. "You actually joined the demon sect?" Tangwa didn't deny it, only coldly replied, "Yes." Then Bai Wuqing's tone suddenly became nervous. "Little Gua, you don't have to do this. I can help you." Actually, in the 2 days since Tangwa left the sect, Bai Wuqing had regretted. He regretted not helping Tangwa because of his momentary selfishness. He thought he would have peace when Tangwa left, but when she really left, he realized he had lost something important. Having a chattering young girl around wasn't actually that annoying. Tangwa mentioned her single lady's special veil. "Elder Bai, why are you so free? As the great elder of Star Moon sect, it's not appropriate to follow me around all day. Don't you have work at Star Moon sect?" Bai Wuqing just stared into Tangwa's eyes, saying nothing more. Had he really taken back his love as he said that day? Tangwa suddenly waved her hand in front of Bai Wuqing's eyes. Elder Bai, what are you looking at? Bai Wuqing said he wasn't looking at anything. But in Tangwa's eyes, he saw that her former admiration for him seemed truly gone. Just then, a demon sect disciple suddenly shouted that there were spirit stones here, a large spirit stone mine. This was really striking it rich. He excitedly brought the spirit stones to Tangwa, grinning from ear to ear. Mo Yuntian was extremely embarrassed on the side. This was so shameful. Had they never seen spirit stones before? Tangwa had crossed over to the cultivation world and was leading demon sect disciples to seize resources. A disciple who was working hard suddenly shouted, "There really are spirit stones here! Holy Maiden, there really are spirit stones here!" He hurriedly brought the spirit stones to show Tangwa. Tangwa felt refreshed seeing the spirit stones. She shouted to everyone, "Within 3 days, mine all the stones here. If we're late, others will come to steal them." The other demon sect disciples became excited when they heard about spirit stones. They dug even faster with their tools. Mo Yuntian also went to dig. Looking at the spirit stones before him, he swallowed and said, "They're really here." Tangwa sat leisurely in her chair, watching Mo Yuntian lead the demon sect disciples busily working. It looked like a teacher leading elementary school students to clean. Everyone showed great enthusiasm. In just over 2 days, Mo Yuntian led everyone to completely mine this rich spirit stone deposit. Then Tangwa suddenly said seriously to everyone, "After we've hollowed out the mountain, it could easily collapse. Brother Mo, since we've taken the mountain's resources, we can't disturb the small animals living here. If the mountain collapses, they'll become homeless." The demon sect disciples were completely confused. When they were mining spirit stones, they hadn't seen any small animals. The mountain was bare. Where could any small animals be? But if Holy Maiden said there were small animals, then there must be. The demon sect disciples looked at Tangwa seriously. Mo Yuntian was speechless. These demon sect disciples were so embarrassing, acting like they'd never seen spirit stones before. But thinking of the bulging spirit stones in his pocket, he became energetic again. "Sister, what should we do then?" Tangwa showed a mischievous smile. "Fill it with those loose rocks nearby. Then the mountain won't collapse." After hearing this, the demon sect disciples immediately filled the mountain's holes with loose rocks. Tangwa watched everyone with satisfaction. "Brother Mo, let's go to the next place." A day later, Feng Feilin arrived here with his people. He shouted to everyone, "Let's dig down here. There's a spirit stone mine below." The New Moon sect disciples were doubtful. How could there be spirit stones in this bare mountain? But given Feng Feilin's current superior position, even sect leader Wen Ziqiu told them to listen to Feng Feilin, so they could only dig obediently. Half an hour later, a disciple shouted, "We found something. There's something underground." Feng Feilin immediately ran over excitedly. "How is it? Are they spirit stones?" A disciple held up some broken rocks, looking dejected. "They're just ordinary rocks." Feng Feilin became furious upon hearing this. "Impossible. It must be you useless people who didn't dig in the right place. Keep digging harder." This foolish woman was leading her subordinates to dig for spirit stones, but only found a pile of pebbles. Frustrated, Feng Feilin raged. "It must be you useless people who haven't dug deep enough. Keep digging harder." The New Moon sect disciples were angry but dared not speak. They could only continue digging. But even when they had almost hollowed out the mountain, they hadn't seen a single spirit stone. At this point, Feng Feilin's face was extremely ugly. She clenched her fists, glaring at the pile of broken rocks. Beside her, Long Yellen looked at Feng Feilin with concern. "Lin Er, I don't think there are any spirit stones here. If you really need spirit stones, you can ask me for some." Feng Feilin ignored Long Yellen. She wondered if someone had beaten them to it and then filled the holes with rocks. Suddenly she had a shocking thought. Could there be other reincarnators like herself? Thinking of this, she quickly told the New Moon sect disciples to stop digging. She knew many other places with important resources. Now she needed to hurry and take all those resources. Meanwhile, Tangwa had already led the demon sect disciples to the next mountain. The entire mountain was covered with spiritual lingji. The inexperienced demon sect disciples were all stunned. Tangwa pointed at the spiritual lingji on the ground. "Brother Mo, let's transplant these lingji to the demon sect. This way we can improve the spiritual environment of the demon sect." Mo Yuntian immediately ordered his disciples to dig up all the spiritual herbs with their roots and soil, leaving nothing behind. While they were digging up the herbs, Tangwa collected many dried grass seeds on the side. Mo Yuntian didn't understand what Tangwa was planning. Bai Wuqing couldn't help but explain, "She's going to plant these wild grasses here to cover up our traces." Mo Yuntian was bewildered. He didn't know this could be done. At this moment, Tangwa had a mischievous smile. "After we take away the Lingji, the mountain will be bare, which doesn't look nice. Planting some flowers and grass will make it more harmonious." 2 days later, Tangwa led the demon sect members, returning fully loaded to the foot of the demon sect's mountain gate. Bai Wuqing consciously stopped and sat on his designated rock. Mo Yuntian looked at him with a twitching mouth. "This guy won't keep doing this, will he?" He walked up to Bai Wuqing. "Elder Bai, staying guard at our demon sect's entrance like this isn't a solution. Why don't you come inside and sit for a while?" Bai Wuqing hesitated. "Is it okay?" On the surface, he was asking Mo Yuntian, but he was actually seeking Tangwa's opinion. Tangwa slightly turned her head and only said, "It's up to you." Then she walked through the demon sect's gate. Tangwa led the demon sect disciples to great fortune. They mined mountains and gathered Lingji. Under Tangwa's guidance, the demon sect disciples transplanted countless premium Lingji to the sect's Lingji garden. The demon sect disciples now deeply admired this holy maiden, all saying that following Tangwa meant a bright future ahead. Even sect leader Mo Yuntian remarked that following the school beauty meant good fortune. Bai Wuqing silently followed behind Tangwa, making others think he was also a demon sect member. Meanwhile, Feng Feilin wasn't faring so well. She led the New Moon sect disciples rushing to Lingji Mountain, only to find nothing but weeds covering the entire mountain. This time Feng Feilin was truly dumbfounded. She couldn't have remembered the location wrong. There should have been a large patch of premium Lingji here. The New Moon sect disciples were completely frustrated. "Senior Sister Feng, we've been away from New Moon sect for almost a month now, and we haven't found anything at all. Were you perhaps deceived by false information?" Hearing this, Lung Yiling became unhappy. "Your senior sister has been working hard to find resources for you. Even if we haven't found anything, you shouldn't speak to her like this." After speaking, he pretended to be knowledgeable and comforted Feng Feilin. "Finding resources requires luck. I believe we'll definitely find some next time." Although Feng Feilin was very unwilling, she could only lead everyone back first. Feng Feilin didn't know that everything had been taken by Tangwa. She thought heaven was trying to stop her development by deliberately changing the location of these resources. At this time, Lung Yiling asked Feng Feilin about her plans. He said he had been away from the demon sect for a long time and should return now. "After all, I am the young sect master of the demon sect. I'll come see you again later." As for Feng Feilin, she showed no intention of asking him to stay. She was already troubled about the resources, and Lung Yiling, this clingy person, was always sticking to her. Finally, he was going to leave. The next day, Lung Yiling returned to the demon sect. He was still thinking about how to make Feng Feilin happy. On the way, Lung Yiling met 2 demon sect disciples who greeted him with smiling faces. This made Lung Yiling feel awkward. When did he become so popular? He asked where his master Mo Yuntian was. The 2 disciples told him, "The sect leader is with Holy Maiden Aunt." Then the 2 disciples continued discussing, "Holy Maiden Aunt is really amazing. Wonder what benefits she'll bring us next time." Lung Yiling stopped the 2. "Who is Holy Maiden Aunt?" The 2 disciples looked surprised. "Holy Maiden Aunt is the sect leader's sworn sister. Didn't the sect leader inform you about this?" Heaven bestowed great responsibility upon Tangwa and first arranged for her a big nephew. At this moment, his good nephew Lung Yiling was completely confused. He dared not object to his master having a sworn sister, but why hadn't his master informed him? Thinking of this, he hurriedly wanted to find his master to ask. Suddenly, he noticed how much the sect had changed. The buildings and formations had all been renovated and rearranged. And what was the deal with all these transplanted premium Lingji and spiritual herbs? At this time, a demon sect disciple reported to Mo Yuntian that the young sect master had returned and was requesting an audience. Mo Yuntian looked at Tangwa, then mentally lit a candle for his disciple. Lung Yiling entered the hall with his head lowered and respectfully called out, "Master." Mo Yuntian slammed his teacup on the table. "You rebellious disciple, so you finally know to come back?" Last time, Lung Yiling had a major disagreement with Mo Yuntian over Feng Feilin. Now he felt somewhat guilty. If his master hadn't taken him in back then, he probably wouldn't have survived. Thinking of this, Lung Yiling sincerely apologized to his master. Mo Yuntian snorted coldly. You dared to talk back to me because of a woman? Fine, be more careful in the future. This is my sworn sister, Tanghua. Disciple, come meet her. From now on, she's your aunt. Tanghua leisurely sipped her tea with a slight smile on her face. But Long Yiling's expression wasn't so pleasant. He raised his head and saw Tanghua sitting with his master. Most importantly, how did Tanghua become his master's sworn sister and his aunt? Long Yiling looked at Tanghua in shock. How are you here? Before he could finish, Mo Yuntian interrupted him. You fool. What's with that tone? She is our demon sect's holy maiden and my sworn sister. Hurry up and call her aunt. Long Yiling pointed at Tanghua. Master, are you joking with me? Do you know who she is? She harmed Linger, and I personally destroyed her spiritual root. She was even expelled from Xingyue's sect. Our demon sect must have ulterior motives. Originally, Mo Yuntian wanted to save his foolish disciple, but now it seemed hopeless. I should just give up on this stupid disciple. Heaven had bestowed great responsibility upon this man, giving him an unexpected Aunt Tanghua. Mo Yuntian looked at Long Yiling with an icy expression. I know all of what you said, but regardless, Tanghua is my sworn sister, and the demon sect's holy maiden aunt. As for her harming your woman, that's not my concern. But I believe my sister isn't like that. Long Yiling was being stubborn as a mule. He acted like a child throwing a tantrum. I absolutely won't call her aunt. She doesn't deserve it. Mo Yuntian looked helplessly at Bai Wuqing. Elder Bai, please judge. Should he call my sister aunt? Bai Wuqing seriously put down his teacup and said, he should. Only then did Long Yiling notice Bai Wuqing in the room. He widened his eyes. Why are you here too? Elder Bai, as a righteous cultivator, it's not appropriate for you to be in our demon sect. Facing Long Yiling's question, Bai Wuqing responded indifferently, Young master, what are you saying? As a demon sect disciple, you frequently visited our Xingyue sect too. And with our Xingyue sect disciple Feng Feilin having such an ambiguous relationship, I'm merely following young master's example, not distinguishing between sections. Mo Yuntian almost laughed out loud. He didn't expect Elder Bai to be so protective. Long Yiling was rendered speechless by Bai Wuqing's words. Indeed, he was the first to visit the other sect. But this was ridiculous. How could Bai Wuqing speak in favor of Tanghua? They were no longer master and disciple. Tanghua looked at Mo Yuntian with a smile. Brother Mo, your disciple seems reluctant to call me aunt, but it's all right. Whether he calls me aunt or not, I am still his aunt. This is something the entire demon sect knows, and soon the whole cultivation world will know that I am his aunt. This is an indisputable fact. Long Yiling was so angry he almost coughed up blood. How is this indisputable? At least he himself strongly opposed it. Tanghua continued to twist the knife. I am your aunt. That's a fact you cannot deny. Bai Wuqing chimed in at the perfect moment. Young sect master, you really should call her aunt. That's what I think. The two seemed to be brainwashing Long Yiling. He was going crazy at this point. He felt like countless voices were saying in his ears, she's your aunt. She really is your aunt. She is definitely your aunt. Tanghua had crossed over to the cultivation world and became the most popular person in the demon sect. Every day, many disciples would gather around her, asking various questions, and Bai Wuqing became her shadow in the demon sect. Wherever Tanghua went, Bai Wuqing would follow. Right now, he was lying in a tree, enjoying the first rays of morning sunlight. This infuriated Long Yiling. He wanted to leave but feared Tanghua might have ulterior motives against the demon sect, so he had to watch her every day, leaving him no time to visit Feng Feilin. He shouted at the crowd surrounding Tanghua, don't be fooled by this enchantress. Our demon sect must be up to no good. This provoked objections from the demon sect disciples. Young sect master, you don't understand Holy Maiden Aunt at all. She's wonderful. She even took us resource gathering and personally taught us how to cultivate various lingji. A hot-tempered disciple stepped forward. Young sect master, we hope you won't speak ill of Holy Maiden Aunt anymore. Seeing the disciples' angry expressions, Long Yiling almost fainted from anger. He thought, Tanghua, you're really skilled at manipulating my demon sect disciples. Tanghua stopped the hot-tempered disciple and instructed them to go check on the Lingji garden and the spiritual herbs. Before leaving, the disciple warned Tanghua, Holy Maiden Aunt, please be careful of the young master. If anything happens, just call out for us. Long Yiling approached Tanghua with a strange expression. What's your purpose in coming to our demon sect? I destroyed your spiritual root. If you want revenge, come after me. Don't cause trouble in my demon sect. Lung Yiling's eyes turned extremely dark. He came to confront Tanghua while Master Imo Yuntian wasn't home. If Bai Wuqing wasn't here, he would have killed Tanghua immediately. He regretted only destroying her spiritual root instead of eliminating her completely. Bai Wuqing sensed Lung Yiling's killing intent. He walked over and stood in front of Tanghua, then said something to Lung Yiling. Instead of getting angry at being scolded, Lung Yiling laughed mockingly at Bai Wuqing. Bai Wuqing, if I remember correctly, you and Tanghua have no relationship anymore, right? Bai Wuqing, already unhappy, became angrier hearing this. If it weren't for Lung Yiling and Feng Feilin causing trouble, would he and Tanghua have no relationship now? Lung Yiling looked arrogantly at Tanghua. I, Lung Yiling, destroyed your spiritual root. You can blame it all on me. Tanghua became the most popular holy maiden aunt in the demon sect, which infuriated Lung Yiling. Now he was looking at her arrogantly. I, Lung Yiling, destroyed your spiritual root. Blame it all on me, but leave the demon sect and my master out of it. Tanghua finally addressed him. Looking at this ignorant man before her, she said, "This was always your fault. You're talking as if you're taking the blame for someone else." Lung Yiling glared at Tanghua. Then you can leave the demon sect now, right? Lung Yiling believed that Master Imo Yuntian must have been bewitched by Tanghua. Imo Yuntian was like a second parent to him, and he would never allow Tanghua to harm Imo Yuntian. Tanghua looked confused. Why should I leave? I'm the holy maiden of this demon sect. Imo Yuntian is my brother. And you, Lung Yiling, stop with all your yous. You should call me aunt. Lung Yiling felt like he was going mad with anger, yet he could do nothing about Tanghua. Not only had she quickly recovered her powers, but she had also broken through to the Yuan Ing stage in such a short time. You'd better not have any evil intentions towards our demon sect. I could destroy you once, and I can do it countless times. Bai Wuqing's face turned ice cold. This time, I won't allow you to harm Xiaoguo again. If you don't believe me, you can try. Bai Wuqing's tone was so resolute that no one dared doubt he was serious. Lung Yiling looked helplessly at Bai Wuqing. She has nothing to do with you anymore. Now she's joined the demon sect. She's fallen to the demonic path, yet you still protect her. Are you still a righteous cultivator? Bai Wuqing didn't even lift his eyelids. Whatever I do needs no reason. Lung Yiling looked at Bai Wuqing in disbelief. Are you serious? Bai Wuqing slightly raised his eyes, and a hint of a smile appeared on his cold, handsome face. Of course I'm serious. This time, I won't choose to deliberately avoid it. I won't ignore certain feelings in my heart, and I won't let myself regret again. Lung Yiling gritted his teeth in anger. Bai Wuqing, you're something else. You think she'll be grateful to you for this? Impossible. Bai Wuqing, look at her. She's clearly just watching the show. You didn't help her that day, and she's already harboring hatred for you. Bai Wuqing's gaze fell on Tanghua's face. Xiaoguo, do you really hate me? Tanghua. Note, the middle portion appears to be a meta-commentary about the story publication and is not part of the narrative. Tanghua answered directly, I do hate you a little. Lung Yiling is right. I remember everyone who has hurt me, and you're no exception. Bai Wuqing withdrew his gaze, his eyes showing a hint of loss. It's all right, Xiaoguo. You should hate me. Lung Yiling, who had been waiting for these two to turn against each other, was completely stunned. Bai Wuqing turned out to be such a shameless person. A Star Moon sect elder, being so thick-skinned. Lung Yiling couldn't take it anymore. You'd better watch yourselves. The two ignored Lung Yiling's threat and sat down leisurely in the pavilion. Tanghua asked Bai Wuqing if he was returning to Star Moon sect. Bai Wuqing said there was no hurry to return. He passed a cup of tea to Tanghua. He thought Tanghua wouldn't accept it, but surprisingly, she did. This made Bai Wuqing's heart leap with joy. He looked at Tanghua, marveling at how much she had changed. This was how they used to be together. Tanghua always had endless things to tell him. Every time Tanghua made tea for him, it was always his favorite flavor. Actually, Bai Wuqing had long noticed the love hidden in Tanghua's eyes for him. Now Tanghua was looking at a map, lost in thought, seemingly plotting something, occasionally showing a calculating smile. Originally, he, Bai Wuqing, didn't like such scheming, but now he couldn't take his eyes off Tanghua's appearance. Tanghua casually took a sip of the tea Bai Wuqing poured. This gave Bai Wuqing a sense of satisfaction. Suddenly Bai Wuqing froze. He realized that back then, when Tanghua looked at him contentedly and drank his tea, perhaps she felt the same way he was feeling now. A flash of understanding crossed Bai Wuqing's eyes. He seemed to have realized something. You've become quiet now, Xiaoguo. Tangguo looked up at his words. I was never a boisterous person to begin with. Bai Wuqing was stunned. He wanted to ask why she had always been so lively and smiling in front of him before. Tangguo seemed to see through his thoughts. Acting cute, understand? I heard you liked cute things. Bai Wuqing looked embarrassed. I didn't like cute things before. You don't need to act cute. Suddenly realizing he might have said something wrong, he nervously looked at Tangguo. I like everything you pretend to be. Tangguo laughed at him, then deliberately made a cute expression. Oh, I see. Bai Wuqing rubbed his head. What am I even saying? Note, promotional content omitted. Tangguo had transmigrated to the cultivation world. In just 1 year, she had completely transformed the entire demon sect. The overall strength of the demon sect had increased significantly. Even Long Yiling, who had the strongest objections to Tangguo, had to admit that everything she did seemed beneficial to the demon sect. This made him question himself. Perhaps Tangguo wasn't as bad as he had imagined. Finally letting go, the new Long Yiling thought of Feng failing. He hadn't visited him for a year. He quickly informed Mo Yuntian and left. Mo Yuntian shook his head. This boy was truly obsessed. Mo Yuntian secretly glanced at Tangguo, worried that hearing about Feng failing might upset her. He was relieved to see that she no longer cared. Then, Mo Yuntian secretly looked at Bai Wuqing beside him. Bai Wuqing was still the same as before, always being invisible. Mo Yuntian thought to himself, this guy had been freeloading in the demon sect for over a year, and who knew what he and Tangguo were thinking? They were all such a handful. Mo Yuntian was like a worried mother. His heart was heavy with concern every day. Suddenly Tangguo called out, Brother Mo, let's go claim some territory in a few days. This sudden suggestion surprised Mo Yuntian. Which sect should we attack? Over the past year, the demon sect disciples had grown significantly. Given the current situation, the demon sect would surely continue to prosper. It was indeed time to make their move. Tangguo waved her hand. Brother Mo, we're not going to attack any sect. We're going to save them and bring them under our demon sect's protection. Tangguo smiled. I'm sure they'll be willing. Mo Yuntian and Bai Wuqing looked at each other, feeling this couldn't be so simple. The next day, Mo Yuntian led the demon sect disciples on their grand departure. Their target was indeed a small sect called the Flying Sand Sect. Tangguo hadn't revealed why she chose to target the Flying Sand Sect. When they arrived at the Flying Sand Sect, Mo Yuntian and Bai Wuqing finally understood why Tangguo said they were coming to save this sect. A nauseating smell of blood hit them. The demon sect disciples' expressions changed, and they quickly looked to Tangguo for guidance. Tangguo, still wearing her holy maiden outfit, gently waved her hand. Everyone, follow me. Soon, 2 groups of fighting people appeared in everyone's view. The Flying Sand Sect elders were still struggling to hold on, while the other side was in a similar state. If both sides continued fighting like this, they would surely end up destroying each other. In the end, other forces would only benefit from their mutual destruction. Note, promotional content omitted. Tangguo had transmigrated to the cultivation world. At this moment, she was leading the demon sect disciples to claim territory. The demon sect members followed Tangguo to the Flying Sand Sect. The 2 fighting groups stopped when they saw Tangguo. The Flying Sand Sect's leader cautiously looked at Tangguo. Who are you? What brings you to our Flying Sand Sect? Tangguo stepped forward, but remained silent. A quick-witted demon sect disciple quickly spoke up. We're from the demon sect. This is our holy maiden aunt. Holy maiden aunt? The people from Flying Sand Sect and the other sect stood there covered in blood, their eyes filled with confusion. Since when did the demon sect have a holy maiden aunt? Tangguo didn't care about their thoughts. She looked at both sides and said, if your 2 sects continue this slaughter, you'll both face extinction. Both sect leaders' expressions changed at these words. They exchanged glances, finally suppressing their hatred. For now, they could only temporarily abandon their fight. Are you here out of kindness to warn us? If not, why didn't you wait on the sidelines until both sides were exhausted? Tangguo suddenly smiled. Sorry, I'm not here to kindly warn you. Demon sect disciples, hear my command. Take over this place within half an hour. The Flying Sand Sect leader was dumbfounded. After all that talk, she was just here to profit from their fight. The demon sect disciples didn't care about such details. Our holy maiden aunt's words are imperial edicts. Before either sect could react, they were captured by the demon sect disciples. After seeing the demon sect disciples' strength, they basically gave up resisting. The demon sect holy maiden aunt was now sitting in what was originally the Flying Sand Sect leader's seat. Bai Wuqing and Mo Yuntian stood beside Tanghua. Mo Yuntian wore a smile, appearing lost in thought, but he was actually bragging in the group chat outside about Tanghua leading them to claim territory. Tanghua first praised the demon sect disciples for their good work, then her gaze swept across the hall. Finally, her eyes landed on a young man. "Bring that young man to me." Bai Wuqing couldn't help but glance at Tanghua, wondering if she had taken a liking to this young man. So Bai Wuqing examined the young man more carefully, thinking that while this kid looked quite handsome, he still couldn't compare to himself. The young man was extremely nervous. His face was slightly pale, still stained with blood from the previous battle. Tanghua looked at him and asked softly, "Are you called Winnie?" The young man was stunned, but hearing the woman speak so gently, she didn't seem like a bad person. So he nodded, "I am indeed Winnie." Tanghua suddenly moved closer to Winnie and put her hand on his shoulder. "Your Flying Sand sect will now join our demon sect. Winnie, your cultivation talent is exceptional. This place is no longer suitable for your continued cultivation. Come back to the demon sect with me to cultivate." Promotional content omitted. Tanghua had transmigrated to the cultivation world and was leading the demon sect disciples to claim territory. Now she was looking at the young man before her. "From now on, you'll follow me." The young man nervously pinched his sleeve. He was confused, wondering if this holy maiden aunt had intentions toward him. But if he refused, would he be killed with one strike? He'd heard demon cultivators were particularly brutal. They would eat people at the slightest provocation. Seeing Winnie's silence, Tanghua smiled. "Then it's happily decided. As for the sect that was previously in conflict with you, they'll be merged into your Flying Sand sect." However, Tanghua noticed that both groups seemed quite unwilling, so she asked them what caused their conflict. When the two sect leaders brought up this matter, they became furious. One leader shouted, "The Flying Sand sect went too far by killing our core disciple. If we didn't come to avenge him, how could we show our faces in the cultivation world?" The Flying Sand sect leader was equally angry. "We never killed their core disciple. They're being unreasonable and slandering us. This time they've caused us heavy losses." Seeing them about to fight again as they argued, Tanghua quickly stopped them. "The one who harmed your core disciple wasn't the Flying Sand sect, but someone else." Everyone turned to look at Tanghua. Mo Yuntian and Bai Wuqing were curious how Tanghua knew this. Mo Yuntian suddenly remembered that Tanghua knew about the reborn ones. Could it be that she knew everything that would happen in this world? Tanghua looked at them and continued, "As for who this person is, you'll know in the future. From now on, you're all part of the demon sect. The Flying Sand sect will be renamed as the demon sect's Flying Sand branch." After saying this, Tanghua left with Winnie. The people from both sects, facing such a super powerful sect as the demon sect, had no power to resist. They could only accept their fate. Tanghua left several powerful demon sect members to handle the remaining issues. Winnie nervously followed Tanghua back to the demon sect. Originally, he thought the demon sect would be some chaotic place. He never expected the demon sect to look like a celestial realm. Tanghua pointed at Winnie and said, "Brother Mo, this boy has good cultivation talent. How about taking him as your disciple?" Mo Yuntian fell silent for a moment. When Mo Yuntian didn't speak, Tanghua continued persuading him. It would be a shame to miss such good talent. Mo Yuntian knew Winnie's talent was good, but he had no intention of taking another disciple. He quickly shook his head. "Lung Yiling alone gives me enough headaches. I don't want any more disciples. Even that fool Lung Yiling, Mo Yuntian wanted to get rid of, let alone taking on a new disciple." Seeing Mo Yuntian's response, Tanghua couldn't force him. She took off her bamboo hat. "In that case, Winnie, you'll be my disciple." Tanghua wanted to take the boy before her as a disciple. This upset Bai Wuqing, who was standing nearby, as in his eyes, Winnie was just a pretty face. But Winnie knew how to seize an opportunity. He immediately performed the discipleship ceremony to Tanghua, as if afraid she might change her mind. Tanghua took out many treasures, saying these were just some small gifts for Winnie. Then Tanghua wanted to show Winnie his arranged living quarters. This moved Winnie deeply, as he knew how precious these things Tanghua gave him were. These were all high-level cultivation methods and resources. Now, the Holy Maiden Ant was personally arranging his room. His eyes sparkled with happiness as he looked at Tanghua. She wasn't just a Holy Maiden Ant, she was like a fairy ant. Then Winnie happily followed behind Tanghua, walking towards his quarters. This worried Bai Wuqing greatly. What was Xiaogua trying to do? Could she be interested in this pretty boy? But Mo Yuntian saw something more. He quietly asked Tanghua, "Sister, what's the deal with this Winnie? Will he become someone important in the future? But looking at Winnie, who was cleaning the courtyard, Mo Yuntian thought there was nothing special about him except his pretty face. Tangwa nodded at Mo Yuntian. Brother Mo, you guessed right. If the reborn one hadn't appeared, Winnie would indeed have become a great figure in the cultivation world. But because of Feng Failing's appearance, his master was killed and his opportunities were taken away. This time, Feng Failing stirred up conflict between the two sects, hoping to have Winnie die in the fighting. Mo Yuntian's expression became serious. You mean this Feng Failing wants to disrupt the heavenly order and steal everyone's opportunities? Tangwa nodded. You could say that. Suddenly, a mischievous smile appeared on Tangwa's face. I've already thought of how to deal with Feng Failing. Looking at Tangwa's smile, Mo Yuntian somehow got a bad feeling. Then Mo Yuntian said he had something to do and ran away without looking back, leaving Tangwa confused in the wind. Am I that scary? I just want to take all the talented people Feng Failing has harmed as my disciples, give them the best techniques and resources, and help them grow rapidly in power. Eventually, they'll become important figures in the cultivation world, and I'll have disciples everywhere. One day, when Feng Failing learns that all these talented cultivators have become my disciples, won't he be furious? Little Tong also had a mischievous smile. Host, you're still as devious as ever. After taking the handsome youth as her disciple, Tangwa called him to her side. Then, seriously holding Winnie's shoulders, she said, you must cultivate well. You'll have many junior fellow disciples in the future. As the senior disciple, you must set an example. Entrusted with this responsibility, Winnie became full of motivation. Disciple will cultivate diligently and won't disappoint master. Suddenly, Bai Wuqing interrupted their conversation. Winnie, if you have any problems with swordsmanship, you can come to me. As he spoke, he took the opportunity to remove Tangwa's hands from Winnie's shoulders. I'm free anyway, so let me teach Winnie swordsmanship. Xiaogua, you can go about your business. Tangwa was speechless, thinking, do you really want to teach him swordsmanship? All right, Winnie, go practice swordsmanship with him. He does have excellent sword skills. Tangwa turned and walked away. Bai Wuqing immediately looked unhappy. Was it necessary for her to avoid him like this? Winnie also noticed something. The relationship between Elder Bai and Master wasn't simple. Since that day, Tangwa would occasionally bring back some injured disciples. Then she would dump them all on Bai Wuqing to train. That's when Bai Wuqing realized he had somehow become a full-time caretaker. But helplessly, he could only reluctantly train these children. Little Clown asked Tangwa how she planned to deal with Bai Wuqing. It seemed he intended to stick around her host. Unexpectedly, someone as cold as Bai Wuqing would quietly stay by the host's side. His character setting seemed confused. Host, Bai Wuqing really regrets his past actions dash. Tangwa was indifferent. So what? He gave up everything himself? Little Tong originally wanted to mediate, but hearing Tangwa's words, had to give up the idea. Host is indeed cold-hearted and holds grudges. At this time, Tangwa had made up her mind. She coldly told Little Tong, once I finish dealing with this world's affairs, we'll leave this world. Let Bai Wuqing regret it. Standing not far away, Bai Wuqing inexplicably felt a bad premonition suddenly rise in his heart, because he discovered that everything Tangwa did was very purposeful, as if once she finished everything, she would immediately disappear from his world. The mighty Star Moon sect elder Bai Wuqing had become a full-time caretaker. Every day, he had to train Tangwa's disciples in swordsmanship. But now he suddenly felt very uneasy because Tangwa seemed to be executing some kind of plan. Tangwa smiled at Bai Wuqing. Elder Bai seems very curious about what I'm doing. I'm just taking revenge. Bai Wuqing wasn't surprised. Is it revenge against Feng Failing? Tangwa stared into Bai Wuqing's eyes and said seriously, whatever Feng Failing wants to do, I'll ruin it. I'm the type who must take revenge. I'll use anyone to achieve my goals. I'm not the type you like. Then Tangwa pointed down the mountain. Elder Bai, do you have any other questions? You really don't need to stay in the demon sect. Honestly, you watching me plan everything every day makes me uncomfortable. Bai Wuqing responded directly. Are you afraid I'll tell your plans to Feng Failing? Xiaobo, I won't tell your plans to anyone, especially not him. Little Tong secretly sighed. Bai Wuqing's character had completely collapsed. Tangwa wore a slight smirk and continued staring at Bai Wuqing. I've never seen Elder Bai so anxious before. I seem to see fear and panic in your eyes. Elder Bai, what exactly are you afraid of? What are you panicking about? Bai Wuqing resumed his usual demeanor. Naturally, I'm afraid of Xiaogua being angry. What he feared most was her anger. Tangwa turned and left, unwilling to look at him again. Xiaogua, I plan to return to Shinua sect. Tanghua immediately teased. You finally remembered that you're still a righteous person. Bai Wuqing reached out to touch Tanghua's hair. I'll come find you after a while. Tanghua was clearly startled hearing this. Bai Wuqing quickly withdrew his hand. You're still coming to find me? If sect leader Wen knows about this, Elder Bai, you probably won't want to stay at Shinua sect anymore. Bai Wuqing looked at Tanghua with a gentle expression. It doesn't matter. Shinua sect isn't very important to me. Now compared to Shinua sect, I'd rather stay in the demon sect. But he feared Tanghua wouldn't accept him. Watching Tanghua's back, Bai Wuqing became more determined in his thoughts. Xiaoguo couldn't have stolen the sect's treasure. There must be hidden circumstances. Bai Wuqing wanted to investigate the truth behind Shinua sect's back. He wanted to clear Tanghua's name. The next day, Bai Wuqing secretly returned to Shinua sect. Finally, while following Feng Failing, he made a discovery. The female disciple whispering with Feng Failing was none other than the one who used to be close to Tanghua. The two women were secretly discussing something, and all of this was clearly seen by Detective Bai Wuqing. After Feng Failing left, Bai Wuqing stopped the female disciple. When she saw Bai Wuqing, she was immediately stunned. Could he have discovered everything she had done before? Why else would he specifically come to find her? Seeing the trembling female disciple, Bai Wuqing knew he hadn't guessed wrong. So he pretended to know everything. You should know why I'm looking for you. You're about to die, yet you still won't admit your mistakes? The female disciple immediately panicked. She quickly knelt and begged for mercy. This disciple was momentarily fooled by Feng Failing. Everything was done under her instructions. Feng Failing gave me benefits to deceive Tanghua and taught me ways to please you. All those rumors about Tanghua were also spread under Feng Failing's instructions. Everything was done at Feng Failing's command. Learning the truth, Bai Wuqing felt terrible for the previous Tanghua. To please him, she had changed her nature, but he hadn't noticed at all. He went to Shinua sect's treasure vault and asked the guard disciples to show the footage of Tanghua stealing the treasure. In the footage, Tanghua's eyes were blank, clearly showing signs of being controlled. At this moment, Bai Wuqing was full of regret. If only he had carefully watched the footage back then, perhaps Tanghua wouldn't have met such a tragic fate. After learning the truth, Bai Wuqing hurriedly returned to the demon sect. He found Tanghua in the Lingji garden. Bai Wuqing was silent for a moment, then looked at Tanghua affectionately and said, "Can we start over?" Tanghua laughed at him. "Does Elder Bai like daydreaming too? Should I get you a pillow? Look at my Lingji garden. It has all kinds of spiritual herbs. In the entire cultivation world, my Lingji garden must have the most varieties." Bai Wuqing didn't understand what she meant. "Elder Bai, look, in my Lingji garden, is there any medicine called regret?" Bai Wuqing certainly knew there was no medicine called regret in the Lingji garden. The entire cultivation world had never heard of such medicine. Tanghua put on a sorrowful expression. "Elder Bai, look, I have every medicine here except for the medicine of regret." The dignified elder of Shinua sect has become the follower of a leftover woman in the demon sect. If this gets out, it would shock countless righteous cultivators. Tanghua turned around, looking at this man who followed her every day. She smiled and said, "Elder Bai, following me around like this every day, could it be you're going to persist until you succeed?" Bai Wuqing looked innocent. "Xiaoguo, I didn't want to disturb you, nor did I plan to follow you forever. But somehow my legs, I can't control them." Tanghua almost laughed out loud. Bai Wuqing's excuse was too funny. The dignified Bai Wuqing of Shinua sect, once such a detached person, who knew he could be so thick-skinned. Tanghua said helplessly, "Fine, your legs are out of control. Indeed, can't blame Elder Bai." Afterward, Tanghua just let him follow behind her. Even the experienced Little Tong was confused by Bai Wuqing. "Host, I never expected Bai Wuqing to be such a Bai Wuqing, so thick-skinned." Then Little Tong secretly observed Tanghua's expression and found that she hadn't changed her mind. So, Little Tong silently lit a candle for Bai Wuqing. Everyone in the demon sect noticed one thing. Wherever their holy maiden aunt went, Bai Wuqing would always follow from a distance. He would gaze at their holy maiden aunt with deep affection. They thought Bai Wuqing was so pitiful, his devoted heart unable to gain their holy maiden aunt's favor. But in Bai Wuqing's heart, being able to follow Tanghua like this was already enough to make him content. Thus, under Tanghua's leadership, the demon sect quietly grew stronger. Without realizing it, they had incorporated many sects' territories into their sphere of influence. Everyone in the demon sect knew that Holy Maiden Aunt had a special hobby, taking in broken people as disciples. By now, Holy Maiden Aunt had about 20 disciples. Most of them were people whose cultivation had been destroyed, but later, they all became incredibly powerful. The demon sect disciples couldn't help but admire Holy Maiden Ansai for talent. These people she picked up, after her cultivation repairs, became perfectly exceptional. Each one became a 1 in 10,000 genius. And these people were actually the geniuses persecuted by Feng Failing. On this day, Tangwa put on her light veil again. Dong Dmo Yuntian quickly asked Tangwa, "Where are we going this time?" Tangwa gently adjusted her light veil and hat, softly saying, "Shengyuan sect." Mo Yuntian was somewhat surprised. "Sister, are you sure about Shengyuan sect? That's a major sect no weaker than Xinyue sect." The demon sect's holy maiden aunt was about to stir things up again. She put on her holy maiden outfit, found Mo Yuntian, and told him to invite people to go with her. Mo Yuntian was surprised this time because Shengyuan sect was an extremely powerful major sect. "Sister, are you planning something big this time?" Meanwhile, Mo Yuntian secretly glanced at Bai Wuching behind them, thinking about this thick-skinned fellow. Why does he follow Tangwa every day? But immediately he curiously asked Sister Tang, "Who are you going to save this time?" The most prominent genius in Shengyuan sect right now should be Ji Chengshan. But Ji Chengshan is about your age. Bai Wuching heard everything clearly from behind. "A genius who's the same age as Xiaogua? I won't let you get near Xiaogua." Tangwa smiled slightly. "That's right, it's him. Brother Mo, let's go. If we're late, his life will be lost." At this moment, Feng Feilin stood on Shengyuan sect's life and death arena. Somehow, he and Shengyuan sect's genius disciple Ji Chengshan had developed a grudge, and now they were about to settle it on the life and death arena. The Shengyuan sect master worriedly asked, "Chengshan, are you sure about having a life and death battle with Feng Feilin? He's not someone to be trifled with. Once you step onto this arena, only one of you can live. Are you confident?" Ji Chengshan furrowed his brows. "Sect master, this isn't about confidence. I never did that thing. If I back down now, wouldn't that be admitting to it?" The Shengyuan sect master sighed. "He's at the heady realm, while you're only at Funshan realm. Going up there means certain death. Chengshan, why don't you just admit to it? Losing your cultivation is better than losing your life." Because Ji Chengshan's cultivation talent was too exceptional, the Shengyuan sect master was really reluctant to let him die like this. Ji Chengshan's face turned cold. "Impossible. How could I, Ji Chengshan, torture a female cultivator to death, especially when she was Feng Feilin's good friend?" At this moment, Feng Feilin shouted from the arena, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and come receive your death. Today, I'll avenge Pei Shui and send you, you villain, to hell with my own hands." Ji Chengshan ignored everyone's attempts to stop him and ascended the death arena with his sword. "I said I didn't do it. I was just passing by there." Feng Feilin's face turned cold. "Everyone saw you kidnap Pei Shui. If it wasn't you, then who did it? You didn't expect me to happen to pass by and witness your evil deed, did you?" These two were about to engage in a death duel on the arena, because Feng Feilin accused the man before him of harming his junior sister. The man tried hard to explain, but when someone is determined to condemn you, they'll find a way. Feng Feilin looked at Ji Chengshan coldly. "You saw Pei Shui's stunning beauty and lusted after her. You hypocrite, if you did it, at least have the courage to admit it." Ji Chengshan really didn't know how to explain anymore. What's more troublesome was that many people claimed they saw him kidnap Pei Shui. Meanwhile, Feng Feilin's lips curled into a slight smile. Another genius was about to fall by his hands. On the other side, Tangwa led everyone to a demon cultivator town. Mo Yuntian didn't understand. "Tangwa, why come to this remote demon cultivator town first? Here, it's full of demon cultivators who eat regular cultivators to practice. Normal cultivators don't dare come to this remote demon town." Tangwa's direction was clear, but Mo Yuntian and Bai Wuching didn't understand who she was looking for here. At this moment, Little Tong jumped out. "Host, that guy is in the inn ahead. He's about to take the pill given by Feng Feilin." The next second, Tangwa had already kicked open the inn's door. Inside, an ugly-looking demon cultivator was holding a pill, about to consume it. When he saw a graceful beauty walk in, he even stopped his motion of swallowing the pill. Bai Wuching's face turned extremely cold as he stepped forward to block Tangwa. But then he saw Tangwa walk around him and approach the demon cultivator. Bai Wuching was speechless. The demon cultivator's eyes lit up as he looked at Tangwa. "Beauty, did you come specifically to play with me?" This demon cultivator was very powerful and didn't believe the woman before him could do anything to him. However, Tangwa effortlessly snatched his pill bottle. He couldn't even see how she did it. This pill was given by Feng Feilin, right? Are you in a hurry to go to hell? Hearing Tangwa's words, the demon cultivator's face immediately became extremely awkward. Feng Feilin did make a deal with him, and the reward was this pill that could increase 2 levels at once. Tangwa poured the pill on the ground and fed it to a rat right in front of him. The rat instantly exploded into a bloody mess. The demon cultivator's face turned extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Feng Feilin, you dare trick me. This woman truly has a heart of snake and scorpion. If I had taken the pill, the consequences would have been unimaginable. I'll make that vicious woman pay." This was supposed to be a divine pill that could make cultivators advance 2 levels, but Tangwa poured it on the ground to feed a rat. The moment the rat ate the pill, it exploded into blood. The demon cultivator's face turned extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Feng Feilin, you dare trick me." Meanwhile, Feng Feilin was standing arrogantly on the life and death arena. He glanced at the dying Ji Chengshan on the arena. "Why did you do such things to my friend Pei Shui? She had no grudge against you. Even if she rejected you, you shouldn't have harmed her in such a cruel way." Ji Chengshan lay weakly on the ground. He stared at Feng Feilin with resentment, seeing the poorly concealed pleasure behind that righteous exterior. He didn't understand why Feng Feilin would harm him like this. He had wanted to prove himself on the arena, but never expected Feng Feilin's power to be so terrifying. Now he was about to die with this grievance. At this moment, his heart was filled with endless resentment, but Feng Feilin had already raised his sword. "I, Feng Feilin, will execute this vicious person here today." As he spoke, Feng Feilin raised his chin. He looked down at Ji Chengshan with disdain. "Genius? What I hate most in this world are geniuses. I will personally destroy all these geniuses. In these 5 years, starting with Tangwa, one genius after another has fallen by my hands." He was truly excited and pleased. Ji Chengshan saw the madness in Feng Feilin's eyes, and Feng Feilin had already thrust his sword toward Ji Chengshan's neck. No one could intervene on the life and death arena. Even the Shengyuan sect master could only watch helplessly. Suddenly, a stone flew at extremely high speed and struck the sword. Feng Feilin's sword was instantly knocked away. A white-robed woman wearing a veiled bamboo hat flew onto the life and death arena. Even Feng Feilin was forced to step back several paces. He looked at the person before him in disbelief, his expression showing traces of anger. "Who are you? Don't you know this is a life and death arena? How dare you interfere with a life and death duel? Do you have a death wish?" The white-robed woman said, "You ask who I am? They all call me Holy Maiden Auntie." Ji Chengshan, who thought he was certainly going to die, looked at the graceful woman before him in bewilderment. She was the Holy Maiden Auntie of the demon sect. Mo Yuntian, standing in the crowd, wiped his sweat. This girl never played by the rules, even daring to interfere with the life and death arena. The man had lost the life and death duel. His death was certain. Suddenly, a stone knocked away the sword aimed at his throat. The person was a graceful figure wearing a gauze cloak, claiming to be the Holy Maiden of the demon sect. When Feng Feilin heard about the demon sect, he frowned. He glanced at Long Yellen below the platform, as if asking why someone from the demon sect was here. In response, Long Yellen quickly ran to Feng Feilin's side. He looked at her with displeasure. "Tangwa, what are you doing here?" Tangwa's voice replied with an ambiguous smile. "I'm here to save someone, of course." Then she pointed at Ji Chengshan lying on the ground. Feng Feilin sneered. "This is the life and death arena. Once you're here, it means both sides have put their lives on the line. No one has the right to interfere. Since you're from the demon sect, I'll let it slide for Brother Yellen's sake. You should leave quickly." These words made Long Yellen's heart flutter. Linger still cares about me after all. It doesn't matter if he's occasionally cold to me. Thinking of this, Long Yelling immediately became excited. This isn't the demon sect. You can't act recklessly here. Since Linger isn't pursuing this matter, you should leave quickly. He never expected Tangwa to come, wondering why she wouldn't stay in the demon sect instead of causing trouble here. Tangwa looked at Long Yelling and said irritably, "What's with this attitude? You don't even properly address your auntie. You young people are so impolite." Long Yelling's face darkened. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Tangwa continued teasing Long Yelling. "Shouldn't you call me auntie?" Long Yelling finally lost his temper and forgot where he was. In front of Feng Feilin, he couldn't help but shout Tangwa's name. After shouting, he realized this wasn't good. Feng Feilin grabbed Long Yelling's arm. "What did you call her?" If he hadn't misheard, Long Yelin had just called out the name Tanghua. Long Yiling couldn't deny it and had to admit she was Tanghua. Feng Feilin froze in place. How is this possible? Feng Feilin looked at Long Yiling with hurt in his eyes. Had Long Yiling been deceiving him all along? Wasn't Tanghua supposed to have lost her spiritual root? But that previous attack was something even he, at the integration stage, couldn't defend against. What had happened after Tanghua disappeared? Feng Feilin looked at Long Yiling in disbelief. You deceived me. Tanghua was in your demon sect all along. Could it be you? Long Yiling's mind was in chaos. He hurriedly explained to Feng Feilin, "It's not what you think. I don't know how Tanghua ended up in the demon sect either. I just didn't tell you because I feared you would misunderstand." The demon sect's holy maiden auntie had come to cause trouble at another sect, and even made Long Yiling call her auntie in front of everyone. Unexpectedly, the agitated Long Yiling accidentally called out Tanghua's name. When Feng Feilin learned that the holy maiden auntie was Tanghua, he nearly went mad with anger. He shouted to the crowd below, "This demon sect's holy maiden auntie is Tanghua, who was expelled from our Shinua sect. She stole our sect's treasures and harmed me, eventually having her spiritual root destroyed. I don't know how she managed to infiltrate the demon sect. Now she's interfering with the life and death arena, preventing me from executing Ji Chengshan. I really don't understand why she keeps opposing me." The spectators' scrutinizing gazes fell on Tanghua. They were all curious whether this woman was really Tanghua. Wasn't Tanghua supposed to have lost her spiritual root? Yet her power seemed incredibly strong. Tanghua raised her hand and removed her bamboo hat, revealing her exquisite, perfect face. "I am indeed Tanghua. I once had my spiritual root destroyed and was expelled from Shinua's sect. As for how I joined the demon sect, that's not something you need to concern yourselves with. I'm no longer a disciple of Shinua's sect. No one can control where I go. And why am I stopping him from killing Ji Chengshan?" Tanghua chuckled softly. "Perhaps I just don't like him and want to ruin his plans." Hearing Tanghua's admission, Feng Feilin was momentarily stunned. "Clearly you harmed me and suffered the consequences, and now just because you don't like me, you're trying to stop me from executing Ji Chengshan, this evil person." Seeing Feng Feilin's righteous face, eager to avenge his friend, Tanghua burst out laughing. "Was Pei Shui really your good friend?" Without thinking, Feng Feilin immediately said, "Of course." But for some reason, he suddenly felt panicked inside. His plan had been supposedly flawless. That demon cultivator must have taken the pill. No one else should know about his plan. At this moment, the demon cultivator who had been watching from below could no longer contain himself. "Feng Feilin, you're a vicious woman." This sudden outburst startled everyone. When Feng Feilin saw the demon cultivator, she knew things were bad, but she could only pretend to be calm and ask who he was. The demon cultivator laughed. "You ask who I am? You, Feng Feilin. I've been a demon cultivator for years, but even I'm not as cruel as you." He looked at the confused faces below. Feng Feilin is the most vicious woman. Pei Shui's death was entirely orchestrated by her. This was the worst day of Feng Feilin's life since her rebirth. Her misdeeds were being exposed by Tanghua right there. Though her mind was in chaos, she could only maintain a facade of composure. "Tanghua, you'd even collude with demon cultivators to frame me." Tanghua smiled at Feng Feilin. "Come on, give him a quick end." The demon cultivator pulled out an image stone and shouted to everyone, "Look at what's recorded in here, and you'll know the truth." Feng Feilin truly panicked. "What are you doing?" Before Feng Feilin could react, the demon cultivator had activated the image stone. Immediately, the scene from that day played out on the arena. The image showed the demon cultivator and Feng Feilin herself. Feng Feilin had asked the demon cultivator to deal with Pei Shui, offering a precious pill as payment. Feng Feilin's face showed extreme malice as she demanded that the demon cultivator make Pei Shui's death as miserable as possible, telling him to do whatever he wanted. The spectators' eyes widened in shock. The Pei family members were particularly stunned and angry, never expecting this righteous woman to be so cruel. When Zichio was stunned, he couldn't believe that the malicious woman was the Feng Feilin he deeply loved. But the most heartbroken was Long Yiling. He looked at Feng Feilin with unfamiliar eyes, wondering how she had become so extreme. If Feng Feilin's revenge against Tanghua was because Tanghua had framed her, that would be understandable. But Pei Shui had never done anything to wrong young Feng Feilin. Feng Feilin used to be so gentle and warm-hearted when she was young. When his family was massacred, it was this little girl who brought him to a cave, helping him escape disaster. From then on, he had committed himself to this girl in red. Even after Imo Yuntian took him back to the demon sect, he never forgot this. Lung Yiling's voice trembled. Linger, did you really do all this? Feng Feilin pressed her lips together. A hint of madness flashed across her face. So what if I did it? Don't you love me? Just because I harmed Pei Shui, you decide I'm vicious. Haven't you wondered why I harmed Pei Shui? As Feng Feilin's words became more absurd, Pei Jian finally couldn't hold back. Shui was always a good girl. What deep grudge could you have to treat her like this? Feng Feilin couldn't find a good excuse at the moment. Since Pei Shui was already dead, she might as well slander Pei Shui. Looking aggrieved, she pointed at Lung Yiling. I went after Pei Shui because of you. That day, she shamelessly came to me. Pei Shui actually wanted me to give you up to her. She provoked me first. How vicious could this evil person be? Not only did she kill the innocent girl Pei Shui, but after being exposed, she even slandered the victim Pei Shui. She claimed Pei Shui wanted to compete for Lung Yiling, which was why she decided to kill her. Feng Feilin put on a devoted appearance. Brother Yiling, I just couldn't bear anyone having designs on you. I did all this for you. Now you're looking at me with such eyes. Feng Feilin looked hurt. Fine, I admit I harmed Pei Shui. Then she looked at the Pei family below. If you want revenge, come at me. I'm not afraid of you. Pei Shui deserved it. After Feng Feilin said these words, many people felt her actions had some cause and effect. Even the Pei family hesitated. If this was true, their family would lose face. At this moment, when Zichio walked to Feng Feilin's side, what happened to Pei Shui was Linger's fault, but Pei Shui brought it upon herself. Our Xinyue sect will give the Pei family some compensation. The Pei family head can come to Xinyue sect to discuss the details. After speaking, when Zichio left with Feng Feilin, walking proudly off the stage, Tanghua glanced at Feng Feilin. Escaping so easily wouldn't be that simple. Many things were still waiting for Feng Feilin. Xiao Tong, bring me the soul-gathering talisman. Xiao Tong immediately took out the highest-grade soul-gathering talisman. Tanghua activated the talisman. Soon, a woman's soul appeared before Tanghua. It was a very graceful figure. Tanghua asked softly, "Are you Pei Shui?" Pei Shui was confused at first, but being clever, she quickly understood the situation. You spent so much effort to save my soul. What do you want me to do for you? Tanghua chuckled. My purpose is simple. I just want you to live, in whatever form. Whoever Feng Feilin wants to kill, I'll save. Whatever she wants to do, I'll destroy it. Xiao Chou exclaimed. Indeed, the host is the most wicked woman. Tanghua decided to temporarily keep Pei Shui's soul in her jade pendant until she could cultivate and appear in physical form. Then, Tanghua prodded Ji Qingshan, who was lying on the ground with her sword. Young Master Ji, can you get up? Ji Qingshan quickly said he could. He got up and followed Tanghua, thinking he must stick close to this powerful person who had saved his life. The demon sect disciples, looking at Ji Qingshan, who was picked up by Tanghua, remarked that at least this time Holy Maiden Ant hadn't picked up someone missing limbs. Tanghua's senior disciple when he brought his junior brothers and sisters to welcome this new companion. They had all been picked up by Tanghua when they were at their lowest. Being kindred spirits, Ji Qingshan quickly integrated with them, and they all knew the only way to repay Tanghua was to cultivate well, and eventually anger Feng Feilin to death. After Tanghua transmigrated to the cultivation world and became a powerful figure, those sects bullied and ostracized by Feng Feilin came seeking protection. Tanghua would only say one thing to them: join the demon sect. To stay safe, more and more sects joined the demon sect to avoid Feng Feilin's persecution. After seeing the environment of the demon sect, they regretted not coming earlier. Moreover, Holy Maiden Ant treated them all very well. The most common question from newcomers was about who that man always following Holy Maiden Ant was. Later they all learned that he was Holy Maiden Ant's loyal pursuer and bodyguard. Mo Yuntian sat across from Tanghua with a worried expression. Since most righteous sects had joined the demon sect, Feng Feilin could only choose to go on killing sprees in demon cultivator territories not protected by Tanghua. What's more infuriating was that his disciple Lung Yiling, as if possessed, also followed Feng Feilin in doing evil. Tanghua understood Mo Yuntian's concerns. After all, he had raised Lung Yiling since childhood. She told Mo Yuntian not to worry. Although Lung Yiling would suffer somewhat, Tanghua would spare his life. Right now, the most important thing was that Tanghua's group of disciples were preparing for their tribulation. Mo Yuntian was shocked. Aren't your disciples' cultivation speeds a bit too fast? Tangwa smiled contentedly. Can't help it, they're just naturally talented, so they cultivate quickly. Bai Wuqing had been watching Tangwa tenderly the whole time. Just being able to look at her made him happy. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. Xiaogua, why aren't you going through tribulation? Tangwa said she didn't plan to, thinking to herself that she'd be going to another world sooner or later anyway, so ascending or not made no difference. Besides, tribulation meant being struck by lightning. But Bai Wuqing kept asking why she wouldn't go through tribulation. Tangwa directly said she didn't want to because she didn't want to be struck by lightning. Mo Yuntian knew Tangwa was deceiving Bai Wuqing, as she was always traveling between different worlds. Hearing Tangwa's words, Bai Wuqing was stunned. It took him a long time to return to his normal self. If you don't want to, then don't. Wherever you are, I'll be there too. Xiao Tu felt sorry for Bai Wuqing. It seemed he had no chance this lifetime. If Bai Wuqing could meet Tangwa in the next life, hopefully he wouldn't make mistakes again. Tangwa put down her cup. I'll take them for tribulation tomorrow. Some things should end sooner. Have you ever seen over 50 people going through tribulation together? Have you seen anyone using lightning rods during tribulation? Only Tangwa could do such things. Tangwa took her disciples to a remote wilderness. The disciples looked at each other. Is Aunt serious this time? I've never heard of group tribulation, especially with over 50 people. The power of heavenly lightning would be magnified dozens of times. Tangwa told them to find comfortable spots to stand. When he looked at Master Tangwa, should we strike elegant poses to welcome the lightning? Tangwa looked at them impatiently. Stop talking nonsense and get in position. Such opportunities are rare. You might only experience this once in your lifetime. Then she pulled out a bunch of items from somewhere. The magical items arrived. The disciples who received them were dumbfounded. This little wire is a magical item? Tangwa told them these were lightning rods that could block 90% of the heavenly lightning's power. They just needed to handle the remaining 10%. The disciples immediately looked at Tangwa with admiration. Master is truly master, having such amazing things. Xiao Tu could only helplessly comment, Host, you're really something else, actually inventing lightning rods to avoid heavenly tribulation. Who knows if you'll break this world? Tangwa completely ignored Xiao Tu's opinion. She just wanted to get everything done at once to avoid trouble. Tangwa told everyone to release their cultivation power, as the tribulation was about to begin. After everyone was ready, huge bolts of heavenly lightning descended from the sky. The disciples could be seen raising their lightning rods one by one. Bai Wuqing, behind Tangwa, suddenly embraced her, saying, Xiaogua, be careful. But in the next moment, Tangwa pushed away Bai Wuqing's hands. No need to worry. Look over there. Tangwa's disciples were standing there dumbfounded. The tribulation is over? Why didn't I feel anything? Did we really succeed? I haven't even experienced the legendary danger and pain yet. Tangwa walked in front of everyone. Since you've passed the tribulation, now just wait for my notice. When Feng Feilin goes through tribulation, we'll all go make him angry. After that, you can all ascend together. 3 years later, Feng Feilin had turned demonic. He enhanced his power by consuming other demon cultivators, and the Star Moon sect had completely fallen to become a demonic sect. Today was Feng Feilin's tribulation day. Lung Yelin and Wen Ziqiu followed behind Feng Feilin with concerned faces. Feng Feilin turned back, giving Lung Yelin a meaningful look. Brother Yelin, don't worry. After I pass the tribulation, I'll take you to ascend together. Tangwa's lightning rod invention for tribulation was already cruel enough, but this woman was even crueler. She wanted to use this devoted man as a lightning rod. Feng Feilin was now full of smugness, thinking Lung Yelin was such a foolish man without principles. Just because of saving his life once, he blindly followed her in doing evil. Looking at the approaching heavenly lightning, she thought she might as well use Lung Yelin's corpse to make fireworks to celebrate her successful tribulation. She would soon direct the lightning to Lung Yelin's head. Mo Yuntian, hiding in the shadows, felt sick. She was planning to direct the lightning to Lung Yelin's head. Tangwa told him not to worry. When Lung Yelin couldn't hold on anymore, Brother Mo, just throw a lightning rod at his head. Mo Yuntian was deeply worried about his disciple. He couldn't understand why, when Lung Yelin had given his heart and soul to Feng Feilin, this woman had to be so viciously determined to kill him. At this moment, a bolt of lightning descended. Feng Feilin looked at Lung Yelin with an evil smile, directing the lightning towards him. Faced with the sudden lightning above his head, Lung Yelin was stunned. Feng Feilin gave him a bright smile. Brother Yellen, since the tribulation has found you, why don't we go through it together? Didn't you want to be with me forever? Facing Feng Feilin's bright smile, Long Yellen lost himself again. He simply jumped to Feng Feilin's side, and the two lightning clouds merged together. Feng Feilin actively took Long Yellen's hand. Brother Yellen, let's go through tribulation and ascend together. After this, we'll leave this place of trouble behind. From now on, I'll only love you wholeheartedly. Okay. Feng Feilin's emotional expression moved Long Yiling. The woman he had always loved finally loved him back. Long Yiling excitedly embraced Feng Feilin, saying emotionally that he would protect her. Feng Feilin showed a face full of happiness. I will protect Brother Yellen too. Looking at Feng Feilin's pure smile, Long Yellen couldn't help but recall the red-clothed young girl he saw when he opened his eyes. At that time, he had also asked, "Are you all right?" To this day, he still remembered that smile when she turned around. It truly touched his heart deeply. By now, the tribulation clouds had gathered enough power. Without thinking, Long Yiling pulled Feng Feilin into his arms. The first bolt of lightning struck at this moment, and Long Yiling easily withstood it. Looking at the woman in his arms who gave him a brilliant smile, his heart was content. At this moment, Long Yiling decided he would take all the lightning strikes today. Tangwa's lightning rod invention for tribulation was already cruel enough, but this woman was even crueler. She wanted to use this devoted Long Yiling as a lightning rod. Soon, the second lightning bolt struck. Long Yiling groaned from the powerful heavenly lightning. Seeing this, Feng Feilin looked at him with great concern. Brother Yellen, I can handle it too. My power isn't weak either. But Long Yiling was already determined to the end. I'll take all the lightning strikes here today. I just want to protect my Linger. At this time, Tangwa, hiding in the shadows, was watching these two showing affection under the tribulation. Bai Wuqing walked to Tangwa's side and said tenderly, I can do that too. Tangwa showed a naive expression. I have lightning rods. They work better than you. Bai Wuqing rubbed his nose. That's true. The talented disciples watching from the side couldn't hold back their laughter anymore. Haha, this is hilarious. At this point, Mo Yuntian noticed Long Yiling couldn't hold on much longer. He cursed this foolish boy. By now, Long Yiling's body was scorched black, but he was still desperately protecting Feng Feilin in his arms. He didn't want her to suffer even the slightest harm. Feng Feilin said, Brother Yellen, you're so good to me. She knew Long Yiling had reached his limit. If she could make his mind chaotic now, Long Yiling would surely die in the tribulation. Thinking of this, Feng Feilin's lips curved upward. Brother Yellen is so good to me. How should I repay you? Long Yiling, supporting his battered body, said, As long as Linger likes me, that's enough. I don't ask for anything else. Feng Feilin's smile became very strange. Of course Linger likes Brother Yellen the most. At this moment, even Long Yiling felt something was wrong. Feng Feilin leaned close to Long Yiling's ear. I want to tell Brother Yellen a secret. I've wanted to tell you this secret for a long time. Today is our tribulation day. Telling you at this moment will surely make you remember forever. While struggling to prepare for the 8th lightning bolt, Long Yellen still asked what the secret was. Feng Feilin's smile became increasingly eerie. Actually, the person who brought you to the cave wasn't me. You know the person who really saved you. That person was Tangwa. Long Yellen's eyes widened. Impossible. Linger, don't joke around. Feng Feilin lowered her head and smiled. Tangwa didn't steal the sex treasure either. I used a secret technique to temporarily control his consciousness. For this, I paid the price of no cultivation progress for 3 years, and he never harmed me. It was all my scheme. I just wanted you to destroy his spiritual root with your own hands. As for why I did all this, wait until you can survive these last 2 lightning bolts, then I'll tell you. After saying this, Feng Feilin ruthlessly pushed Long Yiling to the ground. In an instant, the 8th lightning bolt struck towards Long Yiling. This man had given his heart and soul to Feng Feilin, but she wanted to take his heart and lungs. Pushed to the ground, Long Yiling froze. This moment, his mind was filled with what Feng Feilin had just said. In the next moment, the lightning had already mercilessly engulfed Long Yiling. From a distance, Feng Feilin burst into maniacal laughter. Soon she would see Long Yiling charred to ashes by the heavenly lightning. She wondered if in his final moments he was still thinking about how his Linger could deceive him. How laughable. She stared at Long Yiling's position, watching as the 8th tribulation lightning gradually dissipated. She thought after the lightning cleared, there would be Long Yiling's charred corpse. But when the lightning dispersed, Long Yiling was sitting on the ground completely unharmed. Feng Feilin was shocked. After all, Lung Yiling's mind was in chaos, and the 8th lightning bolt was second only to the final bolt in intensity. The things I said must have impacted Lung Yiling. By all rights, he shouldn't have been able to withstand it. Lung Yiling sat on the ground in a daze. His eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief. He didn't know what had just blocked most of the lightning for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived until now. This time Feng Feilin finally lost her composure. She blurted out, "How could you be unharmed?" She thought, since she had already shown her true colors to Lung Yiling, there was no need to keep pretending. Besides, there was still one final lightning bolt above. She didn't believe that in Lung Yiling's condition, he could survive the last one. Coming back to his senses, Lung Yiling's expression was very complicated. He recalled what Feng Feilin had just told him. He didn't want to believe it was all true, but the facts before him left him no choice but to believe. In Feng Feilin's eyes, he saw no affection at all, only hatred upon hatred. "Linger, you were joking with me earlier, right?" Feng Feilin laughed madly. "Who's joking with you? I wish the tribulation lightning had killed you." Feng Feilin showed no mercy. "What a pity the 8th lightning bolt didn't strike you dead." Lung Yiling remembered that the person who saved him wasn't Feng Feilin, but Tanghua. This made his heart sink. Feng Feilin knew what Lung Yiling wanted to ask. "When the Long family cast you out, Tanghua found you. He put you in a cave and left. As for why you saw me when you woke up, that was intentional. I wanted you to think I was your savior." Lung Yiling asked in a daze, "Why?" Feng Feilin's expression turned viciously dark. "You'll know when you're dead. Don't tell me you still love me after knowing the truth." Lung Yiling shook his head repeatedly. "The truth can't be like this. Linger shouldn't be like this. And Tanghua, how could she be the one who saved me? If that's true, then didn't I harm my own benefactor?" Looking at the mentally shaken Long, Feng Feilin cheerfully reminded him, "Instead of thinking so much, you'd better prepare for this final lightning bolt." But just as she finished speaking, a large group of white-robed figures wearing gauze-veiled hats appeared around her. This completely ruined her good mood. She stared directly at the woman in front. "You heard all our conversation. Not only did this man mistake his true savior, but he also crippled the very person who saved his life." Just as Feng Feilin was looking smug, Tanghua led the disciples out. She hadn't expected Feng Feilin to be so impatient, truly believing everything would be fine after passing the tribulation. Little System analyzed that Feng Feilin's lack of composure was due to Tanghua's pressure. Now she constantly suspected that heaven was targeting her. Lung Yiling stumbled before Tanghua. "It was you who took me away from the Lung family?" He seemed to want to say this must be false. Mo Yuntian's expression was complicated. No wonder the school beauty always disliked this guy. So there was such a history between them. His foolish disciple had mistaken the wrong person from the start, creating an ill-fated relationship with Feng Feilin. Lung Yiling anxiously continued to ask, "It wasn't you who saved me, right?" Tanghua slightly curved her lips. "I don't remember." Lung Yiling's heart sank. He couldn't bear to meet Tanghua's gaze. Lung Yiling stared at the gathering clouds in the sky, completely lost. He suddenly didn't want to resist anymore. "If I was truly wrong, then let the lightning strike me dead." Tanghua saw through his thoughts. This Lung Yiling is indeed too arrogant to admit his mistakes, choosing to escape instead. Feng Feilin couldn't be bothered with Tanghua. Now she needed to focus on passing the tribulation. If she couldn't stay here, she'd go to the immortal realm. She'd find her place somewhere. She didn't believe Tanghua would dare interfere with her tribulation. If it triggered a large-scale tribulation, then everyone would die. And by the looks of it, Lung Yiling wouldn't survive the tribulation. Lung Yiling didn't miss the pleasure in Feng Feilin's eyes. His heart turned completely cold. Then Tanghua's voice rang out, "Feng Feilin, to celebrate your tribulation today, I spent over 10 years preparing a big gift for you." Feng Feilin, who was preparing to face the final lightning bolt, became angry. "Don't try to affect my state of mind. I won't fall for it." Tanghua shrugged. "I know you're a person of strong will. As a reincarnator, you naturally won't be easily influenced, right?" The word reincarnator made Feng Feilin's expression change dramatically. She stared at Tanghua in disbelief. Though her mind was chaos, feeling the pressure from the tribulation above, she quickly gathered her thoughts. "You're trying to confuse me." "Impossible." Tanghua lowered her head with a gentle smile. "I already said you're a person of strong will, not easily shaken. Before the tribulation, why don't you look at the gift I prepared for you?" Feng Feilin kept telling herself repeatedly that Tanghua was just here to interfere with her tribulation. She absolutely couldn't fall for it. Suddenly, a gentle voice sounded behind her. "Feng Feilin, look who I am." Feng Feilin instinctively looked toward the voice's source. How are you still alive? Feng Feilin couldn't believe it. She had personally witnessed Pei Shui's soul being scattered by demon cultivators. How could she be standing here perfectly fine? Pei Shui wore a calm smile. I'm still alive. Are you surprised? Pei Shui, never did anything to wrong you. Feng Feilin, why did you treat me like that? At this moment, Feng Feilin completely forgot her current situation. You deserved it. You deserved it. In the previous life, when Feng Feilin was being tortured by demon cultivators, next door Pei Shui and Ji Qingshan were still lovey-dovey every day. So in this life, she wanted Pei Shui to taste the same suffering. Then another woman walked over. Seeing Feng Feilin's confused look, she kindly explained, I'm Gu Qin, Wu Xing Lin Jin. Upon hearing this, Feng Feilin's expression changed dramatically. How is this possible? Why aren't you dead? Then Tang Guo's genius disciples began appearing one after another, like a parade. One by one, they announced their names before Feng Feilin. Feng Feilin painfully clutched her head. She had worked so hard to cut off these geniuses' opportunities, to prevent them from growing. She had even secretly schemed against some, making them disabled. But why? Why were these people standing perfectly fine before her? This evil woman called Feng Feilin had personally harmed countless talented cultivators. Those targeted by her would at best lose their cultivation, at worst become disabled or die. But now these people she had harmed were appearing before her completely unharmed. Feng Feilin looked at these people with a pained expression. What is going on? Suddenly, she remembered someone. Then Feng Feilin stared intently at Tang Guo's position and asked with a twisted expression, It's you. Could you also be a reincarnator? Tang Guo shrugged. You guessed right. By now, the final lightning tribulation had fully formed. Feng Feilin had calmed down. No matter what, she absolutely couldn't die under the heavenly tribulation. Her expression turned serious, preparing to face this final lightning tribulation. At the ninth lightning bolt, the moment it engulfed Feng Feilin and Long Yiling, everyone heard Tang Guo's voice echo across the area. My good disciples, you can now begin your ascension. Hearing this, Feng Feilin's eyes widened. She watched with her own eyes as those she had harmed released their cultivation, emanating powerful auras. She watched as this group, with smiling faces, ascended toward the heavenly realm. Could they really ascend so easily? The enraged Feng Feilin could no longer hold back. She was so angry that she coughed up blood. Tang Guo softly said to Bai Wuqing, Elder Bai, let me borrow you for a moment. Bai Wuqing was stunned upon hearing Tang Guo's words, then became overjoyed. His gaze toward Tang Guo carried deep affection. Little Guo, how do you want to use me? Tang Guo smiled at Bai Wuqing. Are you this happy about being used? Bai Wuqing answered straightforwardly, because the person using me is Little Guo. He had always been firm about his feelings. Even without results, he was willing to persist. Tang Guo smiled gently. Elder Bai is quite smooth with words. Then let me ask you a few questions. Feng Feilin kept watching these two, even though her body was in excruciating pain from the lightning. Nothing was more glaring than the scene before her. Tang Guo glanced at Feng Feilin's position. Though she had no experience in angering opponents to death, looking at Feng Feilin's condition, it seemed quite successful. She loudly asked Bai Wuqing, when did you start having feelings for me? Was it before or after I left Xinyue Gate? Bai Wuqing frankly said, before. Feng Feilin immediately felt a surge of anger. It was impossible. Wasn't Bai Wuqing someone who hated women who played mind games the most? Tang Guo brushed her messy hair near her ear and said to Bai Wuqing, then I'm going to scheme against you. Bai Wuqing's affectionate gaze fixed firmly on Tang Guo. If I could be schemed against by Little Guo again, I'd be willing. At this moment, Feng Feilin coughed up another mouthful of blood. She resentfully watched the two chatting and laughing. All her previous schemes had been to make Bai Wuqing despise Tang Guo. Yet this aloof and detached person would actually violate his own principles for Tang Guo, to love someone full of schemes. What did that make her, Feng Feilin? This time Tang Guo planned to anger her opponent to death. But Tang Guo had no experience in angering someone to death. Bai Wuqing cooperatively walked to Tang Guo's front. With deep affection, he took Tang Guo's hand and said, no matter what kind of person you are, Little Guo, I like you. Perhaps Bai Wuqing realized this was his only chance to express his feelings. Even though Tang Guo had made it clear from the start that she was using him, at least it meant he was still useful to her. Seeing Bai Wuqing's affectionate expression, Feng Feilin seemed to recall the Bai Wuqing from her previous life. In the previous life, he had shown such deep affection toward Tang Guo. Feng Feilin looked again at the ascending group. By now, she could no longer maintain her composure. But when she saw Long Yellen, who was also engulfed by the lightning tribulation, a bitter smile suddenly appeared on her lips. At least there was still someone to die with her. At this moment, Long Yellen stood up. He looked at the lightning rod above his head, somewhat dazed. Mo Yuntian's voice came from behind him. First survive this tribulation. If you really want to die for Feng Feilin after that, I won't stop you. Lung Yiling looked at Feng Feilin's state, then at Mo Yuntian's worried expression. Finally, he chose not to help Feng Feilin. When Feng Feilin thought both she and Lung Yiling would be struck dead, she saw that Lung Yiling was still standing there unharmed. She let out a bitter cry of resentment. Lung Yellen heard clearly that Feng Feilin's last words were directed at him. Even you abandoned me. I should have incited that sword strike back then. After the lightning tribulation dispersed, Long Yellen felt a chill down his neck. He glanced at Feng Feilin, who had been struck dead by the heavenly tribulation. She's dead. Let's go. After successfully passing the tribulation, Long Yellen returned to the demon sect. He locked himself in his room and never appeared again. Tang was stretched leisurely. It's done. Looks like we should leave too. Bai Wuqing seemed to sense something. He stopped Tangua. On his usually cold face, other emotions appeared. Little Gua, I feel like you're about to leave me. He wanted to say, please don't leave, but realized he had no right to say such words. Tangua looked up with a smile. You have a sixth sense too? That feeling is quite accurate. Hearing this, Bai Wuqing grabbed Tangua's wrist. Where are you going? He wanted to ask her to take him along, promising to be obedient. Tangua looked at Bai Wuqing seriously. I don't know where I'm going either, so I can't take you. Bai Wuqing didn't believe Tangua's words. He thought she just wouldn't take him, that she hadn't forgiven his mistakes. Little Gua, I know. You still blame me. Tangua shook her head. I don't blame you anymore. You've paid the price. When I leave this place, all grudges will dissipate. Bai Wuqing gripped Tangua's shoulders tightly. Little Gua, I'd rather you hate me. Tangua was speechless. I've never hated you. Bai Wuqing said, you won't even give me your hatred. Tangua looked at him with puffed cheeks. Why couldn't this person understand simple words? Tangua didn't have much time left in this world. Facing Bai Wuqing's confession, she directly refused. Little System opposed Tangua's decision for the first time. Host, you're taking advantage of the fact that he can't keep memories when transmigrating. Tangua was dissatisfied. Who knows what he was originally? Maybe he was someone who harmed me. Little System fell silent, expressing its stance with a mere "Himph." Bai Wuqing followed closely behind Tangua, as if afraid she would abandon him at any moment. Little Gua, before you leave, can I stay with you? Tangua didn't refuse him. She softly said, you can? Hearing this, Bai Wuqing breathed a sigh of relief. A smile like a clear water lotus appeared on his face, as if he had received some treasure. He stood beside Tangua. Even if he couldn't accompany her for long, he would cherish every last minute. Thank you. Hearing these words, Tangua thought he was as adorable as before. In the following days, wherever Tangua went, Bai Wuqing followed. The two were almost inseparable, their relationship even closer than before. This made the demon sect disciples think their happy event was approaching. Until that day, Bai Wuqing woke up startled from a dream one morning. He suddenly seemed to remember something terrifying. Then, he rushed desperately to Tangua's room. When he pushed open the door, panting, he only saw a lifeless body. He completely broke down. He softly called Tangua's name, but he couldn't find her soul. Bai Wuqing never imagined that Tangua would leave like this. He didn't know where she went, where her soul had gone. He gently held Tangua in his arms. Since the day he left Xingyu Gate, this was their closest contact. Bai Wuqing cried out hoarsely, Little Bo, don't leave me. You said wherever you go, I'll go too. Then Bai Wuqing dispersed his cultivation, and his final consciousness became clear at that moment. A helpless smile appeared on Bai Wuqing's lips. Little Gua, you're really a ruthless woman. I was too foolish, only realizing now. I'm really not willing to give up this life. Little Bo, wait for me. I'm coming to find you. After saying this, Bai Wuqing's soul disappeared from this world. When Tangua opened her eyes again, she found herself in a cave. She looked around at her surroundings in confusion. I've actually transmigrated to the beast world. Manhwa observed the cave's interior. Judging by the cave's arrangement, her status should be quite high. At this moment, Little System jumped out. Host, there's currently no one coming. Do you want to see the plot and receive the memories? So she let Little System show her the plot. Manhwa had transmigrated again, this time to the beast world. In this world, the female protagonist was named Ning Luo, a modern person who accidentally transmigrated to the beast world. Right after arriving, she almost got eaten by wild beasts. Fortunately, she was saved by one of the male leads, Gayan, who brought her back to the tribe. The males in the tribe thought Ning Luo was different from their other females. So many males liked her. In the beast world, Ning Luo was entangled with 5 powerful males. From competition to misunderstandings to mutual compromise, they finally decided to share her. The original owner of the body Manhwa transmigrated into was called a Guagua. In this Lado tribe, she had a very high status and many males liked her. Given her status, she could have chosen the strongest male in the tribe. But Ning Luo's appearance changed everything. A Guagua was once the pampered princess. From the beginning, she didn't get along with Ning Luo, but she disdained to bother with Ning Luo, and none of Ning Luo's males interested her. She liked the mysterious great priest Yao. Other females in the tribe couldn't stand Ning Luo monopolizing so many male resources, so they turned to a Guagua. These females caused conflict between a Guagua and Ning Luo. But Ning Luo had those powerful males' protection. A Guagua eventually became the most vicious female in the tribe. Everyone in the tribe hated a Guagua and even wanted to banish her. Later, a powerful beast nation heard about Ning Luo and demanded her surrender. The tribe's people made a Guagua the substitute for Ning Luo in the trade. At that time, Great Priest Yao was away, and a Guagua didn't even have a chance to seek help. When she was taken away, she was despised by everyone in the Lado tribe. They said a Guagua deserved this fate. Yes, she was always vicious. She harmed Ning Luo so many times. She deserves this outcome. After being taken away, a Guagua's identity was quickly exposed. In that strange nation, she suffered unimaginable torture. Before her death, her heart was filled with hatred. She hated Ning Luo, hated Ning Luo's males, and hated everyone in the Lado tribe even more. She also missed Great Priest Yao deeply, but regrettably never saw him one last time. When Yao returned and heard about this, he went alone to find a Guagua in this great nation. But he was severely wounded in the end, nearly losing his life. Years later, he finally found where a Guagua had died. But among the ruins, he only found a necklace made of beast bones and a tortoise shell. Looking at the tortoise shell, Yao said, "I'm sorry, I came too late." Later, Yao spent the rest of his life causing trouble for Ning Luo and others. He became the biggest villain in this beast world story. But in the end, Yao died, and the beast nation was unified under Ning Luo. She lived happily ever after with her males. After seeing the plot, Manhwa fell silent. After a while, she looked up at the cave entrance and smiled slightly. At least it's not too tragic. Little System was speechless. Host, how is this not tragic? She died without even a proper burial. Could Yao be that person? Little System suddenly realized after hearing Manhwa's words. When the host said it wasn't tragic, was it because Yao spent his entire life seeking justice for a Guagua? Manhwa had transmigrated to the beast world as a Guagua. She looked at the beast skin she was wearing and the decorations on her neck. Though fine, it was still uncomfortable against her skin. According to her memories, today that lion Gayan would bring Ning Luo back to the tribe. Calculating the time, they should arrive soon. Manhwa walked out of the cave and saw many females busy working. All the males in the tribe had gone out to find food. When they saw her come out, many people greeted her. "A Guagua, you finally slept enough. You never wake up before the sun is high." Manhwa didn't speak, just smiled at them. Her gaze turned to the outside of the tribe. She could already hear running sounds. It must be Ning Luo arriving. Someone shouted that Gayan was back, carrying a small, delicate figure. Is that a female? Everyone looked on curiously. People immediately started discussing. Looks like it. She's so tiny. Such thin arms and legs. I feel like she'd break if I squeezed her. Can such a female give birth to healthy cubs in the future? Ning Luo, brought back by Gayan, didn't dare say a word. Gayan directly wrapped his arm around Ning Luo's waist. This is my female. The females in the tribe changed their expressions upon hearing Gayan's words. Their looks toward Ning Luo grew even worse, becoming somewhat fierce. But due to Gayan's strength, they didn't dare to object. Gayan ignored these people. In front of everyone, he threw the still confused Ning Luo over his shoulder, his movements appearing quite rough. Ning Luo shouted frantically to be put down, but to no avail. Others hadn't figured it out yet. Gayan has a female now. What about Ollie? Ollie has always liked Gayan. Besides, how can that tiny female compare to our strong Ollie? When Ollie finds out about this, he'll be heartbroken. Tangwa crossed her arms, watching as Ning Luo was carried into Gayan's cave. Soon the whole tribe knew about this. Because of Ning Luo's appearance, all tribe members started discussing it. Tangwa sat outside her cave, watching those members chattering about Ning Luo while leisurely eating dried fruits. The Beastman AI chatted with her casually. Gayan actually brought back such a weak female. When Ollie returns, things will get interesting. Tangwa glanced at AIE, then continued eating her dried fruits. Right now, she didn't want to discuss Ning Luo. She was only interested in Great Priest Yao. Could Yao be that person who loses his memory in every transmigration? Tangwa had transmigrated to the beast world. At this moment, she was chatting idly with the villagers. AIE, not getting a response from Tangwa, persisted unwillingly. Agwagwa, why aren't you reacting? Don't you think Gayan shouldn't take such a weak female? Don't you like the powerful Gayan? Tangwa shook her head. I don't like him. That Gayan looks like a rough man. Not my type. AIE was very surprised. You actually don't like the powerful Gayan? What about Black Wolf then? All the females in the tribe like Black Wolf. I heard he said he quite likes you. Tangwa raised her eyebrows. I don't like him. After Ning Luo appears, Black Wolf will be completely focused on her. He even hurts Agwagwa many times because of Ning Luo. So what's there to like? Near sunset, all the males in the tribe returned. Tangwa's gaze swept through the crowd. Her eyes landed on Great Priest Yao. Then she told AIE she had something to do and left. Tangwa came to Yao's stone house entrance and called out, "Is the Great Priest in?" The girl's sweet voice carried into the stone house. Yao instinctively replied, "Yes." Tangwa stood outside looking at Yao. "Great Priest, please open the door." Yao found it strange that Agwagwa would suddenly come looking for him. Wasn't this little female usually hiding behind others whenever she saw him, looking at him with fearful eyes? At this moment, Little System jumped out. Host, because of Yao, he helped the tribe through many crises, and he knows medicinal herbs. He can treat sick and injured members, so tribe members revere him as a deity. It's not appropriate for you to be so direct, Tangwa said with a smile. Shut up. Little System immediately stopped talking, thinking it should quickly slip away. Tangwa stood before Yao, still like a child. She looked eagerly at Yao's excessively handsome face. Then, she eagerly proposed to enter the house with the Great Priest. Yao's expression stiffened slightly at the beautiful little female before him. Then, with a particularly profound look, he asked, "What exactly do you want?" Unexpectedly, Tangwa took action immediately. While pushing Yao into the house, she said, "It's not convenient here. Let's go inside first." Finally, she had found that man who loses his memories in every life. She looked at Yao before her. She didn't miss the moment when Yao's expression slightly stiffened. That pretentious sage-like attitude almost made her laugh. Yao hadn't reacted in time before being pushed in. He saw this little female casually sitting in his house. She put dried meat and fruits on the stone table, smiling at him. "Great Priest, come in. Why are you standing outside?" Yao's steps were very stiff. No tribe member had ever not shown respect when seeing him, and no one had ever dared to speak to him so cheerfully. When did this little female become so bold? This feeling made him a bit uncomfortable yet refreshed, especially when Agwagwa smiled. Yao looked at Tangwa in shock. "What do you want from me? Is someone injured? Or is someone sick?" Tangwa sat on the stone stool, striking an elegant pose, her long legs visible under the beast's skin, swaying back and forth, making Yao somewhat flustered. He coughed lightly and moved his gaze elsewhere. When he called out Agwagwa, Tangwa responded with a sweet yes, her obedient manner making Yao unable to voice any criticism. Tangwa continued to tease Yao. "Have some dried fruits, Great Priest." Yao maintained his cold expression. "I'm not hungry." Tangwa cupped her face, watching Yao's stiff demeanor as he tried to act cold and mysterious. "Great Priest, it smells so good outside. I wonder what Gayan is cooking. Would you like some?" This meat fragrance was probably from Ning Luo, a modern person, teaching them how to cook. Yao was speechless. I don't want to eat. He thought this little female must be sick, maybe mentally ill. At this moment, Tangwa had confirmed Yao was that man. Although he would lose his memories when transmigrating, his habit of blushing when teased never changed. This was getting interesting. Tangwa told Yao that Gayan already had his own female. Yao's expression became more serious this time. Is it Aoli? No. If it were Aoli, I wouldn't tell you. Tangwa pointed to the stone stool across the table. Great priest, do you prefer standing while talking? Can you sit? You're too tall. My neck hurts talking to you. Yao was curious. He walked to the stone stool and sat down. Then who is it? Tangwa munched on dried fruits while answering his question. I don't know her either, but she's a very strange female. Beastman Gayan picked up a modern human as his female. This instantly became the hot topic everyone in the tribe was discussing. Tangwa looked at Yao before her. Great priest, you smelled that fragrance earlier, right? I suspect it was made by that strange female. Yao frowned. I'll ask Gayan tomorrow. Someone of unknown identity mixing into the Ladu tribe could bring danger to the entire tribe. After Yao finished speaking, he looked at Tangwa, who still hadn't left, and asked, Aguagua, do you have anything else? Such an obvious hint, but Tangwa pretended not to notice. She said she still had business. Yao asked helplessly, what business? Tangwa stopped munching on dried fruits, then propped her chin with both hands. Great priest, I'm sick. Yao's expression turned serious. He walked directly to Tangwa and held her wrist. He began examining her, then looked at her puzzled. After my examination, you're very healthy. You could probably kill a sheep without any problem. Suddenly Tangwa leaned closer to Yao and smiled. I have a psychological illness. Only you, great priest, can treat it. Yao was confused. He frowned at Tangwa. Psychological illness? Can you describe specifically what the problem is? I've treated many illnesses for tribe members, but I've never seen any psychological illness. Tangwa stood up, looking seriously at Yao. If I don't see the great priest for one day, I feel uncomfortable in my heart. Great priest, don't you think there's something wrong with my heart? Yao's ears visibly turned red. Is this little female courting me? But seeing the little female's innocent expression, he took back his previous thought. I must be overthinking. She's too young. She probably doesn't understand these things. Tangwa eagerly looked at the man whose expression was complicated and ears were red. She felt very happy inside. Great priest, can I come see you every day? I feel better in my heart after seeing you once. Little System couldn't bear to watch anymore. Host, you're too bad. You're taking advantage of his memory loss from transmigration. You're going to break him. Hearing Little System's words, Tangwa actually took action. She grabbed Yao's hand. Great priest, you won't disagree, right? Everyone in the tribe says you can cure any illness. You should be able to cure my illness too, right? Tangwa had transmigrated to the Beastman world to tease males. She watched Yao's face turn red from her teasing. Speaking rapidly, Great priest, it's getting dark. I need to go back. So it's settled. I'll come back tomorrow for treatment. After saying this, Tangwa turned and ran, leaving Yao no chance to object. He stood at the doorway, watching the little female running away quickly with her skirt fluttering. Unconsciously, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Recalling what she had said earlier, his smile gradually froze, then turned into a helpless expression. What a naive little female. Back in her cave, Tangwa rolled around on the fur-covered stone bed. This is so much fun. Little Tong was sweating nervously. Host, be careful not to break Yao. Tangwa looked at the moonlight, gradually shining in from outside, and smiled. Yao, right? He's really such a shy person. The little system's heart trembled, not knowing what the host was planning to do. Host, don't torment him too much. Tangwa told him to relax. I can barely spoil him enough. How could I bear to torment him? He's especially adorable in this world. I won't do anything to him. The system muttered to itself. Why is this so hard to believe? Let me light a candle and pray first. Early the next morning, many people were already waiting at Gayan's cave entrance. They wanted to ask Gayan about the meat fragrance from yesterday. Waking up bored, Tangwa decided to reluctantly watch the drama unfold. Gayan's cave was very close to hers, only 20 steps away. She sat at her cave entrance, watching the situation over there. This time, Gayan didn't hide Ning Luo in the cave, but led her out by the hand. To see this new female Ning Luo and ask about yesterday's meat fragrance, none of the tribe's males went out to find food today. Gayan knew they wouldn't let him off without an explanation, and from the beginning, he had planned to teach the method of cooking meat soup to the tribe members. Ning Luo demonstrated the method of cooking meat soup for everyone to see. Finally, at Gayan's request, she cooked a large pot of meat soup in front of all members. Finally, Ning Luo distributed the cooked meat soup to everyone in the tribe to taste. After eating the soup, all male members' eyes lit up when looking at Ning Luo. Ning Luo instantly became the focus of the tribe. Beastman Gayan had picked up a modern female, and this female could cook delicious meat soup. This instantly aroused jealousy among other males in the tribe. Gayan clearly felt the hostility from other males. He publicly announced that Ning Luo was his female, warning others not to have any ideas about her. Gayan looked at Ning Luo lovingly, making her face turn completely red. Then Gayan carried Ning Luo into the cave in front of everyone. Tangwa watched this drama with amusement, then took a sip of the meat soup. Not that tasty. Maybe because these skinny people haven't eaten anything good before, but it's definitely better than raw meat. Still needs something though. Then Tangwa, holding the meat soup, happily ran towards Yao's cave. Tangwa called out the great priest's name as she ran into the cave, acting as if she wasn't an outsider at all. She said she was keeping their agreement to come see the great priest daily for treatment. Yao looked at the energetic Tangwa, speechless. Then Tangwa told him she already knew about yesterday's meat fragrance, as Gayan had explained everything to everyone. Sitting cross-legged opposite Yao, Tangwa's beautiful eyes stared at him without blinking. My heart condition really does feel much better after seeing the great priest. While Yao was more interested in the meat fragrance, Tangwa immediately explained to Yao about how the new female Ning Luo made the meat soup. She passed the bowl to Yao, letting him taste it too. After tasting the meat soup, Yao remarked that it was indeed better than roasted meat. Everyone in the tribe knew that the great priest didn't eat raw meat. Because roasted meat didn't taste good, he rarely ate it either. Yao basically survived by eating fruits. Because of this, the tribe members were more convinced that the great priest was a descended divine being. Tangwa claimed she could also make this soup. Yao looked at the little female in front of him, amused by her somewhat prideful words. Isn't a gugu afraid of fire anymore? I remember during every ritual, you would hide far away. You looked especially afraid of fire. Are you sure you can cook meat soup? Tangwa appeared stubborn on the surface, but was laughing inside. Who would be afraid of fire? I'll show you right now. Let me borrow your vessels. I'll cook meat soup for you. Tangwa had transmigrated to the Beastmen era to cook meat soup for primitives. She looked at Yao before her. Great priest, lend me your vessels. I'll cook meat soup for you. Seeing her enthusiasm, Yao didn't refuse. He also wanted to see if this little female, who was terribly afraid of fire, would dare to cook meat soup with fire. In front of Yao, Tangwa built a fire outside, filled the vessel with water, put it on the fire cup. Then, she found some spices and meat bones, chopped them into small pieces, added clear water, and finally put in the seasonings one by one. After bringing it to a boil over high heat, she simmered it on medium-low heat. The whole series of actions was very smooth, surprising Yao. This little female really wasn't afraid of fire anymore. Tangwa turned back with a smile. Men were really troublesome, needing proof before they would believe. Yao saw the little female with ash on her nose, smiling at him, and couldn't help but smile back. Agwagwa had really grown up and wasn't afraid of fire anymore. He looked at the vessel on the fire and walked over, standing beside Tangwa, watching as the clear water gradually turned milky white. The soup's aroma reached their noses. He wasn't particularly interested at first, but smelling the meat soup made him feel anticipation. Tangwa observed his expression carefully. When Yao wasn't looking, she added some colorless powder. As for the tribe's coarse salt with sand in it, she didn't use it, instead adding refined salt from her system space. Little Tong looked at Tangwa. Host, you're using modern seasonings directly. Isn't that cheating? Tangwa was unconcerned. Is this really cheating? Life in this world is already so hard. Why should I make things difficult for myself? Besides, I'm only cooking for Yao and me. Others won't notice anything. Little Tong helplessly said, Host, aren't you afraid Yao will be suspicious? Hearing this, Tangwa became even more arrogant. What can he do even if he's suspicious? Little Tong was speechless. Yao couldn't escape his host's grasp. Even if he was suspicious, so what? He would eventually fall into her hands, probably willingly too. Seeing the soup was ready, Tangwa served a bowl of bone soup to Yao. Looking at the milky white soup in the bowl, Yao almost drooled. Tangwa wasn't shy either, serving herself a bowl and starting to eat. Seeing her eating with such enjoyment, Yao also took a sip. The taste was even better than expected. Tangwa had cooked all the essence from the meat and bones into the soup. He ate another piece of meat. It was really delicious. They ate happily there. Other tribe members also smelled the aroma from here, watching them from afar. The Great Priest and Agua drinking soup. Tangwa cooking meat soup for Great Priest Yao. This made the other tribe members very envious, but they didn't dare ask the Great Priest for food. They could only turn back and try to cook soup themselves following Ning Luo's method. However, the taste of their soup couldn't compare to the fragrance from the Great Priest's place. Indeed, even the soup made by the Great Priest was better than theirs. They even felt that the soup from the Great Priest's place smelled better than Ning Luo's. The aroma wafting from the Great Priest's stone house attracted Ning Luo too. His eyes kept glancing in that direction. Ning Luo asked Gain beside him who lived in that stone house. Gain patiently explained to him, "That's the Great Priest. He's very powerful. When our tribe members are injured, only the Great Priest can save them. When children in the tribe fall ill, they all go to the Great Priest." At this point, Gain suddenly became serious. "Luo, don't provoke the Great Priest. If you anger him, you'll be expelled from the tribe by all members." Ning Luo remembered how he almost died in the mouth of a beast when he first transmigrated to this strange place and felt afraid. "Don't worry, I won't provoke the Great Priest." In his mind, he imagined the Great Priest must be an old man, the kind that looked like a mystic. He now knew that being a female meant being a wife. He glanced at Gain, thinking that despite being rough, Gain was more handsome, with those explosive muscles, even more attractive than the guys at the gym. If he really couldn't go back, dating a beast man wouldn't be so bad actually. Gain gently stroked his female. Luo, I'm going to find food with other members. Don't wander around. Luo, it's very dangerous outside. Ning Luo nodded obediently. Don't worry, I won't wander off. He wouldn't go outside anyway. He wasn't as strong as these beasts. If he encountered wild beasts, he'd only end up as food. After giving several worried instructions, Gain reluctantly left at the urging of other members. Watching Gain's behavior, Ning Luo thought this beast man was quite cute. After the male members left the tribe, the female members began discussing Ning Luo everywhere. Although Ning Luo brought them the method of cooking meat soup, which was beneficial, not many female members liked him. His arrival attracted all the strong males, and even some males who already had females couldn't help but steal glances at Ning Luo. This made the females feel threatened. Ning Luo felt their hostility. He sat bored outside the cave, thinking about how to survive in this place. Just then, he saw Tang walking out of that remote stone house. This immediately brightened Ning Luo's eyes. Tangwa had transmigrated to the Beastman world. He was slender, and his features were much prettier than other females in the Beast tribe. Ning Luo quickly stood up and called out to Tangwa. "I'm Ning Luo. What's your name?" Tangwa stood still, first glancing at Ning Luo, then asked quite haughtily, "Why are you calling me?" Ning Luo's originally friendly smile froze. He had just seen this girl coming out of the food area smiling earlier. She just said one sentence. Why such attitude? But Ning Luo still maintained a smiling face. "Can I get to know you?" Ning Luo looked at the muscular women in the distance, then looked at the slender Tangwa before him. Though his skin wasn't particularly fair, that figure and face were really attractive. He had a slight advantage just by being fairer. Rather than talking to those fierce-looking women, this girl was obviously better. Tangwa still maintained a proud, "I'm a little princess" attitude. "Why do you want to know me?" That expression seemed to say, "What right do you have to know me?" The tribe members who noticed the commotion shook their heads with amusement. In the entire tribe, Aguagua's temper was only slightly better than the Great Priest's. He only feared the Great Priest and no one else. All the males in the tribe particularly liked Aguagua, but Aguagua wasn't someone they could win just by fighting. The tribe's former chief was Aguagua's father. Even if his parents hadn't sacrificed themselves for the tribe, his status would still be higher than others in the tribe. Ning Luo was stumped by Tangwa's words. This girl was really too prideful, just like those little princesses he'd seen who grew up pampered by their parents. Ning Luo felt awkward for a moment. "Just want to get to know you. Just be friends." To his surprise, Tangwa simply ignored him. The reason was he didn't want to be friends with Ning Luo. After Tangwa said this, he walked into the cave without looking back, showing no respect for Ning Luo at all. Because he and Ning Luo could never become friends. He complained about this to the system. How could the plot continue if they became friends? Ning Luo hadn't expected Tangwa to respond like that. Red-faced, he watched Tangwa longingly. as Tangwa turned and walked into the cave, leaving Ning Luo alone in confusion. The Beast Tribe people were really unfriendly. Beastman AIE somehow appeared beside Ning Luo. He gave Ning Luo a big smile. I'm AIE. Let's be friends. You'll get used to it. Agwagwa is just like that. His temper is only slightly better than the great priest's. As he spoke, AIE grabbed Ning Luo's wrist. Come play at my place. Ning Luo happily followed along. In the tribe, having one friend at least made things less miserable. Tangwa had been watching all of this. They still ended up together. Tangwa transmigrated to the Beastman world. He became the most attractive one in the tribe. Looking at Ning Luo and AIE in the distance, Tangwa couldn't help but smile. They still ended up together. System sighed. Host, haven't you thought about stopping them? Even knowing the answer, it still habitually asked. Tangwa, sitting on the beast's skin and cupping his face, replied, Why should I stop them? I have no obligation to stop what's going to happen. When I was taken away, no one came to stop it. If it weren't for all tribe members agreeing to hand over Agwagwa's fate wouldn't have been so tragic. The tribe members didn't want to die, but did Agwagwa want to die? They pushed Agwagwa into the fire pit, so I have the right to take revenge on them. Tangwa smiled slightly. He must take revenge on them. He would let everything unfold naturally. As for the tribe's final fate, it would depend on their choices. These beastmen, for the sake of one Ning Luo, heartlessly let me replace him, suffering so much torture, and finally dying without a proper burial. Growing angrier, Tangwa lifted his feet. System, what do you think is the greatest punishment for beastmen? He didn't like killing people directly. That was too unsatisfying. He preferred to torture their hearts first, then their bodies. Those who had wronged him either died regretting their actions or died with unresolved grievances. He believed that was the perfect form of revenge. System shrugged. Great host, you're asking too much of me. I'm just a string of code. I don't know how to torture beastmen. Tangwa narrowed his eyes. Then let me ask another question. What's most important to beastmen? What do they care about most? Tangwa's face suddenly lit up with an excited smile. The best revenge is taking away what they value most. That's the most satisfying. System sensed Tangwa's inner turmoil. Host, please calm down. Aren't you too excited? The protagonist of this world is actually a good person. It shouldn't meet the conditions for world collapse. Tangwa smiled slightly. Don't worry, I'm not planning to collapse the world. Rather than that, I prefer establishing new rules, like the Sunset Empire or Tang Dynasty. What beastmen care about most is just food and safe shelter. System timidly asked, Host, will you make them homeless? But if the tribe's beastmen still follow the original statistics in the future, then they can't blame my host. After hearing System's words, Tangwa smiled. Let them stay where they are. Watching the whole world develop rapidly, don't you think that's better? System's mind was a bit confused. Host was indeed still that person who did great things. At this moment, Tangwa suddenly heard chaotic noises from outside. It seemed Aoli had returned. Outside the cave, a tall female beast person was glaring at the deer across from her. Aoli was a newly matured female beast person who had always liked the powerful Gaian in the tribe. She had gone to a neighboring tribe a few days ago, and unexpectedly, upon returning today, she heard that Gaian had found a female. And it was someone who looked so skinny, someone who could be crushed with just one finger. Although Gaian wasn't the tribe's first warrior, Aoli was self-aware enough to know that with her abilities, she couldn't make the first warrior Black Wolf like her. Black Wolf had clearly stated he would wait. Aoli looked down at Ning Luo haughtily. You're too skinny. You're not worthy of Gaian. If you're smart, go back to your tribe quickly. The strong female, Aoli, told Ning Luo to get out of her tribe. Because he had stolen Gaian, the male she liked. Ning Luo pressed his lips together. In front of a group of female beast people, he appeared so weak and helpless. At this moment, he suddenly saw Tangwa sitting aside watching the show. Tangwa received Ning Luo's pleading look, but remained unmoved inside. In the previous life, Tangwa's parents died protecting the tribe. Aoli was saved by Tangwa's parents. Therefore, Aoli treated him better than all other females. In the previous life, facing Ning Luo's plea for help, Tangwa didn't refuse. Not because he wanted to help Ning Luo, but because he saw clearly that Gaian particularly liked Ning Luo. He worried that if Aoli bullied Ning Luo, it would affect his relationship with Gaian. But Aoli was actually quite simple-minded. She didn't understand that Tangwa's words of prevention at that time were for her benefit. She thought Tangwa had become friends with Ning Luo. so Aoli was very disappointed. Because of this misunderstanding, Aoli distanced herself from Tangwa. But even after this, she never targeted Tangwa. Actually, Aoli was probably the only grateful member in the tribe. Even though she stubbornly believed Tangwa had betrayed their friendship, no matter how much she targeted Ningluo, she never caused trouble for Tangwa. Until her death, she never said a bad word about Tangwa. Facing this stubborn person, no matter what Tangwa said, she wouldn't listen. The two naturally regretted it for a lifetime, never finding closure. But Aoli died early, so Tangwa never had the chance to explain. At that time, Tangwa heard Aoli was killed by wild beasts. Only after seeing the plot did Tangwa know that time wasn't an accident. It turned out Aoli was killed because of Ningluo. During a food gathering trip, the tribe members got separated. Aoli happened to run into Ningluo and Gayan. On the way, Ningluo's curiosity disturbed a sleeping beast. Then they faced a life-and-death battle. Gayan fought the beast to protect the weak Ningluo, almost getting beaten to death. Aoli rushed over without a second thought. She stopped the beast, but ultimately died in its mouth. During this time, Gayan saw Aoli fighting the beast and wanted to help, but was stopped by Ningluo. Ningluo thought since Gayan was already seriously injured, rushing in would mean death. More importantly, if Gayan died, he wouldn't survive either. But if Gayan didn't help, Aoli would certainly die. He couldn't watch Aoli fight the beast alone, so Ningluo persuaded Gayan to go back to the tribe for help. By then, Aoli had been attacked by the beast several times. She probably wouldn't last much longer. Gayan looked at Aoli, then at the pale-faced Ningluo. Finally, he chose to carry Ningluo away. Gayan didn't know that at the moment he turned around, in Aoli's eyes, a gray mist seemed to cover them. At the critical moment of life and death, she fearlessly saved Ningluo and Gayan. Yet those two abandoned her there because they feared they couldn't defeat the beast. She rushed to help Gayan not because of love, but because of her responsibility as a beast person. Every tribe member, when seeing their companion being attacked by beasts, would rush forward to fight regardless of life or death. Coming back to his senses, Tangwa glanced at Ningluo and found him looking back. His eyes were slightly red, almost crying. Tangwa turned his head away. This was his enemy. He wouldn't help at all. Ningluo realized Tangwa had no intention of helping and felt extremely wronged. Around him were fierce women, all looking at him with mockery. Just when Ningluo felt helpless, a voice sounded behind everyone. What's happening in the tribe? Tangwa, who had crossed over to the beast people world, became the most handsome one in the tribe. At this moment, he was seriously watching two females argue. Then two strong men walked into the tribe. One was Black Wolf, the tribe's leader. The other one was slightly shorter than Black Wolf, but still very robust. Compared to Black Wolf's cold expression, he wore a kind smile. He was Ai's brother, Aimo, who would also become one of Ningluo's future mates. Both Black Wolf and Aimo noticed Ningluo. Their eyes showed subtle changes. The tribe was used to rough females, so suddenly seeing such a delicate girl like Ningluo naturally caught the male beast people's attention. Aimo couldn't hide his curiosity, while Black Wolf remained much calmer. After understanding the situation, he warned Aoli a few times, then dismissed all members. Ningluo quickly thanked them. Aimo was very enthusiastic, telling Ningluo that she could find him if she had any troubles. Even though Ningluo was Gayan's female, Aimo couldn't care less about that because this female was truly too beautiful. Aoli's face looked very unhappy because both Aimo and Black Wolf seemed to protect Ningluo. Both were warriors in the tribe, making it difficult for her to target Ningluo further. Black Wolf saw Tangwa sitting nearby, and his cold face softened slightly. He hadn't developed special feelings for Ningluo yet. He still liked Tangwa, so he was naturally happy to see him. Black Wolf came to Tangwa and took out a particularly beautiful bone necklace. He handed it to Tangwa. Tangwa looked at him and shook his head. "I don't want it." Black Wolf insisted on putting the bone necklace in Tangwa's hand. "Don't you like beautiful necklaces?" Several tribes are now willing to ally with our duo tribe, expressing their intention to face possible future tides together. Hongwa said, "That's good," while secretly observing Black Wolf. He seemed like a normal person, but Black Wolf later lost his mind, making many biased decisions. Perhaps it was because Ningluo's protagonist halo was too strong. Black Wolf's gaze fixed on Tangwa, finding finding him greeting Aoli instead. A trace of helplessness crossed his face. Tangwa, you'll come of age in just over a year. Tangwa glanced at him. Yes. Black Wolf's expression became slightly nervous. Tangwa, do you have a male you fancy? At this moment, Little Bucket was quite amused as a spectator. Host, is he flirting with you? Tangwa replied with a smile. Yes. Hearing this, Black Wolf became even more nervous. He nodded and didn't ask further. Then he claimed he had some matters to attend to, telling Tangwa to find him if he needed anything. In Black Wolf's heart, he was certain Tangwa liked him. Aoli came excitedly to Tangwa's side. Tangwa, was Black Wolf trying to court you early? After speaking, Aoli became troubled. Gayan already has a female. Gayan must be blind. Why would he choose such a weak female? How am I, Aoli, inferior to that Ning Luo? That Ning Luo, she might not even be able to bear healthy cubs. Tangwa looked at Aoli and said seriously, since Gayan doesn't like Aoli, Aoli should find a warrior stronger than Gayan. Ah, but we don't have any in our tribe. Aren't there others in other tribes? Aoli was stunned. The little clown laughed after hearing this. It seems the host is planning to change Aoli's fate. Tangwa crossed over to the beast people world. His friend Aoli was heartbroken. As a close friend, Tangwa gave him good advice. Since Gayan doesn't like you, you should find a warrior stronger than Gayan. We don't have one in our tribe, but aren't there many in other tribes? Aoli had a childish expression. But who could compare to Gayan? I still really like him. I just can't accept that Gayan would like such a weak female as Ning Luo. The violent words made Tangwa smile. At this time, Little Bucket jumped out. Host, are you trying to change Aoli's fate of dying in the beast's mouth? She's a villain in the original plot. Tangwa dismissed this. Aoli is a villain in the plot, but in reality, only winners are considered heroes. The losers become villains, just like how victors write history. Like in books, Aoli ostracized Ning Luo in the tribe, but she is also a beast person with true warrior spirit. Otherwise, Aoli wouldn't have chosen to save Gayan. In the moment she saved Gayan, Aoli only thought that Gayan couldn't die because he was the tribe's warrior. If Gayan died, no one could protect the tribe. Aoli is only a villain to Ning Luo. To the entire tribe, she is a hero. I want to tell everyone that each person is the protagonist of their own life. Why should we sacrifice supporting characters' lives just to highlight others? Tangwa had buried too many female supporting characters across worlds. Although he knew he would go to another world after death, each time he died, that inner discomfort and physical pain left indelible wounds on his heart, especially those he had truly cared for, who then abandoned him with ridiculous excuses. Surely no one could bear such results over and over. Through experiencing so many events, Tangwa learned countless skills to strengthen himself. He collected treasures from various worlds and could now live well on his own. He could protect Aoli completely and even had the patience to search for that ray of sunshine he wanted. Little System seemed to sense that his host's heart was truly peaceful now, as if all filth and darkness had been purified by something. Aoli was still indignant, but suddenly she saw Tangwa smiling before her, with a very gentle light in his eyes. The recently heartbroken beast person Aoli was in a bad mood, but after seeing Tangwa's eyes, she quickly calmed her angry heart. She unconsciously said, "My heart seems to have calmed down." What was stranger was that she actually somewhat agreed with what Tangwa said. Since Gayan didn't like her anymore, why shouldn't she find a male stronger than Gayan? Are you serious? Gayan has that weak female. Should I really give up on him? Gayan is the second strongest warrior in the tribe. I've liked him since I was little. Tangwa nodded. Of course, Aoli, think about it. If you bully Ning Luo every day, Gayan will surely get angry when he sees it. Ning Luo is already his mate. It's right for him to protect her. Aoli fell silent for a moment, but Gayan is the second warrior. If he had chosen a female stronger than me, I would accept defeat willingly. He's a warrior who can protect the tribe. Only if his mate is strong can their cubs be stronger. When the cubs grow up, they would surely become warriors stronger than Gayan. That's how we can protect our tribe's safety. During the annual tides, we wouldn't lose so many tribe members. At this point, Aoli became sorrowful. Her parents had died during the tides. The tides were truly terrifying. Every time they experienced the tides, their tribe would lose half its members. Little System felt sympathy for Aoli. Host, Aoli is actually a good child, isn't she? Tangwa gently stroked Aoli's head. She was never a bad child. Aoli, think about it this way. If you find a male stronger than Gayan, that means our tribe gains another warrior. Your future cubs will surely be strong too. able to protect the tribe. Aoli's eyes widened. Being single-minded, she hadn't thought of this good solution. Now she looked at Manhwa with sparkling eyes. Little ghost, you're so smart. Your brain rivals the high priest's. Excitement flashed across Aoli's face. She suddenly grabbed Manhwa. This idea is great. If I bring back a strong male from another tribe, wouldn't that strengthen our tribe? In the beast world, females were rare, so most tribes protected their females carefully. They would refuse to let females go to other tribes, but wouldn't oppose males joining from other tribes. Aoli showed a row of neat teeth. I've decided not to like Gayan anymore. Let him have Ning Luo. Tomorrow I'll go check out other tribes. If I find males I like, I'll bring them back. I can find several strong males. With my reputation as the tribe's most beautiful beast person, they shouldn't refuse. Little ghost, what do you think? How many should I find? 3 or 5? Manhwa got a headache looking at Aoli. He helplessly touched his forehead and smiled. Aoli was truly a pure child, always thinking in such a straightforward way. He didn't stop her. Even if Aoli didn't actively seek multiple males, she would eventually have many males anyway. In their tribe, it was very normal for a female to have multiple male mates. At this time, Little Clown jumped out. Great host, your idea is too dangerous. Do you have that kind of thought too? Manhwa looked at the system sprite speechlessly. How can you suddenly ask such a stupid question? Are you infected with a virus? The system quickly denied it, saying it was just curious. Manhwa laughed. I don't have time for that. One Yinyao in this world is enough. Now I'm going to see what Yinyao is doing. Then, he eagerly rushed into Yinyao's chamber. At the same time, a melodious voice rang out, High Priest, I'm here. Manhwa sat cross-legged smiling in front of the low stone table, looking at the person sitting with closed eyes. High Priest, I came to see you. Hearing Manhwa say this, Yinyao's lips trembled slightly. Weren't you here just this morning? Manhwa looked at Yinyao seriously. Because I found that seeing the High Priest only once a day doesn't seem to cure the illness. Little System at this moment really wanted to find a place to hide. Manhwa's flirtatious words made his skin crawl all over. Yinyao's face also reddened. This little female was becoming more and more brazen. Manhwa continued to look at Yinyao with a smile. He was actually delighted inside. High Priest, I've found that when I look at you, my heart feels especially happy. High Priest, you're really amazing. Without doing anything, just looking at you helps cure my illness. The mighty High Priest of the Beast Tribe was being teased by a young female, yet Yinyao could say nothing in response. He couldn't point out anything specific. This was an underage female. Yinyao hadn't had any thoughts about her before. What left a deep impression on him was how she always hid behind the crowd during ceremonies, looking at him as if he were some fearsome beast. But why was his heart beating so fast now? Manhwa suddenly moved closer to Yinyao. High Priest, I'll come see you whenever I feel unwell. Seeing Yinyao's tight-lipped silence, Manhwa put on a pitiful face. Is that not allowed, High Priest? Looking at the little female's eager expression, Yinyao couldn't bring himself to refuse. He tried to calm his unsettled heart. It's allowed. Manhwa's lips curved slightly. That's wonderful. High Priest, if I could live here with you, that would be even better. Then I wouldn't have to walk so far every time I feel unwell. I could see the High Priest as soon as I opened my eyes and be cured right away. Sitting opposite, Yinyao almost fell over hearing these words. He struggled to maintain his composure, controlling his expression, then said in a detached manner, the distance isn't that far. Little System was about to laugh hysterically. Haha, this Yinyao, this is too funny. Manhwa rested his chin on his hand, smiling. It's not that far, but still takes a few steps. It's definitely not as convenient as living together. Yinyao's composure was crumbling. This wasn't just about distance. After hearing Manhwa's words, Yinyao couldn't help but think of other indescribable things. Every word this little female said made him think inappropriate thoughts. This feeling of losing control made him nervous. He told himself to stop thinking about it. Yinyao now just wanted to throw this little female out. After thinking for a long time, he finally said, You're just too lazy. Manhwa blinked. Yes, everyone in the tribe knows I'm lazy. I won't get up until the sun rises. Yinyao thought, you really have the nerve to admit it. He tried to make himself serious. Well, if you have nothing else, you should go back. Manhwa acted as if he hadn't heard. High Priest, let's cook some meat soup. Yinyao remembered the taste of the soup from before. He wanted to refuse, but seeing the little female's eager expression, Yinyao unconsciously said, okay. After saying it, he wanted to slap himself. How could he be so weak-willed? Tanghua was in the beast world, enjoying meat soup with Yinyao, when suddenly they heard commotion outside. Both put down their soup and glanced outside. Yinyao asked Tanghua to check what was happening. Usually, Yinyao wouldn't leave his chamber. Behind his chamber was a spacious area where he mainly stayed. Many herbs were dried there, and he only went out to gather herbs. The tribe would assign 2 beast people to protect him. In the tribe members' eyes, the high priest was inviolable. Unless they were sick or injured, they wouldn't disturb Yinyao on their own. So his life had always been very quiet, except for Tanghua, who came to his place every day because of illness. She came in the morning, at noon, and even at night. She even had to come once before sleeping, saying she could only fall asleep after seeing Yinyao. He felt quite helpless about this. Tanghua quickly stood up and ran out of the stone house. High priest, I'll go check. Outside the stone house, many tribe members were gathered at the entrance of Gain's cave. Tanghua quickly squeezed through. She heard the arguing voices of Gain and Ima, as well as Ning Luo's crying. It turned out Gain and Ima were fighting. Ning Luo was probably scared and stood aside crying like a fountain. Gain, Ima, stop fighting. Tanghua stood in the crowd, watching Ning Luo rush forward to stop them. Seeing the petite Ning Luo charging forward, both quickly held back their attacks. At this moment, both their faces were pale. Gain was slightly better. After all, his strength was second only to the Black Wolf. While Ima ranked 3rd in strength in the tribe, Gain could still stand, but Ima was lying on the ground. Ning Luo first looked at Gain, then realized Ima's injuries were quite serious. She angrily said to Gain, Gain, I've told you before, Ima and I are just friends. Why won't you listen? You're even fighting because of me. Are you trying to make me feel guilty? Ima didn't do anything to me, yet you hurt him. Watching Ning Luo help Ima up, Gain's eyes turned red with anger. He went and grabbed Ning Luo, carrying her on his shoulder. Ignoring her struggles, he ran into his cave. The tribe members, seeing the drama end, dispersed. Someone patted Ima's shoulder. Ima, you're hurt. Go see the high priest. Ima, you knew Ning Luo was Gain's female. Why did you still provoke him? You're not his match. Ima's eyes were red. Ning Luo is a good female. She shouldn't be possessed by Gain alone. In the tribe, 2 male beast people fought over Ning Luo, but in the end, Ima was defeated. His eyes were red, face full of unwillingness. Ning Luo is a good female. She shouldn't be possessed by Gain alone. If Ning Luo is willing, I can also become her mate. But Ning Luo didn't seem to agree, and you challenged Gain and lost. Ima felt dejected. Ima's sister Ai quickly came up and grabbed his hand. Brother, let's go see the high priest. Luo is indeed good, but you can't beat Gain now. Why were you so impulsive? Ai thought her brother shouldn't have directly confronted Gain. Rather than fighting Gain, it would be better to do something to win over Ning Luo. Ima was dragged by Ai to Yinyao's place. Tanghua followed along. She sat in the stone house. While Yinyao was treating Ima's injuries, Ai sat beside Tanghua. Gain was too brutal. Tanghua remained silent after hearing this. Ai continued, Ning Luo is quite good. It's really selfish of Gain to want to monopolize her. Ollie likes her too. Now they're fighting over Ning Luo. I wonder how heartbroken Ollie will be when he finds out. Gain is somewhat rough, and Ning Luo is so fragile. I think she would be more suitable as my brother's mate. Though my brother looks robust, he's a very gentle person. Tanghua looked at Ai, continuing to listen. Gain is the 2nd warrior. He should find a strong female who matches him. At this point, Tanghua noticed Ai's cheeks turning red. Tanghua suddenly understood. She liked Gain. That's why she spoke such jealous words about Ning Luo. After Ima's wounds were treated, Ai kept complaining. While saying Ning Luo was good, her words actually revealed extreme jealousy towards Ning Luo. She desperately wanted Ning Luo to become her brother's mate while Gain would become her own mate. The system couldn't help but sigh. So there are calculating people among beast people too. Tanghua remained indifferent. There are calculating people everywhere. In the beast tribe, most are simple and honest, but there are always some who like to provoke others. Among these people, some become tribal leaders, leading figures, while others are like rats in the tribe, specifically causing disunity and destruction. Beast people have thoughts and feelings. They are people too. That night while Tanghua was sleeping, she suddenly heard noises from the cave next door. Shouting sounds came through. She opened her eyes and listened to the sounds, her expression slightly strange. The system kindly explained, it's probably Gain bullying Ning Luo, though I can't see it. Few days, I'll bring back an especially powerful male. Little Gua, just wait for my good news. Tangwa smiled at him. Well, good luck then. During the next few days while Ali was away, Ning Luo continued to be upset with Gain. During this time, Ima often approached Ning Luo when Gain wasn't around. Perhaps because of the previous incident, it had a big impact on Ning Luo, making her afraid to get too close to Ima. But after several days, facing Ning Luo's coldness, Ima didn't get angry. He still chatted with her every day, expressing that he just wanted to be good to her, without forcing anything. Ima looked honest and showed a pitiful appearance. This made Ning Luo's heart soften. Male Ima took advantage when Gain went hunting, secretly coming to find Gain's female Ning Luo, and expressed that he wanted to build a pure friendship with her. Ning Luo originally didn't want to do anything that might damage her reputation, but she was moved by Ima's pitiful appearance. Ning Luo finally indicated she could be friends with Ima, but wouldn't be his female. Ima perhaps saw that Ning Luo wasn't very happy. He didn't rush to force Ning Luo to be his female, but planned to take the approach that with enough persistence, an iron rod can be ground into a needle. This left a good impression on Ning Luo. From then on, whenever Gain went hunting, Ima would come to see Ning Luo when he was free and bring various nice things. Ning Luo thought she had made it clear to Ima that they could only be friends, so their interaction should just be friendship. Ima wouldn't think of anything else. So when accepting gifts and interacting with Ima, she wasn't so awkward anymore. She would often complain to Ima about how rough Gain was, while looking at Ima's honest face. She even thought that if she had met Ima first, he definitely wouldn't have treated her so roughly. Tangwa was flirting with the reserved high priest while keeping an eye on Ning Luo. The love triangle between the three was quite entertaining. At this time, Ning Luo hadn't yet successfully attracted the Black Wolf's attention. Even if other female beast people in the tribe wanted to sow discord with Tangwa, it wouldn't work. But if Ali hadn't been persuaded by Tangwa to go find a suitable mate in other tribes, these female beast people would definitely be constantly speaking ill of Ning Luo in his ear. It wasn't a big deal originally, but constant repetition would have an effect. Someone simple-minded like Ali would definitely believe what everyone said. Then he would target Ning Luo for taking Gain. Finally, after Ali's death, everyone would start stirring up trouble with Tangwa. By then, the Black Wolf was already very concerned about Ning Luo. He completely forgot about waiting for Ego to come of age. Of course, for Tangwa, it didn't matter whether Black Wolf waited for her or not, as she didn't like him anyway. But ever since Black Wolf started liking Ning Luo, he always sided with Ning Luo on every matter concerning her. Suddenly, Yin Yao's voice sounded behind Tangwa. Tangwa has been sitting outside his food storage lost in thought lately. Thinking of these days, seeing Gain trying various ways to make Ning Luo happy, even he as the high priest found it hard to watch. Gain was after all the tribe's second warrior. How could he randomly transform into his beast form and roll around on the ground to please a female? It really damaged the warrior's image. Yin Yao would never do such things when he had a female. Yin Yao couldn't help but ask, "Little Gua, do you care about Gain?" After all, Tangwa had been watching Ning Luo and sighing lately. Tangwa glanced back at Yin Yao. How could the high priest think I care about Gain? High priest Yin Yao noticed that Tangwa had been paying attention to Gain and Ning Luo lately, so Yin Yao couldn't help asking, "Little Gua, do you care about Gain?" Tangwa glanced back at Yin Yao. How could the high priest think I care about Gain? Yin Yao didn't think there was anything wrong with this question. Then why do you stare at Gain every day? Hearing this, Tangwa turned to face Yin Yao. Why is the high priest asking this? Are you curious? The little system watched the two hosts with a mischievous smile. You're so bad. Aren't you taking advantage of this honest person? Yin Yao was momentarily stunned by the question. Yes, why did he ask that? Was he curious? It must be curiosity. But as the high priest, how could he admit that he asked this question out of curiosity? So he quickly put on a detached attitude, appearing as if he couldn't possibly be curious. Tangwa almost died laughing, thinking, High priest, you're really reserved. Yin Yao vaguely sensed that there was something unusual in the little female's eyes. He even thought he saw a hint of laughter in her eyes, as if she had seen through everything. But it was too brief. He thought it was an illusion. How could this little female be so bold as to dare laugh at him? The little female stared at him with bright, curious eyes. Why was that? Yin Yao called out to Tangwa with a serious expression. Tangwa quickly responded with a sweet smile, looking incredibly obedient. Yin Yao had intended to keep a stern face, but facing such an obedient little female, he couldn't maintain it. So his expression softened. Gain already has a female. Unless Gain is abandoned by his female, you shouldn't be watching him every day, having any thoughts. The system almost burst out laughing. Host is right. This guy is really reserved. Tangwa tried hard not to laugh. This reserved guy was kind of cute, expressing his desire to keep her away from other males in such a roundabout way. Seeing Tang was still in a daze, Yin Yao's expression became much more serious. He tapped her forehead with his finger. Did you hear what I said? Tangwa smiled sweetly at Yin Yao. Yes, I heard. High Priest, I'll listen to you. Whatever you say, I'll follow. Yin Yao opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. The little female before him was so obedient, especially those words, I'll listen to you. Whatever you say, they went straight to his heart, giving him a very special feeling. What was that feeling? He couldn't grasp it. His instincts told Yin Yao not to think further. This was just an underage little female, a somewhat mischievous one at that. Finally, Yin Yao reminded her again, remember, don't look at Gain anymore. Tangwa moved closer to Yin Yao, giving him a sweet smile. All right, High Priest, I won't look at Gain anymore. Yin Yao thought he had achieved his goal and felt satisfied, but he didn't expect the little female wasn't finished. Tangwa winked at him. High Priest, I won't look at Gain anymore. From now on, I'll only look at you. How's that? The Mighty Beast Tribe's High Priest was teased by Tangwa again. Yin Yao was dazzled by the little female's smile. His mind was filled with the words, from now on, I'll only look at you, floating around. Tangwa swayed in front of Yin Yao, looking up. High Priest, what's wrong? Yin Yao's chaotic mind finally settled down. He glanced at Tangwa indifferently. Nothing. I still have herbs to process. Little Gua, you can go play. After saying this, he turned and went inside. But after 2 steps, he realized something was wrong. Looking back, he saw Tangwa still following him. So he told her again, Little Gua, you can go play. Tangwa showed clear dissatisfaction. High Priest, I don't want to play. Yin Yao was speechless. Then go back to your dwelling and sleep. Tangwa suddenly grabbed Yin Yao's arm. I don't want to sleep either. Yin Yao frowned. Then what do you want to do? Tangwa looked at Yin Yao very seriously. I just want to watch the High Priest, Tangwa said eagerly. High Priest, do you know I'm sick? I feel very uncomfortable if I'm not watching you. You can work on your herbs. I won't disturb you. I'll just watch from the side. Yin Yao's mind was screaming internally. How could it not affect him? With Tangwa watching from the side, how could he concentrate on processing herbs? Do as you wish. After saying these words, Yin Yao felt very frustrated. He didn't know why he agreed to this little female's unreasonable request, but seeing Tangwa's eager, cute, and obedient expression, he thought, well, let her watch then. Then the two walked together towards the back of the stone house. Many herbs were drying there. Because people got injured every day, the consumption of herbs was quite high. Especially with this year's rainy season approaching, these herbs probably wouldn't be enough. Yin Yao calculated the amount of herbs. Starting tomorrow, he would need to go out and gather more herbs. When saying this, Yin Yao's expression was truly solemn. Counting the days, the flood season was really approaching. By then, who knew how many tribe members would remain? Tangwa sat cross-legged to the side, not speaking, watching Yin Yao handle the herbs. Yin Yao really couldn't stand such an intense gaze, staring at him. When he occasionally looked up, he would catch the little female staring at him with bright, sparkling eyes. This almost made Yin Yao knock over the pile of herbs in front of him. This Tangwa was really mischievous. Every time he looked up, he would see her eagerly watching him, causing Yin Yao to not dare raise his head anymore. Tangwa didn't mind. She loved watching cute people when they were seriously working. Such people had a special charm that attracted others. She liked serious people. Yin Yao worked for half a day. When he unconsciously looked up to check on Tangwa, he found she was already gone. He shook his head with a slight smile. Indeed still a child, couldn't sit still and went out to play. For some reason, he suddenly felt a sense of loss. Even the Mighty Beast Tribe's High Priest couldn't resist beauty's charm. Now when he couldn't see Tangwa, he felt something was missing. Realizing Tangwa was gone, Yin Yao stood up and walked outside. Because he was feeling hungry, Yin Yao planned to eat some fruits to satisfy his hunger. But just as he entered the stone house, he smelled a fragrant aroma coming from outside. Though he had planned to eat fruits, he couldn't resist walking out of the stone house. Yin Yao saw Tangwa cooking food. She had set up a roasting rack. The delicious smell was coming from the roasted meat. Golden oil was dripping from it. Smelling so good, it must taste good too. Yin Yao shifted his gaze to Tangwa. Little Gua, what are you doing? Roasting meat. Tangwa pointed to the meat chunks on the rack. The meat was mixed with spices and other seasonings she had secretly added. On the other side, she was cooking wild vegetable soup with a fatty piece of meat to make it more flavorful. When the meat became tender and mixed with the soup, paired with the roasted meat, it would be absolutely delicious. Yin Yao walked to the rack and looked at little Gua. The roasted meat indeed looked different, not burnt at all. There was appreciation in Yin Yao's eyes. He had roasted meat before, and while it wasn't as burnt as others, it never looked as appetizing as this. This made him really want to eat it, because when he roasted meat, it looked fine but never tasted good. Thinking of the delicious meat soup Agua cooked every day, he was now looking forward to tasting this roasted meat. Tangwa noticed Yin Yao's expression. Men always had their weaknesses. Yin Yao appeared aloof, but he was actually reserved. Once Yin Yao got used to her, he would slowly understand his feelings. Tangwa really enjoyed this feeling of being in love. While thinking this, she turned the meat chunks on the rack. High Priest, you can drink some vegetable soup first. Though Yin Yao really wanted to try the soup, he said there was no hurry. He would wait to eat together with Tangwa when the meat was done. Tangwa smiled sweetly and said, "All right." Her serious attention to roasting meat and obedient manner made Yin Yao unable to look away. Soon the meat was done. Tangwa personally brought a piece to Yin Yao's mouth. "High Priest, try it." Yin Yao hesitated for a moment. Then he took the roasted meat. When he bit into it, Yin Yao was overwhelmed by the flavors. He almost swallowed his tongue. The roasted meat was incredibly delicious. Each bite was crispy outside and tender inside. It was truly delicious. Yin Yao found himself hoping every day could be like this. Tangwa asked with a smile, "High Priest, is it good?" Yin Yao swallowed the meat. "It's good." Tangwa suddenly looked at Yin Yao with a mischievous smile. "Then, High Priest, would you like to eat such delicious food every day?" As the saying goes, to capture a man's heart, you must first win his stomach. So Tangwa made roasted meat for High Priest Yin Yao. At this moment, Yin Yao was eating Tangwa's roasted meat and soup. His eyes were slightly narrowed, looking very satisfied. Tangwa also thought her roasted meat was particularly delicious. In one of her past lives, she was a cook who pursued culinary perfection. Tangwa had traveled far and wide. She had learned every dish she could. This mere roasted meat was nothing special. Watching Yin Yao's satisfied expression, she thought this man was easy to please. Just a piece of roasted meat could achieve her goal. "High Priest, would you like to eat such delicious food every day?" Yin Yao glanced at Tangwa. He didn't understand the meaning behind her question, but who wouldn't like such delicious food? So he answered, "Of course I would." Tangwa smiled and took a sip of soup. The High Priest's wish will come true. Yin Yao seemed to notice something in Tangwa's beautiful eyes. He hummed in response and lowered his head to continue eating. But in his mind, he wondered if the little female really meant what he thought. He glanced at Tangwa again, finding her seriously focused on her food, her expression unreadable. Yin Yao was conflicted. Actually, Tangwa was quite cute. She could cook soup and roast meat, and her smile was especially charming. Her voice was also sweet. Realizing these thoughts, Yin Yao's face stiffened. What was he thinking about? Yin Yao tried to ignore the little female's face, but his mind kept bringing up her cute, obedient, smiling image. The more he tried to ignore it, the more he remembered her every movement. Finally, Yin Yao stopped forcing himself. Looking at the little female, he secretly made a decision. If she remained this close to him after coming of age, it wouldn't be bad to have her as his mate. He had been avoiding this before because Black Wolf had clearly stated they should wait until Tangwa came of age. But now he understood that he had feelings for this little female too. For beastmen, once they set their eyes on a female, they couldn't back down unless the female rejected them. No matter how many males were interested, they had to compete. Thinking about Tangwa becoming another beastman's mate made Yin Yao uncomfortable. Indeed, he had feelings for this little female. But what about her? Yin Yao's thoughts were jumbled, wondering if this was just a passing fancy or if she had similar feelings. Did she like him too? Just then, Tangwa suddenly looked at Yin Yao curiously. "High Priest, why are you staring at me?" Tangwa had noticed Yin Yao's earlier complicated expression, especially when he seemed to make a decision. She thought to herself that this reserved man had finally figured it out. Tangwa suddenly leaned close to Yin Yao. "High Priest, have you caught the illness where you feel uncomfortable when you can't see me?" Yin Yao, who was drinking soup, almost spat it out hearing this. His face turned red, unable to speak. Tangwa, who had transmigrated to the Beastmen world to tease handsome men, had finally succeeded in making the Beast Tribe's high priest Yin Yao understand his feelings through her persistent efforts. Tangwa continued teasing him. "High priest, have you really caught the illness where you feel uncomfortable when you can't see me?" Hearing this, Yin Yao's face instantly reddened. How could she think he would catch such an illness? Then Yin Yao frowned. No, wait. He did feel uncomfortable thinking about Tangwa becoming another Beastman's mate. His heart felt uneasy, and when looking at her, his heart did feel comfortable. Seeing Yin Yao caught in deep internal conflict, Tangwa was delighted inside. The system's little figure sighed watching this scene. "Host, you're bullying him again because he hasn't remembered." While denying it verbally, in her heart she thought, "We'll see when I come of age." Tangwa stopped teasing and changed the subject. "High priest, I heard you say earlier that you needed to go gather herbs?" Yin Yao continued drinking his soup while chatting casually with Tangwa. "The rainy season is coming soon. I need to prepare more," Tangwa said seriously. "Then let me go with you." Yin Yao wanted to refuse, but seeing Tangwa's eager expression, he said, "Okay instead. We'll leave early tomorrow morning." Tangwa excitedly grabbed Yin Yao's arm. "High priest, you're the best." Early the next morning, just as Tangwa woke up, she heard commotion outside. Is Ning Luo really missing? When Ima heard this news, he started arguing with Gain. "Gain, you failed to protect Luo Luo. Isn't Luo Luo your mate? Why didn't you protect him properly?" They quickly started fighting. People around tried to stop them but couldn't. They soon transformed into their beast forms and began biting and tearing at each other on the ground. The scene looked terrifying, and the ground shook from their battle. Gain was from the lion tribe, Ima from the tiger tribe. Both were powerful warriors of the forest. Although Ima was smaller than Gain, he was so angry about Gain losing Ning Luo that he fought exceptionally well, giving Gain a severe beating. Tangwa stood aside, silently watching this animal fight, until Black Wolf came, transformed into a giant wolf, and with one swipe of his paw sent them both flying. With just one move, he left both Gain and Ima unable to get up. But Ima was still furious, shouting at Black Wolf, "Gain lost Luo Luo. He doesn't deserve to have Luo Luo. He can't protect his mate. He's a disgrace to male beastmen." These two idiots are fighting again. The two beastmen transformed back into their original forms, fighting on the ground. Fortunately, the tribe leader Black Wolf arrived at this time. He stopped them both. Ima was very emotional as he complained to Black Wolf, "Gain lost Luo Luo. Luo Luo is so weak. He'll die among wild beasts. Gain doesn't deserve to be Luo Luo's male. He's a disgrace to our beastmen." Gain explained the whole situation. He was extremely remorseful. If he had kept holding Luo Luo's hand, this wouldn't have happened. Luo Luo was so weak, he could die in the jaws of wild beasts at any moment. "Luo Luo will be fine." Gain roared at the female beastmen with red-rimmed eyes. "I won't let anything happen to Luo Luo. I'll go find him right now." He had come back for help, but his companions seemed to ostracize him. Thinking of this, Gain was about to rush out. Black Wolf stopped him then. "Gain, rushing around blindly won't help you find anyone. Today, I'll assign some members to search for Ning Luo. Others will continue with the original plan." The changes Ning Luo had brought to the tribe made Black Wolf take this seriously. Plus, since Ning Luo was Gain's mate, and Gain was the tribe's second warrior, if anything happened to Ning Luo, he would be devastated. It must be said that at this time, Black Wolf was still a qualified tribe leader, considering things fairly. Just then, Yin Yao came out. Tangwa quickly ran to him. "High priest, are we leaving?" Yin Yao nodded, and they headed outside the tribe. Black Wolf saw this and wondered why Tangwa was following the high priest to gather herbs. The system's little figure silently lit an incense for Black Wolf in its heart. This poor Black Wolf probably would never imagine that Tangwa would like the high priest, because in the hearts of the tribe members, the high priest was a living deity, someone no one could violate. Yin Yao took Tangwa to the mountain. He found that bringing this little female wasn't a mistake after all. He had never noticed before how clever Tangwa was. She immediately recognized the herbs he had taught her about, and soon she could identify and gather them by herself. She was much smarter than other tribe members. After realizing how intelligent this little female was, Yin Yao didn't hold back. He taught her about other herbs while gathering them. In reality, Tangwa didn't need to learn, but she enjoyed spending time with Yin Yao this way. It was a special kind of pleasure. Just as Tangwa and the high priest returned to the tribe, they saw these two people arguing. Ima anxiously shouted at Gain, "Luo Luo still hasn't been found. Where exactly did you lose him?" Tangwa thought that in a few days, Gain should be able to find Ning Luo. It seemed she needed to take action too. Early the next morning, Tangwa ran to the high priest's dining house. Yin Yao was somewhat surprised. Little Gua, why are you here so early today? Tangwa gave Yin Yao an obedient smile. Because I wanted to see the high priest earlier. Yin Yao's heart skipped a beat at these words, but he quickly calmed down, his eyes still carrying a hint of smile, thinking Tangwa must have other matters besides this. Tangwa stared at Yin Yao without blinking, until his ears turned red, then said, High priest, the weather is nice today, shall we go out and play? But Yin Yao thought it was dangerous outside, especially for a weak female like Tangwa. Tangwa asked if Yin Yao wanted to gather more herbs. Yin Yao asked with interest, Are you using this as an excuse to go play? Tangwa smiled at Yin Yao. Of course not. Tangwa took out a piece of animal skin from her leather bag and placed it in front of Yin Yao. When I was out playing before, I found something good in a cave. I saw the patterns drawn on it look like the herbs we gather. High priest, please take a look. Beast tribes had their own writing system, though it resembled Oracle bone script. Little Beryl jumped out at this time. Host, you drew this yourself, didn't you? Tangwa winked playfully at Little Beryl. It took a lot of effort to make the beast's skin. Yin Yao took the animal skin. Initially, he wasn't very interested, but when he saw the text and patterns on it, his expression became serious. He read it carefully from beginning to end. Little Gua, where did you find this? These are all herbs we can use, along with their applications and treatment methods. Tangwa smiled mischievously. I found it in a cave. High priest, do you want to go treasure hunting in the cave with me? Yin Yao agreed without hesitation because this was too important for the tribe. With that, Yin Yao grabbed Tangwa's hand and rushed outside. After leaving the tribe, Yin Yao asked which way to go. It was then that Yin Yao realized he was still holding the little female's hand. Tangwa almost laughed out loud. High priest, just keep holding my hand. Hold my hand so I don't get lost. If I get lost, you won't be able to find it. Yin Yao, who was somewhat resistant before, upon hearing these words, quickly tightened his grip on Tangwa's hand. The words, if I get lost, you won't be able to find it, filled him with inexplicable panic. Tangwa let Yin Yao hold her hand, saying otherwise if she got lost, he wouldn't be able to find it. Yin Yao, who was somewhat resistant before, upon hearing these words, quickly tightened his grip on Tangwa's hand. Those words, if I get lost, you won't be able to find it, caused inexplicable panic in his heart. Holding Tangwa's hand, Yin Yao no longer wanted to let go. Glancing at the smiling little female beside him, remembering their interactions these days, Yin Yao smiled and called out, Little Gua. After hearing Tangwa's obedient response, Yin Yao felt that the answer was sweet to his very core, making Yin Yao's heart pound. He tried to calm himself down, then seriously told Tangwa not to go out alone anymore. It's dangerous outside. Tangwa looked at Yin Yao, appearing completely compliant. Yes, High Priest. At this moment, Yin Yao's ears were red. Fortunately, his hair was loose, and he thought Tangwa probably wouldn't notice. Only the sound of the two of them moving through the grass could be heard. After a long while, Yin Yao spoke again. Little Gua? Tangwa looked at Yin Yao with a face full of smiles. What do you want to say, High Priest? At this moment, Yin Yao's eyes were full of smiles. He held Tangwa's hand tighter and said, In the future, remember to tell me if you want to go out. I'll accompany you. For the previous Tangwa, he truly had no special feelings. He cared about her only because her parents had sacrificed themselves for the tribe. But now he had fallen completely into the sweet moments Tangwa had created, and could never escape. The system sprite covered its face. This fish had completely taken the bait. At this time, Tangwa pointed to a cave not far away. It's that cave. But when Yin Yao looked in the direction she pointed, he couldn't see the cave she mentioned. While he was confused, Tangwa explained, I covered the cave with grass. I thought there might be other things inside, so I hid it. Little Gua is very clever. Tangwa wasn't modest about Yin Yao's praise. She said of course out loud, but thought to herself, I put in so much effort to dig this cave. If I had known, I would have bought some excavators in the previous modern world. The system sprite was speechless. Host, you might as well go study at Lanxiang Technical School. Tangwa led Yin Yao to the cave entrance. She shook her arm. High Priest, you can let go of my hand now. I won't get lost here. It sounded as if Yin Yao had insisted on holding her hand. Yin Yao released her hand, feeling somewhat disappointed. He really wanted to keep holding that small hand forever. Tangwa cleared away the grass, revealing a cave tall enough for a person. Tangwa had actually dug an air raid shelter after transmigrating to the beast world. Looking through the cave entrance, one could see that the space inside was quite large. High Priest, let's go in. Tangwa nimbly crawled in first. Since she had dug this cave herself, she knew exactly whether there were any dangers inside. Yin Yao couldn't stop her in time. He could only quickly follow her in. After entering the cave, they discovered that the space inside was even larger than it appeared from outside. Yin Yao looked at the cave thoughtfully. This was indeed a very secretive place, perfect as a safe haven. During the title season, if tribe members could hide in the cave and seal the entrance, he wondered if that would work. Tangwa could tell what Yin Yao was thinking from his expression. The system sprite asked curiously, "Host, you didn't dig this cave just to avoid the title season, did you?" Tangwa replied with a slightly contemptuous tone, "You're not too stupid." She didn't want to fight with wild beasts when the time came, so she needed to find a safe place. That's why she figured out how to create this cave. Of course, this wasn't the only purpose. She also wanted to place some things here that would interest Yin Yao. Time was getting closer, and she needed to plan more carefully. The system sprite jumped out again. "I thought Host had forgotten about scheming while falling in love. Turns out you're both falling in love and scheming at the same time. You're really something. Isn't your brain tired?" The two of them searched around in the cave. Yin Yao searched more carefully and soon found some animal skins and other unusual items, which he collected. Finally, he found a loose stone block in one of the cave walls. With a gentle push, the stone blocks came tumbling down with a crash. He quickly stepped back, not forgetting to pull Tangwa behind him. After things settled, Tangwa was very satisfied with Yin Yao's reaction. Holding his arm, she asked what happened. Yin Yao pointed to the passage in front of them. He hesitated, unsure if there might be dangers inside. If he were alone, he would have gone through without hesitation. But now he had Tangwa with him. If they encountered danger, he wasn't sure if he could protect Tangwa's safety. Tangwa took Yin Yao's hand. "Let's go take a look, see if there's anything good." Before Yin Yao could answer, Tangwa had already led him into the passage. "High Priest, let's go." At this moment, Yin Yao hesitated. "Little Gua, there might be dangers inside the cave." Tangwa remained calm. "I'm not afraid." Yin Yao was momentarily speechless, but he was afraid he couldn't protect Tangwa. As she spoke, Tangwa had already started walking inside. "High Priest, stop dawdling. What if there's something good inside?" Tangwa didn't care about his concerns. She had left something good inside, so they had to go. Tangwa had prepared a gift for Yin Yao in the cave. Before Yin Yao could refuse, Tangwa had already pulled him in. This time, without Tangwa saying anything, Yin Yao held her hand. Later, Yin Yao thought that just holding hands wasn't secure enough, so he simply wrapped her small body in his arms. Tangwa was very satisfied with this. Who said beastmen were crude and ungentlemanly? Yin Yao was particularly gentlemanly, knowing exactly what to do at this moment, as expected of someone who had done well in every world they traveled to. After walking for a while, they seemed to reach the mountain's interior. The space inside was very spacious, with an opening carved at the top. Light could sneak in, though it wasn't clear how this was achieved. Originally, he wasn't sure if the beastmen could hide here, but now he was absolutely certain. During the title season, they could take refuge here. Perhaps this year, the Beastmen tribe members wouldn't lose a single one. In the dim light, Tangwa saw the joy on Yin Yao's face. She shook her head slightly inside. The more joy Yin Yao felt for the Beastmen tribe today, the more he would hate the tribe members in the future. The system sprite was startled. "Host, he's so good this time. Can you really do this?" Tangwa glanced at the little system. "It's not about whether I can do it or not. I want Yin Yao to see clearly the choices of the tribe members. If this time I discovered the cave and helped them avoid the tidal wave, and in the future, they still choose an Iluo over me, Yin Yao won't pity them anymore. I just want to be thorough. Didn't someone say that rebirth is another chance? This time I want to see how the tribe members will choose again." Tangwa smiled while communicating with the system. She wanted to see if people would consider certain factors and maintain some goodwill. Yin Yao looked excited. "Little Gua, let's go back. We should notify the Black Wolf tribe members to come and see this place soon. This is a good place. When the beast tide comes, our tribe members can hide from danger here." Tangwa lowered her head and smiled. "I'm afraid it won't be that easy." Yin Yao, in a good mood, held Tangwa's hand as they left the cave. They covered the cave entrance with grass again. This time, with Yin Yao's arrangement, the cave was hidden even better than before. With Beastmen's intelligence, they would never guess there was such a hollow space here. After finishing all this, They planned to gather some more herbs before returning. Then they witnessed something incredible and heard some special sounds. Upon hearing these sounds, Yin Yao's face froze. He instinctively glanced at Tanghua and found her eagerly looking in a certain direction. Then Tanghua looked at him curiously. "High Priest, what's that sound?" Tanghua and Yin Yao were gathering herbs on the mountain. Unexpectedly, they encountered Ning Luo and another male doing something here. Hearing the sounds from the bushes, Yin Yao's face stiffened. He instinctively glanced at Tanghua, only to find her eagerly looking in a certain direction. Yin Yao's face darkened immediately, but at this moment, Tanghua grabbed his hand. "High Priest, let's go see what's happening." Yin Yao quickly pulled Tanghua in front of him and covered her eyes with his hands. "Little Gua, let's go. Let's not disturb them." But Tanghua wouldn't have it. She hadn't expected to coincidentally encounter Ning Luo here, especially while he was playing with someone else. How could she pass up the chance to take a peek? Tanghua looked at Yin Yao seriously. "High Priest, that female's voice sounds familiar. Are we really not going to look?" Tanghua pretended not to understand what was happening, indicating that her eager gaze towards that direction was only because strange sounds were coming from the bushes, and even the grass was swaying back and forth. Tanghua pulled Yin Yao's hand, wanting to go over there. Yin Yao certainly didn't want to go. He tried hard to explain to Tanghua, "You can't go over there right now." But Tanghua innocently asked him, "Why not?" Yin Yao was at his wit's end. He could only whisper in her ear, "They're doing intimate things. If we go now, it will anger the male. He'll think we're trying to steal his female. Then he'll attack us." Tanghua held Yin Yao's hand and started acting coy. "Then how about we just take a tiny peek?" "High Priest, I really think we know that female." Seeing that Yin Yao really didn't want to go, Tanghua simply tapped her head and said, "I remember now. High Priest, I think that voice sounds exactly like Ning Luo." Hearing this, Yin Yao fell into a dilemma. If it really was Ning Luo, they should indeed confirm it. While he was lost in thought, Tanghua secretly slipped towards the bushes. When Yin Yao realized this, he immediately ran to grab Tanghua and mercilessly dragged her back. "Let's wait. We'll go over after they're done." Tanghua, being forcibly dragged away, had to agree to this proposal. Actually, she wasn't that interested in watching. There wasn't much to see. The activity in the bushes seemed to intensify. The grass had been flattened by their movements. The two in the bushes were really going wild. Two beastmen were doing things in the wild. Perhaps thinking no one would come here, they had completely released their most frenzied nature, both human and beast. Tanghua listened with great interest, but Yin Yao's expression was quite unnatural. Moreover, hearing those sounds made his mind wander. What's worse, he found himself thinking about the little female in his arms. Yin Yao's face was somewhat stiff. He tried hard to drive these thoughts from his mind, telling himself that Tanghua wasn't of age yet. Meanwhile, Tanghua was smilingly chatting with the system. "Little Tong, do Snake Tribe members really have two equipments?" Little Tong was speechless. What kind of question was that? But since Tanghua asked, he had to answer. He coughed awkwardly. "They should. Isn't it written in the books?" Tanghua wasn't too happy. After all, reading text and watching live were quite different. Tanghua suddenly looked at Little Tong with a mischievous smile. "I'm curious, how do they use two equipments?" Little Tong's eyes lit up. "Host, want me to record it for you to watch later at your leisure?" Tanghua caught sight of Yin Yao's unnatural expression from the corner of her eye. At this moment, his transcendent demeanor had completely disappeared, making him look more adorable. This made Tanghua suddenly lose interest in the dual equipment matter. "Never mind, Yin Yao looks better." The system sprite shrugged. "All right then." He had been ready to show off his skills. Tanghua suddenly called out sweetly, "High Priest." Yin Yao quickly asked what was wrong. Tanghua leaned close to Yin Yao's ear and asked in a low voice, "High Priest, have you ever shared a bed with a female?" Yin Yao was completely bewildered by the question. What kind of question was that? Seeing that Yin Yao wasn't answering her question, Tanghua cupped her face and looked at him seriously. "Have you ever?" "High Priest," Yin Yao awkwardly said, "I don't have a female." Tanghua stared intently at Yin Yao's eyes. Not having a female doesn't mean you haven't shared a bed. Little Tong couldn't bear to watch anymore. But Tanghua didn't care about that. She gently leaned on Yin Yao. "High Priest, answer quickly. Have you ever shared a bed with other females?" Yin Yao was really at his limit with these questions. He thought if he didn't answer clearly, this little female might think he really had shared a bed with females. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and said tensely, "No." Tangwa seemed to believe his words. High Priest, so you've never been with a female? Then do you want to play with females? Yin Yao's composure was completely shattered by Tangwa. His face was about to crack. Tangwa had crossed over to the Beastmen world, teasing High Priest Yin Yao. Looking at that cute face before him, Tangwa was usually so well-behaved, but why would she ask such difficult questions to trouble him? Suddenly, he pulled Tangwa into his arms and said in a deep voice, "Don't ask such pointless questions anymore." Tangwa glanced at him, then shifted her gaze to the still swaying bushes in the distance. She stared without blinking and stopped talking to Yin Yao. Now Yin Yao felt a bit awkward. He wondered if his words had made her angry. Thinking about those questions she asked, Yin Yao was conflicted. How could such questions be asked so directly? He was different from those crude beastmen in the tribe. But when she stopped talking, Yin Yao felt uncomfortable. Even though there were noisy sounds from over there, he felt that after Tangwa became silent, the whole world became quiet. He didn't like this kind of silence. Yin Yao called out reluctantly, "Little Gua." He thought to himself that he had really lost all his dignity with Tangwa. Tangwa turned around, looking at him innocently. "High Priest, are you calling me? What do you want to say?" Yin Yao nodded. Tangwa's face was expressionless, looking like she was really angry. This made Yin Yao more confused. The little female was really angry. How should he comfort her? Yin Yao bit his lip and leaned close to Tangwa's ear. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly froze. Why did Tangwa smell so fragrant? It seemed like flower fragrance. Tangwa continued to ask, "High Priest, what do you want to say?" Yin Yao took a deep breath. "I never thought before." Never thought what? Tangwa pretended not to know what he meant. Actually, she was laughing wildly inside. This Yin Yao was too adorable. Yin Yao's face showed helplessness. He held Tangwa tighter and said in a very low voice, "I never thought about playing with females before." Tangwa put on a smiling expression, which made Yin Yao relax. But before he could fully relax, he heard Tangwa ask, "High Priest, have you thought about it now?" When he heard this question, Yin Yao's face stiffened. Why did he tell Tangwa he never thought about it before? Wasn't he just setting himself up for this follow-up question? Yin Yao looked at the little female gazing expectantly at him. He thought since he'd already said such undignified things, one more answer wouldn't matter. After hesitating for a long time, he finally said, "Yes." Then he saw Tangwa's eyes light up, and that expression made Yin Yao feel very uneasy. Then he heard Tangwa ask who he was thinking about. Tangwa and High Priest Yin Yao were digging for herbs on the mountain when they accidentally encountered the missing Ning Luo. Although they couldn't see the person's face clearly, judging from the voice, it should be Ning Luo herself. To confirm, they decided to take a look. Tangwa glanced at Yin Yao. "High Priest, they seem to be finished." Yin Yao followed Tangwa's gaze and saw that indeed, the grass over there had stopped swaying. At this moment, Tangwa turned her back to Yin Yao, saying, "I want to check if it's really Ning Luo." Her lips curved in an amusing smile, thinking that it was enough to tease Yin Yao a little, but she couldn't scare him away. Just then, Yin Yao's hand suddenly pressed against Tangwa's head, and he whispered in her ear, "Wait a moment." He told Tangwa to be quiet, and then they both crouched secretly in the bushes, their eyes fixed on what was ahead. Soon they saw a tall, thin person stand up. In his arms was a flushed-faced, seemingly weak Ning Luo. After clearly seeing Ning Luo, the two looked at each other in surprise. Tangwa whispered, "It really is Ning Luo. How did he end up in this wilderness?" Yin Yao remained silent. The male beastman beside Ning Luo, perhaps still immersed in the previous pleasure, had a very delighted smile on his face. Then he left the place with Ning Luo. After their figures disappeared, Tangwa and Yin Yao stood up. Tangwa softly called out, "High Priest, they're gone. Let's go back too." Yin Yao, coming back to his senses, nodded. Knowing Ning Luo was safe should be good news, but he hesitated about whether to tell the tribe. Given Diane's temperamental nature, if he knew Ning Luo had become another beastman's female, he would definitely challenge the other party. He held Tangwa's hand, walking towards the tribe while seriously considering this matter. Tangwa smiled, communicating with the system. Yin Yao was overthinking it. Guyan would soon meet Ning Luo, and they would reconcile. After that, many people would like him. The system was surprised, then reviewed the plot, carefully sorting through it. Seeing several descriptive places and scenes, it felt somewhat hot. It turned out Guyan would encounter Ning Luo today. When he saw Ning Luo weak and flushed, Tien would know what had happened. In such a situation, the two beastmen would naturally fight. In the end, Ning Luo would calm their anger. Then Ning Luo would become thinner from self-blame. The two men, unable to bear it, would gradually compromise. Finally, they would decide to share the beautiful Ning Luo. Little Tong's face turned black at this point. This novel had no bottom line. Tanghua and Yin Yao found a shelter for the tribe. Upon returning, Yin Yao immediately called everyone together. All beastmen gathered obediently when they heard the high priest had something to say. At this time, Yin Yao's face showed relief. Tanghua had discovered a huge cave. Inside the mountain were two large spaces. I've personally confirmed that it can accommodate all our tribe members. If we dig out more space now, we can store food there. The beastmen were all very happy hearing this news, wondering if there really was such a large space that could accommodate all of them. The wet season lasted 5 to 15 days each year. If they could avoid these 2 weeks, their tribe members would be safe. With sufficient food and water prepared, they could survive this year's flood season by hiding in the cave. Yin Yao stood aside and quickly added, "You should thank Tanghua. She discovered this cave." The beastmen immediately turned their attention to Tanghua. "Little Gua, you're amazing to find such a good place. Little Gua, you're our tribe's smartest female." Tanghua stood beside Yin Yao without speaking. She wore a slight smile, looking somewhat aloof. No one found it strange. Tanghua was clever, but also truly prideful. Except for Aoli, she didn't like playing with other tribe members. People's explanation for this was because Tanghua lost her parents early. She became withdrawn, but they didn't mind. Then Yin Yao instructed the beastmen to start packing their things immediately. They would begin moving in the next few days, needing to relocate to the cave as soon as possible. A few days later, the entire tribe of beastmen moved into the cave. They carved many small spaces in the cave, making it convenient for everyone to live in. As for Tanghua, she sat in her own small cave, lost in thought. Suddenly, Yin Yao appeared behind her. "Little Gua, what are you thinking about?" Tanghua's expression was somewhat sad. "I'm wondering when the wet season will come." She thought that after the wet season ends, it would be time for Aoli's incident. After that, it would be time for her to leave this world. Calculating the time, it was less than half a year. Actually quite fast. Tanghua suddenly turned to look at Yin Yao, calling out, "High Priest." Yin Yao noticed Tanghua's unusual mood today. He looked seriously at the girl before him. Somehow, the happier she smiled, the more unsettling it felt. Tanghua turned to stare into Yin Yao's eyes. "High Priest, you haven't finished answering my question from last time. Who do you want to dash?" Before Tanghua could finish, Yin Yao interrupted her. The nearby beastmen looked confused at the two. They didn't know what Tanghua and Yin Yao were discussing. Tanghua innocently asked Yin Yao, "High Priest, are you going to answer me?" Yin Yao resumed his usual demeanor. He turned to look at the small female before him. "Next time, remember to ask me questions in private." Tanghua was becoming increasingly bold, daring to tease the high priest in front of everyone. Yin Yao watched as Tanghua slowly moved closer. "I understand. High Priest, I'll ask you privately next time, in your quarters." At this point, Yin Yao felt his face burning red. He unconsciously turned his face away. The scene changes to several days later. Ling Luo returned to the tribe before the wet season. In just a few days, Black Wolf had fallen for him, believing Ning Luo was the kindest female in the world. Tanghua watched the two from afar, thinking how quickly Black Wolf had changed his heart when he had previously said he would wait for her to come of age. At this moment, the White Lotus Ning Luo was offering suggestions beside Black Wolf. "Chief Black Wolf, for this wet season, our tribe members should have no safety concerns. But for the other two friendly tribes, it's hard to say. We had previously agreed to face this wet season together. Although we no longer fear the wet season, we shouldn't disregard their safety. Since we're all friends, why not let them come here too? This way, we can all look after each other." Black Wolf's eyes were full of infatuation as he looked at him, while Ning Luo continued endlessly. "We can dig out more space outside and set up more traps around. I think it should be fine." Tanghua, listening from the side, was nearly furious. She had dug the cave herself, and now, Ning Luo, that White Lotus, wanted to use others' things to act virtuous. She looked at Ning Luo and said irritably, "If Black Wolf isn't afraid of the mountain collapsing, then go ahead and make more space. Better yet, hollow out the entire mountain. Then you could fit not just 3 tribes, but 30 tribes." Ning Luo immediately put on a wronged expression. "Little Gua, I'm sorry. I didn't think that far. I'm just worried about the members of our friendly tribes. If they stay outside, won't they be in danger?" Actually, even if we can't dig new spaces, we can fit more people in each small space. Chief, what do you think of my suggestion? At this moment, in Black Wolf's ears, everything Ning Luo said made sense to him. He thought Ning Luo was truly too kind. He knew Ning Luo originally belonged to Gaian, and as a chief, he shouldn't have other thoughts. But he couldn't help being attracted to Ning Luo's appearance. Tanghua watched Black Wolf's infatuated behavior with disgust. This Black Wolf was obviously lovesick. Haven't you thought about whether the tribe members would object? Ling Luo says it won't be crowded, but that means putting 3 to 5 people in spaces meant for one. Living in such small spaces for half a month would drive people crazy. Yin Yao came to Tangwa's side. Little Gua, are you unhappy? Tangwa didn't hide anything from Yin Yao. Who would be happy? High Priest, which tribe member would be satisfied with such arrangements? If conflicts arise between our tribe and others, how can we ensure our tribe members' safety? Yin Yao gently stroked Tangwa's head. When it gets crowded, you can come to my place. Hearing this, Tangwa looked at Yin Yao with a bright smile. High Priest, are you worried about me? The Beast Tribe's High Priest couldn't bear to be away from Tangwa now. He tapped her head and said gently, when it gets crowded, come to my place. Tangwa's heart bloomed with joy at these words. Was he worried about her safety? She looked at Yin Yao. High Priest, you're worried about me? Yin Yao nodded helplessly. Tangwa was beaming with happiness. Don't worry, High Priest. I'm already prepared. Under Yin Yao's puzzled gaze, Tangwa walked to a corner of his small space and pushed aside a stone, leaving Yin Yao dumbfounded. Tangwa pointed at the small hole. Look, High Priest, I made a small door here. If anything happens, I'll just push the stone aside and come find you. Don't worry. Yin Yao's expression was complicated. Little Gua, when did you do this? Tangwa gave an adorable smile. When you weren't paying attention. Yin Yao's face instantly turned red. Tangwa hugged Yin Yao's arm. Don't be angry, High Priest. I was sick. Remember? I made this so I could see you easily. Now I can check on you anytime. You can even move your sleeping furs to this spot. Yin Yao interrupted Tangwa. Enough, Little Gua. You don't need to explain further. Yin Yao didn't say he would block the opening. He turned and took a beast hide to cover the small hole. Finally, he said calmly, this is better. Tangwa's eyes sparkled as she looked at Yin Yao. High Priest, does this mean you agree? Yin Yao twitched his lips. Isn't what I did obvious enough? Meanwhile, Ling Luo stayed by Black Wolf's side every day, giving advice about setting up various traps and fences outside the cave to prevent wild beasts from entering. They asked Tangwa and Yin Yao if they wanted to come look. Tangwa said she wouldn't participate and left immediately. Yin Yao followed Tangwa out of the cave. He asked where she was going, and she just said she was going out to play. Then Tangwa asked Yin Yao if he wanted to follow her. Yin Yao said he was worried about her safety, but actually, he wanted to know what she was up to. Tangwa grabbed Yin Yao's arm. High Priest, do you want to know? Yin Yao put on an obedient expression. If Little Gua is willing to tell me, then yes. Tangwa looked at Yin Yao with satisfaction. What an artistic way of speaking. If she wanted to tell him, meaning he wouldn't force her if she didn't want to. He was such an adorable person. Then Tangwa pointed to the mountain base. I'm going up the mountain now. High Priest, would you like to come along? Yin Yao certainly wouldn't refuse. He wanted to see what Tangwa was up to. Tangwa, who had crossed over to the beast world, was about to stir things up again. She led Yin Yao to the mountaintop. Yin Yao saw boulders placed in a pit on the mountain. If these boulders rolled down, both beast people and wild beasts could get hurt. Little one, what are these for? Tangwa pointed at the stones. Of course, it's for prevention. The cave below probably won't be enough to protect us from the beast tide. No matter how good the defenses below are, they can't compare to these rolling stones. When they roll down, the beasts will scatter in panic. Actually, there's an even better method. We can dig some traps and place sharp wooden swords in the pits. The pits must be deep enough that beasts can't jump out. When they charge in, they'll fall into the pits. They'll either die or be severely injured. After some thought, sharp wooden swords aren't easy to make. If they're too thin, they're useless. Beast hide is too thick. They won't get hurt. Tangwa turned around and dug out a rusty large knife from the ground. It looked like it had been buried for a long time. We can use this to make sharp wooden swords. I found it on the mountain a few days ago. High Priest, take a look. Yin Yao took the knife with surprise and chopped at a wooden stick. Even though it was rusty, it easily cut through the wood. Tangwa happily said beside him, "Is this good enough?" Yin Yao's face lit up with joy. With this knife and Tangwa's methods, they could definitely help them survive the beast tide. Now they just needed people to dig pits around the area. Then Yin Yao pointed at the ground. "So what are these stones for?" Tangwa patiently explained, "If any beasts charge through, we'll push these stones down to kill them. We don't need to hide inside the mountain. The mountaintop is the safest place." Yin Yao patted Tangwa's head. His hand moved to her cheek and couldn't resist pinching it. "Little Gua, you're very wise." Tangwa smiled at Yin Yao. "High Priest, is my face nice to pinch?" Hearing this, Yin Yao quickly withdrew his hand. His expression became a bit unnatural. "Let's go tell the chief about this plan, then have the tribe members start preparing." With that, Yin Yao started walking down the mountain. But after a few steps, Yin Yao came back. He took Tangwa's hand, and they walked down together. At this moment, the system sprite appeared. "Host, are you being genuinely kind this time?" Tangwa remained calm. "Of course I'm being kind. The La Duo tribe members can't die right now. At this time, if the La Duo tribe members are in danger, Yin Yao would definitely risk his life to help them. How can I let my man do that?" The little system shuddered after hearing this. So that was the reason. This host was truly not to be trifled with. If someone saved your life, how would you repay them? Tangwa thought, "I've saved their lives now." She wondered how the beast people in the tribe would choose when the time came. Would her fate change? She felt somewhat expectant now. Yin Yao quickly found Black Wolf with Tangwa. Yin Yao explained Tangwa's plan, and Black Wolf was naturally delighted. "Tangwa, you're so clever to think of such a good method." They quickly calculated the time. It wouldn't be possible to dig around the entire mountain, but they could manage the front side. However, this would leave the back of the mountain vulnerable. Tangwa confidently said, "We have rolling stones on the mountain. If beasts attack from behind, we'll deal with them using the stones." Black Wolf was finally reassured and prepared to organize tribe members to dig traps immediately. At this time, Ning Luo told Tangwa and the others that he had made a type of shoe that would protect everyone's feet from getting cut. Black Wolf praised Ning Luo for being so clever. At that moment, members from 2 other tribes also arrived here. Ning Luo immediately ran out to arrange accommodation for those people. Watching Ning Luo's back, Black Wolf sighed that he was truly a kind person. Tangwa gave them a meaningful look, thinking how quickly Black Wolf had fallen for Ning Luo. Soon, people from other tribes crowded into the cave. The tribe's auntie didn't say anything outwardly, but inside she was very dissatisfied. When her dwelling was carved out, she had her brother Aimo make it a bit larger. But now they had arranged for a nursing female with cubs to live there. Those cubs howled every night, making it impossible for her to sleep. Ai was so angry she nearly fainted. No matter how dissatisfied she was, at this time she couldn't drive people away. That would make other tribe members look down on her. She had thought people would be arranged to stay with Tangwa too, and took the chance to ask her about it. Tangwa said with a smile, "My dwelling is particularly small. The chief has seen it and thinks it can't fit even one more person." Auntie couldn't help complaining to Tangwa, "Ning Luo's idea really isn't good. If your dwelling was big enough, Aguo, you would surely have other members staying there too." Tangwa still smiled and said, "But I don't have anyone staying with me, right? Auntie, if you're unsatisfied, you can tell the chief." Auntie pretended to look wronged. "I don't want to go against the chief's wishes, but I think when Ning Luo made this request, he didn't consider our own members at all. Little Gua, why don't you talk to Ning Luo? His demands are somewhat excessive. Although his dwelling is in the outer cave, it's quite large and can accommodate several more people." Tangwa narrowed her eyes. "Why should I say anything?" Ai was stunned. She hadn't expected Tangwa to respond this way. "Little Gua, don't you think Ning Luo is stealing your spotlight? You were the one who thought of digging traps. You suggested using rolling stones to attack beasts, and you found that sharp knife. But Ning Luo seems more popular with the members. I think it's necessary to prove your status, and that your contributions are greater than Ning Luo's. The whole tribe should be grateful. I'm feeling indignant for you. Little Gua, your parents were tribe warriors. You're a warrior's daughter. How can you let Ning Luo overshadow you?" This beast person was trying to brainwash Tangwa. But little did she know, Tangwa had once been a pyramid scheme leader in her previous life. No matter what she said, Tangwa remained unmoved. Auntie, if you're unsatisfied, you can talk to Ning Luo directly. Why must I be the one to say it? Auntie had talked for so long her mouth was dry, but Tangwa remained unmoved. Auntie wondered why Tangwa wouldn't take the bait. Forget it, Tangwa. You're so cowardly. Auntie left, embarrassed and angry. At this moment, the little system popped out. Host, AI, is spreading rumors about you to others. She's saying you're extremely chaotic. Should we do something? Tangwa continued smiling. No need to bother with such trivial matters. Just then, the entire cave experienced a massive tremor. The beast tide was coming. Terrifying rumbling sounds arose in the distance. All the beast people present changed expression. They held sharpened wooden sticks, and all the strong male beast people stood outside the cave. They stared seriously at the pit area not far away. While others weren't paying attention, Tangwa had already quietly climbed to the mountaintop. Not long after, Yin Yao also came up and naturally sat beside Tangwa. Tangwa looked at Yin Yao and asked a very serious question. High Priest, at this critical moment between life and death, do you have something to tell me? Tangwa's gaze turned toward the rumbling in the forest. Dust rose where the beast tide passed through, as if something was exploding inside. Even though these beasts can't see where we are, why can they accurately find our location? At this moment, Yin Yao tapped Tangwa's forehead. Little Gua, you're distracted. Tangwa smiled. High Priest, do you have something important to tell me? Like who you like, right? Lin Yao's smile stiffened, but this time, he didn't care. Yin Yao pinched Tangwa's cheeks. Tangwa's eyes brightened. Who is it? Yin Yao gently stroked Tangwa's pink hair. Little Gua pretended not to understand. High Priest, why are you calling my name again? Yin Yao's gaze softened, his hand covering the back of Tangwa's head, eyes meeting hers. He said very seriously again, I'm saying it's you. Does Tangwa understand? Tangwa couldn't ignore this sincerity. Along with the rumbling sounds, her beautiful face bloomed with a brilliant smile. I understand. That person is me, right, High Priest? At this moment, Yin Yao looked deeply emotional. Yes, it's you. Tangwa giggled and hugged Yin Yao's arm. Tilting her head, she said, High Priest, you finally admitted it. Yin Yao looked at Tangwa tenderly. Little Gua, you weren't actually sick, right? Tangwa lifted her chin. I really feel unwell when I don't see the High Priest for a day. High Priest, your medicine really works well. Hearing this, Yin Yao smiled. The following plot belongs to paid chapters. To continue reading, please upgrade to Super VIP. Below the mountain, the beast tide approached. While chaos reigned below, Tangwa and Yin Yao were discussing love on the mountain. Yin Yao glanced at the approaching beast tide in the distance. After the beast tide passes, I'll need to leave for a while. Tangwa tilted her head looking at Yin Yao, asking where he would go. In the story, it was written that Yin Yao would leave the tribe for a while after each beast tide, usually for 1 to 2 months up to half a year, but it never mentioned what he went to do. Yin Yao's smile gradually faded. I need to investigate a secret. Tangwa continued to ask what secret. Yin Yao's expression became serious. I'm going to search for the secret of the beast tide. Since childhood, I've experienced countless beast tides with my father. Once, my father discovered something strange about the annual beast tide. No matter where tribe members hide, the beasts always charged toward them. When my father was alive, he would search for the secret of the beast tide every year. But during one trip many years ago, he never returned. I only found records about the beast tide in his dwelling. If something happened to father, I should inherit everything and continue searching for this secret. Hearing this, Tangwa called out the little system. Are there any hidden plots about this world? The system thought for a moment. Host, this is a trial novel. The content of this book is blank. Though if you want to know at what age Yin Yao stopped wetting the bed, I can find that out. The system was also puzzled. It had never encountered such a situation before. Could this beast tide be someone's conspiracy? And if so, what was their purpose? Tangwa rested her chin on her hand. I'm quite interested now. It's been a while since I've encountered something this interesting. At this moment, the sound of beasts charging below the mountain grew closer. Tangwa and Yin Yao felt the mountain trembling. The surrounding vegetation shook. Yin Yao instinctively pulled Tanghua into his embrace. Both stared downward, seeing dust flying up from the distant forest. Then various beasts came running out. They were extremely fierce, crashing into trees when they encountered them, smashing into rocks when they met them. They seemed mad, charging toward the beast tribe's position. Tanghua saw the murderous glint in these beasts' eyes, a ferocious light that seemed ready to devour their prey. Members of several tribes became tense. They watched helplessly as the fierce beasts charged forward. Although they had dug many traps, no one could guarantee the traps would handle all the beasts. But now they had no retreat. The beast tide approached below the mountain. While chaos reigned below, Tanghua and Yin Yao were discussing love above. Tanghua broke free from Yin Yao's embrace. Looking at the frenzied beasts below, she said, "These beasts have finally come. Let's see how formidable they are." The next second, Yin Yao held Tanghua tighter. "Little Gua, you're getting bolder." Tanghua looked proud. "Because I believe my plan will definitely make those stupid beasts fall into the trap." Hearing this, Yin Yao smiled. "Little Gua, you're a very wise female. I've never met a more clever female than you." Yin Yao cupped Tanghua's face and said seriously, "Little Gua, I'll wait for you to come of age." Tanghua softly replied, "All right, High Priest." Shortly after, they heard the screams of various beasts from below. They had to look down, where the madly charging beasts indeed fell into the deep pits. The pits contained many sharpened stakes. The beasts were instantly killed when impaled. The watching beast people saw the once fearsome beasts falling one by one into the deep pits. But even among stupid beasts, there were some clever ones. The remaining dozen or so didn't charge through the big pit. They looked at the distant mountain and frantically ran in another direction. Black Wolf's face darkened. "Everyone up the mountain. Push the rolling stones down before they charge up." The tribe members hurriedly ran up. By the time they got up, Tanghua and Yin Yao had already pushed the rolling stones down. The last dozen beasts were all crushed to death. Seeing the beasts' corpses, the beast people all sighed in relief. They looked at each other and laughed happily. "We finally survived the beast tide." Tanghua looked at the tribe members and smiled, catching Yin Yao's attention. "Little Gua, what are you smiling about?" Tanghua smiled at Yin Yao. "Guess what I'm smiling about?" Yin Yao tapped her forehead. Finally, he held Tanghua in his arms. "Little Gua, I have to go." He needed to find the secret of the beast tide. This departure was different from before. For the first time, he felt reluctant to leave. He even feared he might die along the way, and then he wouldn't be able to return and see Tanghua. Tanghua also held Yin Yao tightly. "High Priest, take care of yourself. You must come back alive." Yin Yao whispered in Tanghua's ear, "I will. For my little Gua, I will return." The system was moved to tears by this scene. How could it feel such sympathy for this young couple? Yin Yao finally couldn't resist and kissed Tanghua's forehead. In front of Tanghua, he transformed into a snow-white wolf and leaped down the mountain. He ran wildly in the direction where the beasts had disappeared. Tanghua watched Yin Yao's back. "So he's a snow wolf. Quite beautiful. I wonder how his fur feels to touch." Hearing this, the little system was stunned. "If I get any sadder, I might as well die." "Host, you're really something else." High Priest Yin Yao followed the beast tide. He needed to investigate about the beast tide, so Tanghua had to stay alone in the tribe. By evening, trouble arose in the tribe. Ling Luo, who was usually cherished by the tribe's males, suddenly disappeared. So tribe leader Black Wolf took several warriors to search for him immediately. People in the tribe were anxious. It was so late. Wasn't the chief afraid of danger? The beast tide had just passed recently. It was currently the most dangerous time. Moreover, it was at night. What if something dangerous happened? The chief seemed very worried about Ning Luo. Not just the chief. AIMO and the vice chief were also especially worried about him. Meanwhile, Tanghua was leisurely roasting meat. She wasn't worried about Ning Luo getting lost at all. At this time, AIE came to Tanghua's side. "Little Gua, are you also worried about Ning Luo?" "Actually, Little Gua, you're the smartest female in the tribe. Why do people misunderstand?" Tanghua glanced at AIE, thinking about how she was one of the participants in her tragedy in her previous life. It was AIE who played a key role. Now she dared to come and cause trouble again. Seeing Tanghua not answering, AIE continued, "Little Gua, don't you think it would be better if Ning Luo never returns? That way, no one would steal your spotlight. You'd be the smartest female in the tribe." At this moment, Tanghua, who had been silent, suddenly stood up. AIE was stunned, wondering what Tanghua was going to do. Tangwa looked at her righteously. "Aie, how can you say such things? Ning Luo might be in danger. He has brought so many changes to our tribe. How can you say it would be better if he never returns? Auntie, even if you like Gaian and want to be his mate, you shouldn't curse Ning Luo with such malicious words." People immediately gathered around. "Auntie, how could you say that? Auntie is such a bad person." By now, Aie was completely stunned. She stood there awkwardly, unable to say a complete sentence. Tangwa continued questioning her. "Did you, or did you not say those words about hoping Ning Luo wouldn't return?" Aie was mortified, thinking how stupid Tangwa was, speaking so loudly, as if afraid others couldn't hear. Tangwa pressed on. "Ning Luo taught you how to make salt, taught tribe members about various spices and edible wild vegetables. Aie, how can you be so ungrateful and curse him at this time?" At this moment, Aie was devastated inside. If she could die right now, it would be such a blessed thing. The evil woman Aie wanted to instigate Tangwa against Ning Luo, but unexpectedly, Tangwa shouted her words out loud. This was truly a complete backfire. Tangwa looked at the members present and said loudly, "I believe that all members of our Lado tribe know gratitude. When we receive kindness, we never forget it." No one would have such evil thoughts like Aie. The members nodded in agreement. Everyone had witnessed Ning Luo's goodness. "We are all very grateful to him. We would never have such malicious thoughts. I've heard that once someone shows ingratitude, the gods will bring down severe punishment." At this moment, Tangwa's sacred expression made her look like a descended deity, causing all present members to show immediate respect. "Aie, I believe you just spoke without thinking and didn't have any malicious intent. Don't say such vicious things anymore. Ning Luo has shown you kindness. To avoid divine punishment, I hope you can reform yourself. Don't have such selfish thoughts anymore." Other beastmen also criticized Aie. "Even if you like Gaian, you shouldn't hate Ning Luo for it. Yes, Aie, we hope you can be a kind female. Don't curse Ning Luo with vicious words, or the gods will punish you." "That's right. Ning Luo has brought us countless benefits and changed our way of life. We can drink delicious meat soup every day. Auntie, what you did was really wrong." Aie stood in the center of the square, enduring the stares and criticism from all tribe members. Her face was burning with shame. No explanation would help now, especially since everything Tangwa said was true. It was all Tangwa's fault. How could she be so stupid? If only she hadn't told her these things. Tangwa didn't care what Aie was complaining about in her heart. Seeing everyone's condemnation of Aie, she was extremely pleased. From now on, Aie wouldn't dare to bother her again. If she dared to come, she would just do the same thing, loudly announce Aie's words. Just then, the worried about Ning Luo and Gaian returned. At the same time, Gaian was carrying a severely injured male beastman on his back. Ning Luo looked at the wounded beastman with tears streaming down his face. He held the man's hand while following beside Gaian. "Someone help! Save him quickly!" Ning Luo had finally returned after being missing for a day. Not only did the worried about Ning Luo and Gaian return, but they also brought back a severely injured male carried on Gaian's back. Ning Luo looked at the wounded beastman with tears streaming down his face. He held the man's hand while following beside Gaian. "Someone help! Save him quickly! Has the high priest returned?" Ning Luo rushed to Tangwa. "Has the high priest come back? Please have him save Brother Wei. Brother Wei's injuries are so severe. I don't want Brother Wei to die. I want him to live." Tangwa didn't feel like continuing to chew her dried fruit. The high priest hasn't returned. Then she glanced at Vigo lying on the wooden board, looking miserable. He looked like he was about to die. This stinking snake was the one Tangwa hated the most. According to the plot, it was because this stinking snake was too alert that Yin Yao's plan was ruined. He was also the one who severely injured Yin Yao. Tangwa secretly thought it would be better if he died. But clearly, the male lead had his own plot armor. Even as one of the male leads, he couldn't die so easily. Ling Luo lay on Vigo's body, crying. "Vigo won't die. How could he possibly die? If you wake up, I'll accept you, okay?" This time, Gaian didn't stop Ning Luo. If Vigo hadn't suddenly appeared, he and Ning Luo would have lost their lives. Vigo killed the beast, but the beast had also nearly taken Vigo's life. Ai walked over. Why don't we find some herbs for Vigo first? Though the high priest isn't here, Tanghua often gathers herbs with the high priest, so she must know many medicinal herbs. Hearing this, Ning Luo ran to Tanghua and fell to his knees. Tanghua, please save Brother Wei. I know you don't like me, and you're upset that I stole your spotlight. I really didn't mean to. I never intended to steal your spotlight. As long as you're willing to save Brother Wei, once he recovers, I'll leave the tribe with him. At these words, everyone's gaze toward Tanghua changed, as if she was refusing to save Brother Wei because she disliked Ning Luo. Ai seemed to find an opportunity. Little Gua, didn't you say Ning Luo is our tribe's benefactor? Now he wants your help to save Brother Wei. You wouldn't refuse to help, would you? Tanghua remained calm. I never said I wouldn't help. Tanghua looked at Ning Luo strangely. Who told you that? I hate. Ning Luo ran to Tanghua and fell to his knees with a thud. Gua, please save Brother Wei. I know you don't like me, and you're upset that I stole your spotlight. I really didn't mean to. I never intended to steal your spotlight. As long as you're willing to save Brother Wei, once he recovers, I'll leave the tribe with him. As these words fell, everyone's gaze toward Tanghua changed, as if she was refusing to save Brother Wei because she disliked Ning Luo. Annie seemed to find an opportunity. Gua, didn't you say Ning Luo is our tribe's benefactor? Now he wants your help to save Brother Wei. You wouldn't refuse to help, would you? I never said I wouldn't help. Tanghua looked at Ning Luo strangely. Who told you that? I hate. Ning Luo wiped his tears. Isn't everyone in the tribe talking about it? Otherwise, why would Gua not like me? You must hate me. Before I came, Gua was the tribe's little princess. After I came, I attracted a lot of attention. It's not strange that Gua hates me. I don't hate you, Tanghua said without changing expression. Do you want me to save him? Yes, Gua. Can you help me? Ning Luo asked anxiously. Tanghua frowned. I don't know if I can save him. Although I've learned from the high priest for a while, my mind doesn't seem that clever. How could I possibly master the high priest's skills so quickly? If it were that easy, wouldn't everyone in the tribe be able to learn it? Ning Luo thought she had a point, but if Tanghua didn't help, no one could save Brother Wei. Gua, please try. Just do your best to save Brother Wei. Tanghua thought for a moment. I'm afraid I might choke him to death. Ning Luo seemed to grab onto his last hope. Gua, I trust you. Other members also expressed that if anything went wrong, they wouldn't blame Tanghua. Tanghua found it amusing internally. If she really choked someone to death, Ning Luo would be the first to blame her. Then these people would probably blame her for trying to save someone without proper skills. Since you insist, I'll try. The high priest recently taught me a method to treat severe injuries. Ning Luo secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but he was still worried. Then he watched Tanghua working with the herbs, asking tribe members to gather fresh herbs. Finally, the herbs were crushed and applied to Wei Ji's wounds. It seemed Gua really had no ill intentions. The bleeding seemed to stop. It's really working. Gua, you're amazing. Tanghua was modest. The high priest taught me. I just followed his methods. I don't understand why the bleeding stopped either. Almost everyone believed these words. Even Auntie believed them. But the Mike brothers, watching from the crowd, exchanged glances. Did Gua really not lie? It's a bit uncertain. Ollie was cheering for Tanghua. Gua, you're really amazing. You're truly the smartest female. The Mike brothers heard these innocent words with some helplessness. They felt somewhat resigned. Under Tanghua's careful treatment, the snake Wei Ji's wounds gradually scabbed over. Ling Luo was very grateful for this. Tanghua waited until Wei Gu woke up 10 days later. When he opened his eyes and saw Ning Luo, the two couldn't help themselves and decided to have some fun. Unexpectedly, Wei Gu suddenly let out a painful scream, which attracted Gain and Ima and others. When they rushed into the cave, they encountered this intimate scene. If one ignored Wei Ji's painful expression, it was indeed quite intimate. Ning Luo saw more and more people rushing in. He hurriedly covered himself with animal hide. Seeing Wei Ji's pale face, he didn't care about being embarrassed anymore. Wei Gu, what's wrong? I'm sorry, you're still injured. We shouldn't have done this. Wei Gu gritted his teeth to comfort Ning Luo. His body was in pain, as if something was gnawing inside. The feeling made him want to scratch through his skin, to tear apart the painful areas. Seeing Wei Gu in such pain, others quickly pushed the scene they just witnessed out of their minds. What's wrong with Wei Gu? At this moment, Ning Luo suddenly thought of Tanghua. Gain, quickly call Guogua here. He treated Wei Ji's injuries. He must know what's wrong. Tanghua was quickly called over. Looking at Wei Gu curled up in pain, and seeing the blush hadn't faded from Ning Luo's face, and the obvious marks on his body, Tanghua inwardly snickered. How could she easily treat that sneaky snake Wei Gu? But now her expression was very serious. What happened to Wei Gu? Guogua, please take a look. Wei Gu says his body hurts. He says his whole body hurts. Is there something wrong with the herbs? At this time, Little Dong jumped out. Host, I really don't understand. He begged you to save someone, and now that the person's alive, they blame you just because of some pain. From their tone, if you can't cure him, they might try to pin the blame on you. Tanghua thought silently. Watch and learn. When you level up and gain human emotions, you'll understand this psychology. She squatted down, pretending to examine Wei Ji's body without understanding. She certainly knew what was wrong with Wei Gu. When fighting with beasts, he must have transformed into his true form. Even with scales, Wei Ji's true form was no match for some thick-skinned beasts. His body was torn open by the beast, and many sharp stones and twigs had gotten inside. Normal treatment would require cleaning those things out first, before applying medicine. Tanghua deliberately skipped this step. After all, she didn't know better. And she did save Wei Ji's life. Because of the various sharp stones and twigs inside his body, it's no wonder Wei Gu was in pain. She had also secretly accelerated his wound healing process. Now it was time for Wei Gu to suffer. I don't see anything wrong with Wei Gu, Tanghua said innocently. I followed the high priest's method to stop the bleeding and stitch the wounds. Wei Gu is fine now. Could his pain be from some old condition? Wei Gu coldly glanced at Tanghua. I'm certain I don't have any old conditions. Tanghua looked somewhat innocently at everyone. I really can't find anything wrong. You all insisted I treat him. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have helped. Tanghua, living among beasts, didn't expect to encounter such negativity. Guogua, don't be angry. Wei Gu is just in too much pain. I apologize on his behalf. Please check Wei Ji's body again. Tanghua's expression remained calm. I can't find anything wrong. It's only been a few days. Let's wait and observe for a few more days. Perhaps it will get better. Ning Luo thought this was acceptable, and Wei Gu didn't object. Perhaps it was just because the injuries were too severe. No one noticed Tanghua's mischievous smirk. 3 days later, Ning Luo rushed to Tanghua's residence. Guogua, Wei Gu says his body still hurts. He looked at Tanghua with pitiful eyes. Please go check on Wei Gu again. Wei Gu was only in pain, not in mortal danger. He didn't dare accuse Tanghua of mistreating Wei Gu. After all, he was just a student who had just finished his college entrance exams. He knew nothing about treating injuries. Wei Ji's injuries still needed Tanghua's help. Though he had some complaints about Tanghua's inadequate skills, he didn't dare show it. The high priest they had waited for so many days still hadn't returned, so their only hope rested with Tanghua. At this time, whether day or night, Wei Gu was rolling on the ground in pain. If this continued, he feared something would happen to Wei Gu. Tanghua stroked his chin and said, "All right, I'll go with you to check." Upon arriving at Ning Luo's residence, Tanghua heard Wei Ji's painful groans. Inside, he saw Wei Gu curled up on the ground, his face waxy yellow, his body trembling in pain. Occasionally he would roll over, howling in agony. Tanghua was secretly amused. This nasty snake could really endure pain, not dying from it yet. Indeed, he was the male lead. Wei Gu, I've asked Guogua to check on you again. Wei Gu coldly glanced at Tanghua, clearly unwilling. But because his body was in such pain, he had no choice but to let Tanghua examine him. After examining him, Tanghua stroked his chin and said, "Since I saved his life, there shouldn't be any problems." By now, Black Wolf and others had arrived. Although they were troubled by Ning Luo's concern for Wei Gu, if Wei Gu hadn't saved Ning Luo, they would have lost him forever. So they accepted Wei Ji's presence, even though he was from the Snake Tribe. The Snake Tribe usually didn't integrate into the tribe, preferring their own caves. Moreover, tribe members didn't like living with the Snake Tribe. Then, Black Wolf suddenly suggested, why not have Wei Gu transform into his true form? Guogua can examine him directly that way. He remembered that. Whenever the high priest treated tribe members, he would have them transform into their true forms for examination. Only if there were no problems would they return to human form. Thinking about it, he realized they had missed this step. Wei Gu seemed reluctant to transform in front of strangers. He didn't want to show his true form, but seeing Ning Luo's worried expression, he finally nodded. Ning Luo helped him walk outside. as his true form was quite large. This small dwelling couldn't contain him. Outside, he transformed into his true form. A giant snake with scales appeared before them, though the scales were sparse. Once the scales fully covered his body, he might become a dragon. However, in this beast-human world, there were no legends of dragons. No snake tribe member had ever successfully evolved into a dragon. After transforming, Wei-gu felt even more pain. This time, before Tangwa could examine him, others noticed something wrong with Wei-ji's body. Those bulging areas looked like something was inside Wei-ji's body. Ning Luo cried, "Guogua, please look quickly. What are those things inside?" Tangwa then said to Black Wolf, "To determine what's inside Wei-ji's body, we might need to cut him open to see." The system's avatar broke into a cold sweat. "Host, are you toxic?" When Wei-gu heard Tangwa suggest cutting open his body, his entire body stiffened. He stared at Tangwa with ice-cold eyes. Tangwa pretended to be scared and stepped back. "If you don't want to, that's fine. You didn't transform into your true form before, so how could I know there were strange things inside? Why don't you do it yourselves? I won't touch him. He doesn't seem to be in life-threatening danger." Ning Luo was naturally reluctant, but seeing Wei-ji's suffering, "Chief, please try it. Just cut a small area first to see what's inside." Tangwa watched with an outwardly serious expression, while inwardly laughing heartily. Black Wolf nodded. He took out his large knife and cut open one of the bulging areas. Wei-gu appeared to be in great pain. Though his snake head made it hard to read his expression, they could feel his body trembling. Black Wolf carefully removed the bulging object. Everyone was stunned when they saw what it was. It was a stone, followed by a piece of wood. Everyone's expressions changed even more. They could basically confirm that these objects must have gotten mixed in when Wei-ji's body was torn during his fight with the beast. Now, to relieve Wei-ji's pain, they would have to cut open his flesh and remove all the stones and wood. Ning Luo looked at Tangwa. "Didn't you disinfect and clean the wounds when treating Wei-gu?" The reproach in his voice was unmistakable. Tangwa looked confused. "What's disinfection? I did clean the wounds. Didn't I wash them with hot water?" Seeing Tangwa's confusion, Ning Luo was at a loss for words. He had forgotten. This was a primitive beast-human world. These beast people had thick skin and flesh, and without education, how could they know the importance of disinfection and wound cleaning? "Since you've found the cause, I'm done here. Don't come to me next time for things like this." "I really don't know how," Tangwa said angrily. "You insisted I save him, and now you blame me when something goes wrong. This time it was indeed your carelessness." The high priest always has tribe members transform into their true forms to examine wounds. Tangwa glanced at him. "I've already said, don't come to me next time for such things. I did refuse before." With that, he left. The revenge goal was achieved. Now just wait to be betrayed. The system avatar was speechless. Its host was still so vindictive. Though Tangwa returned to his dwelling, he had the system set up a live broadcast. He watched as Black Wolf wielded his knife, cutting open Wei-ji's healed wounds. Each time they removed wood, Wei-gu howled in pain. The scene of a giant snake lying outside, howling and rolling around was particularly amusing. Listening to Wei-ji's screams, Tangwa munched on dried fruits, feeling absolutely delighted. After removing everything from his body, Wei-gu was covered in wounds. Ning Luo held the giant snake head sympathetically. Seeing this scene, Tangwa couldn't help but burst out laughing. Afterward, rumors spread through the tribe that it was Guogwa's carelessness that caused Wei-gu such suffering. Everyone was criticizing Guogwa's mistakes. Within 2 days, rumors even spread that Guogwa had deliberately tortured Wei-gu because Ning Luo had attracted Black Wolf, their tribe's first warrior. By the time Wei-gu had mostly recovered, Ning Luo had accepted confessions from several males. Seeing these strong men's devoted gazes and their attraction to her made Ning Luo blush. Though Ning Luo received confessions from several strong males in the tribe, she already had Wei-gu in gain. She was hesitant, but they assured her they wouldn't force her, only asking that she not reject their pursuit. This made Ning Luo reluctantly accept. This clearly showed other members that these males were practically Ning Luo's mates now. This made the females in the tribe feel bitter, especially those females who liked Ima and Gain. Their looks toward Ning Luo were no longer innocent. In their view, Ning Luo was somewhat better than Guogwa, and even easier to get along with. In short, they both disliked and liked Ning Luo. Also, because Black Wolf confessed to Ning Luo, people believed even more that Guogwa had mistreated Wei-gu because Ning Luo had stolen Black Wolf. Ning Luo seemed to believe this too. Later, Tangwa became much colder towards them. During this time, Ning Luo also adapted to life in the beast world. Recalling modern conveniences, she gradually brought changes to the tribe. With Ning Luo's guidance, they made many practical and simple items to trade with other tribes. When asked, they would praise Ning Luo from head to toe. In just 2 months, Ning Luo's name became widely known. Even the Mata Nation, a beast people country far from the Lado tribe, learned of Ning Luo's existence. Guanglali immediately decided to capture Ning Luo. Of course, it would be better if the tribe willingly handed her over. If they refused, they would wage war, conquer the Lado tribe, kill their males, and take their females and food. Seeing those fierce warriors and the beasts controlled by Mata Nation's warriors, the Lado tribe members' faces changed dramatically. Even with their powerful Black Wolf leader, they couldn't match several hundred Mata warriors. If conflict broke out, the 100+ people of the Lado tribe couldn't possibly resist. "We're here for one thing," the Mata warrior said. "Hand over the female called Ning Luo. Don't try to deceive us. We know that small female is fair and delicate, different from other females. You have 3 days to decide. Otherwise, we'll occupy your Lado tribe, kill all male beast people here, and all females and food here. Will belong to our Mata Nation. We can't hand over Luo Luo. If anyone tries to hand over Luo Luo, I'll swallow them whole." Black Wolf and the other 2 nodded, refusing to surrender Ning Luo. Ning Luo secretly sighed in relief. How could she have known there was a beast nation here? Had she known, she definitely wouldn't have done so many things, drawing their attention. "Now we're surrounded by Mata warriors. We can't escape. Chief, we don't want to hand over Ning Luo either. But what should we do next? Mata Nation is so cruel. If we don't do as they say, they'll definitely crush us." The Lado tribe ant was also very anxious. She didn't want to go to the cruel Mata Nation at all. She'd heard many tribes were exploited by Mata Nation. Suddenly, she saw Tangwa sitting idly to one side. Ning Luo was also not far from Tangwa. Looking at both their appearances, she was surprised to find that Guo was even fairer than Ning Luo, and his body looked even more delicate than Ning Luo's. She rolled her eyes and whispered to the female beast person beside her, "I think Guo looks somewhat like Ning Luo. If Guo goes to Mata Nation, they definitely won't suspect he isn't Ning Luo." Ai actually came up with the idea of using Tangwa to substitute for Ning Luo, because Tangwa looked even fairer than Ning Luo. Moreover, Tangwa didn't seem particularly weak. He should be able to live well in Mata Nation. The female beast people began to discuss. What started as private discussions soon became a topic for everyone. What they really wanted to express was that Ning Luo could bring countless changes to their tribe, while Guo seemed dispensable. To put it crudely, he hadn't made any real contribution to the tribe. Although Mata Nation was cruel, they were still relatively kind to females. Guo replacing Ning Luo in Mata Nation would just mean changing locations, with no risk to life. After hearing these words, Wei-Gu smiled strangely. "I think this is a good idea. Guo can indeed substitute for Ning Luo in Mata Nation. What does the chief think?" Black Wolf was hesitant. "Guo, Ning Luo is so weak, you should go in his place." Before Black Wolf could speak, Gain spoke up, followed by Ima, who also agreed. The tribe members looked at Tangwa with sparkling eyes, seemingly thinking this was a very good idea. "What are you thinking? How could you let Guo go to Mata Nation? Do you know how cruel the Mata Nation members are? Even if they treat females well, what if they find out Guo is fake?" Hearing what all the members said, Aoli suddenly stood up, hardly believing that the Lado tribe members would actually suggest the idea of having Guo substitute for Ning Luo. "Have you forgotten that Guo's parents sacrificed themselves for our Lado tribe? Who came up with the idea last time that helped us avoid the beast attack? No members were sacrificed. Wasn't it Guo who discovered where we live now? The large knives we use were also found by Guo." Baoli was angry. How could these people forget Guo's kindness? Whoever they suggested to replace Ning Luo, it shouldn't be Guo. "But we can't hand over Ning Luo." "Yes, Ning Luo can't be handed over. Ning Luo is the wisest female. It's best for her to stay in the Lado tribe." Aoli watched as members righteously said they couldn't hand over Ning Luo, his heart growing cold. "So you can just hand over Guo instead? Without Ning Luo, we won't have shoes to wear or meat soup to drink. Ning Luo teaches us to weave beautiful pictures, sew pretty clothes. Many foods we thought we couldn't eat. Ning Luo has ways to make them edible. She's a wise one. We can't hand over a wise one. Baoli's eyes turned red. But Guogua saved our lives. He has life-saving grace. Don't they understand? Guogua was the one who helped them survive safely. Why would they abandon him now? I disagree anyway, Aoli shouted. If you dare hand over Guogua, I'll fight you all. Mike Mill, do you dare to fight with me to protect Guogua? The Mike and Mill brothers quickly nodded. Aoli turned around and went to pull Tangua. Guogua, I'll protect you. As long as I, Aoli, am alive, I won't watch you be handed over. After saying this, he pulled Tangua into the cave in front of all the members. Ning Luo was also very scared, having heard how brutal Mata Nation was. She trembled, hiding in Gain's arms. Wei-gu also gently hugged her. Luo, don't worry. I won't let you go to Mata Nation. Sleep well tonight. Everything will be fine tomorrow. A cold smile crossed Wei Ji's lips. No one could snatch Luo from his hands. They would have to let someone else substitute. After putting Ning Luo to sleep, several men gathered together. Hand over Guogua. For Luo's sake, I hope you won't stop us. Unless you're willing to hand over Luo. Impossible to hand over Luo, several people said simultaneously. Wei-gu showed a victorious smile. Black Wolf, will you stop us? Black Wolf clenched his fists, but didn't speak words of opposition. Between Guogua and Ning Luo, he chose Ning Luo. He could only apologize to Guogua. Mata Nation probably wouldn't do anything to Guogua, but he couldn't lose Ning Luo. Between Guogua and Ning Luo, Black Wolf chose Ning Luo. He could only apologize to Guogua. Mata Nation probably wouldn't do anything to Guogua, but he couldn't lose Ning Luo. Mill and Mike must be guarding Guogua's residence. We can overpower them together. Wei-gu narrowed his eyes. To be safe, let's act tomorrow night. During the day tomorrow, let them lower their guard first. Aoli doesn't think that much. Just deceive him and it'll be fine. Several people agreed. The next day, Black Wolf announced they would think of other solutions. Seeing Black Wolf's earnest appearance, the members all relaxed. Actually, talking about handing over Guogua made them somewhat uneasy. But between their lives and Guogua, they chose their own lives. Ning Luo was more important than Guogua. They could only sacrifice Guogua. That night, several people gathered together. Let me be the bad guy this time, so Black Wolf won't lose his leader's dignity. He had also accepted Black Wolf and his people's existence. Ning Luo needed them all to protect her. Sure enough, there was no one guarding Tengu's residence anymore. Wei-gu easily entered, subdued Tengu, and handed him over to the Mata Nation warriors. He told them this was Ning Luo. Tengu now looked much fairer than Ning Luo. The Mata Nation warriors had never seen such a fair-skinned female and left with him without suspicion. Will Guogua be okay? Mike looked at the sleeping Aoli and asked anxiously. Guogua is the true wise one. Don't worry, he predicted so many things. He'll surely be fine. When Aoli finds out tomorrow, we'll break away from the Leto tribe. We'll leave this place as Guogua said and reunite someday in the future. That's all we can do. When Tangua woke up, he was already in the beast cart. The surrounding Mata Nation beastmen stared at him with wide eyes when they saw him wake up. He smiled and asked, how long until we reach Mata Nation? He could hardly wait to reach Mata Nation and take it over. Mata Nation's King Larry was a very cruel beastman. Han Nation definitely wouldn't spare him. He planned to kill Larry as soon as he arrived. Then he could do things his way in Mata Nation without restraint. He could finally show his abilities. But this time he didn't plan to become Mata Nation's king. He heard there was a highly respected profession in the beast world, the Wise One. As the name suggests, only beastmen with extraordinary wisdom would be respected as wise ones. He should be able to become one. His beast cart was pulled by 2 wild horses. On one of the horses sat a burly beastman, the first warrior of Mata Nation and Larry's lackey. He was the one who later discovered Guogua wasn't Ning Luo and threw him to those fierce beastmen, so this person couldn't live either. He needed to choose someone who had no grudge against him, was obedient and easy to control, preferably someone who had a grudge against Larry. Recalling the plot, he quickly found his candidate, Larry's brother, Siri. He had always been suppressed by Larry and even driven out of the palace, currently living in poverty, but even so, Siri hadn't given up and was secretly developing his power. The plot mentioned that chaos occurred in Mata Nation, and it was because of this chaos that Ning Luo and his mates were able to defeat the powerful Mata Nation. They finally occupied Mata Nation's territory and established the Beast Nation. The tribe's people had handed Tangua over to Mata Nation as Ning Luo's substitute. A guard beastman answered Tangua, "Be good, don't try to run. You'll receive the best treatment in Armada Nation. As long as you bring your knowledge to Armada Nation, the king will grant you noble status. Tangwa chuckled. Good, I want to be a noble. Living in caves in the Lado tribe every day, I'm really tired of it. I heard that in Mada Nation, you build houses with stones? That's right, our city is built with stone. All Mada Nation people live in stone houses. Even when the tide comes, it's blocked by the thick stone walls. There's no danger at all. We also have wise ones. Even if the tide is fierce, the wise ones will find solutions. The Mada Nation beastmen were particularly proud when speaking of these things. They proudly promoted the benefits to Tangwa. Before long, Tangwa had become quite friendly with this group. In between, he cooked meat soup for them to drink. After drinking it, their eyes grew increasingly intense when looking at Tangwa. Even the first warrior looked at Tangwa differently now, perhaps because he showed no intention of escaping. Getting along with them was quite pleasant. Throughout the journey, except for the first warrior who remained cold, the other beastmen were very enthusiastic and took good care of him, treating him completely as one of their own. Basically, they would give him whatever he asked for. The first warrior frowned at this, but eventually thinking Tangwa wasn't dangerous, he didn't stop it. Soon Tangwa arrived at Mada Nation. Looking at the houses built with stone, he found them quite curious. The more noble the beastman, the better and more solid stones they used, especially the royal palace. It was built quite beautifully. Various beast patterns were carved into them, looking both ancient and aesthetic. King Larry personally received Tangwa and promised to grant him noble status if he would bring his knowledge to Mada Nation. After Tangwa agreed, he was arranged to stay in a noble's residence. Several warriors and female beastmen were assigned to care for him, though they were actually monitoring him. But Tangwa didn't mind this. He casually shared a few insignificant things with Larry, who was very satisfied after his people learned them. A month had passed since Tangwa came to Mada Nation, and now even Larry believed he had no hope of rebellion. Moreover, the beastmen monitoring him reported that he lived happily every day and was content living in Mada Nation. Even the first warrior no longer doubted Tangwa, especially since he occasionally brought out good things. Once Tangwa confirmed Larry was no longer deliberately monitoring him, he went to approach Siri. Getting close to Siri went very smoothly. Siri was very surprised by his arrival. From the beginning, his subordinates had received news that Larry had captured an exceptionally capable female beastman from the Lado tribe. Mada Nation's goods had become more abundant because of this female beastman. His status had gradually risen, and while not comparable to the king and wise ones, he was more noble than other beastmen. Now seeing Tangwa personally seeking him out confused him. Your name is Ning Luo, right? What brings you to see me? Tangwa sat on the stone stool and shook his head. I'm not Ning Luo. Tangwa actually admitted directly that he wasn't Ning Luo. Everyone knows you're Ning Luo. You were captured by Larry from the Lado tribe. If you're not Ning Luo, how could you make those peculiar items? Larry and his lackey, the first warrior, are very cunning. You couldn't have fooled them. He didn't believe Tangwa was an imposter. I'm called Guagua, and I came to you because I want to cooperate. Are you interested? Mada looked at Tangwa vigilantly, wondering if he was serious or testing him. Perhaps Larry had sent him to kill him. Either way, he wouldn't trust easily. Actually, the beast world wasn't so simple. Just looking at the beastmen in Mada Nation, you could see there were many clever ones among them. Siri was one of them. As for the Lado tribe beastmen, just surviving kept them so busy that they had no energy or mind to think, naturally making them less intelligent. Siri didn't trust Tangwa. He carefully expressed that he had no desire for Mada Nation. Tangwa didn't force him. He just came by occasionally to chat. Later, Siri confirmed that Larry never discovered any of his visits. After some time, he finally understood this female was telling the truth. Why do this? I just don't like Larry and want to get rid of him and the first warrior. Hearing this, Siri felt a deep respect. For the first time, he admired this female's boldness. As long as you follow my words to rule Mada Beast Nation, I guarantee you won't regret it. Instead, you'll gain many benefits. I don't want anything. Mada Nation will even help you unite the Beast Nations. Undeniably, Siri was very excited, but he didn't believe Tangwa had such great abilities. Until Tangwa produced a steel knife from nowhere and cut through a stone bracelet with another knife. Things like this. I have as many as you want, but I won't give you too many. However, I can teach you how to make these things. Finally, Tangwa gave Siri a batch of steel knives. These were found in that pirated systems store. They weren't really anything special, but in the beast world, they were deadly weapons. Siri was both clever and patient. He waited for a perfect opportunity before launching the uprising. He personally killed Larry and the first warrior in front of everyone and took control of Mata Nation. On the first day of ruling Mata Nation, he publicly announced Tangwa's true identity. From now on, Agwa would be their Mata Nation's first wise one. From the moment Tangwa produced the steel knife from nowhere, the clever Siri never intended to betray Agwa. In fact, he believed in his heart that Agwa wasn't just a wise one, but rather a fallen deity somehow. Deities were not to be trifled with. This fallen deity, whatever the reason for helping him, would bring him many benefits. He wasn't narrow-minded like Larry. Tangwa became Mata Nation's supreme wise one. He personally supported Siri to become the new king. In Siri's eyes, Tangwa was like a deity, and Siri discovered that this deity indeed had no interest in ruling power. Moreover, he was happy to help Mata Nation change, bringing them all kinds of new things. More importantly, he particularly enjoyed instigating Siri to expand territory. Every time he succeeded, Tangwa would stare at the map, wanting to continue expanding. It seemed his interest was merely in enjoying the pleasure of expansion, with no thoughts of ruling. This left Siri not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Seeing things were about right, Tangwa taught Siri the primitive method of smelting iron. Siri was overwhelmed with excitement. Agwa, just tell me directly what you want to do in the future. Let Mata Nation's warriors help you. Siri, don't get too excited. Just focus on smelting the iron well. This is important for your territorial expansion. Siri's mouth twitched. Lately, hearing about territorial expansion made him feel sick. Agwa, winter is coming soon. Can we discuss expansion next year? For the first time, Siri felt some aversion to territorial expansion. He felt that if Agwa wanted to rule the entire beast realm, it would kill him from exhaustion. Tangwa thought about it and agreed. Yao should be finding his way here soon. By the way, in a while, a beautiful snow wolf might come looking for me. His name is Yao. He's my mate. You must not harm him. When you see him, bring him in. Understood. No problem. I'll definitely order them to watch out for him. Tangwa lived very comfortably in Mata Nation, respected by all its people. But things weren't so good for the Leto tribe. The morning after Tangwa was handed over, Ali learned the truth. He suspected Black Wolf had secretly handed over Tangwa, so he had a big fight with Black Wolf. The other beast people of the Leto tribe remained silent. They didn't criticize Black Wolf. In fact, he noticed the members looked relieved, as if they had just escaped death. Ali's heart completely sank. Ning Luo quickly said he believed it wasn't Black Wolf. He asked Ali to calm down, and other members agreed with Ning Luo. This nearly drove Ali mad. Wei-gu couldn't stand seeing Ning Luo wronged. He publicly admitted that he was the one who handed over Tangwa. Ali wanted Black Wolf to expel Wei-gu from Bulu, but Ning Luo refused, as Wei-gu was still injured. Finally, Ali left Bulu with food and the brothers Mir and Mike. Black Wolf tried to stop them but failed. Ali had fallen out with the tribe over Tangwa, and he directly left with the Mike and Mir brothers. The Mike and Mir brothers moved towards Mata Nation's location, as Tangwa had told them before. After asking about their direction, Ali hugged and kissed each of them. Mike, Mir, you truly deserve to be my mates. You understand me so well. We're going to find brother now. Wonder how he's being treated by others. Mike and Mir felt helpless. Their Ali was truly pure and kind. Agwa had predicted that Ali would leave Bulu with them. He had instructed them that even if Ali didn't plan to leave Leto Bulu, they should take him away. When they asked where to go, Tangwa directly told them to go to Mata Nation. According to the timing, you should be safe when you arrive. Mike and Mir now fully trusted Agwa's wisdom, but they still approached Mata Nation cautiously. Outside Mata Nation, they heard many beast people discussing how Mata Nation had experienced upheaval a few months ago. King Larry was killed by his brother Siri, who became the new king of Mata Nation. Moreover, King Siri of Mata Nation publicly announced that his wise one, this wise one's name was Agwa. At that moment, Ali and the Mike and Mir brothers were dumbfounded. Was Agwa really the same Agwa they knew? Mike, Mir, could this be the Agwa we're looking for? Ali said excitedly. It must be, right? He must be my good friend Agwa. Mike and Mir didn't deceive Ali. They believed that powerful wise one must be a gua. Only he could predict the truth of so many things, and have the ability to assist Siri in seizing Mada Nation, and also help Mada Nation expand its territory and bring countless changes to Mada Nation. The sadness disappeared from Ali's face. He held Mike and Mir's hands and rushed towards Mada Nation City. He looked very excited. They were stopped by the city guards. Ali shouted, "I am a Guagua's friend. My name is Ali. I'm here to find a Guagua." Mike and Mir wanted to stop him, thinking the guards might not know. But unexpectedly, when the guards heard Ali's name, their expression became respectful. "Oh, it's Lord Ali. Please come in. Lord Aguagua has been waiting for you for a long time." This time, Ali finally burst into tears of joy. It really was Aguagua. When they met Tangwa, he was eating delicious food. Siri had assigned many helpers to serve him. He didn't need to hide anything now. Siri looked at him as if he were looking at a deity. Ali saw a large amount of delicious food on Tangwa's table. The fragrant aroma reached his nose. These were foods he had never seen before. Foxes had sensitive noses, and Mike and Mir could barely control themselves. It smelled too good. Ali ran over and hugged Tangwa. "Aguagua, you're really okay. Are you really a wise one? They call you Lord Aguagua, and they even call me Lord Ali." Ali finally found Tangwa. Tangwa pointed at the delicious food on the table. "I prepared lots of food for you. Try it quickly." Ali swallowed his saliva looking at the food. It looked very delicious. Mike and Mir weren't as crude as Ali. They were confused. Beast people maintained some elegance no matter what they did, and when eating, they sat quietly on the side. Even when it was delicious, they just smiled with slightly squinted eyes. But it was indeed extremely tasty, as Ali said. Now Tangwa's status in their hearts was even higher. Aguagua was indeed a wise one. He was more capable than wise ones, even more powerful than the high priest. Could Aguagua be a descended deity? When they entered Mada Nation City, they found many things were different inside. The beast person who led them and explained that those things were all brought by Lord Aguagua. All beast people in Mada Nation spoke of Aguagua as if looking at the moon deity. "From now on, you should live in Mada Nation. If you want anything, just ask Siri directly." "Siri is very easy to talk to," Tangwa said with a smile. "We don't want to leave Ali too far." In their hearts, Ali was the most important. After thinking about it, "We'd like to be merchants. We brothers have some brains." Ali has always liked pretty dresses and necklaces. Merchants could get many such things. Whatever Ali wanted in the future, they would get it for him. Seeing Ali's satisfied smile made them happy. "Then I'll talk to Siri about letting you establish Mada Nation's first merchant guild. You'll be able to trade Mada Nation's goods for good things from other countries," Tangwa said casually. When they met Siri, they found his respect for Tangwa was like that for a deity. It seemed Aguagua might really be a powerful deity. Next, they built the system that Mada Nation had practiced. Although it was quite rough and couldn't compare to the place Siri gave to Tang Nation, Siri declared it as a system that only Mada Nation's most powerful warriors could use. Meanwhile, the Lado tribe had moved from their original location. The journey wasn't easy. Ingluo was fine as he had 5 men protecting him, but it was different for other tribe members, especially those carrying cubs or pregnant. Being physically weak and exhausted from traveling, they fell ill. Just when they were at a loss, Yin Yao appeared. When Yin Yao appeared, they all excitedly shouted that the high priest had returned to save them. Yin Yao didn't immediately help treat the sick members, but instead searched through the crowd for Tangwa's companions. Finally, he didn't see Tangwa. He asked the tribe members about Tangwa's whereabouts. All members fell silent, as Aguagua had been handed over in place of Ning Luo. But they dared not hide such things from Yun Yao, so they spoke haltingly. At that moment, Yun Yao's not-so-cold face turned iron-like. The way he looked at the tribe members was filled with frost. Aie said softly, "High Priest, no matter what, please treat the tribe members' illnesses first." Yin Yao smiled hearing these words, tears in his eyes. Yin Yao had finally returned, but he couldn't find Tangwa in the tribe. When he learned that Tangwa had been handed over to Mada Nation, he cried, "High Priest, many members are sick. Please help treat them." The Black Wolf added, "In the current state with sick members, we cannot continue traveling." He wasn't sure when Mada Nation would see through their deception and realize Aguagua wasn't Ning Luo. Once Aguagua's identity was exposed, given the Mada Nation king's temperament, he would surely send many warriors to intercept them, not only killing their members and stealing their food and females, but also making him lose Ning Luo forever. Why didn't the chief stop this? Yin Yao asked coldly. Black Wolf dared not meet Yin Yao's eyes and looked at the frightened Ning Luo instead. Luo Luo is very important to the tribe. Everyone thought Luo Luo should stay. Mata Nation wanted Ning Luo. Why did you let a Guagua go in his place? Ning Luo is important to the tribe members and important to you as chief, right? Black Wolf didn't deny it. Ning Luo was indeed important to him. For Ning Luo, he had violated his principles and abandoned a Guagua. Yin Yao's eyes turned red. So you think a Guagua isn't important to the tribe? No one dared speak. The one questioning them wasn't Ao, but the high priest. The only beast person they couldn't defy was the high priest, who alone could treat their members' illnesses and injuries. Yin Yao looked around at the Lado tribe members meaningfully. Have you forgotten who discovered the cave? Who came up with the plan to deal with the dampness? Have you also forgotten whose knife the chief carries? Without a Guagua, the Lado tribe wouldn't have lived safely in the cave for months. And after experiencing the terrible dampness, not a single member was lost. Yet at the crucial moment, you abandoned him. And you say he's not important, as if he's worth less than Ning Luo. Yin Yao's smile held traces of sorrow. I understand now why a Guagua wouldn't get close to you. The closest to him, the only one who could be his friend was Ali. Because at the most crucial moment, only Ali didn't abandon a Guagua. He even chose to leave Lado tribe for a Guagua. A Guagua truly is the wisest female. Yin Yao gazed into the distance, toward Mata Nation. He suddenly transformed into a snow-white wolf and leaped toward Mata Nation. Before any member could react, he had disappeared into the forest. His voice carried through the forest to their ears. Since you abandoned a Guagua, I shall abandon you. I'm going to find my Guagua. He must miss me. Yin Yao's sudden departure left the Lado tribe members at a loss. The high priest had left. Who would help treat their illnesses? Many of their cubs were still sick. High priest, how could you just leave? It's just a Guagua. It's not worth it. Should we really sacrifice our entire Lado tribe for one Guagua? Fortunately, Yin Yao could no longer hear these words. Yin Yao had completely abandoned the Lado tribe because of Tangua. The Lado tribe members were completely stunned. What should they do now? Without the high priest, none of them knew how to treat illnesses. Many cubs couldn't hold on much longer. If we had known the high priest valued a Guagua so much, we shouldn't have let a Guagua go to Mata Nation. We didn't make a Guagua go. We didn't tie him up and take him there. It was Wei Gu who took matters into his own hands and captured a Guagua, handing him over to Mata Nation warriors. It really had nothing to do with us. The high priest is taking out his hatred on us because of Wei Ji's mistake. Ning Luo wanted to defend Wei Gu but didn't know how to explain. He knew what they were saying wasn't right, but didn't know how to argue against it. Wei Gu laughed carelessly. Don't mind them. You'll get used to it. These beast people are completely different from your snake tribe. If it weren't for being with you, I wouldn't want to associate with them at all. How can they say such things? They all wanted to hand over a Guagua too. Ning Luo felt very uncomfortable. Wei Gu didn't care. I told you not to mind them. I, Wei Gu, only protect you. Ning Luo. The originally angry Ning Luo blushed shyly at these words. Meanwhile, Black Wolf was troubled by the members' illnesses. Without the high priest, they had no way to help treat the sick. Their pace slowed down, and many members died along the way. Conflicts also increased, but they still had a long way to go, as they planned to go to the deepest part of the forest, far away from Mata Nation. This way Mata Nation wouldn't be able to find them. Meanwhile, Yin Yao hurriedly arrived at Mata Nation. In his snow wolf form, he ran to the outskirts of Mata Nation City. Just as he was about to let out a long howl to announce his intention to take someone, unexpectedly, when the guards at the city saw him, they approached very respectfully. Are you Lord Yin Yao? The king instructed us, if any snow wolf comes to Mata Nation, we must treat them with respect. The king also said that this snow wolf lord is the mate of the wise Guagua. Seeing you today, you're indeed different from ordinary snow wolves. Yin Yao found it strange. The Mata Nation guard before him, smiling foolishly and being so attentive, must be crazy, actually calling him Lord Yin Yao. Lord Yin Yao, a Guagua has been waiting for you for a long time. Would you like to see him now? Yin Yao had been confused, but upon hearing a Guagua's name, he cast aside all other thoughts. Now he only wanted to see his Guagua. I want to see him. His voice was hoarse, his eyes hot with tears. Yin Yao had finally come to find Tangua. Entering Mata Nation, Yin Yao was shocked. The guard leading him and said joyfully, thanks to the wise Guagua for bringing us such abundant items. Thank the gods for blessing us with him in Mata Nation. Lord Yin Yao, you're truly fortunate to be a Guagua's only mate. Yin Yao maintained his composure, thinking about whether all these things were brought by Agwagwa. Indeed, Agwagwa is just as the king said, the wisest sage in the beast world. Yin Yao noticed carefully that many beast people around were smiling brightly. Whenever anyone asked about their new possessions, they would proudly say, "This was made by Lord Agwagwa." Lord Agwagwa is Mata Nation's wisest sage. Yin Yao was smiling all the way while being led to the palace. His Agwagwa was truly amazing. This is Lord Agwagwa's exclusive palace. No one is allowed in without his permission. However, Lord Agwagwa has said that Lord Yin Yao may enter and leave freely without permission. The envious looks from the guards made Yin Yao feel proud. He even enjoyed being envied because of Agwagwa. After bidding farewell to the guards, he pushed open the door and went in. As he pushed the door, he was surprised. The door was made of wood, with beautiful carved patterns on it. It was something he had never seen before, but it was very beautiful. He walked in with nervous excitement. He immediately saw Tang was staring at some strange vessels. His steps quickened. Agwagwa was back. He quickly walked to his side and picked up his small body, looking closely at his little face. Seeing Tangwa now, Yin Yao finally felt relieved. It had been more than half a year since the High Priest incident. "You finally returned. I'm sorry, Agwagwa. I came back too late, letting you get bullied. That High Priest, I must avenge you." Yin Yao nodded. "Yes, I should avenge Agwagwa. I was too hasty before. I just wanted to find you quickly and forgot about revenge." "Agwagwa, how do you want to take revenge?" Tangwa stroked Yin Yao's cheeks. "High Priest, you've lost weight. You're not as handsome as before. You'll gain weight soon." Yin Yao felt a bit helpless, wondering if Agwagwa would dislike him if he didn't look good. Tangwa pushed him gently. "Put me down first. I'll have someone bring you food. Let's eat first before anything else." When Yin Yao heard that Agwagwa had been handed over to Mata Nation, his heart felt empty. Only upon seeing him again was that void filled. Agwagwa had become part of his heart. He couldn't do without him. "Agwagwa, please call me by my name from now on. I'm no longer the High Priest." Tangwa whispered in Yin Yao's ear, "From today on, you're still the High Priest of all Mata Nation. But I'd rather call you by your name." Yin Yao showed his most beautiful smile. He had never held him like this before. Now that he was holding him, he didn't want to let go. Only by holding him did he feel at ease. Tangwa quickly ordered people to prepare many delicious dishes. Yin Yao was amazed at these foods he had never seen before. Looking at the vessels containing the food, they were much better than the stone tools used before, appearing more exquisite. These vessels are all fired in kills. If you're interested, Yao, you can visit later. King Shili is a generous beast person. He won't mind you looking, Tangwa said while picking up food for Yin Yao. The female server's lips twitched. What did he mean the king was the most generous? Clearly, Lord Agwagwa was the most generous one. Weren't all these things provided by him? Though they thought this, they wouldn't disturb Lord Agwagwa at this moment. After serving the food, they left. Yin Yao ate the delicacies he had never tasted before while holding the most beautiful female, feeling completely satisfied. Hearing that all these were brought to the Mata Nation beast people by Agwagwa, he was deeply shocked and proud. Agwagwa is truly amazing, was his first thought. Agwagwa is his mate, was his second thought. After the meal, Tangwa took Yin Yao around various places in Mata Nation. Almost no one dared to stop them wherever he wanted to go. Yin Yao truly admired Tangwa's wisdom. Later, he didn't refuse becoming Mata Nation's high priest. People called Yin Yao the national teacher. The beast people of Mata Nation cheered. Lord Agwagwa was the sage, and his mate was the national teacher. Their Mata Nation was truly getting better and better. They felt that Mata Nation's population had grown. Perhaps next year, they could request King Shili about expanding into other territories. The aged animal skins Tangwa had prepared contained healing methods that he had personally written. One could say that if Yin Yao thoroughly mastered what was written there, it would be enough to handle injuries and illnesses in the beast world. Clearly, Yin Yao wouldn't disappoint him. But Yin Yao brought back another piece of news this time. "I followed quite deeply this time, which is why I came back so late." At night, the two sat on the roof, gazing at the twinkling stars in the sky. "I saw with my own eyes. Those beasts rushed into what seemed like a barrier and disappeared." Tangwa pressed his lips together. A barrier visible to the naked eye, and one that beasts could pass through, could only be one thing, a boundary field. He had confirmed that there was no mysterious power in the beast world, so why was there a boundary field? Now he wanted to know if the boundary field was natural or artificial. If natural, that would be fine, but but if artificial, that would be a big problem. I was afraid if I went in, I wouldn't be able to come out and never see a Guaguar again. A Yao did the right thing. You can't go carelessly. It's too dangerous. He wasn't certain if one could guarantee coming out alive from that place, but he wanted to go see that place. He wasn't afraid of the unknown, but he didn't like it either. A Yao, do you remember where that place is? In Yao pulled out an animal skin. I drew a map. As long as that place doesn't change position, following the route on the map will lead there. Though the round trip would take over half a year, Tangwa looked at the map. Although it was far, he still planned to go see it. He wasn't worried about Nation at all. He had handed over everything necessary to Shili. With Shili's wisdom, Nation would surely keep improving. Just half a year, nothing could go wrong. Even without him, nothing could go wrong. But before leaving, he needed to make a plan for Shili, outlining what needed to be done in these 6 months. That Shili fellow wasn't so keen on expanding territory. If not for his urging, the territory expansion would have been much slower. How could that be acceptable? Tangwa rested his chin on his hand, eyes narrowed, looking playful and cute, making Inyao laugh. What is a Guagua thinking about? A Yao? Let's go see that place together. If we go in together, we won't have to worry about being separated. Inyao naturally agreed. Not understanding what that barrier was would always be a regret. But before we go, let's help Shili make a development plan for Nation, so he won't become lazy. Then Tangwa gave a long speech, all about Nation ruling over all beast people. Finally, Inyao couldn't help but ask, why does a Guagua like expanding territory so much? You don't seem like someone who enjoys ruling. Of course it's to prepare for a big revenge. Because he has traveled through countless worlds, he tries to make each world more interesting. He doesn't want to just mindlessly travel through them. This world has people like La Dubro who betrayed him, but also lovely people like Aoli, and people he likes, like Inyao. Naturally, it should be more interesting. Is it for revenge? With Nation's current power, we could do whatever we wanted the Lajuo tribe. Tangwa raised his eyebrows. That would be too easy for them. Just killing them and taking their food. Would that count as revenge? Inyao stroked his cheek. Lajuo said, how would revenge make your heart feel at ease? Whatever you want to do, I'll help. Of course, by conquering every place in the beast world, leaving them only a large forest. Make them huddle there, worrying about the tides every year. Everything in the world except that forest will be my territory. I'll have Nation's warriors build high walls. They won't even be able to enter. Inyao thought a lot. He never imagined a Guagua's thoughts would be so grand. Such lofty ambitions, he couldn't compare. To leave the Lajuo tribe with nowhere to go, he would occupy all places? At this moment, the system sprite jumped out. This was the host's revenge. The original recipe, the original taste, never changed. He was also very impressed. Tangwa wanted to rule the entire beast world, just to get revenge on a small tribe. Once Inyao confirmed Tangwa was serious, he helped make plans, watching the iron tools he brought to Nation being produced. He had no doubts about Tangwa unifying the entire beast world. And for the Lajuo tribe members, he had no mercy. When they abandoned Guagua, Inyao had already abandoned Lajuo, whom he had protected for years. Whatever fate awaited them, whatever end they met, Inyao didn't care at all. Now he only wanted to accompany his only beloved Agu, unify the Beast Nation soon, and take revenge on those who had bullied him. When serious, Inyao was undoubtedly very capable. He had a very clever mind and could often draw inferences. Whatever Tangwa proposed, he quickly understood and would suggest more effective methods based on special circumstances. Making these plans took them over 2 months. Tangwa gave Shili some new things. He also gave Shili the 6-month plan tasks. Shili accepted them with pain and joy. Upon hearing that Tangwa and Inyao needed to leave for half a year, he was shocked. These two were treasures. Nothing could go wrong. A Yao has found the source of the tides. I suspect there's some plot there that might threaten Nation's safety in the future, so we need to check. Hearing this, Shili knew he couldn't stop them. Being decisive by nature, he directly assigned 100 of the strongest warriors to follow Tangwa and Inyao. This time Tangwa didn't refuse. Having people serve them was good, to avoid tiring Inyao. After all, along the way, Inyao definitely wouldn't want to do anything himself. So Tangwa and Inyao set off toward the place with the mysterious barrier. Shili was very reluctant. He would rather have Tangwa urging him daily to expand territory. But the secret of the tides might threaten Nation's safety. He had to do this. This time he opened Tangwa's plan. After he left, he would follow the plan step by step. At this time, the Lajuo tribe members, except for cubs who couldn't transform into human form, numbered over 100. After countless days of traveling, they finally found a beautiful place with mountains and waters. This place seemed isolated from the world. They believed Mata Nation could never find this place. There weren't even other tribes here. With Ning Luo's various methods, they were very successful from the start. As time passed, life inevitably had its frictions. The 5 powerful men couldn't bear to see Ning Luo suffer any loss. Everything Ning Luo ate was the best. Later, Ning Luo had cubs. The first cub was Wei Ji's. Aie gave up on getting Dian. She found a decent warrior in the tribe to be her mate, and later had cubs too. The story begins with this cub. Aie's cub and Ning Luo's cub had a conflict. In the end, Ning Luo's cub was stronger. He pushed Aie's cub into the water, drowning him. After Ning Luo's cub drowned Aie's cub, the whole tribe was alarmed. Aie had only this one cub, whom she loved dearly. Aie demanded Black Wolf to preside over the matter. No matter what, Ning Luo's cub must be punished, and Ning Luo must kneel and apologize to her. But unexpectedly, Ning Luo's mates looked at her with devouring eyes. We can compensate you with more food, but I don't think Luo needs to kneel and apologize. Luo did nothing wrong. The cubs were just being mischievous. He accidentally fell in. Luo has no reason to kneel. Aie hoped Black Wolf would uphold justice, but Black Wolf said, "You can have as much food as you want," but Luo really did nothing wrong in this matter. It was just 2 cubs playing around, accidentally resulting in death. Aie was nearly breaking down. She looked at her brother Aimu with red eyes. The one who pushed her cub into the water was the child of Ning Luo and her brother Aimu. Seeing Aimu's silence, she understood. Children are playful. We will compensate you with lots of food. Winter is coming soon. After winter passes, when you're healthy again, you can have many more cubs. Please don't trouble Luo anymore. Aie shouted. What if it was your cub who died? What would you do? Aie wiped tears from her face. Looking at other tribe members, do you all think Ning Luo doesn't need to apologize? Then Ning Luo came over. Aie, my little tiger was wrong this time. I can apologize on his behalf and compensate you with food and new things. How about that? Other tribe members nodded, saying young cubs don't know better. Both sides were at fault, and since Ning Luo apologized, Aie shouldn't be so persistent. Seeing this scene, Aie recalled when Aoli accused them years ago, and when Yao left. Now she finally understood Aoli and Yao's desolation when they left. Unfortunately, she had been a participant, one of them. Was this karma? In the days that followed, Aie didn't do anything different, acting just like before. When someone joked about having another cub tomorrow, she even smiled and said okay. Until one time when members went hunting, Aie smilingly found Ning Luo's cubs who were still playing. Her eyes turned vicious. You'll all accompany my cub in death. She transformed into her original form and caught little tiger's paw in her mouth. She also grabbed 2 more cubs. Amidst the members' screams, she rushed toward that long river. Aie jumped in without any hesitation, embracing the 3 cubs to die together. When Ning Luo heard this news, she was stunned. She looked grief-stricken at the bodies of the 3 cubs and Aunt Ai, then picked up stones from the ground and smashed Aunt Ai's body into pulp. She looked completely mad and terrifying. This was a side the tribe members had never seen before. Tanghua and Yao traversed countless forests to reach the place with the barrier. Almost as soon as they saw this barrier, Tanghua was certain it was man-made. Should we go through Aguagua? We must, Yao. Are you afraid? Hearing this, Yao smiled. As long as Aguagua is by my side, I'm not afraid to go anywhere. I'm not afraid of death, only afraid of not seeing you after death. Then let's go. Tanghua had other warriors guard the original spot. Yao held his hand, and they passed through the barrier together. The moment they crossed, Tanghua felt the mysterious power rushing toward them. Could it be that barrier that blocked the mysterious power? Why set up such a barrier? Host, I've scanned the area. There are people within my scanning range. Tanghua wanted to communicate more with the system, but suddenly noticed something wrong with Yao. He felt Yao's body was very hot. Aguagua, I'm fine. I just feel like there's a mysterious power inside me about to awaken. Besides being hot, my body actually feels very comfortable. Tanghua believed him. He could sense that mysterious power appearing within Yao. Could this mysterious power in heaven and earth exist only for beastmen? Tangwa took Ing Yao to a hidden spot. Ing Yao felt that mysterious power inside would bring him infinite benefits. He sat quietly to the side feeling this power. Tangwa and the system carefully observed his body, discovering that the mysterious power was reshaping Ing Yao's meridians. Ing Yao's meridians became more perfect, and his aura grew stronger. Agua, I want to investigate. Ing Yao was still bothered by the Shou dynasty matter. He wouldn't rest until he knew the whole story. He also wanted to know if his father was still alive. Tangwa smiled at him. Then let's go, but we need to observe our surroundings. Tangwa deliberately led Ing Yao to a notable place. The two secretly hid aside observing those people. They're different from us beastmen. Very weak. Tangwa almost burst out laughing. Compared to current Ing Yao, they were indeed weak. Their clothes looked like what Ning Luo wore before. Ing Yao narrowed his eyes. Could Ning Luo be from here? Yao, let's take their clothes later. We won't be suspected if we blend in. Ing Yao smiled, cupped Tangwa's face, and kissed him. Agua is so clever. I just thought of that. The two blended into the crowd, and basically no one suspected they were beastmen. Moreover, many people would look at Tangwa, this beautiful young girl, making Ing Yao very uncomfortable. Finally, he had to lead him away. 10 days later, Tangwa brought those 100 warriors over as well, and had them change into human clothes and go to a hidden place to awaken their power. After those 100 warriors awakened their power, Tangwa had King Shili arrange for the warriors to expand their territory. As for the annual Beast Tide, facing warriors with awakened powers, the beasts were no match at all. King Shili wrote to Tangwa, asking if they should just let the beasts rush in. These beasts would surely damage our built houses and cause trouble. Tangwa casually told Shili that the warriors had big appetites, with so much food being sent each year. Don't you think this could save a lot? Ing Yao was amazed. Agua was so clever. Weren't beasts just meant to be eaten? Shi Li's eyes lit up reading the letter. Now the warriors of our Mata Kingdom would never lack meat throughout the year. Under Tangwa's leadership, Mata Kingdom continuously expanded its territory. Ning Luo and his mates, fearing revenge from Mata Kingdom, fled to the deepest part of the forest, living in isolation. Meanwhile, Tangwa was living a leisurely life with Ing Yao in the modern world. After 5 years, Mata Kingdom finally under Tangwa's leadership unified the Beastmen world, except for some remote small tribes. Tangwa had King Shili build high walls around the forest and clearly marked Mata Kingdom's boundaries. Without permission, non-Mata Kingdom people were not allowed to enter. Tangwa also had Shili create the first generation of Mata Kingdom ID cards for people to prevent small tribes from the mountains mixing in. Small tribes except the La Duo tribe were welcome to join Mata Kingdom anytime. After the messenger left, Tangwa laughed happily. Ing Yao helplessly cupped his face. Are you that happy? Tangwa looked at Ing Yao with curved eyes. Yes, revenge will soon be taken. Do you think I'm being unreasonable? Ing Yao quickly shook his head. If it weren't for Agua being so clever, you would have been exposed long ago. King La Li's cruel nature wouldn't have spared you. So, Agua, you're not being unreasonable. The La Duo tribe members were ungrateful. The danger to their tribe wasn't brought by you, yet they made you bear harm you shouldn't have had to bear. Whatever punishment they face in the future, they deserve it. Tangwa couldn't help but laugh. Yao sees things clearly. Whether humans or beast men, they all bully the kind and fear the strong. Bullying Ning Luo meant offending powerful warriors and tribal leaders, but Agua was alone at that time. Ing Yao looked tenderly at Tangwa. When are we returning to Mata Kingdom? Did you find your father? Ing Yao shook his head. I'm done searching. These 5 years, we've traveled throughout the human world without finding him. If he's still alive, he'll return someday. If he's already gone, there's no point searching further. From now on, I just want to be with Agua. You're the only one in my eyes and heart. I have no time for anything else. Tangwa smiled. This guy was quite smooth with his sweet talk. It was quite pleasant to hear. I want to return to Mata Kingdom too. Let's live outside that great forest. Have Shili build a tall pavilion. We can go up to the pavilion to enjoy the scenery after meals every day. Ing Yao stroked his head and smiled. Whatever games you want to play, I'll accompany you. When Shili learned of Tangwa's return, he rushed over. Lord Agua, you want a pavilion? Come, Wise ones. Lord Agwagwa wants a tall and beautiful pavilion. Get to work quickly. Mata Kingdom warriors volunteered, expressing their willingness to build the tallest, most beautiful pavilion for Lord Agwagwa. Soon after, the pavilion was completed. Tangwa was surprised looking at the pavilion. It's really beautiful. From then on, Tangwa moved into this pavilion. He would sit up there eating seeds and rocking eggs, living a very comfortable life. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. The beast tide is coming again this year, isn't it? Are they really not planning to come out? King Lali's cruelty left a deep impression, but hiding for 16 years seems excessive. Ing Yao smiled, squatting beside Tangwa. Holding his hand, Agwagwa, don't rush. They'll come out eventually. Lord Agwagwa, the beast tide is coming again. Will you join us for meat this year? The beast men below enthusiastically invited Tangwa. Their meat cooking skills had improved greatly. Tangwa replied with a smile, I won't go today. Just enjoy yourselves. Remember not to eat all the beasts. Let some through. Understood, Lord Agwagwa. Though they didn't understand why, they knew following Lord Agwagwa's instructions was never wrong. Tangwa rested his chin expectantly. Will they come out this year? Just then, Aoli came up. He shook his head. Agwagwa, you're so idle. Look at my new dress. Mika bought it for me. And this necklace and bracelet were from me heir. Are you sure you want to flaunt your love in front of me? No one can outdo us too. Ing Yao thoughtfully stood beside Tangwa. Aoli laughed. Oh, I'm just joking. Everyone knows how much Ing Yao spoils you. Speaking of which, will they come out this year? I really want to see those ungrateful people. Just then, there was movement in the forest. Tangwa and Aoli immediately looked toward the forest. A large group of people emerged from the forest. They didn't look well. Among them, Ning Luo was being carried on a strong male's back, along with other former La Duo tribe members. It's Mata Kingdom's wall. Hearing these 3 words, Ning Luo nearly fell from Gaian's back. How did Mata Kingdom's wall extend here? Maybe we should go back to the forest. Wei Gu shook his head. There's nothing left in the forest. We need to find another place to live. But this is Mata Kingdom's wall. What if someone recognizes Luo Luo? The black wolf came over. This wall looks unusual. The gate is open too. Why don't we try going over to see? He was curious about what had happened outside all these years. Then Tangwa called over a Mata Kingdom warrior. When they try to enter together, tell them, to enter, they must abandon their mates and children. Lord Agwagwa means, if they're willing to abandon them, let them in? Tangwa smiled. If they all answer they're unwilling, let them stay outside and ask again. They only have 2 chances to answer. Understood, Lord Agwagwa. Looking at Tangwa, Hongwa just smiled and said, yes, I'm taking revenge. Yin Yao stroked his forehead and chuckled. I see, Agwagwa means to get revenge on A Yao. Wanna bet they'll all end up going in? Yin Yao was uncertain, but Aoli confidently said, they definitely won't waste their second chance. Agwagwa, you're clever. This revenge is perfect. Hongwa watched La Duo tribe from the wall. Well, let's wait and see. The guards below stopped everyone. What's your relationship with them? The Black Wolf directly stated, they are my family. Oh, in our Mata Kingdom there's a rule. Those who want to enter must abandon their spouses and children. You have 2 chances to choose. This is your first. Several men stepped forward. We won't abandon Luo Luo and our children. Just then, Ning Luo's voice came through. I want to cut ties with these people. Please let me enter the city. Agwagwa, I had a terrible dream last night. In my dream, everything that happened was different. Mata Kingdom wasn't unified under your leadership. The Beastmen incident, it was simply a nightmare. Aoli spoke calmly, but his heart was far from calm. The dream was so terrifying that he didn't want to recall it at all. What was it? Tangwa asked with a smile. He actually guessed it. Such things would happen. Even though he lived one life as Agwagwa, it wasn't Agwagwa's original life. I don't want to remember. That dream was scary. Aoli forced a smile, still unwilling to speak of it. Scared you? Tangwa looked at him. If you don't want to remember, then don't think about it. Aoli nodded, his fingers trembling slightly. When he turned to look at the forest again, there was hatred in his eyes. Finally, he glanced at Tangwa beside him and showed a relieved smile. That was just a dream, right? It didn't really happen. They're all living well now. Agwagwa had Yin Yao who loved him, and he himself had Miku and Mier. and their Mata kingdom was very powerful. Egwagwa was Mata's wise man. Yin Yao was the royal advisor. His Mi Ku and Mi Air were Mata's most successful merchants. He chuckled. He was just a merchant's spouse and Egwug was good friend. The scene changed to 3 days later. Finally, there was movement in the forest outside the city wall. Tangwa and Aoli immediately sat up straight, looking toward the forest. Both seemed to be expecting something. Yin Yao, Mi Ku, and Mi Air shook their heads with bitter smiles. These two would do this every year, but always ended up disappointed. However, this time was different. Ning Luo's karma finally caught up. The La Duo tribe's beast men chose to cut ties with other members to enter the city. A female beast person viciously spat at Ning Luo. "I'm finally rid of you." Ning Luo's face showed disbelief. Seeing the other members' disgusted looks, Ning Luo was stunned. "Why are you treating me like this? You're alive today because... Isn't it all because of the new things I brought?" At this moment, one of the remaining elders in the tribe came before Ning Luo. "Let me tell you, you think you brought countless benefits to our La Duo tribe. You think your contributions were great. Indeed, Ning Luo thought so. Isn't that true? I helped you all so much." The elder continued lamenting. "If you didn't exist, our La Duo tribe wouldn't have had to flee to this forest to avoid the Mata kingdom. We are beast people. Living in the forest is one thing, but all the good things in this forest were taken by your spouses for you. No matter what it was, we could only get things after you chose first. And when the tides came, your spouses were strong warriors, but they always protected you and your cubs first. You and your offspring. And your cubs always bullied our cubs. At such times, you just compensated us with some things and brushed it off. But we care about our cubs too." Accused, Ning Luo's whole body trembled. He suddenly found himself speechless. In the end, he could only stand there alone, crying grievously. "If back then, when you wanted to hand over Egwagwa, we had stood up to stop it, we should have just let Mata Kingdom's warriors take you away." Hearing these words, Ning Luo's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. They actually said such things. Wei Gu walked to Ning Luo's side and took his hand. Luo, don't worry. I will never abandon you." His other males also came over. "We're the same as Wei Gu, we won't leave." Ning Luo was truly moved. "I won't abandon everyone either." Tangwa, sitting atop the castle, watched everything. They still don't understand what the real problem is. As if afraid Tangwa would recall past events and feel sad, Yao suddenly embraced Tangwa. "Egwagwa, don't mind them." Tangwa turned and looked tenderly at Yao. "I never minded them. What I care about, doesn't Yao already know?" Then the two started showing their affection in front of Aoli. Ning Luo's karma finally arrived. The La Duo tribe's beast people chose to abandon him, one after another, to join Mata Kingdom. The beast people even accused Ning Luo of harming them. Baoli was angry. Their current situation is all their own doing. They never reflect on their own faults, always pushing blame onto others. Weren't the La Duo tribe members the ones who suggested handing over Egwagwa back then? If they truly understood, they would know it was their own sin. Ning Luo was wrong, but the greater wrong, the prejudice, lies within themselves. Tangwa looked at the agitated Aoli. "All right, Aoli, I've never seen you so worked up before. It's because I'm so angry. Just thinking about it makes me mad. I really want to go down there and ask them if today feels like when they wanted Egwagwa to leave. But today they're abandoning each other. I must say, Egwagwa, this move of yours is really satisfying. Extremely satisfying." Finally, his gaze fell on Gaian and Ning Luo. "I want to see how long Gaian and Ning Luo can persist without abandoning each other." Tangwa smiled at Aoli. "Let's watch then. See if their love is truly unbreakable, or if it breaks at the first bend. Egwagwa, if you and Yin Yao encountered such a situation, what would you do?" Tangwa raised his eyebrows. "Yin Yao and I would never encounter such a situation. Ning Luo's case isn't comparable. If it had been Ning Luo who went to Mata Kingdom, would today's Mata Kingdom exist? I could change my own fate, and also change the fate of the entire beast people world. We wouldn't end up in that situation." Aoli stared at Tangwa's confident expression in amazement. "Right, there's no comparison. No one can compare to Egwagwa. Wherever Egwagwa is, it's different. You not only can change your own fate, but also change others' fates." Outside the city, only Ning Luo's family remained. Ning Luo and his mates were still persisting. Ningjio flew up to the city to observe the situation inside. He saw an extremely prosperous city and houses he had never seen before. Those thin people wore beautiful clothes and jewelry they had never seen before. The necklaces were much prettier than bone necklaces, and the food aromas that occasionally wafted from the city. Ning Luo's whole family could smell it. His children especially were staring inside with drooling faces. Everyone was clearly incredulous about how such big changes could happen in just over 10 years. Ning Luo's children were all envious. The smell inside is so good, even better than your meat soup. I really want to eat it. Mother, can we go in to eat and then come out? Ning Luo's face turned pale. You want to abandon Mother too? Mother, didn't the guard say we have 2 chances? We can go in once and come out, right? That way we'll still have one more chance to go in. We can eat inside twice. Yes, big brother. You're so smart. That's a good idea. Ning Luo said coldly. I don't agree. Ning Jio described the city's environment too well, as if it was a human world. Would they really come back if they went in? Guyan came over. If the children like it so much, why not let them go in and come out first? This time Ning Luo was truly angry. No one is allowed to go in. Whoever dares to go in, I will never forgive them. Only Ning Luo's family remained outside the city. Ning Luo and her mates were still persisting. Aoli couldn't help but smile seeing this. Ning Luo is afraid. And who wouldn't be afraid in her position? Dian looked at Ning Luo. Let's go back to the forest. Our family will live in the forest forever. Dian and the others couldn't bear to see Minhwa angry, quickly comforting him about returning to the forest and never coming out again. The children were also afraid of Minhwa getting angry, so they left while looking back repeatedly. Flying Wolf also looked back at the tall city walls. The city really looked appealing, but he couldn't long for city life and abandon Luo. Aoli watched the people below. They're leaving just like that? Aoli felt somewhat unsatisfied. Tangwa had a full smile. Don't rush, Aoli. The good show will unfold slowly. Just 2 days later, Aoli laughed. It turned out those La Duo tribe members who entered the city said they wanted to leave the city one more time. The guards had said they had 2 chances. After they left and returned, they would never leave again. Interestingly, these La Duo tribe members, wearing beautiful clothes and accessories, carrying all sorts of food, walked towards the great forest. When they returned, their hands were empty, but their faces wore satisfied smiles of revenge. It seems they were truly desperate too. Just then, Aoli saw Ning Luo's children in the city. They had secretly entered the city without Ning Luo knowing. After these children entered the city, they were captivated by everything there. They sold their bone necklaces and some dried wild meat that city people found precious. With the money, they bought fragrant food, and the girls bought beautiful accessories. They had the happiest day in the city. In the end, everyone decided not to leave because it was too wonderful here. They could eat many delicious things and wear many beautiful clothes. Their father and mother in the great forest were all forgotten because if they left this time, they would never be able to come back. Aoli laughed until tears came out. I never thought the first to betray him would be his own children. How interesting. Tangwa didn't speak. All this was within his expectations. Most people can't resist temptation. At this time, Yao came over with a cloak, put it on Tangwa, and warmly said, don't catch a cold. They're really showing their affection every moment. Wonder what Ning Luo is doing now. Wonder if he's busy being heartbroken. At this time, Ning Luo, looking at the empty cave, cursed them as ungrateful. Those were all his own flesh and blood. How could they bear to abandon their own birth mother? The unwilling Ning Luo sent Black Wolf and Aimo to bring the children back. But 2 days later, only Aimo and Black Wolf returned. Because the children refused to return, they could only buy some food to bring back to Ning Luo. Ning Luo asked with a trembling voice, where are the children? I asked you to find the children, and you just brought back food and clothes? The men quickly tried to comfort Ning Luo. Though Ning Luo complained, he was later tempted by the men. Looking at those beautiful dresses, he smiled happily again. In front of them, Ning Luo once again put on the finely crafted human clothes. He looked at his reflection in the water. Looking at that no longer young face, he couldn't smile anymore. Have I become this old? Ning Luo looked up at his mates and found they were just smiling at him. Though their eyes showed doting, it was no longer like over 10 years ago when they wanted to do something with him just by looking at him. Ning Luo fell into confusion. He had spent over 10 years in the great forest, bearing over 10 children for these men. What was it all for? Aimo asked if Ning Luo liked the clothes he bought. Ning Luo nodded, and Aimo was somewhat happy. Then tomorrow let Guyan and Wei Gu help buy more. We have lots of animal hides and bones that we can trade for their currency. Ning Luo was startled at hearing currency. Does Mata Kingdom have currency now? If it had been him who went to Mata Kingdom back then, would his fate have been different? That night, Ning Luo slept uneasily. In his dream, he saw a prosperous and ancient city. An AIMO and Black Wolf beside him coldly ignored him. He woke up in the middle of the night, looking at Wei Gu sleeping beside him. He slept next to Wei Gu every night. It had been many years, 3 years or 5 years. He couldn't remember clearly. He was staring blankly. Wei Gu opened his eyes and hugged him. Why aren't you sleeping? Ling Luo held Wei Gu tightly. Wei Gu, you won't leave me, will you? Wei Gu smiled. My silly Luo, I would give my life for you. How could I leave you? I exchanged my life for you. Wei Gu wouldn't abandon him. He believed in Wei Gu. The 4 men and Ning Luo all fell silent for a moment. 2 more days passed. Guyan went to the city to find the children and brought back good things at night. Ning Luo clearly felt that Guyan had changed. Wei Gu, do you want to go see the city? Wei Gu held Ning Luo in his arms. I don't yearn for that. Wei Gu was telling the truth. He had always preferred living in caves. Compared to wearing human clothes, he preferred being without clothes was more comfortable. He naturally disliked houses. Ning Luo's face was full of worry. Wei Gu, I feel like I'm going to lose all of you. Wei Gu told Ning Luo not to think nonsense. No matter what, I will never abandon you. Later, first AIMO disappeared. Black Wolf and Guyan eventually vanished too. Only Ning Luo and Wei Gu remained in the entire forest. One day, Ning Luo suddenly said he wanted to eat the buns from the city. Wei Gu immediately said he would go buy some for Ning Luo. Ning Luo pressed his lips together. Let's go together. They entered the city one after another. Ning Luo ate the buns he liked. He also bought beautiful dresses. Finally, they left the city and met Wei Gu outside. Ning Luo had the happiest day of his life. Wei Gu was also overjoyed to see Ning Luo so energetic again. He was extremely happy. Until that morning when Wei Gu woke up to find Ning Luo gone too. He stared blankly at the huge cave for a long time. Finally, he transformed into a giant snake and curled up to sleep in the cave. Snakes are solitary, cold-blooded creatures with no other beings to keep them company. They actually prefer to curl their cold bodies up in caves to sleep. If they could share a bed with anything for years, it could only be their beloved ones and food. But he had been abandoned forever. Ning Luo abandoned Wei Gu and came to the city. He mingled with the crowd, found a job to live in the city. He would do any work. Later he saw his children. When the children saw him, they quickly hid, seeming afraid that being close to him would get them expelled from the city. He also saw Black Wolf, AIMO, and Guyan. He pretended not to see them, and they also pretended not to see him. Later they saw the grand ceremony of the Mata Kingdom. They saw several familiar faces in person. The most noble sage and royal advisor of the Mata Kingdom, hand in hand, sat together in an ancient and luxurious carriage. Whenever they looked at each other, one could feel how deep their bond was. Ning Luo was stunned. Black Wolf and the others also stared blankly at that carriage. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Lord Aguagua is truly the wisest sage. Yes, our Mata Kingdom's unification of the beast world is all thanks to Lord Aguagua. The royal advisor is also amazing, bringing us so many good things. I heard that initially, Lord Aguagua was captured by King Lali. Later, being clever, he chose to cooperate with the kind and merciful King Shili, which led to today's Mata Kingdom. Thanks to the merciful King Shili for bringing us Lord Aguagua. I wish to pray for their long life and health every day. Hearing Tangwa's legend, Ning Luo leaned against a wall, pale-faced. His whole body felt weak. Black Wolf was also shocked, watching the departing carriage with sour eyes and mixed feelings. Was it regret? Perhaps because he once said Ning Luo was more important to the tribe, more important to him. Who could have imagined that a Gugu alone would change the entire beast world? The weight of choices was clear now. Even Ning Luo, whom he claimed was important to him, he abandoned without hesitation. Did he like Ning Luo? He did, but as time passed, that affection faded away, eroded. The members of La Duobo Luo also saw Aguagua. Their reactions were similar to Ning Luo's, mostly regret. Regret for not stopping Aguagua from being taken away. When they saw Aoli and his spouse and learned of their identities, this regret and frustration reached its peak. In the days that followed, whenever La Duobo Luo members saw Ning Luo Luo, they couldn't help but mock him coldly. Beilang and others pretended not to see. Whenever Ning Luo was bullied by La Duo tribe members in corners, he regretted. He regretted not asking Wei Gu to come with him when he left. If Wei Gu were here, he would surely protect him. He wanted to go back to find Wei Gu, but he couldn't give up the prosperity here. He had no chance to enter the city again. How he hoped Wei Gu would come find him, but Wei Gu never came. Tangwa's life was reaching its end. Yin Yao had sensed it early on. Agua Gua, don't try to comfort me. You're about to leave. I'm going to lose you. No words could comfort Agua Gua. I'm so sad. Someone as wise as you, receiving blessings from all the beasts of Mata Kingdom. Why can't you stay with me longer? Yin Yao devoutly kissed his forehead. Tangwa wore a happy smile. Then I won't say words to comfort A Yao. Look forward to meeting in our next life. Yin Yao smiled. My Agua Gua knows how to comfort people. He held Tangwa tightly. All right, see you in the next life. Aoli came to Tangwa's side, holding his hand. Agua Gua, you also have memories of your previous life, right? Tangwa smiled with curved eyes. I suppose so. Aoli embraced Tangwa. He whispered in Tangwa's ear, in the past, I was too willful. I'm sorry. Tangwa looked at him and smiled. It's okay, Aoli, but I have to go now. After saying these words, Tangwa slowly closed his eyes. Min Yao called out Tangwa's name, tears of sorrow flowing from his eyes. He had already decided what to do. Heaven was so cold. How could he let Tangwa walk alone? Holding Tangwa's body, he softly said, let me accompany you. Then, he ended his own life without hesitation. Tangwa's life ended, but for countless years to come, he would live forever in the hearts of the Mata Kingdom's people. Statues of Agua Gua as a ruler were everywhere. Countless people worshipped him. Next to his statue was royal advisor Yin Yao, who died for love. People admired their wisdom and yearned for their pure love. This time, Tangwa woke up sitting at a computer desk. Looking around, he was in a small cubicle made with beautiful curtains. Around the computer were various streaming equipment. There was even a gaming pod beside it. Game streamer. These words popped into Tangwa's mind. Then his phone rang. Tangwa saw Phone You displayed on the phone. Xiaogua, I saw you ended your stream. Where do you want to eat tonight? Tangwa hadn't received the memories yet, so he could only answer instinctively. It's up to you. Phone You didn't suspect anything. Then the usual place. I'll come pick you up. Okay, come in an hour. After hanging up, Tangwa raised an eyebrow. He wasn't sure if having a boyfriend was good or bad. Little Tong's legs were shaking. Host, do you want to receive the memories now? Tangwa smiled. Let's do it in the bathroom. Soaking in the bathtub, Tangwa began receiving this world's plot. The original owner was a rich second generation with loving parents. Life was carefree. After graduating from university, she entered the streaming industry. Tangwa initially did role-playing, but later found it boring and became a game streamer. By chance, she discovered some horror games with particularly interesting plots. Since then, Tangwa became the only female streamer on the platform who played horror games. Later, her popularity only increased, gaining many die-hard fans. Fans would watch her streams every night, screaming under their blankets. The female protagonist of this world was Xiaoyu, a high school student who was addicted to games and died suddenly in an internet cafe. After her death, her brain waves accidentally entered a horror game, so she faced various horrifying scenes every day, living quite miserably. But all this changed after she met her male lead. The male protagonist of this world was Fengyu, who just called him. Currently he's Tangwa's boyfriend, from a family that owns a gaming company. Fengyu himself was a gaming genius, independently developing many games. He accidentally discovered Xia Yi's existence while designing horror games. After learning about Xia Yi's situation, Fengyu planned to rescue her, but he couldn't find a good way. Later, Xia Yi would accompany him every day while he designed games. A living person and a dead person, falling in love through brain waves. Xia Yi wasn't completely useless. She could often enter games and help Fengyu find problems he hadn't discovered. They grew more in sync and fell deeper in love. This had nothing to do with the original owner until Fengyu finally thought of a way to bring Xia Yi back. That was to find someone with matching brainwaves. And that victim was the original owner. Tangwa, who had transmigrated again, became a female game streamer. Now he was receiving the original owner's memories. In the previous life, the original Tangwa was set up by her boyfriend, who stole her body. And Fengyu did all this to save his White Lotus. He let Xia Yi's brainwaves enter Tangwa's brain and take over the original owner's body. The original owner's brainwaves accidentally entered a horror game. She wanted revenge on Fengyu and his White Lotus. But in the end, Feng Yu collaborated with many computer experts to eliminate the original owner. When the original owner's parents discovered their daughter's abnormality, Feng Yu used his technology to make them brain dead. The final ending was him and Xia Yi marrying happily and living happily ever after. They tacitly concealed this secret. Tanghua opened his eyes. He didn't say a word. However, the system avatar was already trembling in the corner. The host's silence wasn't a good sign. He must be brewing something big. Now that the host had arrived, couldn't they prevent Feng Yu's plan before anything happened? He really wanted to know the host's plans. His intuition told him it wouldn't be that simple. Sure enough, Tanghua laughed. How could it be so simple? They killed my whole family for their love. I'm thinking about how to pay them back. Tanghua dried her hair, eyes narrowed. The dangerous aura emanating from her made the system tremble. Following the memories, Tanghua applied light, makeup that the original owner liked. Looking at the beautiful face in the mirror, she smiled slightly. From now on, she would be the master of this body and accept everything that comes with it. After preparing everything, Tanghua opened the door. A familiar handsome face was waiting outside. Feng Yu wore a smile and handed Tanghua a beautiful rose. Tanghua accepted it gladly. It's beautiful. I like it. Feng Yu observed Tanghua's face, feeling something different about her today. Of course, he didn't suspect that Tanghua knew his intentions. Otherwise, given her personality, she wouldn't speak to him so pleasantly. So he wasn't worried at all. They arrived at the restaurant and chatted while eating. Tanghua suddenly called out, Feng Yu. Feng Yu looked up and gave Tanghua his most appropriate smile, seeming to always wear that expression when facing her. What is it? Tanghua chuckled softly. Do you like me? Of course I do. If I didn't like you, why would I pursue you for so long? Even designing special games for you. Feng Yu had rehearsed these words many times in his mind, saying them without any pressure. A smile spread across Tanghua's face. I like you too. Not just like your games anymore. Feng Yu stared at this somewhat pure smile, his heart skipping a beat. He had an indescribable feeling, but quickly ignored it. Tanghua took a small sip of red wine, looking at Feng Yu with curved eyes. Before, games were more important than you. But one day, I suddenly realized you had become more important than my games. Feng Yu, I must really like you. It had been a long time since Feng Yu heard such a pure confession. This confession, free of any impurities, made it hard for him to breathe. He forced a smile, but quickly thought of Xia Yu again. This made his smile gradually return to normal. Tanghua, just having transmigrated to a new world, chose to directly confess to the scumbag man. Because the best way to get revenge on a scumbag was to make him destroy what he loves most with his own hands. I plan to change my streaming schedule. I'll save the afternoons for you, Tanghua said casually. This way I can visit you at your company. After all, we're dating. It's not fair to let you do all the giving. I want to try giving something too. This pure confession left Feng Yu momentarily stunned. He quickly interrupted Tanghua. Actually, there's no need. Spending time with you is my pleasure. I do it because I like you. If Tanghua appeared at his company, Xia Yi wouldn't be able to come out. Tanghua pretended not to understand. You said it yourself, it's willing. Because I like you, I'm willing to spend time with you too. Unless you think I'll bother you, or you don't really like me that much, that's why you're rejecting my goodwill. Feng Yu couldn't answer that way. He maintained his smile. I'm worried it might trouble you. You might find it tiring. It's fine. Being with my boyfriend isn't boring at all. Tanghua's smile was sweet and sincere. This made Feng Yu unable to refuse, so he could only agree. The system avatar looked helpless. The host really wasn't giving them any way out. These familiar tactics. Feng Yu finally sent Tanghua home with mixed feelings. He was afraid Tanghua would give him a good night kiss, but fortunately, that didn't happen. Tanghua just waved and said, "See you tomorrow." Tanghua smiled at the mirror. Doesn't he want to steal my body for his true love? Before that happens, I'll become the true love hidden in his heart that even he doesn't know about. The system avatar felt a chill hearing this, suddenly feeling the urge to pee. That night, Tanghua announced something in her streaming room. She was in love, so she could only stream once a day now. This made her die-hard fans burst into tears, declaring their hatred for this wife-stealing crime. Sugar, are you reducing streams to go on dates? The streaming room erupted in chaos. Tanghua directly answered it was because she needed to accompany her boyfriend in the afternoons. The room immediately filled with screams. Sugar, I'm speechless. You're abandoning us for a man. The fans were force-fed dog food by Tanghua. Her plan was to introduce Feng Yu to all her fans, then livestream their time together. She would use the original owner's feelings to treat Feng Yu well. well, ensuring he would remember this sweet love for life. The next day, Tangwa woke up early. She made 2 perfect breakfast sets and posted photos on her streaming account. Breakfast made for boyfriend. Fans woke up to another serving of dog food. Tangwa arrived at phone building with thermal boxes. People entering and leaving couldn't help but stare at her. They couldn't help but look at her several times because her face was too outstanding. As a former entertainment streamer, she couldn't possibly be ugly. In fact, she was even more beautiful in person than during streams. When Fengyu arrived at the company, he immediately spotted Tangwa standing at the entrance. He froze at that moment. Tangwa's first step in revenge against the scumbag was to make him fall in love with her. Early in the morning, she brought homemade breakfast to Fengyu's company. Fengyu was surprised, then put on what he thought was his most perfect smile. "Little Gua, why are you here?" A smile appeared on Tangwa's beautiful face, her pretty eyes looking directly at Fengyu, not hiding her affection. She handed the thermal box to Fengyu. "You haven't had breakfast, right? I made it myself. I don't know if it suits your taste. Try it first. If you like it, I can bring it every morning." Fengyu's heart skipped a beat, looking at the thermal box in those delicate white hands. Those hands couldn't possibly cook often. She loved staying up late gaming, sleeping until noon, ordering takeout, doing beauty treatments, then streaming games again. He knew these things not because he liked her, but to make it easier to get close to her. Seeing Fengyu's silence, Tangwa quickly asked, "Don't you like it? Do you think my cooking must be terrible?" Tangwa seemed upset. "It's the thought that counts. Won't you at least try it?" Fengyu snapped back from his thoughts. He dared not look into Tangwa's eyes. He hadn't noticed before how beautiful they were. Those eyes were so pure. She was different from other game streamers. Other streamers mostly did it for fame and money, but she streamed games simply because she loved them, as money was the last thing her family lacked. Fengyu took the thermal box, saying thank you. "Doesn't little Gua like sleeping in? Staying up late and getting up early isn't good for your health." Tangwa tilted her head, smiling at him. "I didn't stream last night. Didn't we agree afternoons are for you? I'll only stream once a day from now on. Getting up at 7 is enough. Breakfast takes half an hour, and driving here takes just 10 minutes. Perfect timing for you." Looking at Tangwa's serious expression, Fengyu froze. Tangwa naturally held his arm, making him stiffen. She asked, "What's wrong? Are you shy? Afraid people will ask who I am?" "You, just tell them I'm your girlfriend." Fengyu composed himself. "I was thinking how beautiful little Gua is. I feel uncomfortable with others seeing you." These words were prepared by Fengyu. To achieve his goal, he had secretly done much homework, more meticulously than those in real relationships, understanding the meaning and response to every word. "Oh, you're jealous." Fengyu's body gradually relaxed. He smiled at Tangwa and led her into the company. As expected, Tangwa received many looks. "Young Master Feng, is this your girlfriend?" Fengyu nodded. He formally introduced Tangwa to the company members. His serious demeanor made everyone believe this was a girlfriend he was seriously dating, someone he would marry. Seeing this, everyone's gazes became warmer and more enthusiastic. This was the future Mrs. Feng after all. "Are you Sugar?" At this moment, an employee who had watched Tangwa's streams recognized her. They widened their eyes, unable to believe that the horror game streamer they followed was their young Master Feng's girlfriend. Remembering Tangwa's words about accompanying her boyfriend last night, they almost fainted. Now they would have to eat dog food every day.